proud to introduce my boss, because I love my boss. The best boss who ever bossed, that's my boss. The number one boss, the big boss, the king of all boss, the boss who made Bud Bondo Fiesta. My boss, Howard, 1-800-52-STERN!
Thanks, BabaBooey. All right, it's and good morning, everyone. Hey, what's happening? Ready to do it all over again? There's a lot of exciting things going on today, so we want to make sure that you're with us. I don't know what I'm talking about either. Let me take a break. I'll pull everything together, and we'll get going right after these words.
You're listening to the Howard Stern Show. 97.1. Listen fast. It's the soon-to-leave radio. Howard Stern.
Yeah. I called my agent yesterday. I said, I only have 4 months left here.
Yes.
He says, no, you don't.
What are you talking about?
He goes, what are you talking about? I go, don't count May, because we're almost out of May. He goes, don't count May. It's May 9th. What do you mean don't count May?
You convinced that once you're in the month, you don't count it.
Yeah, you don't count it. So anyway, he goes, okay, so that's a whole month. Then you got, he says, and your contract's up in November. So it's like 6 months you got. Somehow I'm always at 6 or 7 months.
It never changes.
No.
Time is not passing.
Time will not diminish my anxiety. You had me convinced I was down to 4 months, Jackie.
I think he was trying to make you feel better. Must have been a real bad day.
Right.
That's how we've always counted. We've always dismissed the month we were in. No matter what.
That's true.
The rules of Jackie.
Well, when it was a year and a half.
Rules, it was the optimistic rule.
Yeah, when it was a year and a half, it was hard to shave a month.
Really don't count this.
No, you don't count the month that you're in. Good point. All right. The Knicks didn't choke last night. They always need they need to choke, and then they need to get all fired up and win.
But when it comes down to it in the final analysis, if they get to a game where it's do or die,
they lose.
They die.
That guy Reggie Miller was talking about himself in the third person on the news. Did you see that?
No.
Well, I guess Reggie Miller.
Oh, stop it. He didn't say that.
Yeah.
Reggie Miller wasn't having a good night?
Well, I guess Reggie Miller has his good nights and his bad nights, and that's always weird when a guy refers to himself as I guess Howard Stern had a good game today, but I don't know.
Only it's Howard Stern speaking.
Yeah. That's pretty nutty, huh?
I didn't know he had gone out on that limb.
Yeah. But there were a lot of celebrities at the Knick game last night. Billy Crystal promoting his new movie, his basketball movie. Alec Baldwin with his beard. A lot of dudes. I rented that movie, The Shadow, with Alec Baldwin. I liked it. I thought it was pretty cool, actually. I liked it for a rental. I mean, maybe I wouldn't have liked it. See, I never can tell. I don't know if I would have liked it in the movies, but I thought it was a pretty cool rental. I was pretty satisfied.
Really?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Actually enjoyed it. Because it got slammed by the reviewers and stuff, but I enjoyed it. I liked it.
I didn't find it entertaining at all.
Yeah, I liked it.
I thought that Penelope Ann Miller was irritating.
Yeah, but you got to rent it. You can't go see that stuff in the movies.
You got to rent it.
That's what I do. Like I watched, who's got my interview with the vampire tape? I had seen that in the movies, but I watched it again on video. That just came out. That was pretty cool. Hey, who's got that tape? I lent it to Ronnie, but he gave it back. I wanted to lend it to my dad.
And you couldn't find it?
Yeah, I bet you my father-in-law took it. Something with that guy. Comes to my house and then goes through all my videotapes and then starts making copies of my videotapes. And then, I don't know. I don't know what he does with them
Maybe
afterwards.
he runs out of time and he just takes them.
He just takes them.
Can't dub everything he'd like.
Yeah. Then I rented, not rented, but someone got me a copy of this movie with Kevin Bacon.
Murder in the First.
Murder in the First. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Should definitely get that. That's good. That just came out. Murder in the First. It's the story of Kevin Bacon's, this dude in prison. He got in prison because he robbed a grocery store for $5 because he was an orphan and he had to feed his hungry sister. And then Christian Slater's his lawyer.
Right, and Gary Oldman is the prison warden.
Yeah, he's pretty good. You end up hating him. It's kind of a crappy story. I mean, you of course you feel bad for the guy because he was in there because he robbed $5. I mean, most guys are in there for murder. This was in Alcatraz.
Yeah, and he spent how many months in solitary confinement?
Spent 3 years in solitary confinement, getting beaten and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Kevin Bacon. It's a weird last name, be named Bacon. You know what I mean? Bacon. Think about that. Kevin Bacon. I don't hear too many guys named Bacon.
It's rather British, don't you think?
I don't know what it is, but it's weird. But I keep running into that guy. I keep seeing him around New York.
He's the only guy.
He's the only celebrity I run into. I see him everywhere. I saw him at that club I went to shoot the basketball game, Reebok Club.
Yeah.
He was there, working out.
And then you saw him at the Rainforest concert. We saw him at the pool at the
in L.A.
hotel.
Yeah, in L.A. We were hanging out with him by a pool.
We always run into Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, he's stalking me, that guy.
You think he gets your schedule?
I don't know.
Just shows up where you are?
I don't know.
You don't run into anybody else?
I don't know. It's weird. I just always run into that guy. I'd like to run into his wife. Kira Sedgwick. Then I got this other... I finally saw the movie Disclosure.
Oh, with Denise?
Yeah, that was pretty good. It was a lot better. I didn't want to watch
the computer stuff in it.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I kind of liked it. It just wasn't about sexual harassment. Then it got into like a little bit of a mystery thing, even though it wasn't all that plausible.
But the idea that she was sexually harassing him and he was fighting her off
was absolutely absurd because she is such a hot piece of ass. She's sitting there on the couch with a short miniskirt on. She's got a gorgeous body. Demi Moore's got like one of the most gorgeous bodies I've ever seen on a woman. It's like a real full body. It's like, it's womanly. She's such a woman, for Christ's sake. Oh, my Lord.
Little waist.
Oh, my God. Body on her, man. And
he lets her get all the way to the point
of sodomy.
Yeah. And then he says, no, you have to stop.
Yeah, who cares? And meanwhile, Michael Douglas isn't looking that good anymore. He's a little long in the tooth.
Yeah. He's some piece of beefcake you're going to want to take down. You
got to get a surgery on his chin, man. He's got like a whole piece of a flap of skin hanging out. He's down. He's looking a little old.
I don't think that would help.
Nah. He hasn't taken good care of himself. Then,
the ravages of time.
And I got some other movie I got to watch. Oh, Cobb. I got that at home.
That was interesting.
Was it good?
Tommy Lee Jones does a good job.
Ty Cobb.
He was a bastard.
Was he? He probably had fun.
Well, he was just a nasty human being.
Yeah. And then
he's in the Hall of Fame.
And they mentioned my name twice in Disclosure.
Yeah. Actually, the two funny parts of the movie.
Yeah, big deal. What a good it did me. I got a call yesterday from the Letterman show. I didn't get the call, my agent did. So they proposed that they wanted to fly me out to England on Friday. Because Letterman's in England, I guess, this Friday. Is it this week?
Next week.
Next week. Yeah, they want me to fly out to England. They said, we'll fly you and your wife. We'll give them 2 tickets to England. You can come out and do the show. I go, wait a second. I can barely get the energy together to go do your show when you're in New York. First of all, don't tell me I got to fly with my wife to England and be stuck on a plane with her for, all those hours. I mean, we've run out of stuff to talk about. Tell me you're going to fly me up with the girls from Scores. I might actually get on the plane. Tell me I'm going to get a rub down the whole time. Okay.
But how long are you going to be over there for anyway?
Oh, it's absurd. The whole notion's absurd. I'm going to give up my whole weekend? And do what? Fly over and walk on the Letterman show? Well, for what? What good does it do me? If I had something to sell, something, some motivational something or other. I don't know. I just...
But that's also, it's just very tough. You're going to fly over there on a Friday?
I don't know what they were proposing. I guess fly over and then appear on the show and fly back.
Because you wouldn't get there till Saturday morning.
Why would I do that for Letterman? That guy won't even come on my show. That guy you can barely call into my show. One time in 12 years that I've known him. Why would I want to do that for him?
All the way to England.
Yeah, oh boy. What fun.
Stay there for 2 days.
I hate England.
It's a 6-hour flight.
Yeah. England's a dreary, it's the size of Philadelphia, and it's a dreary little place that rains all the time. We were there.
Food.
Yeah, my hair frizzes up. I looked at that cartoon Nancy.
And you can't get a decent meal.
Yeah. Oh, my God. England has the worst food. We went over there, and, I'm not saying we went to the best restaurants, but, we go to places, there's no like, meat in Europe.
Yeah, no, best places. There were no good places.
You can't even get good chicken. Now, chicken can't be hard to raise, can it?
They eat dirt.
Yeah, wow. Remember we ordered chicken, and it was, like, really, like not even, like, real meat?
And remember how they were so angry at us for having special requests that they sent you up half a boiled chicken with nothing on it?
Yeah. I'd say, listen, I don't really want to eat a lot of, fat stuff, so just, broil some chicken. They never heard of broil. They boil everything. So I got boiled chicken with like, these noodles.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was weird.
Like prison.
Yeah, it was prison food. Really bad
prisoners
food.
eat better.
Yeah, bad. I mean, bad food. And the TV sucked, man. I mean, I love to watch TV if I got nothing to do, because all I was doing is sitting in my room waiting to do the next show. And the TV had 3 channels, and one of them was always like I ended up, like, watching billiards mostly.
It was billiards, darts, and cricket.
Yeah. There was a billiards, darts, and cricket channel, and then there was, like, bad theater and...
Some of those stupid sitcoms they do over in England.
Yeah, real bad. So you end up watching, like, billiards.
And those awful game shows where they give away, like, $2.
Yeah, that was weird. They have their version, the English version of The Price is Right, and, like, if a guy... Like, on The Price is Right, you win a car and junk. It would be like... And what is your bid on this brand new toaster? It would be a toaster. I mean, like a 2-piece of toaster.
50 pounds of brie.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. I like The Price is Right over there.
It was kind of hokey.
Yeah, like you thought it was like a consolation prize or a booby prize. They go, 50 pounds of brie, and you go, oh, that's like a goof, and they're real excited.
Yeah, they jump it up and down.
Yeah, that was like a grand prize. 50 pounds of brie. I don't know, man. I couldn't get into it. So, the thought of flying over and doing the Letterman show and then coming home, I mean, I don't even know what they think they're offering there. What's the point, man? So I can go on there and act like a monkey and see if Dave laughs at me? And Dave
approves this time.
Dave hardly laughs at me anymore anyway. I don't know, it's a whole jealousy thing, I think. I don't know what it is, but he feels competitive with me. That's for sure. He feels like he should point out what a buffoon I am, but I don't really feel like being a buffoon for him. I don't really want to take on that role. What do I need to... I'd like to get my ass kissed a little before I get raped.
You're going to be his Dodie Goodman.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. If I had something to, like if I had the movie out or a book or something like you have, I would do it, but, what's the point? I know you're doing Conan tonight with Donahue. He's the other guest.
Oh, Donahue's the other guest?
Yeah, I looked it up in the newspaper.
I didn't know.
RobinQuivers alive.
I don't think I'll get into a fight with Donahue.
No. Who knows? Donahue and then...
We could have a problem.
Yeah. And then some band that sounded really lame. I don't know. I can't even remember the name of it. Take a look in the paper there, Daily News.
Throwing Muses.
Throwing Muses. You can be on with them.
Oh, boy.
You'd be throwing up.
You're going to have to sit there and act like Conan's funny.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Did I act like Jay was funny?
You're going to have to. Look, you got to get into the spirit of the show. No matter how lame it is, you got to get into it. You're there to...
It's not funny. I'm not going to act like he's funny.
You got to get into the spirit of it.
The spirit is not fun.
Come on.
Show. That is not a fun... And even the band looks like they're miserable.
Oh, my God. Max Weinberg 7.
Oh, Max in a suit.
I don't know,
those stupid drums.
That's odd that they chose Max to be the leader of the band. I don't mind Max in the group, but why make him the leader?
Yeah. The drummer? We're hardly sure he's a musician.
Gotta yell over the drum.
Yeah, that's funny. Like he's sitting there.
George!
Yeah, like he's lost behind all those drums. And does Conan? I never see Conan. Does he have interaction with Max?
I don't know.
Or does he have interaction with that guy Andy Richter?
I think he must have interacted with Andy.
Because I've interacted with Max. Max is a nice guy, but there's nothing happening there. I mean, he's not on fire with stuff to say.
And he's so funny because if you see, when you watch him, he's beating those skins and smiling.
Yeah, loves it. Got a big ass smile on his face. Hey,
I'm playing here.
Playing, I'm working. Who thought there'd be life after Springsteen? I'm on the Conan show. You know what? If I ever take over that slot, I'm going to keep Max. Just as a goof. We'll throw stuff at him. As he's playing those drugs, we'll torture him. We'll do stuff to him. See how long he can stay with the show. Wouldn't that be funny? Yeah, like Kotex on his head.
Yeah, just do things.
Like, yeah, one show while Max is playing the opening theme song, we just throw Kotex at his head. See how long he sits there.
Make him play in a diaper.
Yeah. Trying to have a conversation with him. Hey, Max, got some new drumsticks, huh? Yeah. Oh, okay, thanks.
Oh, great, thank you.
Thank you. How did he get that job?
I don't know.
He basically saw Conan on the street and asked him for the job.
Is that right?
That's how it happened.
Oh, man.
Would you read that?
Yeah. Many times I think I've actually even seen him tell the story somewhere.
Right.
Because nobody wanted
knew who he was. He walked up to him and says, "Hey, need a band leader?"
Wow.
And that was it.
Well, Max is always network.
Max is a nice guy.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Just kind of weird for the drummer to be the leader of the band.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing is weird. Anyway, I got to take a break. When we come back, I'll take some phone calls, get started. There's a whole bunch of things we got to get to. Tiny Tim is coming by. That's always funny.
Ooh.
Lately, I don't know, a couple of years ago, Tiny Tim came on and then he left angry. He got up and left because he said I made fun of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Did he, or is he aware of our last interview with Miss Vicky?
He might be. Evidently, Miss Vicky said he was doing some gay stuff.
That's what she said. She said she thought he was because he waited like 6 months even after they were married to even touch her.
But I'm sure there's a good explanation. We'll ask Tiny about it. And then we can ask Tiny what products he's into these days. He's always kind of interesting with that.
Yeah, he likes to get into the cleaning products.
Yeah. And
he's also into either he's divorcing this current wife.
Yeah, we'll find out everything.
He's in some kind of marital flux again, I think.
One of the best guests because he takes me so seriously.
Yeah.
He gets all upset.
And he calls you Mr. Stern.
Yeah, and you Miss Quivers. Mr. Jackie, that's it. Mr. Jackie.
Mr. BabaBooey.
Miss Robin, that's who you are.
Yeah, I'm Miss Robin, but you're Mr. Stern.
Yeah. And Mr. Jackie. Mr. Jackie.
And you over there, I don't know your name, but Mr.
Yeah. And you never know Fred's name. Mr.
Mr. Whoever you are.
But Mr.
I don't know your name, but Mr. Hello, Mr. Jackie, Miss Robin, Mr. Howard.
And he's 90 years old, isn't he?
Yeah, what happened to him, man? Like, what happened in his life to cause him to be like that? I'm constantly amazed by him.
I want to write his book.
Yeah. He already wrote his book, but he denies most of the stuff in it.
And he wrote.
Yeah, and the Playboy Playmate of the Year is stopping by.
Are they overlapping now?
I hope so.
Tiny and the Playmate?
Yeah, I hope so.
It'll explode.
Yeah, because he loves beautiful girls, he says. He loves beautiful ladies. Oh, good.
Well, yeah, I don't see how he could be gay, because I've seen him with women.
I know. That's what I'm saying. There's an explanation for everything.
All right.
All right. Tiny will straighten it all out. And we got a bunch of other stuff, too, that just too numerous. Too numerous. I can't list them all, is what I'm trying to say. And we'll get back to you right after these words.
You're listening to the Howard Stern Show. You're listening to the Howard Stern Show. Once again, Howard Stern.
Yeah. What's that, Van Halen?
Rat.
That's Rat? Well, that's good. What happened to those guys? I remember the lead singer had a lot of attitude when he came in here. And the lead guitar player, he was bragging about how many Playboy bunnies he had nailed. And it's better they're not famous anymore. They were having...
You got to call them and say, what's it like now?
Yeah, they were having too much fun, those guys. Rat. Okay, 37 minutes past the hour here in New York, Robin.
Yes, Brian.
Yes, Katie. And we, of course, let me just do this real quick. There's King of All Messengers is on the phone. He made a phony phone call. We haven't heard from him in a while because some of it, Gary screens the calls and some of them are getting similar, but this is a real good one.
Okay.
Good morning, Howard.
How you doing, King?
Fine, thank you.
King of All Messengers called one of these. Well, how would you describe it?
This was on satellite to Utah State University. where they were having a plant teleconference and planting procedures.
Yeah, planting as in like trees and flowers.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. So they're having a planting teleconference, and I think if I have my information right, the funny thing about this is they leave King of All Messengers up on the telephone. So while he's making penis references, he just keeps repeatedly making penis references, and they try to ignore him.
Oh, so they don't know how to turn him off.
Yes,
hang up on him.
I guess the technology hasn't really been worked through at the teleconference, and he keeps interrupting with the penis thing, and they try to ignore it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. We'd like to go now to our third question and answer segment. Our first call is from Peter in Beaver, Utah. Peter, your question, please.
Yes, how you all doing? My name is Peter Dunn. I read that if you plant marigolds around tomato plants, it will keep the insects away from the fruit. That accompanied with a scarecrow that looks like Howard Stern's penis. BabaBooey. Is that true?
Only one that I know that's completely true is planting onions and potatoes together. The only one I know that works is when you plant onions and potatoes as companion crops. You get eyeless potatoes because they cry their eyes out. But I don't know. Is there any truth to that one?
What about a scarecrow that looks like Howard Stern's penis?
According to Dr. Whitney Cranshaw, the extension entomologist in Colorado State, he says that we would have to find the same things desirable and disgusting that insects find. And if you watched insects get around dead meat and watch insects get around all kinds of other disgusting things, they can tolerate some very disgusting things, and so marigolds don't do anything to help your tomatoes out.
What about Howard Stern's penis? That's disgusting.
Companion planting is very little value. I find that I get more pests on my marigolds in my garden bed than any other single flower I grow. And so I think that the companion planting ideas, while they sound good on paper, never work. And that's a sad fact of life, because I wish they did, because I'd love to plant flowers and have it keep all the bugs out of my garden.
But would you say Howard Stern's penis is scary?
We'd like to move on to the next question if we could.
They're amazing.
Ironically, they couldn't get rid of the pests on the phone.
They need companion planting with you.
Yeah, you need companion planting.
Exactly.
That's a great one. That's killer.
Thank you very much.
All right, King of All Messengers. Good to hear from you.
Thank you. Stay well. I love you.
Love you.
Thank you.
All right,
Bye-bye.
That's the great King of All Messengers checking in with a big one.
But what about Howard Stern's penis?
Yeah. Well, then they start talking about dead meat.
Yeah.
That was ironic. I wonder why when people think of my penis, they think of dead meat.
And disgusting things.
Yeah. And other disgusting things. And bugs. That was great. I'll tell you, the temperature in here is hot enough that we could actually have a hothouse and plant things. We could have our own planting show. If people want to call in with planting questions, we could do some companion planting right now. Every day is a new temperature. Actually, I'm not too bad today. What about you? You're frying?
I think it's hot as hell.
No?
No? Maybe it's probably decent.
I think we're all right, because if he drops it lower, I can predict a cold wave coming through here. It's very, I'm afraid to have him touch the temperature sometimes. Because if it gets a little too hot, I get real sleepy, like Judge Ito.
Yeah.
Did you see he was sleeping in the courtroom yesterday?
No, Judge Ito fell asleep?
Yeah, well, he was making like he was sleeping. The guy has done a complete reversal now.
He is now a sitcom actor.
Yeah. He doesn't know what to do to move this thing along. But before, he's the guy who dragged it out before to get it in this bad a shape in the first place.
Right. He got it this loose and crazy.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, let me, before I get right to our phones, let me just thank the good people of Orlando, Florida, where we are just about #1. We got into Orlando recently and defeated Ron and Ron quickly. Got rid of them. They were trying to become the Howard Stern Show of the South because we had not really made any inroads into the South. But we quickly put an end to their syndication efforts, booting them out of Orlando and clocking in with now an amazing... Let's see. Should I give you some of the ratings?
Why not?
All right. With men 25 to 54, we are #1 with a 12.3. Our closest competitor has a 10.8. With men 18 to 34, we are #1 with a 15.7. Our closest competitor has a 14.5. With men 12 years old and up, we are #2 with a 10.3. With men 25 to 54, we're #1 with a 9.4. With people, just people in general, 12 plus, we are #3 with a 7.5. We are only being beaten by a 3/10 of a point. 3/10 of a point. There is the number one station in town in the morning is a country station, which we're gaining on. The all-news station we are 3/10 of a point behind. So maybe by the next rating period, we'll be going down to Orlando to celebrate our number one status, Robin.
Excellent.
So I thought that you would be pleased to hear that.
Very much so.
The great station WTKS, Real Radio 104.1 FM, clocking in with tremendous Howard Stern Show numbers. We'll rock Disney World. How do you like that? How do you like them apples, you black bastards? Huh? All of you who said we could never make it in Orlando, it's too conservative. Too conservative in Orlando. You don't understand. It's Disney. It's the home of Disney. Howard doesn't understand what's going on. I don't understand. I think I understand perfectly what's going on. People want real entertainment. They want laughs and fun. They want good times. And bad times. And that's what friends are for.
Don't get morbid.
The good times. The bad times.
Do you know this comic book character, Shadowhawk?
Of course I know him.
You do?
Yes.
Who is he?
I can't reveal his secret identity. That would be,
Well, just tell me what his whole M.O. is. Where did
Shadowhawk, I'll be honest with you, I don't know Shadowhawk.
I knew you did.
Shadowhawk. I read a lot of comic books. I'm not going to try and hide it.
Shadowhawk.
Hey, speaking of retard moves, listen to this.
Wait a minute, I got to tell you about Shadowhawk.
What about him?
Because he was a comic book superhero with AIDS.
Oh, my God. No wonder I don't. How can a superhero have AIDS? What kind of superhero is that?
And in the next issue, he's dying of AIDS.
Oh, for God's sake. What is that, a gay comic?
No.
Really?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, that's a ridiculous comic. Who makes that subversive comic?
Image comic book?
Oh, that's nothing. Image comic books I never heard of. That's a kooky comic.
I tell you.
How can a superhero have AIDS?
I was wondering. I didn't know whether you were hip to Shadowhawk, because I was like, what kind of superpowers does he have?
A simple virus can kill him. Who is he?
He subdues men by sleeping with them?
Right. I'm going to knock you unconscious. Wait till I bend over and you catch a whiff. Wow. Bad image comic. What kind of hero is that? Who could believe in a hero with AIDS? That's impossible. You can't have a superhero. He's got to be superhuman.
Yeah, I said, well, did he waste away or what? Does the superhero get weak and his outfit gets baggy?
He should be able to have anal sex without any complication. I'm Superhawk. The only time I've ever even heard of anything remotely like that was an issue years ago of Wonder Woman got crabs. She was sleeping with some guy on that island, Paradise Island, whatever they call it. And the guy, they got some quell on there, and that was the end of it.
It was okay.
Yeah, it was fine. The only time I've ever heard of anything where a superhero gets an STD, sexually transmitted disease.
See, now I'm going to have to go look up Shadowhawk and see what that was all about.
Yeah, let's get a copy of that. You're on the air with the Shadowhawk.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Shadowhawk was cured of AIDS.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, I heard about from Vampirella. She sucked the blood out of him and cured him of...
Is that really true?
Yeah, it was one of the issues recently.
Vampirella sucked his blood out?
Yep.
And didn't she get AIDS?
No, because she's a vampire.
Right. So she's dead already. Well, vampires are dead.
Vampires are dead. They're back.
Right.
Right, but, yeah, it was a special issue, and...
oh, thank God.
No, I heard he's dying.
No, he's turning around. The last issue, he was going to an AIDS ward and cured them.
And Superhawk's superpowers would be?
Because he's a vampire now, because she bit him.
Oh, but what were his superpowers?
I don't know, actually.
Oh. All right, very good. Thank you for clearing that up. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Oh, I tell you, the Shadowhawk thing is complicated.
Yeah. So listen to this. My new thing is biking now, and I went out and bought one of those bike outfits. I got to bring my outfit in, let you see me in it.
I think you should work in it.
Yeah.
You're so innocent.
So I decided, I had a mountain bike, which is like, you just pedal a bike and stuff.
They got real big tires.
Yeah, kind of boring. I see all these guys in these nifty outfits. They look like super geeks.
You think they're having a better time?
Well, they seem to be moving a lot faster. They all pass me on the road. It wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that they're in shape. No, but even when I pedal super fast, you can only go so fast. On these light bikes, you go really fast.
Is that right?
Yeah, I want to get into that. So, and I figured it'd be good exercise for me, because I like to bike. Get outdoors in the warm weather. So I ordered this bike that hasn't come yet, though.
It's being custom made, though.
Yeah, it's called a... Oh, Jesus.
I know you said it the other day by Schwinn.
Schwinn makes it.
Division of Schwinn that I don't know.
Yeah, and Mr. Schwinn called himself, and they're rushing my bike, which is cool. That's the cool thing about being on the radio.
Yeah.
Because like I mentioned that it's called a Waterford.
That was what you said, yeah.
Yeah, and they actually, because I'm 6'5", they can actually custom build the bike to your specifications. So
now, how did you decide what your specifications were?
Well,
did they measure you?
Yeah, the guy at the bike store measured me.
What do they have to do?
Yeah, they put a stick by your testicles.
Uh-huh.
And then they put they measure you down from your testicles to your feet.
Uh-huh. They ask you where your testicles are?
Yeah, you have to take the stick and ram them, like right alongside.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a whole scene. So, I did all that, and I got measured, and they're working on the bike, because usually it takes like 6 to 8 weeks, but the whole damn summer will be over by the time I get it, so I don't want to wait. So I got a bike in the interim, and I even got the outfit. I got like those little stupid shoes that they put cleats on, and I got the shorts, and you don't wear any underpants with, and it's got padding in your ass. Because you got those?
Oh yeah.
Why can't you wear underwear?
Because
it would chafe.
Yeah, you don't want a lot of things going on down there. I don't know why you can't wear underwear, but you can't.
It would just chafe.
Yeah.
You're riding in the saddle and you're doing.
Yeah, but don't you get stains on the foam part that is supposed to pad your seat?
I've never had that problem.
Well.
You can wash it out.
Yeah.
A little soap.
What do you wash out your shorts with? Just like soap and water?
I just take soap and water.
You hand wash?
You have to, because they say you can't machine wash them.
It won't last through a machine wash.
Let me ask you something.
I have no bulge in my shorts either. I look like a woman in my shorts.
I look real big in my shorts.
Do you?
That's so funny. It's like a great illusion.
Oh, then wear your outfit too, Fred, and we'll compare.
I have no bulge.
What kind of little seat do you have?
You get a little tiny bike seat. You've seen the racing bikes.
Yeah, but doesn't that hurt?
It's like a banana.
You get used to it if you ride a bike a lot.
Really?
Yeah, I've gotten used to it because I ride the mountain bike all the time. So anyway,
You get used to the bike before you get used to the shorts.
Yeah. And then they have a special shirt that you wear and the whole thing, and special glasses. And
now, have you figured out what you're going to put in your little pocket in the back?
Yeah.
What's in there?
Picture Fred on his bike. No, but you carry your wallet, you carry your stuff, whatever you need. If you need stuff, your keys, whatever you need, you just throw in they give you a back pocket on your shirt. So anyway, listen to this. So the guy at the bike store says, you better practice getting on this bike. I go, look, I've been riding a bike for years.
Practice getting on the bike.
He says, you better practice. He says, you got to snap your shoes. There's no pedals.
That's right.
There's just a little bolt on each. You know where the pedals are? There's a bolt.
A little metal thing.
And you clip your shoes, the bottoms of your shoes snap into it, and they lock.
So wait a minute.
Now, the only way to unpop your feet is to twist your ankle to the right and pop your foot out.
You're going to hurt yourself.
Well, listen to this. You don't know what happened. So I practice on the bike. They have a stand that they stick the bike, and they get it all set up for me and all that stuff. That's part of the service. And then they say, you want to go out and try it, and I go, okay. I get on the bike. I pop my feet in. And I'm going, I get nervous because I said, hey, I better see if I can stop and get my feet out of this thing. I hit the brake. I go to kick my feet. I can't get my feet out.
And you stop.
And I went, boom.
Right over. Huh?
I went right over into the street. I felt, and I mean, I was up high, and I went crashing.
It feels good.
Have you fallen off your bike?
Oh, yeah, because you know what it is? You have the technique.
You have your feet popped
in? The technique is you got to click your foot out first.
I know.
And then stop.
Well, let me explain that to Robin. I felt like such a dildo. I had the guy from the bike store, this guy David, watching me because he wanted to see what I was doing, and I plowed right over. And you're struggling the whole time.
Yeah.
I can't get my feet out.
Crap.
And I crashed into the ground. My knees are all banged up, everything. I'm a mess. And I just said to him, the one thing I'm good at is riding a bike. Can't you just sell me regular pedals? He goes, look, stick with this. You're going to love it. I go, you know what? I'm nervous. I don't want to be nervous when I ride my bike.
See what you're doing to yourself now?
Yeah, I'm ruining bike riding.
Oh, jeez. Only you could do this.
Yeah, I'm ruining myself. I said, all I want to do, I just want to put my feet in and ride this friggin' bike for a half hour.
You are not going to France to do the Tour de France.
Fred, do you pop your cleats in?
I do have it. I mean, to start off, you should stick with the baskets, and then once you get used to the bike and all that, then have.
Well, let me tell you something. Anyway, so then I took the bike home, and I rode yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm good at it. So I'm really happy I'm doing it.
It's the best way to ride.
I'm really happy I'm doing it.
Why is that so good?
It's amazing.
No wasted motion.
Yeah, you go really fast, and
because you can not only push down, you pull up.
Your feet can't go in the wrong
If you have a
position.
little basket on there, you can pull up too.
Yeah, but it's not the same. I tell you, you're locked in. It's like you're one with the bike.
I don't want to be one with the bike, because when the bike goes one way, I want to go.
I know. I
the way
freaked
that
out.
would be best for me.
But now now I'm getting used to it. What is it?
I can help you with the thing about your feet.
Yeah. I have no problem with my seat.
Oh, okay. John told me you had a problem with your seat.
No.
John doesn't listen to the show.
Sorry.
It's all right. John's
He had a
moron.
problem with his feet, not his feet.
Yeah, it's feet. Feet rhymes with feet.
I'm sorry.
I don't know. So,
I can't believe you went right.
Oh, my God. I really got hurt.
Did the guy laugh?
I probably,
Shouldn't he be spotting you or something like that?
No, how much of a douche do you got to be?
Wait a minute. Had you popped your feet in and out before you left the store?
Yeah, but I'd never done it for real. Right. You know what I mean? I'd never done it in a situation.
An moving situation.
Well, the guy should have told me, pop your foot first and then brake.
Yeah.
That I could have done. I broke and then tried to pop my feet out, and the whole time I'm struggling as I'm going down. Man. And you feel like an idiot because you're locked in.
Yeah.
You can't get your feet out. There's nothing you can do. You can't put your foot down on the ground.
Supposedly they release when you're like 10 degrees from the ground. But
Yeah.
It's a little bit late.
It's a little late.
You're not going to recover from that.
I don't know.
Gravel ground into your palms like when you're a kid.
No.
Well, I have gloves on, so.
It's not even that. It's like I landed on my hip the first time.
Ooh.
It was like, oof.
I guess everybody does this then.
Yeah.
You have to fall.
You did it too, huh?
Oh, yeah.
They didn't tell you pop first, right?
And, yeah.
But they took biking and made it real compliment.
Wait a minute. They should know that. So they're sending everybody out there to
Yeah.
fall.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, they did it, so they want you to do it.
Well, anyway, then you're walking around, you have cleats, you have these big cleats on your shoes. Not cleats like in baseball, but a big metal piece. So you can't walk up. You can't walk.
Oh, no. It's like you got to kind of walk on your heel. Like
So I almost fell walking. I go, now I don't know how to walk, and now I don't know how to ride a bike.
Because the thing has a bolt under it.
Yeah.
Oh.
You got a huge bolt, and you slide all over the place. Biking's become real, those friggin' Italians.
See, if you are biking, you can't walk.
Yeah.
And if you're walking, you can't bike.
Yeah.
Suppose you wanted to just grab your bike in a hurry one day.
No,
you got to get it to your outfit.
If you don't have the shoes, you can't ride your bike. And that's the other sick thing, because I figured, well, I'm going to buy 2 bikes because if friends come over, we can go biking together. And I go, they don't have cleats.
Right. You're not going to have extra cleats, too.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm buying
bowling.
You know what I'm buying from the guy? He sells a golf cart so you can ride to your bike. You get dressed in the golf cart. All I know is now, I don't know. I must have pumped about $2,500 into biking.
So far.
Just to get started with the outfits
You
and
can burn it real fast.
and the bike and
How could they make biking expensive?
I don't know, but it's a fortune.
They found a way.
It's almost like I bought a car.
I have, there are people in my building who have these bikes, and they are so expensive, they won't leave them anywhere. It's
Right.
like they have that bike locked to themselves.
In fact, they're talking about now making a national bike registry because I was reading about this. Bikes are more heavily stolen than cars.
Yeah.
Because they're expensive. I saw a bike yesterday. The guy wants $4,000 for it.
Oh, yeah.
It's a really weird looking bike. It has it's
a Kestrel or something.
It's a floating bike. I never saw it. I mean, they're making wacky things over there.
This one guy he never puts his bike stays in his apartment.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter that he has to get around it.
Right.
It has to stay in his apartment because it's so expensive.
Yeah.
You can't take it
It's called a soft ride. But I don't know. So So anyway, I'm driving around with my little bike shorts and everything. My wife sees me. She starts laughing.
I don't blame you.
And you get these little socks. And have you shaved your legs yet, Fred?
I could never make that commitment.
What's that about? Why are all these guys shaving their legs?
Well, that's part of it. The other part of it is when they fall, as they often do, they cut themselves up. It heals faster.
Oh, really?
That's the whole reason.
I don't know, man. That's a lot of effort, that shaving the legs.
All I got to say is when the experts are falling, it's not a sport for you to do.
Then I'm in the bike store, and this old dude walks in, right? The guy must have been about, I don't know, 50 55 or so, 60. We're almost there, but anyway.
Yeah, he ain't that old anymore.
But he looked pretty old, you know. And I'm walking around in my bike shorts and everything, you know. God knows what I look like.
Looking like a douche.
I know. Oh, do I look like a douche? Because, you know, a load in your pants. I got an ass the size of Texas. I got a huge ass. I mean, you know, it doesn't look pretty, you know, and it's like a bulge, you know.
The padding doesn't help.
So
no.
funny.
And then there's padding in there to boot. And no package whatsoever up front.
You got a bulge, but it's in the wrong place.
Because the guy goes, now you can put on your, you know, your bike shorts without underpants and you can go riding. And I go, oh, great. I mean, I'm going to walk out and there's no bulge.
Are you going to start padding the front?
Yeah.
So that you don't embarrass yourself?
Yeah. Of course. I don't know, but don't you feel like you dressed up like a superhero with a big pillow ass?
Yeah, it's like when you get the whole thing on and you're walking in and you got the glasses.
Yeah, well, I walk into the bike store, you know, and I'm walking around in my cleats, and this old guy comes in, he goes, you know, you could pass for Howard Stern. So I said, yeah? I said, you're not the first guy who's told me that. A lot of people say that, man. He goes, you better be careful. That guy's got a lot of enemies.
Oh.
So I said, you know, I happen to think he's a really funny guy. I'm defending myself now. I go, I happen to think he's pretty funny. You know, I heard he walks down the street, people love him. I mean, everywhere I've gone and people mistake me for him, they love me. He goes, look, man, he says, I happen to look like the president of Israel. I don't know if you realize it. He says, I was in Israel once. People threw garbage at me.
So he was like Itzhak Shamir.
Yeah, so it was Howard Stern lookalike and Itzhak Shamir lookalike.
On bike.
So I go, yeah? He goes, yeah. So I said, well, I think the guy's funny. He goes, listen, I listen to the guy, but I turn it off because sometimes the guy gets disgusting. And I can't, it goes too far, and I think it's vile. I said, well, I know what you're talking about. I do the same thing. And that was it. I walked away. It was pretty good.
Oh, that's hysterical.
I was talking about myself in the third person.
It's almost like being on Prodigy.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Some old guy rapping to me about Howard Stern. So, yeah, then I went out on the street and fell. That was really great. I'm glad you did it too, Fred.
Oh, yeah. More people than
Did you do it in front of anyone? Where were you?
Once I was by myself. The other time I was in front of somebody, and they said, why did you take those pedals off?
How many times did you fall?
I've fallen probably total 3 times.
Really?
You got to think about the fact that when you're out there riding for the first couple of times, if something comes up, you're still going to go into that panic situation where you can't get your feet out.
No, I think I'm really good at it now.
The first time, I didn't know. The second 2 times, I was just being stupid. I was going too slow, and I was clicked in when I shouldn't have been.
Oh, you should have popped your foot out already.
I should have had my foot out.
Okay. Well, I'm real conscious of it.
Right, sure. All right, I'll see you.
See you dead.
Gravel Gertie.
Yeah, right. Now I know why you wear the helmet. It's really weird to have your feet clicked into your bike, and you can't get them out.
It's scary at first, but once you start
you feel like so stupid.
I would not lock my feet into it.
Yes, you will.
No.
You'll be doing it. I'll get you doing it.
I certainly won't. I won't ride a bike.
You want me to pull out the tape where you said I would never buy a cat?
I will never buy a cat.
I wouldn't want to. I don't understand it.
I won't ride a bike in the city.
Where do you ride, in the city, Fred?
Yeah.
Right with the cars and everything?
I ride in the park. I'll take my mountain bike out in the street, but I won't take a road bike out in the street.
How do you get your bike out into the? How do you get your bike to the park?
Oh, I can ride it to the park.
Oh, so you ride in the street?
Yeah, a little bit. But it's not like I go up and down on the street. I thought that's what you're saying.
Well, you do go up and down the street. You ride to the Central Park.
It's a shorter distance. I don't like go from one end of Manhattan to the other.
Right, but how many blocks is it to Central Park?
About 6.
Oh, so you're
riding up and down the street.
Right.
Very careful.
I can just see him now. He's going to fall into a car.
You ride every day?
That's my biggest fear. Not every day. It's spring, so I'm going to start getting into it again.
Why don't you come out of my house? I'll ride with you.
I'll definitely do it. What weekend you want to do?
Do I have to talk to you?
No.
All right, good.
No, you never have to talk to Fred.
That's one thing I like about Fred.
I'll watch you fall. I can fall, so it'll be great.
No, I'm not falling anymore. I fell enough.
Did you go riding with Gary once and somebody fell? Didn't they on the bridge, Fred?
Did you fall on the bridge?
No, it was a big pothole.
And what happened? You fell?
I went in the pothole, ripped my fingertip off.
Did you really?
Yeah. It was quite exciting.
Did it heal up?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Was that because you couldn't get your foot out in time?
No, it was because someone was coming up on the side of me.
When you hit a pothole, though, can you pop your foot out quick enough to get?
Wow. I hit the pothole, and there was I could have had my foot out. I could have had my foot behind my head.
Wouldn't have made a difference.
Wouldn't have made a difference.
Well, you just weren't looking?
No, it was just like I just got edged out.
Right.
I could have either crunched into him, or I was going to try and make it through, but I didn't.
Do you lock your feet in, BabaBooey?
No. I've been dying to try that, though.
Yeah,
I'm almost done it. Because It costs a couple $100 for the pedals.
Yeah, the pedals are real expensive.
And the shoes, but I was thinking about doing it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it now.
You go every day now?
Well, I just did it one day. I go every day biking. It's some form of biking, yeah. If I can. I mean, there are days I don't have time, but I'm going over to that Club Reebok. I'm going to climb that wall.
I know, we wanted to try it.
I want to try rock climbing. I really want to kill myself.
You know who does that? You know who does that to keep in really great shape? That's David Lee Roth's thing.
Yeah?
Because he goes to Central Park. I guess there's a place where you can go climb rocks.
Really?
And he says that's what keeps him in good shape.
Because the poppy was on top.
Yeah, put marijuana up at the top of the mountain.
Marijuana, they planted. What's the story on that rock climbing thing? They got this thing where they simulate a wall of rock. It's cool. Yeah, I think I can do it.
Yeah, I got it pretty high. Ralph did too, and they yelled and told him to get down.
Yeah, don't you have to have a harness on?
Yeah.
Oh, it's that high?
Yeah.
You probably go, what is it, about 50, 60 feet?
Yeah, I'd say.
That's 2 stories high.
Easily. But they give you a harness, so, if you fall off, you're cool.
The thing I thought was cool about it is you can either jog or rollerblade on this track they have up there.
Yeah, they have some cool stuff.
Yeah.
All the health clubs don't get cool stuff. I got to quit my job.
I have time to work out.
Yeah, I have time to work out. You think I can climb a wall?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I could do it.
Yeah, how much upper body strength do you have?
Very little.
You can't climb.
I'm as strong as a woman.
It's on your feet anyway.
If a woman can do it, I can do it.
You know, that rock climbing thing's like a 2-man operation.
Really?
You have to have a guy, they have instructors, but once you get good and you're doing it together, you should be able to help each other. You have to, guide the guy, keep him on the wall.
I forget it then.
Ralph is saying, I want to do it with you.
Yeah.
No, they got instructors. I mean,
They have instructors.
Nobody knows what they're doing right off the bat.
Right.
It's a 2-man operation.
Hey, Ralph got a call from a bunch of newspapers.
Oh, what?
Well, because of Father Handle Me.
Oh.
Ralph was almost raped as a young boy.
Ralph witnessed something.
Ralph witnessed, I don't know, Ralph's father, not his real father, the priest's father.
Yeah, his counselor father.
Yeah, everyone's heard the story by now if you listen to the show.
You know what I was thinking about this guy?
So now the newspapers are calling since he's been identified, and Ralph's going to be part of the story.
Wonderful.
He's the one who got it all started. Yeah, anyway.
You know, I was thinking about that guy. He was a counselor.
That's great. I love when the priest is the counselor.
To go to him.
It's like a wolf in the chicken coop.
A guy who lives in a little room and does nothing even close to regular life, and ask him how to live your life.
Makes no sense.
It was perfect for me. That's what I was doing at the time.
Yeah. Ralph was living at home with his mom. She locked him in a room. All you got to do is go to school. Come to think of it, I was living the same life. That's why. All right, we got to take a break.
Tiny Tim's here.
Oh, is he?
He's been here for 15 minutes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He's early.
Oh, okay. Well, we might as well get him in.
He's here with his entourage.
Oh, is he? Who's his entourage?
He's got a woman with him. He's recording a Christmas album, and they have a song, a demo that they brought.
You know what's a good song to whip out? Tiny's Santa Claus Has the AIDS this year.
Right.
I like that one.
Plus, I pulled out Tiny's CD where he does all that AC/DC music.
Oh. Yeah, why don't you bring in a couple of Tiny records so that we can do a proper build-up for Tiny. All right, we'll take a little break. We'll wrap the Tiny a little bit. We'll get back to your phone calls. I got a load of... Look at this. This is all the stuff I have to talk about today. We have to get through all this material.
You think we'll get through all of that?
Yep. Ooh. I got a whole way of doing it. Speed talking. We'll be back right after these words.
You're listening to The Howard Stern Show. 97.1 The Eagle. North Rock. 97.1 The Eagle.
Here I am. Look at me. Ooh, there you go. Leslie West.
Howard Stern Show. Once again, Howard Stern.
Legendary Mountain.
I was listening to the Mississippi Queen this morning.
Yes.
And I said, I wonder if Leslie, as a young man, knew that he was doing something so incredible.
No, Leslie did not know. I can vouch for that.
You wonder.
I'm pretty sure about that. Hey, I was going to order some yogurt. Well, I'll talk to Robin about this. She would know. I was going to order some yogurt. But what do I got to eat? That Dannon with no flavor?
Yeah, if you don't want any aspartame or anything like that.
What's that yogurt where they got the fruit in the bottom? I like that.
Dannon is got the fruit in the bottom.
Yeah.
The old Dannon, old kind of Dannon.
But
it's got fat in it.
How much?
I don't know. It couldn't be much.
Can I have a little fat in my diet?
Sure.
I can have that?
Mm-hmm.
Super.
Jackie says I can have free. That's how he got into such good
Jackie
shape.
says, why don't you eat heavy cream and just buy some strawberries?
So what kind of yogurt can I get that's good?
Dannon.
Dannon with little strawberries?
Yeah, the blueberry or the strawberry.
Dannon one. Where's my Gunga Din?
No, he doesn't like the aspartame.
Hey, Gunga Din, come in here.
You know how it is.
That's you, Gorilla. No, that's not you. Where's Gorilla?
I know, but you can get the low-fat one that it still has fruit in it.
But it
like
has...
blueberries, this is having on the
What
bottom.
does the Robin just say?
It has NutraSweet.
What you just said?
I don't want NutraSweet. I don't like chemicals.
All right.
I'm very healthy. I'm a biker. I don't mind having I'm thinking I need a little fat in my diet. I don't have any fat.
Well, you do. You just don't have any excess fat. You're not adding butter, but there's fat on chicken and all that.
You should see what I eat. I eat shoe leather chicken.
Doesn't matter. There's a little bit of fat in it.
All right. Hoo-ha. Here's Gunga Dim.
Dim.
Yeah, your brother is Gunga Dim, you're Gunga Dim.
Gunga Dim with.
Hey, Gunga, get me, seriously, can you get me some of this yogurt that Robin's talking about?
Well, I didn't hear what you said. What kind
of...
Tell her what to get.
Regular Dannon yogurt. He wants
with the fruit on the bottom?
Like strawberry or blueberry.
Yeah, strawberry's good.
Not the light, not one of those others. You want regular Dannon yogurt, okay?
Yep.
Bet she screws it up. How much you want to bet?
I'll bet you $20.
You want something?
No, thank you.
I always buy him a little something.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Good.
Treats me good.
How much money, Gunga? $2?
$2.
It's Gunga Din.
$2. $2.
$2. Thanks, Gorilla.
No problem.
Good man. That Gorilla's a good man. I like him. You're going to go far as a waiter. Who knows what he wants to be? He's like 40 years old now.
He's going to be a writer, remember? He's got a script in for the Central.
Be writing on that. He's been working for free for us for so long. I'm wondering, he just figured out a way to work for free and make money at it.
He doesn't want to quit either. He likes the hours.
He likes the job. It's just that we don't pay.
He's convinced that he's going to get that job as your assistant on the movie.
Well, he probably will, actually. And God knows when that's going to happen. All right, let me get Tiny in here, because...
Okay, do you want Tiny in alone first, or do you want him in with his new singing partner?
Oh, he's a singing partner.
Well, yeah, he can bring in his singing partner. I don't care. What's the singing partner's name?
It's Alyssa.
Okay. Tiny Tim and Alyssa. Whatever he's more comfortable with. He might want to be here alone.
Wonder what
he might not want to share the spotlight with her.
Well, he brought her.
Yeah?
She's doing all the talking.
Really? All right. Well, okay. Who wants to hear her? I want to hear Tiny. That's no fun. I'll shut her up if she's too verbose. I'll shut her up if she makes sense.
You know, I was again thinking about this thing with Tiny. He did marry a woman and then moved to Indiana or something. She lives here and he lives there.
Yeah, hey, let me put my sunglasses on so I look handsome. Because this is going to end up on E.
Yeah. I'm just still puzzling that whole is Tiny gay thing.
Yeah, I'll get to the bottom of it. If you'll pardon the expression. One second, let me find my glasses. I'll put on my glasses, Tiny, so I look handsome. Hey, Tiny, how you doing? Tiny, I won't shake your hand because I know you're worried about germs. That's all right. No, listen, I know your whole scene. How you doing, Tiny? You look good.
Miss Givens, you're really making points here, Tiny.
Miss Givens?
Oh, no, I'm fine. Miss Robin.
Miss Robin. Just keep it Miss Robin. Never mind the last name. I forget it, too. Everyone calls you Robin Givens.
I know.
Tiny, what a faux pas.
Who's the rest of the gentlemen here?
Well, I'm sorry?
The other gentlemen.
Oh, Mr. Jackie?
Jackie.
Mr. Billy?
Mr. Billy.
And Mr. Fred over there.
I'm sorry, Miss Robin. What was the last name again?
RobinQuivers.
Miss Quivers, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is like you, Tiny.
He hasn't seen my book.
Quivers Alive? Have you read it yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh, fascinating. You think you got problems, Tiny. Wait till you read her book.
Where can I buy it?
Oh, in any store.
Oh, I will. As soon as I get out of here.
Please do, because you'll see that everyone else is normal compared to Robin.
You'll feel better.
Yeah, you'll feel a lot better about it. You know how people always say you're eccentric and you're wild and, you know, you're completely normal. Yeah, right. It's unbelievable.
There's hope for you.
Ain't gonna go out. Well, how you been?
Oh, I can't complain.
Really? You usually do.
Mr. Stern, thanks for being on the show, but if I just may say and get this out of the way,
go ahead.
I want to thank my agents, Mr. Magdaleno and Mr. Knight, who had me on your wonderful pay-per-view.
Yes.
Mr. Knight from Headline Talent. And also, if I may say, there's a very sick girl, Miss Valerie. she's in a hospital with women's problems.
Really?
I hope
Is this a girl that you're in love with?
Oh, no. Well, she's a wonderful woman. She's my my manager's wife.
I see.
I mean sister.
I see. So she's having women's problems?
Yeah.
Period? Something like that?
I don't know what. Maybe an operation.
Really?
Yeah.
I must point out that Tiny is the first person I've remembered who thanked someone for putting him on their show.
Yeah, he actually thanks his manager for putting him on that pay-per-view show. You know, Tiny, that's a hell of a nice thing to thank your manager. Let me say, Tiny looks very young. I got to tell you, Tiny's no spring chicken. Right, Tiny? I see. Tiny has come on here numerous occasions and described his beauty regimen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say something.
And the skin is beautiful.
You don't have a wrinkle in that face. Look at you. You're like 70 or something, right, Tiny? I mean, no offense. That's amazing.
Tell your age? You should.
Do you admit your own age?
I'm nearer 64.
64?
Nearer.
You got the skin of a 30-year-old. Look at you. What are you doing these days? Are you still using these lotions and creams?
Thanks. Well,
would you describe your beauty regimen for the people at home? Because it really does work.
Yeah.
Well, I praise the good Lord. He shall renew thy youth like an eagle. I praise him first, and also right now.
Do you have a regular prayer routine?
At home, and also.
I picture you praying at home like 20 times a day.
I'm grateful for Estee Lauder's tender loving care, and also a wonderful makeup from Revlon called age-defying makeup.
Is that right? Is there such a thing?
I don't get nothing from these people. Huh?
Right. Yeah. One of the things about Tiny, when he endorses a product, he doesn't get anything.
He doesn't want it free. No. He just wants to buy it.
We have had people call into the show from various companies and say, "Hey, Tiny just endorses. We'd like to send them a free this and that." He won't take it. He won't take it.
It's not fair to others. And I don't want to profit here. I'm just telling what I do.
Now, you say Estee Lauder is what?
Yeah, only the cleansing cream is called Tender Cream Cleanser with the blue cap on it.
Now, what do you do? What is the regimen? You wake up in the morning and you prepare your face with
4 times with that. Then I.
No, hold on. Let me get this straight. So the people at home know this. Yeah. You wake up in the morning and you take Estee Lauder rejuvenating cream.
No.
No. I cleanse.
Cleansing cream.
It's called the Tender Loving Cream.
No soap?
No.
The soap never touches that face?
Only in the shower. Only in the shower. Only Dove soap is sensitive skin. The extra sensitive Dove is excellent.
Is there a Dove soap? I use Dove soap, but it doesn't say extra sensitive skin.
It's a new box with a light green tag on it.
And that's what you recommend?
I thought that was unscented, not sensitive.
There's one unscented, too. But now they come up with extra sensitive skin.
Tiny, you must spend like hours in the supermarket really looking. And when you try, you have to try a lot of products till you find the right one.
Well, always. This country's been blessed not only with wonderful things, but great supermarkets.
Yes.
I mean, great products. They really care about the products, and everyone is competing.
We have if you've been to Europe, right? You see, they don't have the selection we have.
That's why we're living in the greatest country in the world. I mean, the freedom here, no matter what they say, we've been blessed with so much food.
The average man can go into a supermarket. You talk about any working class person and pick up products that formerly only a king could buy. Is that true?
Not only that, but we have great products like Hefty bags with the 2 handles on it.
I love that.
Especially the steel sack.
What are you doing with those, if I may ask that?
He's getting...
He's chopping up his ex-wives.
He's closing his eyes when he talks.
Right. You almost have ecstasy on your face when you talk about Hefty bags. Why people don't tap you for a commercial endorsement, I don't understand.
I wouldn't take it now because when I mention it here, it's not fair to those who are trying to look for a break in commercials. But the Hefty steel sack, the black one, is really strong, and I use it for not only for garbage, but I also use it, when I go to hotels. Not all the time, but when I remember, I buy it so I can help the maids, put the garbage in without them going into the basket with those open paraphernalia in there.
No, wait a second. Now explain to me. Wait a second. This is interesting. You live in a lot of hotels. You don't really live in right. You like hotel living. And the woman who comes and cleans your room, obviously, you don't leave it to them. You clean your own room.
Yes, I try to.
Right. And you're saying that you don't like when they come in and use their own garbage bags?
Right.
Why?
Because Hefty bags, the steel sack ones, you can put it in. There's 2 wonderful yellow handles, and you can close it up, and it's very sanitary.
I see. You don't feel
like those open bags,
right?
Just laying there, letting everything push out.
I see. You don't want them in the room with any of that. So how do you explain to these chambermaids that this is what you require?
Well, I'm usually gone before they come into the room.
Is the room all cleaned by the time when they come in? Because you make your own beds, don't you?
Not very well, but it's made because I can't come into a room and see a bed empty.
I see.
With the cover off.
I see. I see.
What will that do?
Well, it doesn't look right.
Oh,
it looks like
hell.
Something's happened.
Right. Looks like sex has been.
Tiny.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Hey, Tiny's got very, very specific. It's fascinating. Tiny is fascinating. Now, let me get back to your beauty regimen because you really do look younger than ever.
Yeah, because I would always like to try to follow it. Now, he said he washes his face 4 times with this tender loving cream.
Right. So in other words, do you mix that with water?
No, I cleanse it. I just cleanse it. Estee Lauder tender loving cream. I just cleanse it once, tissue off, cleansing twice, tissue off, 3 times, tissue off, 4 times, tissue off.
All right, that requires some time, though, right?
Well, it goes fast.
Why 4 times? Why did it?
Because I'm sure. I'm extra sure when that happens. And then after that.
And how much money do you spend a week on Estee Lauder products?
Well,
I mean, that's a big commitment.
I can't. That's why I use the Estee Lauder tender cream. Then I use Estee Lauder's liquid cleanser.
Yes.
And then I use the wonderful it's night repair.
Night repair. Estee Lauder night repair?
Yeah, this is advanced night repair. It's so wonderful night and morning. I have it on now.
Is that right? You wear the night repair in the day?
As well as at night.
Wow. And day and night.
Yeah.
Even though it's night repair.
That's about $100 a bottle.
Wow.
And then after that I use, on top of that in the morning, right now I'm using the rejuvenating cream.
That's the Revlon.
Now that sounds sort of like snake oil.
Also Estee Lauder.
Then what was the other product that you recommend?
For makeup, after I get the base on, then for makeup I will use, I love the age-defying cream.
I'm surprised you do wear makeup. As a man, you don't have to wear makeup.
No, I do. It keeps me, it makes me feel clean and cleansed and protected.
Oh, really? Tiny, you're amazing. Well, look at you, though. I mean, who can argue with success?
Why are you arguing with it?
Who can argue with it? The man looks young. He does. You can't argue with it. You don't see a wrinkle. I know people 64, they got wrinkles all over their face. You never had a facelift, right?
No,
of course not.
Well, my cheeks have been lifted up. I mean, because I've been cleansing so much, going back to the early 50s.
Right.
I was one of the first to use. They called me Sissy, but back in 1952.
I can't believe they would call you that.
Yeah. In 52, yes. I was doing Lady Esther's hormone cream when it first came out.
Hormone cream. And you were using that.
That was a 53.
And you feel that this is now, I don't know genetically, like your parents, are they still alive?
No, they were staying. The parents, they're dead now.
They are dead now. But when they did they live a long time?
Yes.
Were they wrinkled?
I don't know. I really can't say my father was that wrinkled. No, they weren't.
I see. So far we've learned from Tiny. We haven't even gotten into his music career.
But we've learned how to wash our faces.
We learned how to wash our faces, and we have learned that the steel garbage bags,
hefty steel sacks,
are fantastic.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I tell you, because they make many types with the sack on it, but the steel sack is the best, even though it's $5 a box.
Right.
It all depends where you go in the supermarket. But it is about $4.85 or $5 a box.
Right.
Every garbage place should use that because you have the handles. The rats can't come in that easy, and you can keep the
where
handles
right
on.
Where is Tiny? I don't know where he's staying. The rats can't get in there. That's the important thing.
I'm just, figuratively talking. I mean, in this city here, it's just a great sanitary bag.
And what are you eating these days? Your weight now, you've slimmed down since I last saw you. What are you eating now? You always have such an unusual diet. That's part of your youth regimen, isn't it?
Well, I have to watch the blood sugar.
You do?
Yeah, I got to watch.
You got the diabetes?
Yeah, I could have.
You do?
Yeah.
You're so healthy, I thought.
Well, it happens to anybody because in this country we're blessed with sugar.
I see.
From ice creams to sodas to whatever.
I see.
So no matter what diabetes today is like the flu.
You were the guy who only ate ragu and pumpkin seeds.
Right, but still, I used to drink a lot of sodas.
Oh, you did? So you never mentioned this before. This is very revealing. What soda were you drinking?
I loved. Well, it didn't come from that,
no.
But I still look for it if I ever get it. It's a great health soda.
Right.
It's called Old Time Ginger Beer.
Oh, I see. So you were hitting that.
Oh, I love it. In fact, that helps.
I thought you were into a health food thing. What are you eating these days?
Right, these
ragu?
Everything's raw apples, also prunes. Prunes.
Tiny, we got a problem?
Not when you're eating like that, you don't.
And just cutting down more on the diet, and of course.
What did you have for breakfast today?
I didn't have anything.
Nothing.
I just had breath savers.
But mouthwash?
No, breath savers.
Really? You eat those? What kind of breath savers?
These peppermint.
Those are good.
Well, it's good for the breath.
I've never seen anybody so opinionated on things. If he eats it, it's good. That's all. That's it. So all you had was a breath mint. So you wouldn't be offensive in the room because you hadn't eaten yet.
All right, and also, usually when I can, I get apples.
When you wake up, do you brush your teeth or you don't believe in that?
Oh, I sure do.
Oh, you do?
The mouthwash.
Only mouthwash.
One of I brush my teeth always with Crest most of the time. It does have a hard fluoride in it, and it really strengthens the teeth.
See?
Well, he's got all his teeth.
Yeah.
Can't argue with him.
Right.
And when I brush with, thank you. When I brush with Crest, when I brush with Crest, I don't usually rinse with water.
That is a secret.
I chew the Crest, squish it in my mouth, spit it out, and leave the hardness. So the hardness
grit
to the teeth.
Really?
Is that right?
Honey, now how did you develop this theory?
Well, first of all, for his blessings, it's just that because
came to you.
The fluoride hardens the teeth.
Right.
And when the water is put in, it washes it away.
All right, let me get this straight. You take the Crest, you put it on the toothbrush.
Right.
No water.
Right.
You start to brush your teeth.
Right.
Then you take it, you swallow it. Oh, you chew it. You chew it.
Chew it and leave it in the mouth for about 4 seconds. Swish it around and then spit it out.
Everything is 4 seconds, 4 times with the SC loader. Yeah, I think you got it's 4.
Yeah, but the only thing I don't like about Crest, and any of these toothpaste, except for the health toothpaste, they do have that shocking ingredient saccharin. And if the kids swallow it too much, it can cause cancer.
Really?
And I don't see why these big products don't put in at least regular mint sugar.
Have you written to any of the?
I never said that to Crest, but I did send mailgrams years ago under different names to people like Listerine.
I see. You would use an alias.
Yeah, like Barley Ross was my name when I lived in Brooklyn in the 70s.
Right. So Barley Ross would write to these companies and complain about.
Why were you writing to Listerine?
Well, in 1974 when I lived in Brooklyn, Miss Vicky left me already.
Yeah.
Another story.
Yeah, I got to get to that. She was on here.
Oh
yeah.
I hear, Brent. Thanks for being so nice to me.
I will.
I can tell you stories about that.
Oh, really? Good. I want. By the way, Tiny, in the next segment, we'll get into a little of that. Believe me, you got to have a chance to defend yourself. Absolutely. Go ahead. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Anyway,
thank you.
The thing is, in this case, I broke a big bottle of Listerine in the bathroom, and I immediately sent a mailgram to them saying, "Why don't you make your bottles in plastic?" And then I called. Then they sent me back something, and they told me on the phone.
Yes.
And they had a point there that we don't want to put it in plastic because the ingredients won't be as powerful. Now they have put it in plastic, and this time they were right. I say to Listerine, get back to glass because the plastic is killing your mouthwash.
May I applaud that?
Oh.
It's about time somebody spoke up on that. No, I'm being serious. You care about what you're putting in your mouth. It's not the same product in the plastic.
Right. Not for the brown Listerine. The green one's not bad.
Understood.
The mint one.
Wow. I never even thought that much about products. I got to be honest with you.
But you don't seem to have a lot of product loyalty because you're always trying new things.
Well, you got to. You got to be experimental.
Yeah, that's right. Because everything is moving on. They're always trying to invent new things and coming out with geniuses of ideas.
I mean, Tiny was on a thing for a while that he was just eating pumpkin seeds and ragu.
Right, yeah,
I mean, that was the whole thing. Now he's into raw apples and prunes.
And he didn't cook the spaghetti, remember?
Hey, remember you used to eat regular spaghetti just without cooking it?
It was very firm. I still love it that way.
You do?
Very firm, where I can almost chew the grains.
So what do you do if you stay in a hotel? Do you cook in the hotel?
No. Sometimes I'll order room service, or go out and get some apples and always spring water, like Evian or Crystal Geyser.
Oh, really?
It's not a bad buy for 89 cents.
Well, there you
Crystal
go.
Geyser.
Is that right?
I mean, it's not for 89 cents. I think it comes from somewhere in California.
I see.
But there is a difference.
You sure it's not just tap water?
Oh, probably is.
No.
Probably the chambermaids come in, fill up Tiny's bottles with, they don't tell.
Oh, no, I can tell you one thing. I don't care what the experts say.
Go ahead.
And this is my opinion only.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, gentlemen, I can tell you.
Mr. Jackie.
It's not true. I say there is germs through our systems of water.
Yes.
And that these bottled waters are excellent.
Yes.
Especially if it's Evian water especially if it's crystal geyser. And there's one thing that comes from Canada. I can't remember the name of it now, but it's some great Canadian water.
But you got to admit, Tiny, you are germ-phobic. I mean, you got the thing with the washing the hands, and you take like 8 showers a day, right?
No, I've got one main one. I haven't missed a shower since December 20th, 1989.
Is that right? Now, why did you miss a shower before that?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
Because I was trying for a year, and in November of that year, I broke it, and then I felt discouraged. But now I haven't missed it since that time.
You felt odd. You said, hey, you felt that, hey, this is a compulsion to shower. Let me see what would happen if I didn't shower for a day. Is that what you're saying?
No. What happened? Miss Jan was with me then, and she said to me, I was going to take a late shower, and because my regimen has to be within a 24-hour period.
Yes.
Not to miss it. And this was 10 to, it was...
You were going on the 24th hour.
Right, on the 22nd hour.
Thank you.
Without taking it.
Right.
And then she said, what do you want, me or the shower? Because she wanted to do something.
Oh, she was waiting for you on the bed, and you had a tough decision to make. And Miss Jan, beautiful, all your wives, beautiful women.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Well, listen, he's thinking about the moment.
I didn't weaken. I can't do much anyway, but doing things to me.
Right, and she was weakening you, and she was there, and you skipped the shower.
Well, I did, and I kicked myself for that afterwards.
You did. That was the only shower you ever missed. And what about now, so the showering routine, you have one major shower for the day, but you do take spruce-up showers, don't you?
When nature calls.
Right.
Here's what happens. When nature calls,
right.
I heard...
Number 2 you're talking about.
I heard...
Sorry, Mr. Jackie.
I heard
Mr. Jackie very sensitive.
I heard your show when I lived in New York here.
Yes.
And Miss Lambada had hemorrhoids. And I'll never forget that.
Yes.
Mr. Who?
Mr. Lambada. The Forbidden Dance?
Mr. Gary,
Yeah, Mr. DellAbate, right, yes. Go ahead. Okay.
Mr. DellAbate.
Right.
I heard your show then. And
I call him Mr. Lambada, too, so do not be embarrassed at all. Thank you.
That's a tough name for anybody.
I'm sorry.
But Tiny's got a lot of information. You should really listen to this.
Well, he heard this.
I mean, in all seriousness.
Hemorrhoid.
All right.
And the thing is...
Rather than wipe, you use a...
what happens is this. First of all, when a person gets hemorrhoids,
go ahead.
They are getting the hemorrhoids from meats and cheeses, which ball up like gum in the system.
Thank you.
That means it can't move out, causing a force.
You never eat meat or cheese?
Oh, here and there sometimes, and that's how I had it.
You did have the hemorrhoids.
I can experiment with that.
Yes.
The greatest, in order to avoid these hemorrhoids, one must always use...
excuse me. That was me. I apologize.
Always use raw, the key word is raw apples, dried figs, dried prunes,
Excuse me, Mr. Tim.
In bread, always a cracked wheat bread that you can chew with grains in it.
Yes.
But these flat breads will gum up in the system.
Right, that moves the system.
They make sludge, right?
Right. Cheeses, chickens, all these things, steaks have no fiber.
It's hard to believe you got the hemorrhoids, but go ahead. You had them. So then you would go...
Experimenting with it, raw apples, raw prunes, beets. You can't, but you must stay away, not much of meats or cheeses. They clog up the system.
Absolutely. I always tell Robin that. She's very clogged.
Then I always wash with soap and water in there, at least.
With the Dove.
Or
that lucky bar of Dove.
There's another
in cleaning, when I use soap and water, I use clean and smooth germ-free dispenser in the brown liquid. It's more sanitary for the hands. You press the top down.
That's just for washing your hands.
That's the rear end.
Really?
Yeah, with soap and water.
Right.
And then I will also cleanse with creams in there because I will also cleanse the area. Then when it's clean, and this is very, very important, then when it's clean.
I don't want to miss this.
When the hemorrhoids are gone.
Go ahead.
I still use I either use Preparation H in the green tube, not the other ones.
Right.
The new green tube with the green letter.
Everything. Yeah.
Or Anusol is excellent, or something called Piezo, P-A-Z-O.
And you apply that with the hand?
Very gently, yes. I don't have them anymore, and I still apply them.
Just as a precaution.
That's right.
Really? Is that right? So when you go to the supermarket, you will buy hemorrhoid cream and apply it?
Either Piezo or Preparation H in the green carton or Anusol.
Even though you've licked the problem?
Yes.
Wow.
Because you want to keep it nice and soft, like the hands.
I love you. I swear to God. I love you. It's unbelievable. The wealth of information is amazing. I must take a break. We have money to make here on the show. And when we come back, Tiny, I would like to address this. I could stay on this topic for a while, but we have two things to address. Your music career and Miss Vicky, of course, who has been going around saying
and your current marital status.
Exactly. Well, let's wait till we get back.
Don't answer anything.
Don't give it away. Everyone is anxious. The great Tiny Tim, who I believe is perhaps one of the best interviewers around. Man has wealth of knowledge. I mean, we didn't even get to how to clean a bathroom.
Keep up. Yes, because the last time we saw him, he was upset with Comet.
Oh, let me tell you something. Yeah, are you still upset with Comet?
If I don't have the grit in it, I would be. Yes. Because by taking out the grit, really to clean a bathtub, there's got to be grit in the cleanser.
And they took out the grit.
Yeah, that's why I use Zud.
You'd use Zud? Do they have the grit?
More than the other two.
Why did they take the grit out?
Well, I think they try to be like Bon Ami. And it doesn't work in bathtubs.
No.
Because you must have grit to...
You don't let the chambermaids clean your bathtub, do you?
Well, if I'm not there, they can clean it.
They can?
Yeah, but I always clean it myself, and then I usually will spray on top of the powder. I will spray something like Lysol to make the powder move with the liquid.
Well, you got to make a lot of money to support all your products. I mean,
just that alone, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I wonder about his packing. He's got one suitcase full of products.
Yeah. When you come to New York on a promotional visit,
always it's heavy.
How many suitcases?
Oh no, it's not that. I only have 2 valet bags and 2 handbags.
Oh, but you got to carry all your products here, your Estee Lauder and everything else.
It does get a bit heavy.
It does. Well, listen, it works. Look at the guy. That's proof positive. You're gorgeous. Look at you. All right, good. All right, listen.
You know what? Does Tiny exercise?
No, I don't think Tiny exercises. No, you walk a lot, right?
I really don't. Miss Quivers, I tell you.
He's buying products. That's exercise enough.
He's walking in that
you walk up and down the aisle. This is a supermarket.
Maybe I should, but the thing is, if I try to save my life, I can lose it anyway.
Right.
I can.
As soon as you start caring about it, you lose it.
And not only that, the plane can explode.
Right. It's true.
So sit and enjoy.
That bottom is very soft. I guarantee it. Right? Yes.
It all depends on
with all the showering and the lotioning and everything else. Because you do full body lotion, right?
Yes.
Well, touch his hands, Howard.
Yeah, no, I don't want it. Tiny gets upset. No, I don't want to touch your hand. Hey, come on, there could be germs.
He said his butt was as soft as his hand.
Is that right? You mind if I touch it? I mean, I have no hang up. I mean, you do. Oh my God. Tiny, that's delicate.
Well, thank you. I use Vaseline's new pink hand cream. Only for the hand that has keratin in it. And I really...
Is that the secret? And what about, seriously, the rest of your body?
I've been creaming my hands since the 40s. May rest in peace, Walter Winchell, when he was first advertising Jergens lotion on WJZ radio at 9 o'clock. Jergens was so wonderful then when it came in glass and it had the almond scent. But as far as the body's concerned, yes, after every shower I always cream my body, either with Vaseline Intensive Care in the yellow or sometimes Revlon's Aquamarine lotion.
What color was bottle?
The Vaseline one is the yellow, and the Aquamarine is blue and white.
Oh, it is. Okay, thank you. I put the wrong bottle. All right, very good. Listen, Tiny, I want you to mellow out. You've done a lot of talking here. You can conserve your energy, please. If you need something to drink or whatever, I would be happy to accommodate you. All right.
Beer is it?
You want a beer? Yeah, Tiny loves beer.
You know what? It's interesting to me because he's so healthy, and then
beer is
he
good.
got off the sodas and went to the beer.
Well, excuse me, Miss Quizman, John, I want to take this, but thanks for letting me talk here. I really believe, this is my own opinion,
go ahead,
that diabetes is not hampered by beer. Beer has brewer's yeast, and also is a great...
Good for the bowel or not?
Not bad.
Not bad.
You got to play Jackie's beer songs for
The only thing, most diabetics are thirsty. They go for sodas, not for beers. But they can't take the bitter brew.
Understood.
I love these beers.
Gary, please fix Tiny a beer. And listen, man likes a beer. There's no problem with me on that.
Is there any time of the day? I mean, is it too early for beer or not?
No time too early.
No.
He's working on a 24-hour clock.
Not
right.
beer.
That's right. All right. Let's take a break. Tiny will have his beer for breakfast. I will take a break. Tiny will address Miss Vicky and your musical career. And I got to play my favorite song, Santa Claus Has the AIDS, which is one of my favorites of yours that you put out several years ago, I believe 1980, whatever.
And he has some new music, does he?
Tiny has announcements to make about his musical career. We're going to get to all of that right after. And his singing partner is here with him. I didn't know. You're the first time I've ever seen you with a partner.
Oh,
really? Interesting. All right. We'll find out what's going on next.
listening to the Howard Stern Show. Howard, Harley's, and pure rock. 97.1, The Eagle. Let's return to the Howard Stern Show.
All right, we're sitting here with Tiny Tim. Tiny, let me play one of your songs that it was one of my favorites. Santa Claus Has Got the AIDS This Year, which was a controversial tune when it came out.
Well, I should say, Mr. Stern, thanks for doing that. That song was written in 1980.
Yes.
Before the Rock Hudson scandal.
Yes.
It was not written to make fun of AIDS. It was because AIDS was, at that time, a diet candy bar. AIDS.
Yes.
And AIDS was just a small little word.
Yeah, and AIDS was like, who even knew what it was? You should put it in context. That's true. But it's still a good song. The tune was what was good, too. You wrote it yourself, right?
Yeah. That's why I don't write too many songs.
I always play it on here.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Oh, this is Santa Claus saying I won't be around this year. I'm a bit sick. Santa Claus has got the AIDS this year, and he won't be round to spread his Christmas cheer. The reindeer all look blue. They know what he's going through. Santa Claus has got the AIDS this year.
One of the most shocking things about this song was that it was one of the first times I heard you without the ukulele.
That was
very shocking.
Well, that was
now, were you nervous going into the studio with that one?
No, Mr. Stern, I tell you, I used to live here in New York at the Olcott Hotel.
Yes.
For 12 years until I had to get out secretly.
Yes.
I'm sorry to Mr.
What do you mean you had to get out secretly?
Well, I'm sorry to Mr. Rosen and the people who owned it, but I had to get out on September 26th.
Behind on the bill or what?
No. I was always ahead.
Right.
But whatever funds my mother left, and the thing was all depleting.
Yes.
And I got an offer to go first to Rhode Island, then to Des Moines, which was a great offer.
Right.
And at the time, I didn't want Mr. Rosen, who was very nice,
yes,
to give me a deduction in rent. I was there for 12 years, and I had a job, so I decided to get out 6 in the morning and disappear.
And they never saw you again?
No.
Wow.
But that song was recorded in about 80 or 81 in the living room, in my room, room 1512 of the
Hard to believe. First time I ever heard Tiny without the ukulele. And by the way, let's not forget your other jump into rock and roll. When you did You Give Love a Bad Name, the Bon Jovi song.
That was in Australia.
When you did Tiny Tim Rock.
That was in Australia with His Majesty's Orchestra.
Exactly. Do you remember it, Robin? Little bit of it, should I play?
Thank you.
Yeah, give me a little taste.
A little taste for those of you who don't.
Refresh my memory.
Most people are familiar with this. Times you hear Tiny singing in a more masculine, traditional masculine voice.
Abandoning the falsetto for a few moments.
And going with a rock band.
Yeah.
A lot of people are shocked by that.
Thanks, that's been released here. Thanks.
Well, we played it. You
we
can be
love
sure
it.
of that. We love it. We love it. It was better than listening to Jackie's wife sing, believe me. She's always bringing in his records. That's what I'm saying. No, everyone always loved it. Everyone always loved Tiny Tim, of course. And everyone always thinks of Tiptoe Through the Tulips, but you had to move on with your career. You had to branch out. Everyone wants him with the ukulele.
Well, Tiny has a vast interest in music, not just old music, but new music as well.
Yeah, he branched out into a lot of different things.
I think that's what he was trying to show there.
And not only that, I really believe it. Even though I don't have a record player today.
Yeah.
But
Well, Tiny, they don't have records today.
Yeah. Don't break the news to Tiny.
No, it's just that I try to keep up with songs.
Try to keep up with.
What are you into now?
A song called I Know. It was I can't think of. I Swear.
Right.
And Boys Are Men, groups like
the
that.
Boys
to Men.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. And also this Malcolm Jordan. I can't think of his name. I just got his record on one of those hit cassettes for about 2 minutes.
We got to get you a CD player.
But
Tom, see if you can dig up a CD player for Tiny. I'm feeling bad for him.
But I'm one who believes that whether it's the old great songs or the Crosby, Jolson, Billy Murray, the old stars of the Edison years, or whether it's today, whether it's, rap stars, Biz Markie, whatever.
You like it all.
Oh, yes.
You like it all.
Yeah, rap.
Tiny likes it all.
Is he into hardcore gangster rap?
Are you into gangster rap?
Well, I'm only into the style that the art brings.
I see.
These are great songs of their time.
Well, let's say that, Tiny, you're most gracious in complimenting all music.
Would you be covering Boys to Men?
If I can get a good song, if I can get together with one.
You got it.
They got some great
one of the boys. That's BOYZ.
Yeah, and so what's happening today.
Hey, so Tiny, anyway, so your first wife, Miss Vicky, comes in here, and she made a whole big splash with, she was all over the media, making reference to the marriage, saying the marriage was a farce, saying that you didn't make love to her for the first 6 months of the marriage, which I think you deny. Is that true?
Okay, first of all, if I may answer.
Go ahead.
She also said that I had men in the room.
Yes, she did.
I had men in the room. And
you were wearing women's panties.
Yes,
right.
And also that she left me alone with them. She wanted the baby to sleep or something. First of all,
now, as far I've always known you have a complete, if I may say, hard-on for women. I mean, you were always.
Right now,
I think that I could say
you're impotent now.
Oh yeah,
is that right?
My new love, Miss Sue, she's 39. She's in Eden Prairie, Minnesota. She knows that. In fact,
what happened, Tiny?
Well,
when did it happen?
From the diabetes?
Maybe part of it that way, but I don't blame that. I blame the years go by, and definitely,
the lead drains out of the pencil?
Well, I would say,
Tiny, you took such good care of yourself. It's hard to believe.
Well, that doesn't mean nothing. It's a very delicate area, and
do you cream it?
Did you misuse it?
Sometimes
you do. You do lotion it?
I used to.
What lotion do you use?
Well, I was going back to the.
You didn't use that hormone cream on it.
No, I know. I stopped doing that. Maybe I should have.
Right. Maybe you should lotion it. Maybe that's what happened.
No, but it's just time will do that.
Really?
Oh, Tiny, don't
Tiny,
say
that. I mean, you're only.
When
64.
did it happen? How long ago? How long has it been going on?
First discovered about July of last year.
You know what I use? I lotion myself with Easy Off down there. It's got the grit.
Well, that's a very delicate area.
Oven cleaner.
And I didn't fool around. I don't believe in fornication before marriage. But the thing is, and Miss Jan left me so many times, I don't believe in fooling around with myself because that's naughty.
You never did that.
Tiny does not. No, Tiny has done it.
Are you sure you didn't just back up the system?
Tiny has fooled around with himself. Right? Am I correct? But very rarely.
On times I hate that. It's wrong.
Yeah, you always felt that you were failing when you did that.
Tiny feels that should be safe for marriage. I think we've all established that.
Thanks. And so I told my new intended, Miss Sue, she's only 39. She looks so wonderful.
You always have good-looking women. I mean, there's never been a problem there, right?
Why is Miss Sue going to go forward with this if you're...
Good questions, Quiver.
Yeah.
So I told her she doesn't need much. She likes to be touched only.
Right.
Number one.
Yes.
Number two, she says she loves me immensely. She doesn't care.
Right. It's more of a cerebral relationship than a...
Well, it should be a little touching.
Right.
And I've let her. I made an album. This is not to plug it, just in England, the South here, in Tower Records, called "The Songs of an Impotent Troubadour."
Really?
And the reason I did that is to let others who are impotent know. Just because you're impotent don't mean you still can't sing a love song.
Can you answer your question?
I have to praise him because how many people would admit
Tiny admits everything
to impotence?
That's why when someone says that you were with men and all this other stuff, that's why you would be honest if you had been.
Yes, I would. Like this affair I told you once on the show years ago, that was one, one comes across obstacles like that.
Right.
In life, and instead of lying, I said that it did happen.
Once.
But I thank Jesus Christ for getting me out of that. And, we all go through life with crosses, whatever.
Right.
So you would not say that you are attracted to men?
No, praise the Lord.
Okay.
No.
All right.
But I still feel for those persons.
Right.
I mean, everyone has their cross to bear.
Right.
I mean, how true it is or not, they say King David loved Jonathan very much. And, how that's related.
Your point is you want to refute what Miss Vicky is saying, that if it implies that you are with men...
No, let me bring that... I'm sorry, get off that subject.
All right.
For that. Number one.
We're sorry, too.
Number one, it was completely wrong.
Right.
There was certainly SEX. After the third day in marriage, I'd say December 21st.
Third day of marriage. Why did you wait to the third day?
Because I believe that, like in the Old Testament, especially in the Catholic Bible, of Tobias, who didn't have anything with his wife until the fourth day to keep the Lord first. second, whatever it was, and third to keep sex the last thing,
right,
to glorify the Lord to children.
Right.
And I just wanted to do the same thing.
You wanted to have kids.
Right.
Right.
And we have this too.
Right.
But the first 3 days I didn't touch Miss Vicky. So on December 21st of 1969 was the first time that it happened in the King's Inn in the Bahamas. On the honeymoon.
It did happen at the King's Inn.
Sure.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Not only that, it happened for 25 days in a row.
Oh, it did?
And she was...
Wow.
And it was good?
Well...
She said,
I
she
didn't
wasn't
know.
enjoying herself.
Well,
so you've admitted you're very fast in the sack. You don't waste time.
Yeah, because I only wanted kids.
Right.
I know. And...
so you didn't enjoy sex time?
I loved it.
The woman did. That was the problem. Right? Tiny, you enjoyed it, right?
For the first minute was divine.
But Tiny, you were the type that, listen, you don't believe in any kind of foreplay or anything, true?
Well, yes, I did before that happened.
Oh, you did?
You know, I didn't know what I was doing because I really never had an intimate affair until I married Miss Vicky.
And plus, because you're not with yourself all the time, you cannot hold back. It's very difficult. Is it true? Yeah. I mean, in your defense.
You understand so much.
Right. I got the same problem.
After doing it every day for 25 days, you must have learned something.
She was expecting in January of 1970.
Right. So there you go.
And we lost the first kid in May of 1970. We lost it in Houston, Texas after 5 months. It's buried in the cemetery in a casket because they wanted to throw it away. I said, no, it's still alive. You've got to keep it.
Is that right?
And the boss is just buried.
Really?
So why she said that?
Yeah, because she said there was sex that one time, she got pregnant, and that was it, right?
But if that's what she said, then already she refuted it didn't happen in 6 months because we lost the kid in May of 1970.
I see. So you would like to defend yourself and say, look, you were not fornicating with men back during the honeymoon.
And you're also saying that you really loved her, and
of course you did.
This was not some pretend affair.
The guy said he lasted 1 second 29 times in a row. That's love.
And if there were men, if there were men in the room,
go ahead.
Of course, I don't have any visitors, except unless my relatives or hers are very rare friends. I like to name one man, one guy's name.
Right.
If there were guys in the room,
who were these men, is what you say?
There was no one there.
Right.
You see, that's number two. And number three, about wearing bloomers. Now, here's what Current Affair did not mention.
Yes.
Because they asked the same question.
Right.
Now, it is true. Before I read about Cary Grant that he did wear bloomers.
He wore panties. Panties.
There were
bloomers back then. Yes, silk panties.
And I wanted to find out how silk felt.
Yes.
So I did buy these bloomers to wear it because to see how it feels,
How did it feel?
Cotton. Well, it felt nice and soft.
It did. You liked it.
Yeah, but it didn't have any openings. The women's one didn't have any openings, and so I quickly discarded it. And
so you wore it one time.
I might have shown her in the house, but she made the world believe that I wore it all the time.
There's no shame in wearing a pair of panties once, so you wanted to try it for the fabric. I'll be honest with you, I'm wearing a Kotex right now. I go way further than you.
Well, I wear no.
I think he's going to top you.
Yeah, right. Go ahead.
No, I'm not trying to do that.
Go ahead, Tony. Please do.
But right now, I want nothing from these people, and I will not advertise their products. It's not fair to the people trying to make it in this business.
Go ahead.
But I've always used Depends. I've always used Depends.
Is that correct?
What time?
What time?
Because instead of underwear, I throw it away every day. It's nice and sanitary. I have no bladder control problem.
Isn't it bulky?
No, it is not.
You're wearing a diaper right now?
Depends. Yeah.
No kidding.
And you have no bladder control?
No,
he does. He's saying...
No, he just said he has no bladder control.
He has no problem, he said.
I have no problem.
Oh, that was it.
It's nice and soft.
Tiny believes in cleanliness.
Are you wearing the ones now that have the cotton, or the fabric outside?
Yeah, well, I've always worn that.
Oh.
Wow.
What I don't like about Depends is they have the ones without the hook. They have these, what you rip off,
yes.
put together.
Oh, that?
With the tape, the Velcro, like.
No, I don't like that one.
Yes.
But I like the one with what's in the loop, where the button goes in. However, I wish they would make. It's
hard to relate on this topic,
a full panty, like they do Huggies for kids, where I can get into it very easily. Without those straps that tear apart.
Wow.
But wait a minute, Tiny. You didn't like the silk underwear because it had no opening.
Right.
I didn't like that. And
but the Depends has no opening.
Oh, it sure does.
Oh, yes, it does. What do you know, Robin? Have you worn a Depends? The guy knows what he's talking about.
It sure does.
Tiny, this is amazing to me. So, in other words, because of your cleanliness phobia, in a way you have a germ phobia, right? True?
Well,
you wash the hands or something.
Yes, that's important.
Yeah.
But
so rather than wear underwear that can get fouled or have...
Right. That's right. I told Depends right away every day.
Every day.
No wonder you want to close up that steel sack.
Yeah. You don't want anybody looking at your garbage.
Seeing what you're doing.
That's very true, Miss Griffiths, because I don't want the mates to see that.
Sure.
Right. God forbid. That'll end up in the Inquirer.
Every day I use a new Depends. But I wish they would make one where you can put it all the way up without those straps.
Would you like an elastic around the top?
Just like the kiddies have. I would like a
Tiny, this is fascinating.
Or Depends that will fit up to the belly.
I'm really fascinated. Do you know that for impotent men, they do make a shot that you can take? You put a shot into your genitals, and it will give you a 4-hour erection?
No, it's got to come from food. I don't want those needles there.
I've never gotten an erection from food.
And you would never get a penile implant?
No penile implant? Absolutely not.
No, if it doesn't work naturally, something's wrong.
Wow.
But the thing is, so she was wrong, with those bloomers.
Yes.
And Current Affair, when I said the same thing I told you here, but they didn't mention Cary Grant's name. So they let
cut it out.
They let them believe I was parading around in women's clothing.
Tiny, because we're running short on time, I want to make sure to get to your musical career as well. No, don't be sorry at all. This is fascinating. I could do a 4-hour program with you.
Why we have to stop?
I'm sure there's stuff that I haven't even hit on. I mean, it's unbelievable.
How could you have ever known about Depends or impotence?
I'm going to try the Depends. I'm sick of doing my wash.
Oh, yeah, you'll love it.
Really?
You'll love it. Only thing, but you should throw away every day, and they've come out with a softer type of wear.
Is that right?
A softer type of
No
wear.
rubbing or anything? Doesn't rub?
Not the old one. No, this is really
Are you embarrassed in front of your fiancée that she would see you in your Depends?
Oh, absolutely not. Oh, she hasn't seen me yet in my Depends.
She hasn't seen you nude?
Oh,
no. She won't see you nude till the wedding night. Is that correct? She will not reveal that sight to her. Smart. So, you will wait till the wedding night as you did with your other...
Can you imagine undressing Tiny and you get down to the diaper?
Right. That's something I'd love to do.
Well, if we get married, I never take it for granted, but if we get married, she'll have to wait 3 nights.
She will.
Well, let me ask you something, Tiny.
Yes.
Because I do wonder why you always have these things, the biblical thing about, marriage and all that, but in the Bible, doesn't it sort of say you're only supposed to get married once?
Great question.
That's a good question, but...
That's a great question.
Well, go ahead. Take it, Tiny.
All right. That's right.
Oh, I want another beer. You might need another beer. Would you like another beer for that question?
No, I can't.
Gary, bring in another ice.
That's a great question. That Budweiser ice.
Ice draft.
Nice.
I didn't like it until I tried this. In fact, I was the first to drink.
That's what I was trying to tell you. It's a good drink. It's a good drink.
The ice draft beer by Budweiser I had on a plane once.
Delicious.
Years ago.
Delicious.
That was the first ice I drank then by Budweiser, and thanks for letting me drink it again.
And we'll need another one for the marital question, please. All right.
Okay. First of all, you're right there, Miss Quivers. I want to say I only believe in one marriage.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't divorce Miss Vicky.
That's right.
She did it to me. Yeah. I tried to fight it. I didn't have the money in Florida in '77 to come back to contest it. So the lawyer, the state of Jersey, gave it to her without my consent. My lawyer started to get a little crooked with me, and I couldn't afford it no more to hold it off anymore.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gary, for the beer.
Gary, thank you. So I couldn't do that. So the state of Jersey gave us a divorce. I still didn't marry. She got married again. So what should I do? Should I, when she got married, should I sit around and like women and then have them touch
I think what Tiny is trying to say, if I may jump in,
he didn't want to sit.
It was again. These women right away they rushed to the lawyers. Okay, very good. Now listen, Tiny, let's get to your musical career.
All right,
because this is really why you're here. The music comes first.
No. I'm here to whatever you need, Mr. Stern.
Well, I mean, you didn't want to spend the whole morning on diapers and handlers.
It didn't bother me.
Really? Okay, good. All right.
It helps the public.
It does help the public. I think you might start a trend. Who knows? You know what I'm saying?
Well, we have the greatest country in the world, I tell you, and that's why I told you I use Job Squad to wipe myself with the paper towel called Job Squad.
When you go to the bathroom, you only use Job Squad?
Yes.
Is that correct?
After the shower, I don't use no cloth towels.
No towels.
Only Job Squad. Or I don't think you can get it in the East out here. So I would try New Viva.
You will not use the hotel towels?
No. I use New Viva, the cloth-like towel.
How many towels does it take? These Viva. To wipe yourself down after a shower. Imagine you go through a whole roll.
No. It only takes about 8 sheets.
8 sheets. Now, what is the purpose of that? Because you feel the towels are abrasive?
They're more sanitary.
Yeah.
They're not cleansed with other germs from other towels. And not only that...
But don't they wash the towels and everything?
But that doesn't mean nothing.
He's saying you're just mixing germs.
Right.
It's only used once, and it's so soft.
Really?
It's so soft. If you get... There's a new Viva... I don't get nothing from it. New Viva, it says cloth-like towel. It's a new formula.
Good for you.
It's nice and soft. And if you can't get job squad out here...
You might be the only guy in America using these towels to dry off.
Well, I hope they start using it because you'll find how wonderful it is for the body, how sanitary, and it prevents you from getting lice and other itches.
Good for you. All right, let me get to your musical career, Tiny Tim, who, of course, is in town. Now, Tiny, you do have a new song out. Is that correct?
Well, Miss Elisa Montanti, another young...
Now, this is your partner?
Yeah,
for this album?
Song, yeah.
For this song?
And
should we bring her in or no?
Oh, yes, sure, lovely.
Bring in Elisa. Elisa or Alyssa?
I think it's Elisa.
I see. Who knows? How long have you been working with her?
Oh, about 3 days.
Oh, 3 days. How'd you hook up with her?
Well, I met her at my agent, Mr. Magdalena's party and last year, and she has a great talent.
Right.
And she got people together, Mr. Bob Saldivera, to record. And Mr. Sorey, the producer in Staten Island, did a great job with this. And Mr. Lenny, the director, did a great job. So,
are you having an affair with her, or is it strictly platonic?
No.
No, there's nothing sexual going on.
But you don't do anything before marriage? There's not even any touching before marriage?
Well, I must say with Miss Sue, we have petted.
You have got into petting?
Shockingly touched.
Really? Have you kissed her?
We kissed.
Well, petting, Howard.
With tongues? You don't kiss with tongues, I bet, because of the germs.
Well, I try not to.
Yeah.
He holds himself back.
Well, yeah, but I will say we touch each other, but we prayed about it. I prayed to the Lord, thank God, to get out of that.
All right.
We had shocking phone discovery.
Phone sex?
Oh, how terrible.
You ought to tape that.
I praise the good Lord that we got out of that.
Wow.
Stop that, too.
More beer, Gary, please. For Tiny. You're saying now with Miss Sue, when will you get married? Do you know?
Well, he's not gotten rid of Miss Jan
June
yet.
7th.
Miss Jan is out of the picture?
No, June 7th, there's a trial coming in Des Moines, Iowa, since I live there.
Yes.
To settle this. I don't know what Miss Jan is doing now. She's got a lawyer to fight this.
I see. She doesn't want to get a divorce.
No, she doesn't. But
she loves you.
Yeah.
How long has it been since you two have been together?
Well,
going on 10 years now, isn't it?
Gee, it's a great question. We've only seen each other.
They're all great questions.
We haven't really been together since we married, except that she lived 2 blocks away when I lived in New York.
Did you ever have sex with her?
Oh, yes.
Oh, you did?
I haven't had anything since 1989 with her.
Is that correct?
Except she came to touch me. When she came over, she touched me here and there.
Oh, she did?
And
she used her hands. Oh, my. Oh, I don't mean to embarrass you, Tiny.
You're embarrassing, Tiny.
Well, let me tell you, I'm the worst sinner.
She took liberties with you, didn't she? Well, you're not a sinner. It's all right.
Just I praise the Lord.
You consider that a weakness, don't you?
Well, it is a weakness.
When she touched you, you couldn't back away.
Oh, no.
That was impossible.
It was impossible.
And what about Miss Sue? Has she asked for sex with you, and you have said, we must wait, my darling?
Not until marriage. And she's very religious. We always pray. But there has been petting since the
you had her shirt
off. Do you think you can control
under
that?
the shirt or over the shirt? Over the shirt.
Over.
With the bra on.
No, that I rarely have seen her that way.
Right.
She's only touched me with my pants on.
Have you seen her in a bathing suit?
Oh, no, not yet.
Oh, you would explode.
But the thing is, I pray to get out of those sinful things.
And she has touched you with your pants on.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
But I praise the Lord it stopped. We both prayed about that, and not until marriage.
Right.
Naughty too. We all have.
He lives such a tortured life.
Well, Tiny is a man of values. He has certain values that he has to stick by.
I think nothing until marriage, if I can help it.
Right.
But I always tell the world, I'm the world's biggest sinner. I thank Jesus Christ for strength and blessings.
Hey, Tiny, now you were born Jewish, though, right?
My mother's still Jewish.
Yes, right. But how did you find Jesus?
Well, I found years ago, 1951.
Yes.
I believe he's Jewish too.
Oh, he is Jewish. You're right.
Yeah. And so she blessed the mother Jewish. So St. Matthew's, they're all.
That always pisses the Christians off when you tell them that Jesus was a Jew.
Yes, it's true.
Yes.
I mean, and basically, I just believe he's the Son of God. That's another big topic.
It just came to you.
Yeah, and one day we can have a real.
So would you say you're a Jew for Jesus?
Well, that's a good question, Ms. Quivers.
Another good question.
I would say, if you want to put it that way, that could be true. But I would certainly, definitely say, however, I also believe in the Sweet Blessed Mother, and she's also Jewish.
Yes.
she is also Jewish, and a lot of people forget that.
Yes.
And
I know Robin forgot that.
Oh, you know,
I remember it.
well,
You would have started a whole new thing. Never mind Jews for Jesus. You'd be Jews for Lysol. You know what I mean? And other products.
Well, Lysol does have a great ingredient.
All right, let's get to this. Tiny, let's do what you're here for.
Yeah.
Yes, against herpes?
And flu.
Lysol against herpes?
If you read the can on the blue the gold can of the original disinfectant, it'll say something about the virus. I think it mentions herpes.
Let me ask you about Miss Sue. Do you have her checked by a doctor to make sure that she's absolutely clean?
She is cleaner than me.
Really?
This girl inspects my hands to make sure they're washed.
Really?
This girl, her showers are unbelievable.
How did you find her?
What are her showers like?
She called me up. She found my name in the paper.
What is her shower like?
Well, I have never seen her take showers.
Right, but she tells you.
But she has showers. She has she goes to doctors. She thinks she's got the environmental illness.
Yes.
She's a doctor here in New York.
Really?
She travels to see him. She takes over 30 vitamins a day.
Really?
I mean, she's
immaculately clean. Doesn't mess around behind your back or anything.
He found your name in the paper, Tiny?
Yeah.
One of the papers said I was living in Des Moines and mentioned the hotel. She called up last year. I invited her over with her then boyfriend. And she fell in love with me.
And then she fell in love. You stole her away, I guess.
No, she liked her when she was 13.
Wow. When she showers, make sure she stands on her hands. That's the best way to keep everything clean.
She's exquisitely clean.
Good.
I mean, she's so...
Now, what about Elisa? Is it Elisa? I'm sorry. Elisa, do you are very clean, I hope? I mean, Tiny is working with you.
Yes.
And you and Tiny have collaborated. It's a new first. I believe I'm the only one who has this exclusive. I have never heard Tiny perform with another artist before. Are you sexually attracted to Tiny?
No.
You are not. It's strictly platonic.
But in a way, you are enamored of Tiny. He is a celebrity, and obviously that
So
he's a
you
sweetheart.
approached Tiny at a party to work with him?
No, we haven't.
Admit that you're trying to get Tiny into bed, aren't you? Are you?
No, I'm not.
Everyone is busy with Tiny.
I love Tiny.
You do love Tiny.
But not in a sexual way.
No? Give her a beer, too. She'll get sexual. Believe me, Tiny. Give her enough beer. You have a boyfriend? You do. I see. All right. Well, Tiny, no luck there, but you have Miss Sue.
Oh, that beautiful woman. I'm madly in love.
All right.
How often do you talk to Miss Sue? I just have
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
I don't know that day go by.
That's it.
But right now she calls me because I have a $3,000 phone bill, which I still have to pay off from last year.
Now, where are you getting all this money? Seriously.
I'm not. I have to pay it off. I had this since October.
Wow.
I've been paying it off. I still owe $500. And the government, as I said earlier in the show, that, the government always wins. I want them to inspect me. I want them to come to me. I think the greatest thrill is paying taxes. If I can't pay the taxes, throw me in jail. Because we're living in the greatest country in the world.
There you go. Okay. All right. Let's listen to this song.
Jail, Tiny.
Now, Miss Elisa, did you write this song?
Okay, I wrote the lyrics.
You wrote the lyrics. Tiny wrote the music, I take it?
No, Bob SalGover wrote the music.
Okay. And
Tiny's doing the vocals. I'm doing backup.
all right. And it's called Susie Snowflake?
Yeah, this should be released around Christmas. This will be the single.
This will be the single.
Right, but we have an album also.
I see. A duet album?
The album is a medley of Tiny's songs.
I see. Okay. Let me listen to some of this new collaboration between Tiny Tim and Elisa. One name, like Cher. I see.
Once there was a whisper whose daughter we all know. Her name is Susie Snowflake. She brings the Christmas snow. Susie Snowflake, Susie Snowflake, Christmas time is here. Wave your wand and sing your song and make the snow appear. Susie Snowflake, Susie Snowflake, Christmas time is here. When white crystals fill the sky, we know that you are near.
All right, now I've noticed a new style for Tiny here. You are no longer doing the falsetto.
Oh, I can't get it up these days.
Is that right? But more ways than one. Wow.
Really,
This is a complete departure.
No, well, I've done these songs for years.
You're now like a crooner. You're like Bing Crosby
no,
now.
I've done these songs for years.
I see.
It's the first time I've done this original Christmas song.
Now, where can I purchase this song?
Okay, right now we have a small label.
Yes.
Conex label, and we're shopping a major label.
Well, once this song gets out, you're going to have a very big label, I'm
we'd
sure.
like to. We have intentions of trying to make it like an animated motion picture.
Is that right? You're going to turn Mr. Snowflake, Susie Snowflake?
We have a little story. And she's the daughter of a professor who's a wizard, and for her birthday he gave her a wand so she makes snow. And
how many ice beers have you had this morning? You got to do one thing at a time, right, Tiny? First you put out the song, see how the public likes it, and then you go and you
maybe
do
it'll grow into something.
Tiny will tell you that. This is the first rule of show business. You can't get ahead of yourself. Well, let me say something. Tiny, congratulations on your new hit song, Susie Snowflake. And congratulations on your career. And, of course, I want to thank Elisa.
Thank you. And also, too, we have an album, Don't Walk Away.
Don't Walk Away you have?
And that's a duet that Tiny and I are both doing. I wrote the lyrics.
Boy.
And it's a pretty love song. And it's also a medley of Tiny's songs that he's...
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah,
very nice. Okay, well, there it is, Elisa. Who,
well, a complete update on Tiny Tim.
Tiny Tim. You know, we only scratched the surface.
But we did learn some few things. Tiny is impotent. He is in love.
And he's wearing Depends.
And he wears Depends.
And that's something that I never knew before. And really, we got a lot out of it. And we certainly cleared up the allegations of Miss Vicky. I think we finally have put those to rest.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you see your daughter, by the way?
Mr. West there.
Tiny, do you see or talk to your daughter?
That's a great question.
Another good question.
I was a little disturbed that she didn't send me a wedding invitation to her second husband. And that may be another reason Miss Vicky wrote that false article. I was a little disturbed after I sent her some money. You know, she had problems with kids. She's a Jehovah's Witness. And she divorced the first husband. I sent her money for that last year. That I was not invited to, or at least given an invitation through the mail to the second wedding.
Yes.
And then...
She was restrained from...
Well, then I took Miss Jan's suggestion.
Yes.
Miss Jan, the second wife. She's a beautiful woman. A beautiful brain.
Yes.
Well, she said, how do you know this is your daughter? Because you know how great you are. You know?
Right.
And she said, how do you know that, Miss Vicky didn't fool around?
Yes.
So I demanded a DNA test.
They won't give it to you?
And that hit the Philadelphia papers. She must have been furious.
I see.
And this article came out in the Star. Yes, so I think it's a venture
Who knows
article.
what's going on?
But I will state this.
Yes.
Then Miss Gardner wrote Miss Tulip, and then I found out that I could be a little more lenient. But I just want to know she was my daughter.
Right. I want to make sure. That's all. All right, understood. Listen, there's many complications. Tiny Tim has more going on around him than any guy on the planet. There is more action going on. No wonder you're wearing Depends. I'd make up my pants if I had all the action going on that you do. Tiny Tim, thank you so much, and Lisa, thank you so much, and look for the new song Susie Snowflake in the stores. All right, so that's it. We'll be back with more right after these words.
You're listening to the Howard Stern Show. 90 Howard on the Eagles toll-free line 1-800-54-STERN. We're back with the Howard Stern Show.
This is I got a whole bunch of stuff to get to in your phone calls and everything, but the Playmate of the Year stopped by. I wanted to check her out. She looks really hot in these pictures.
You wanted to congratulate her?
Yeah. Playboy Playmate of the Year. Did Tiny meet her?
They were out in the hallway together. You know, he was doing an interview for E, and she was in the guest lounge, but I don't know if she knows who he is.
Really? How old is she?
She's probably about 19
like 21 or 22 or something.
Yeah, she might not know who Tiny is.
Plus, if you don't know who Tiny is and you see him in the hallway,
it's kind of weird.
It's kind of scary.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's probably freaking out over her because she's so pretty.
I didn't see him notice her.
Yeah. Boy, look at the bod. You guys got to see this picture. She's like, they got a giant high heel and she's bent over the giant high heel. Check that out, man. How's that?
Did you see the pictures of her hanging all over the statue with that belly, what do you call this thing, like a belly chain?
Yeah, I'd love to nail this girl.
That chain is incredible. I don't know, it's very sexy.
I could probably get her.
What is it about the chain?
I don't know.
You think I could get her?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
Damn it. How many... See, I would cheat on my wife for her. So I'd dump my wife for her.
You could cheat on your wife for a woman yesterday that hadn't even been in a magazine.
Yeah, but I was kidding around about that.
Didn't seem like it yesterday.
You could be happy with this.
I would love to.
I don't even have any questions for her. I just want to stare at her.
All right, I'll bring her in.
All right. Her name is Julie Cellini. She's really good looking.
And sight, without ever speaking to her, you say, I would dump my wife for her.
Yep. She's got really long, thin legs, wears high heels, wears a belly chain. She has no fat on her
No,
whatsoever.
that's in the magazine, Howard.
Well, let me just take a look up close before I dump my wife and give up any kind of money I have. They got her on a statue, and she's performing sex acts on the statue.
Oh.
Wait, let me check this. Oh, man. Oh, whoa. Damn it.
Yeah.
Wow. Awesome.
Thank you.
You're as good looking as I am talented. God.
No, she's better looking.
You are really good looking.
Thank you.
You know how sometimes they got to airbrush a lot of the girls? I don't think they had to do that with you. Who's that? Hey, how you doing? Not a lot. Tell her relax. What is it, Papa Foley?
Well, I didn't realize Julie's doing an appearance today. It's going to be...
Wow.
Wow, what a nice smoothie you are.
Look at that dress. That's like a shirt. What kind of shoes you wearing?
I'm wearing shoes by privilege.
Oh, yes, they are.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wow. Did you see up her dress?
Thank you, Wolf.
Oh, I missed it. You are really hot. How old are you?
24.
That's the way I like it. Young.
That's right.
That was my best age when I was 24. Those breast implants are real.
I'm real.
Really? Seriously?
Seriously.
Let me check the magazine. Yeah, because they hang real.
They hang real.
This is my favorite picture where you bent over the shoe like this with your ass.
With my ass?
Oh, man. So what were you like? Did you ever work in a strip club or anything?
Have I?
Yeah.
I actually did one.
Did you really? I could imagine. I mean, you could probably get top dollar.
Well, I decided to do it once for a fluke. I'd try anything.
Guys ever offer you money just to sleep with you?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, bull.
No.
You're kidding.
I only know.
What happens when you walk down the street, like dressed like that? I mean, do guys like wig out?
Yeah.
Do you ever go to the beach
Of course I go to the beach.
and you wear like what, a thong?
Uh-huh.
And what guys just start dropping dead on the beach? I mean, can you imagine I'm walking along on the beach?
It wouldn't bother me.
I'd kill myself. Can I go out with you tonight?
You got me right? Sure, you can go.
What, do you have a boyfriend? I imagine you have a boyfriend.
I do have a boyfriend. I imagine you have a girlfriend, though. You're probably married.
No, I'm not. No, we broke up. I broke up about 2 years ago.
Yeah?
My wife was an alcoholic,
Oh.
and it just got real ugly. You drink too if you got to sleep with me.
Do you want to be an alcoholic?
You want to be an alcoholic? No. She couldn't take it. I got very famous very fast, and
They grew apart.
she like just flipped out. She wanted me to remain the local yokel that I always was.
She wasn't happy and supportive of what you're doing?
No, very jealous actually. Very jealous
You
of my
could
fame.
handle his fame, couldn't you?
You know, when my book went to #1 and became the fastest selling book in the history of books, it freaked her out. And then when I signed my movie deal, that freaked her out.
Movie deal?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
book
they bought
didn't
my
work.
book.
Book didn't work.
Because they bought my book. Hollywood bought my book, and
Uh-huh.
now being developed into a major motion picture.
Wow.
So, when that happened, and, of course, all of the radio stations around the country who carried the show started heaping all this money on us, she just, panicked. Yeah.
That's not very nice of her.
Yeah, so now I'm just I'm alone, and I haven't really been seeing anyone.
You were kind of broken up about the whole thing.
Because I can't find the right girl. Because everybody's just all they're into is my fame, and nobody wants to date me for me. You know what I'm saying? How do you know somebody really loves you?
I know, it is difficult.
Right.
Especially in California, too. There's a lot of people out there who are just after you for your money or who you are, and you don't know if they really care about you or not.
That's why I was very attracted to you, and I asked you out, but I feel odd because you have a boyfriend, and I don't want to, I don't want to get in between.
Are you sure about your boyfriend that he's after you for you?
Yeah.
He's after me for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
You're
don't.
pretty happy.
What are you doing trapped back there?
Well,
So
they
you don't
won't let
date?
me in there.
So you don't date?
No, I just...
I'd like to just take you to dinner tonight.
Well, you may.
Oh, I may.
Sure you may.
Super.
Super.
Because you really need somebody just to talk to, don't you, Howard?
It's just so we can rap.
So we can wrap.
Yeah. I mean, I just need someone to talk to who is intelligent, which I think you are.
Thank you.
I mean, I can tell just by the way you speak. What kind of schooling have you had?
I gotta get some sunglasses like yours, but I really like them.
Shades.
Shades.
Yeah, and what else? You went to high school?
I went to high school.
Good enough for me.
I graduated.
So, me too. Don't be such a braggart.
That's not bragging. I didn't go to college.
After dinner, can we cuddle?
Can we cuddle?
I mean, is that crazy? Am I asking for too much?
You're not traveling with your boyfriend, are you?
No, I'm not.
Oh, good. You're not wearing stockings, are you?
No, I'm not.
Good. What do you wear under that dress? Just panties and no bra?
Panties, I have a bra on.
Oh, you do?
I need a bra on.
For dinner tonight, do you have to wear a bra? Where you want to go? Can we just eat in your room? I don't want, because people crowd me. Can we eat in your room? Is that possible?
Sure.
Really?
Sure.
I know.
I didn't know. Whoever comes in here, they better watch out.
Can we eat in your room? Seriously.
Seriously.
Do you care?
No, I don't.
I mean, I'm not a nut. I'm not going to, get physical with you or anything.
No, I totally trust you.
Really?
Sure.
You're lying. This is all a big fake.
You're not having dinner with him, are you?
I would have dinner with him.
You really would?
Of course I would.
I don't know. You find me attractive?
Of course I find you attractive. I like you have beautiful hair and...
Really?
Yeah. Really.
Really?
Really.
You find me attractive?
I think you're attractive.
I find you attractive.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, but I'm sure you've heard that before.
No.
She's a freak of nature, actually. There's not too many women that look like her.
I hope
I mean that in a good way. Imagine I walk into a party with her. Holy mackerel, will I look good. Damn. People are looking at me.
Last night.
What were you wearing?
I did a runway show for Susan Barsh Inspirations. I had a Betsy Johnson outfit on. That was pretty.
How come you're not like a professional model or something?
I'm just starting. I've been modeling for a little bit, but it was small stuff, and now I'm really pushing.
Yeah, because I'm kind of surprised. It's a camera.
I know.
Because I'm kind of surprised that, like, you just want to be a professional model. I mean, you're good looking enough.
Yeah, I do want to become a professional model.
Yeah?
I just,
Where were you before? What were you doing?
Well, I was born and raised in Rochester, New York, and it's a real small town, and, until I got enough money and got going and met the right people.
I dig the way you shaved. That was really cool. You
Her
shaved.
underarms look real good?
No, not the underarms. Damn, you're sexy. Man.
Pretty different layout, huh?
Can you act? I need someone for my movie.
Yeah,
Are you available?
Are you interested in acting?
Good.
Yeah, I am doing acting.
Oh,
I've been doing it for like a year. I just had a part in a movie coming out on HBO. It's called Beach Academy with Corey Feldman and Al Lewis.
Oh, boy.
One of the Corey Feldman movies?
Yeah.
Wow. Must be pretty good.
Al Lewis?
Wow.
Oh, dear.
When Al Lewis puts his stamp on a film, that's it.
He was funny. He was nice.
He's a real good guy. He's on the show a lot.
Corey Feldman is working now with Al Lewis?
Yeah, they got a whole thing. They're like the new Abbott and Costello. It's pretty wild. I need someone to play my girlfriend. And
not your daughter?
No.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'5".
Oh, funny.
How tall are you?
5'11".
Oh, perfect.
Yeah,
That's what I love.
tall.
That's what I'm into. Can I stand next to you and just see what that feels like? You don't mind?
No.
Can I put my arm around you and pretend I'm your boyfriend for a second?
Uh-huh.
You just
Yeah?
want to see what it would be like if she was your girlfriend.
Wow. Hey, thanks.
He wants to, try you on for size.
Compare legs and see who's the longest.
Yeah, can we pretend that you're my girlfriend for a second? Oh, good. All right, here. Wait a second. Let's stand up.
Okay.
Hold on. Adjust my pants. So that there's no. Wow, you are tall. Wow, what a bod on you. What do you work out or something?
Once in a while.
Do you? You don't even need
When
to.
she remembers.
What do you weigh? I'm going to guess you weigh about 115.
No.
120?
132.
132? There's just no fat on you. Hey, can you come over here? Can you come over here?
Sure.
All right, great. I want to just pretend I'm your boyfriend. I swear to God. I want to go out with you tonight. I want to date you and I want to have sex with you. And I'll pay you. Wait a second. Let me see.
There you go. You
Hey,
look like a nice
Hey,
couple.
come on.
What?
You touch my chest. I'm kind of muscular. Here, come on.
Nice, cute.
Oh, yeah, baby. What's on your mind? Wow. Can I touch your leg?
Sure.
Wow.
Feel my leg muscle.
Let's feel. Oh, man.
Is she dating
Great.
some old guy?
What? Go ahead. Come on, I'm muscular.
How's it?
I work out.
That's right.
Yeah, here, feel that. Go ahead. Come on, that's muscle.
Me too.
Let me touch your stomach.
Go ahead.
What are these, control top?
Control up. I don't have pantyhose on.
What kind of panties are those?
Just black G-string underwear.
Let me see those. Oh.
Is she dating some old guy?
Hey, come here and give me a kiss. What are you dating, an old guy?
No.
What, do you go out with old guys? Come here, give me a kiss.
How's that?
Oh, he's taking advantage.
Come here, come here.
What?
I really want to go out with you tonight.
Uh-oh.
I'm serious.
Okay.
And you better give me sex.
No,
I'm not going to be able to hold out that long with you. If I nail you, I'm going to have to do it like 5 times until we can actually give you some pleasure. Okay? No, it's going to take a while.
Well, I got 3 sisters.
You ever have sex?
Oh,
Are you
like once a month.
Really? Ever have sex with a girl?
No.
Liar.
So yeah.
Really? Not interested?
I don't think so. Not at this point. I'm just fine the way I am.
You like guys with big noses?
So like guys with big noses?
Yeah. Thanks.
She starts looking at you real
Yeah,
hard.
right. Oh, you have a big nose?
No, I did not.
How'd you miss it?
Did
What, are you
not.
blind? Come on.
Oh, boy. So
Oh,
did you
man.
meet Hef?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I heard. Were you having an affair with Hef or something?
Who, me?
Oh, you're the one who's not having the
Not
affair with Hef.
having. Yes, you didn't make the wife upset.
Yeah, here, listen to this. So, every year Hef, who, stroked out a couple of years ago, and
And got
married. He couldn't take all the sex. He married a real hot chick, but, he's a womanizer, Hef, right?
I don't think so.
Well, of course he is. That's his whole thing. He has sex with a lot of different women. Not anymore, but he used to. That was his thing.
That was the whole Playboy image.
Yeah. So Hef every year picks a Playmate of the Year, which is you. And believe me, I could see why. I mean, you're better looking than the woman running around saying that she didn't get picked because Hef. Here's what happened.
Which one is that?
You know about this whole thing? You must know
I know
about
about Victoria Zdrock and Tracy Adele.
it. Yeah, there's a woman saying that the reason she didn't get picked to be Playmate of the Year is because Hef's wife got jealous.
Yeah.
She thought that she was having an affair with Hef. So that's why you got picked. But you're a piece of ass. Come on, let's be honest. I mean, who's going to argue with this?
She didn't pick an ugly girl to do it.
You're like the best looking girl I've ever been around. You're my type. Aren't you guys aroused? Seriously, are you guys aroused? She is hot. Hey, Billy, stop staring at her, you mental patient.
What are those puppets over there?
Oh. You want to say hi to the puppet?
About you too.
They're very
Say hi to the Jackie puppet.
Liquidation! All of your farting through silk!
He's coming on to you.
Whoa, what's sticking out of his pants over there? He's excited.
He likes you. What do you mean what's sticking out of his pants? He's showing you
He's
everything.
happy to see you.
Go ahead, Jackie puppet. Give her a kiss.
Miss Julie, let me under your dress.
Go ahead, go give her a hug. Go ahead, Jackie puppet. There you go. Look at that. He's kissing her. So what happened when you?
There's more where that came from.
So what happened when you walk in naked into that photo shoot? Shut up, puppet. Hey, what happens when you walk into the shoot naked? A lot of guys around?
When I'm shooting?
Yeah.
It's just a photographer and there's a couple assistants. And
Did he come on to you?
No.
No?
No, they're pretty used to it. They photograph skewed naked women.
Do they applaud when you walk in the room?
No, no flaws.
God, look at you. Your face is even perfect.
You look beautiful.
When you were growing up, did all the guys in high school hit on you?
No.
Oh, don't give me the ugly
I swear
kid.
to God, when I went to high school, I went to East Rochester High School, and it was so clannish.
How old were you when you lost your virginity?
16.
Oh, man, I wish I could have taken that.
16.
Oh, would I love to have taken
But I
that.
was very unpopular in high school. Very.
In a car, you got it on?
Pardon me?
Did you do it in a car the first time?
No, on my mother's bed.
On your mother's bed?
Oh, boy.
Not with your father, though.
Oh, stop.
That would be a good story. You have a better book than Robin. You never had sex with any uncles or no molestation or anything?
No, nope.
Oh, too bad.
Where's Dad?
Dad is in Rochester.
Oh, yeah?
Mom and Dad still together?
No, they got divorced when I was like 7.
Oh, good. So you need an older man in your life.
You're looking for a father figure.
When you find girls who've been part of divorce,
Yeah.
they need father figures. They need a man who can take care of them. Come to daddy. Daddy's girl's a bad girl.
No, my boyfriend's 30.
Is he? What does he do?
He does real estate. And then,
Probably a millionaire.
Nope, not at all.
Really?
Nope.
Is he a good-looking guy?
He's a good-looking guy.
Not that great looking?
No, he's a good-looking guy. He does modeling and then he does real
Oh,
estate.
he does modeling. Oh,
But that's on the
Jesus.
but that's on the side. His main job is real estate.
How often do you guys have sex? Like every day?
Not
I would have
now.
sex.
I'm on the road.
I would have sex with you every day. Like 5 times a day.
I'd be dead.
Yeah, you'd be dead. You'd be dead. If you were my girlfriend, you'd be dead.
And I'd still do you.
Yeah, and then I'd give you to the puppet. I'd stuff you and keep you around.
Beautiful girl.
I'd rather have her dead than half the women I meet alive. Do me a favor, if you ever die, leave your body to me.
I definitely.
God, I'd love to have sex with you. Oh, man, I'd love
You're
to.
both dead?
I'd love to have sex with you.
Well, that would be kind of interesting.
Oh, man, and I'm really good in the sack. You'd be moaning. You moan. Look at that dress. That dress is so short I could probably see your private area. Beautiful.
She put it all in the magazine.
It's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, man, up close, it's great.
I figured this would be the perfect dress for you.
Have you listened to Howard?
I've listened to him, yeah. He's down in L.A.
Yeah. You dig me, right?
I definitely dig you.
Yeah, and I can introduce you to a lot of people.
Definitely get like a T-shirt or something.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, a T-shirt. Quick, Robin, go make a T-shirt.
I got to go make a T-shirt.
We got to get one.
I'm sure you guys have a whole line of stuff for Howard.
Can I do anything to you? Can I do something to you before you leave or something?
You just touched your leg. What do you want to do?
I don't know. Can I kiss your leg?
Yeah, you can kiss my
I
leg.
can?
Yeah.
Really?
Where do you want to start? You want to start at the bottom and work your way up?
Can I start at the bottom of your ankle and just kiss, and then you stop me where you want me to go?
I think I could handle that.
You could? You mean it? Oh, you are so nice.
Aren't I a great partner to you? I'll
Yeah.
get you in all these things.
So I can start, can you lie on the console while I kiss your feet and work my way up?
I don't think there's enough room, but she could put her leg up there.
Yeah, it'll feel good. Can you come over here again? I can't stand being away from you. You want me to come over there and do it?
Get up. Sure, come on over here.
Okay. So anyway.
This puppet is killing me.
The puppet likes you, too. Hey, puppet, you want to kiss her leg?
Yeah, I want to bite her ass. Going for the gusto.
She's good. She's smart, too, right?
She's good.
Yeah.
She's good. Would you like to kiss her leg? I would love to. I'm smarter than she is.
So Julie Cellini is the Playboy Playmate of the Year.
Yes, is she making an appearance today?
Oh, yeah, where are you appearing? Let me have I'll do
I'm
that.
at Coconut.
Wait, before we plug, I have to kiss your leg.
Okay,
And if it's good, then I'll... All right, hold on.
Oh,
Do you like special sex? Do you like special sex? What special sex? The kind where my mouth looks like a glazed donut.
Let me put on my headphones. You mean I can kiss your leg? All right, I'm going to start here.
Okay.
And I'm going to work my way up.
I might have a little bit of stubble.
I don't care.
Okay.
Are you crazy? Are you ready?
Sure.
How's that feel, baby?
It feels wonderful.
Oh, man.
He's about at the knee now.
I just want to see if it's different.
You've never even done this with anybody else. What?
Come on, you uncross your legs.
Uncross my...
Do you eat wood?
Wow.
Going? I can't see him
You didn't
anymore.
tell me to stop.
I know. Where are you?
Yeah.
He's about in my dress, which is really short. Okay.
Come on, we're just getting into it.
Well, you told me I didn't stop.
You want me to stop? I don't think you want me to stop.
A few more.
A few more?
A few more.
Seriously?
Seriously.
I'm going to have to lift your dress a little, you know.
Oh, no. Okay.
That's it?
That's it.
That's the end?
I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, it's okay.
Hey.
All right. Hey, that was more than I thought I'd get. Hey, Puppet, want to try it?
Yeah.
Come over here.
Can you spell?
Sure she can spell. Here, kiss her leg. All right, how's that, Puppet?
I love his ponytail.
Don't go up her dress.
Oh, look at him. Oh, nasty puppet.
Gary, what are you doing here?
Where is her appearance?
Where's the rest of him? That's all I want to know.
Hey, this is great. What else can I do to you? Anything else?
Well, what would you like to do?
What else can I do?
Can you kiss your arm?
Can I kiss your arm?
Oh, sure.
All the way up to your shoulder?
No.
What is that?
Spring fever.
Can I kiss your arm?
Sure.
All right. How's that? Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm turning you
I don't know
on.
if we can have dinner tonight.
Are you hot?
I'm getting a little excited.
You're getting aroused, aren't you? Yeah, I'm really good with my tongue.
Clean?
Are you clean? You don't have herpes or anything, do you?
You don't have AIDS or anything, do you?
No.
Oh, Jesus, I hope not.
Because I'm clean as a whistle.
You'd be amazed of how few people I've been with in my life.
How many, 10?
Nope.
3?
Nope.
How many guys, 2?
5.
You've been with 5 guys.
I swear to God.
Have you been with 2 guys at the same time?
No.
Are you open to that?
Not at this point.
I'd love to take you on vacation. I know an island that we can go hang out, just get some sun and get some good
Can
food.
you lay out topless?
Yeah, you can lay topless.
She's a model. I can't have any tan lines on top.
Oh, yeah, you can have that.
You can't lay out.
She's yanking my crank. She's not even
I
interested.
know,
I'm telling you.
She's playing with you, toying with you.
Right.
Yeah, we can go. Yeah, we can go to an island. Sweet life. Sweet life.
All right, now where's the appearance?
Trust me.
You know what's going to be funny? That appearance
What?
that Julie does today is going to be like all horny guys.
Oh.
Like all Wall Street types.
No.
All
Oh, my
standing
parents-
around trying to get laid, and they're not going to get laid.
My parents is tomorrow, isn't it?
It's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right, here, I'll tell you where it is. You're going to autograph copies of your Playboy. Oh, you're in a Playboy video?
I have my own video.
What are you doing that?
A lot.
Totally nude and you just run around?
No, there's like 5 or 6 different little skit stories.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
That was great kissing your leg. Can I rub lotion into your ass? No? All right. I'm just trying to see what I can do.
I
That's all.
already did that.
You did that already?
I did that already. I'm fully moisturized.
Well, anyway, listen.
Where's that newspaper article?
Tomorrow you will be, Thursday, May 11th, from noon to 2, for 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
All you imbeciles can go see Julie and act like you're going to get her. Meanwhile, she's laughing at you. You're standing there with her magazine, pulling your pants down with your stupid puds. Like jerks. She won't even look at you.
I always look.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
I always look.
But you know, it's really worth going. What are you going to wear? What?
I'm finished. I just finished. I didn't even see the video.
You didn't even see the video?
What do you need a plot for? I'm just looking.
Do you give your philosophy in the video?
What?
Do you give your philosophy in the video?
Yeah.
Yeah? What's your philosophy?
What is my philosophy?
I like long walks on the beach. I'm Sagittarius. I like CMW music.
I'm a Scorpio.
What kind of music you into?
Everything.
Really?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite group?
I don't really have a favorite. I mean, I like some rock. I like to dance. I like dance music. I like.
Ooh, can I dance with you?
Well, what are we gonna dance to?
Give me some music, quick.
Do you like Hammer?
Hammer?
MC
Yeah.
Hammer?
No, just Hammer now.
MC Hammer? It's all good? Did you dance to that?
I've never heard that song. I don't think.
Want to dance? I'll dance with you.
Okay.
Yeah?
You like to go to clubs and stuff?
I go out once in a while.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get going with my career. You know,
What kind of career are you into?
Well,
Modeling?
my mom
Modeling?
acting.
Believe me, it's going to come together. Don't
Are
worry
you
about
gonna make it happen now?
Yeah, I'm going to look into it.
Good. I'll come back to New York City in a heartbeat.
Can you dance to this? Let me play a little of this for you.
Oh.
This is my new record. Want to dance? What do you got there? Hey, you want to dance with me? Seriously?
I'll dance.
All right, good. Super.
Great.
All right, turn that off.
Do the flop.
Turn that off. Trying to impress a girl.
Someone had a lot of beans or something before they did that.
So you'll be appearing at Coconuts, 1290 Avenue of the Americas, 51st Street and 6th Avenue. That's tomorrow from noon to 2.
Yep.
And you're going to sit there. What are you going to wear again? You're going to wear
What
this
am I
outfit? Wear this.
Wear this?
Yeah, that's hot. Yeah, I love it. That's a great outfit.
I will.
Shows up your long legs.
You get nice coconuts.
Yeah. At Coconuts.
With my lovely shoes. I love these shoes.
Yeah, I love them too. What size shoe are you?
A 9.
Yeah, perfect.
Everyone bring me a pair of size 9 shoes.
Oh, I'll do that. I'd like to see you in a pair of pumps.
Pumps?
Pumps or, what are those called? Espadrilles?
Espadrilles.
Yeah, I dig those.
Yeah, the ones that lace and top.
Yeah.
I didn't bring them.
Yeah, can you wear those next time? Can you come here tomorrow in espadrilles?
I don't have them with me on the trip. I have to go buy some.
All right, so you want to dance? I'm a really good dancer.
Okay.
Are you a good dancer?
I don't know. We'll have to see what he thinks.
Let's put it this way. You could tell how I am in bed from the way I dance.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I dance highly sexually.
You do?
Yeah, seriously, I hope you can handle it.
Okay.
All right, come over here.
Uh-oh.
This is the dance area.
Okay.
This is good. This is Julie Cellini, the Playboy Playmate of the Year. You should pick up the magazine and check her out. She's really good looking. There's a phone call. Oh, you want to take phone calls? All right, after we dance, we'll take phone calls. I'll do anything to this girl.
Julie's
All right.
going to need her headphones to hear the music.
All right. Here, Julie. This is the dance floor. Welcome.
Look at how tall you are.
Oh, yeah, I'm a good-looking guy. You just don't realize it yet.
Is your boyfriend tall?
He's my height.
Oh, he's a pussy.
I just went limp.
What'd you say?
I just went
Yeah, when
limp.
she starts talking about the boyfriend, I go limp. You really like to dance? All right. Do you like to dance to funky music?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. You ready? Here we go. Ready? Wait, hold it.
It's all good.
Yeah. Hey, wait. You know how to move like I do. Whoa. Do this?
He's good.
Come on, I need action.
Action! I'm moving it.
Rhyme with me.
I'm doing it again this time, Warner.
You want to be like that?
He's taking advantage. You gotta watch him. I can handle it.
I'm like a jackrabbit.
He's like a Mexican jumping bean.
Wow, you know how to move. Jesus Christ.
He can dance.
Wow. I'll leave my wife for you, I swear to God.
You told her your wife was dead or something.
Well, it's a
You
technicality.
Left, you left her already.
Take it off. Take it off, please.
No.
All right, I'm not asking. Take it off. I demand.
He's telling you. He's got a gun.
You bitch. Take it off. You're not so special.
All right, now listen. Boy, Julie, you really are a party girl.
Hey.
Wait till Sylvester Stallone gets a hold of her.
He'll
Ruins
be
her.
that Angie Everhart.
Yeah. I would rather date you than that Andy Everhart. Me too.
I've never met him.
Yeah, you will.
You got a lot of cotton jacket. Can I be your tampon?
Please, Jackie Puppet.
She's yelling about tampons.
Do you hang out at the Playboy Mansion and do guys
I worship you.
come around there?
I worship you. I swear to God, I worship you.
Oh, shut up. Who have you met?
Who have I met?
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
At the mansion?
Yeah.
Well, they get all sorts of people.
Come on, just give it up.
Her lap is an altar.
I don't even want to talk. Let's just stare
Oh,
at her.
shut up.
Julie, let me just stare at you for a while. Don't talk so much.
Okay. I'll be quiet.
Oh, God. Let's... What?
Her publicity, her publicist wanted I could get a photograph of you two together.
Yeah, I think that could be arranged. Yeah.
Can I get a photo? Will you sit on my hand?
Will you sit on the Jackie Puppet's hand? Just shut him up. Anyway, listen.
I want to know who she's met.
Who'd you meet? Who've you dated? I bet you've dated a few famous guys. No? Who'd you meet at the Playboy Mansion? I'll bet you I know who.
Like Wayne Gretzky and his wife Janet Jones
Yeah.
and Tony Curtis.
Tony
He's always there.
Did he have his ascot on?
He has a girlfriend now.
Can I do this interview with my pants off? Do you care?
It's over, Howard.
Oh, it's almost over? I just feel very confined and restricted in my pants.
I'll have to come back again, though.
What do you mean?
I'll come back in another time.
You will?
Yeah.
Tomorrow?
I'm coming back to New York City, actually. I'm leaving tomorrow night, and I'll be back Sunday, because Monday morning I'm going to meet with Allure Magazine, Elle Magazine.
Oh, them?
Well,
So why don't you come in and promote the video? Because you really only promoted your magazine. And then come in and we'll play your philosophy on the air.
Okay.
From the video.
Okay.
What is your philosophy?
Just to be yourself and...
That's my philosophy.
Yeah?
Yeah. We got a lot in common. This is almost like a first date.
She's good.
I'm falling in love with you. Because I have the same philosophy.
Yeah.
I'm myself. I always try to be myself. Tell her, Robin. Don't sit there silent.
You're disgusting.
You know, Robin, thanks a lot. She was almost going for me. All right, listen, Julie, next time you come in, I'm going to pull the Playboy video, and we'll listen to philosophy and stuff. And you come in, and we'll dance some more.
Okay.
And
I'm surprised we didn't bring you.
I got to take my pants off. Do you mind? I mean, if you're offended, I won't.
Philosophy. I bet you can't find the lady.
I feel so restrained.
Oh, shut up, Jackie Puppet. I don't know why he gets belligerent. If she's a beautiful woman, he gets
So,
belligerent.
Julie, tomorrow you'll be at Coconuts, 1290 Avenue of the Americas, 51st Street and 6th Avenue. You will be autographing copies of your actual Playboy.
Yeah, I will be autographing whatever they give me, either videos or my magazine or pictures.
Okay, and that's tomorrow from noon to 2.
Line up, you lunkheads.
Yeah. Line up, idiots. Sit there. You can fantasize. She's hot, man. You'll dig her.
You ever get a splinter in your tongue?
You're really hot for her. You're really hot for her, huh?
Yeah.
Now, what about the other guy over here? He's just sitting down doing nothing.
Who, the Gary Puppet?
Yeah.
He's
If I
slow.
can't have you, I'm going to blow up a building or something. I don't know what I'll do.
Yours
I don't know
is.
what I'll do. I might rent a truck.
A rider truck?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Duty Bob. Duty Bob.
All right, obviously. All right, listen. You lick your teeth one more time, I'm jumping over the console and I'm going to have sex with you. All right, just keep that tongue in your mouth.
Yeah, she doesn't know she's making that face.
Hey, Robin, admit it. Even you'll say she's really good looking.
She's beautiful.
All right, so you always say they're all pigs when they come in here.
Oh, that's a don't
does.
listen to him.
You're
He's
no pig.
lying to you. He's trying to turn us against each other.
Hey, I'm no pig. All right, anyway, listen, Julie. Good luck with your modeling career.
In 10 years she'll be a star.
Oh, shut up, Jackie.
10 years I'll be what?
That'd be great in 10 years if she came back in here and she was
Robin
fat.
said you were stupid.
I don't know her. How could I have possibly said anything? Oh, shut up.
You have the best legs I've ever seen on a woman.
Thanks.
She'll puff up like a blowfish in 10 years.
Yeah?
I'd like to chop up his legs and take them home with me.
It happened.
You know what I'd do to you? Forget it. All right, listen, Jackie Puffer, keep it in your pads.
Yeah, he's just out of his mind.
Thank you, Julie. Okay. And we'll be back right after these words.
You're listening to The Howard Stern Show. It's The Howard Stern Show. It's Howard.
We all agreed that we'd cheat on our wives to that girl. I would. If she said to me, hey, Howard, come by the hotel tonight and I'll give you sex, I would do it. I would do it. I don't care. I would do it. And you know what? Every guy in here admitted they do it.
Let me just say something here.
Yeah, because you'd have to be a fool.
Why don't you just leave your wife, since all you want to do is sleep with some other women?
No, I just...
Stop making a farce of the term marriage and the marriage contract and just leave your wife.
Oh, be quiet. I didn't say I want to leave my wife.
Sick of your
I'm just going to sneak around in the shadows. That's too big a commitment to leave my wife. Gary even said he has a newborn, and he said that he would have sex with her.
He said, what, baby?
Yeah.
Leave him at the mall.
Leave him at the mall. That's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. I got it. Everyone's calling and wants to know when that's going to be on the E! Show. I'm going to have that on 5 nights a week. They should give her a TV show. I would.
Why not?
Yeah, just have her on there. Let's stand there in different outfits.
Does she do some kind of a talk show? I read that one of those playmates does.
Oh, she talks? Oh.
What's she going to do on the show, Howard?
Stand there in different outfits. And dance. Did you see how she danced? She was like having sex.
Didn't that surprise you?
Yeah, I didn't think she'd be a good dancer.
You didn't think she could move?
Nope. No. White girl from Rochester?
What were the odds?
Come on.
She's special.
I'm going to put her in my movie. I want her to play a mute. She don't even have to talk. Just come on and go, oh, there's that mute girl,
You know,
Robin.
when you were sitting there saying, I would make love to you even if you were dead.
Yeah, I would.
Like, you'd probably prefer her that way.
I would. I really would. If she was a fresh corpse, I would make love to her.
Keep her in an electric blanket. Keep her warm.
Yeah, wrap her in an electric blanket. It's safe to say I'm in love with her.
Oh, Howard, you're so shallow.
I am. I'm in love with her.
You are so shallow.
I love my wife, but I love her.
It's an insult to your beautiful wife who sat there and put up with your butt.
Don't mean...
stinky butt.
You know, I'm sick of that. I'm sick of that. She put up with... She got a good deal. She didn't put up with anything.
Farting and not bathing on the weekend.
Well, I'd be bathing for Julie. I'd be nice and clean.
Bathing like Tiny Tim.
Right. I'd be oiling. 4 times a day a bath. It depends. The weather depends so I don't get fouled.
You must keep the area as soft as your hand.
With lotion. The area. Jackie Joke Man, congratulations to you.
Yeah.
Jackie, be honest. Would you cheat on your wife with that girl?
I already did.
All right. There you go.
According to you, he's cheated on his wife with lesser women. So.
Yeah, I know he has. I don't know, but that's my guess. That's my educated
He always
guess.
tells me you cheat like a dog. Jack.
What? Not like a dog, but he cheats. That's my guess, by the way. I don't have any
You tell
proof.
me that Jackie Hardy spent a day faithful.
No. That's not
That's what you
I'll bet you Jackie hasn't cheated in 2 years.
In the last 2 years?
Yeah. Yeah.
He hasn't cheated in 7 years. How long have you and Nancy
But if a girl was to come up to Jackie and really be friendly, and he was a little drunk,
I
and
have that girl's phone number, but I won't act on it.
No, this is just my opinion, by the way. I don't know if you could be the most loyal husband in the world.
Thanks.
And who knows?
So you think in the last 2 years he's been faithful?
Yeah. He's been feeling real high on his wife lately. Jackie the Joke Man Marlowe ordered Jackie's Wild Comedy CD or cassette. It's $10 plus $3 in shipping and handling.
Nancy should be happy to hear that.
Yeah. Joke Man special, buy two, get one free.
Remarkable vote of confidence.
Call 1-800-323-KING. And this Saturday, May 13th, Jackie at Headliners Comedy Club in Bethesda, Maryland. For filthy jokes and Robin excerpts, call 516-922-WINE. Remember, 516-922-WINE is not a pay service.
You always wonder what we talk about when, another person is out of the room with Jackie. We always talk about whether he's cheating on his wife.
Right.
And with you, we discuss your sanity.
Hey, we all know that we're talking about when we leave a room.
Okay, so in the newspaper today, we have the headline from the Daily Record in New Jersey. Shock jock Stern takes credit for breaking priest story. A hairstylist for radio personality Howard Stern said on yesterday's show that as a boy he witnessed the then pastor of the Church of St. Joseph in Medham sleeping in a bed with another boy. Ralph Sorella, who was a member of the parish at the time, said he slept on the floor of the rectory that night before going on a fishing trip with the pastor James Hanley. Allegations of pedophilia against a priest. Did you know you're in the paper?
No.
Yeah.
What is this?
Allegations of pedophilia against a priest had been the subject of a routine on the Stern Show last month. Sorella had said that the priest had taken out pornographic materials when he stayed in the rectory. However, the priest was not identified at the time. And I should add to this story that a lot of people recognized who Ralph was talking about because he mentioned the area, and they all called in.
And I would say this is more than a month ago.
Yeah. Hanley, now retired from the Catholic Church, has been accused of molesting at least 4 boys at the parish from the 70s until he left Medham in 1982.
He's retired because he got, he had enough of young boys.
Yeah. The allegations were the subject of a meeting last week called by the present pastor, Monsignor Kenneth Lash. Stern read extensively from an article in the Daily Record yesterday and took credit for breaking the story weeks ago. He said a number of people called his show to say they knew about the priest Sorella was talking about and had similar experiences. I think a lot of them came forward after that.
Yeah.
And complained to the priest. Sorella was not available for comment yesterday.
Where were you?
He was shaving his leg. Quote, I had heard rumors that someone connected to the Howard Stern Show was from Mendham, Lash said yesterday.
Bendham.
Bendham. The insinuation was he was going to do some sort of story about this, but we were well on the way to holding our meeting. I can tell you most assuredly Howard Stern did not break this story. Well, I can tell you most assuredly, Monsignor.
Yeah, but then why?
That we did.
When this
why all of a sudden did everyone come forward?
Years ago, when they knew about it, they didn't do anything. Now all of a sudden they're doing something.
All the people who came forward, at least I think 2 of them came forward on this show.
Yeah, the guy who called in.
Yeah, we told him to do something about it. Lash, who arrived in Mendham 1 year after Hanley left, said he first learned of the allegations 7 or 8 years ago. Well, why didn't...
How come it took so long to hold a meeting?
He has refused to be more specific because of a pending civil lawsuit. How come all these monsignors and all these priest types are worried about children, and he learned about it 8 years ago and didn't do anything about it? Well, what was he going to do? The Morris County Prosecutor's Office conducted a probe 2 years ago, but no charges were filed since the statute of limitations had expired. That's a neat little statute.
Yeah.
No, that's nice.
Lash said last week's meeting of parishioners were not connected to Stern Show or to the pending lawsuit. But he said all along that he was waiting for the victims to approve of the meeting.
It took him 8 years to approve of the meeting.
I would have called the meeting
I'm
first.
sure what happened was they started making, it just surfaced everything.
Why would you wait 8 years? Because if that guy now is out in the private sector, he could be molesting boys in the private sector. You don't know that. If I was a priest and I had this information, I'd come forward immediately.
You have to move very slowly on these things.
I see.
Be sure.
Give a guy plenty of time.
Sitting here with us is Monsignor Mental. Now, you have been with a few boys, haven't you?
Oh, a few.
Now, I know you don't want to... Monsignor Mental, well, how would you meet the boys? How would you seduce them?
Well, I have a mantra.
Right.
Tight is right.
And you keep repeating that. Now, you try to resist...
Yes, I do.
You try to resist the boys, don't you?
I do. I pray to our Jesus, our Savior.
Right.
For resistance and strength, but sometimes it wears away.
You know who you sound like a little bit? The guy from The Wizard of the Oz.
Oh, yes.
Wizard of Oz.
Yes,
right.
yes.
That guy.
Oh, yes.
Now, what about you? Would you like to practice in Mendham?
Bend them.
Mend them.
That's my favorite place.
It is. You like that place?
Oh, yes.
Now, I understand you've been with young boys a long time, but nobody ever reports you. Is that correct?
Sometimes I let them wear my silly hat.
You do, the boys?
For favors.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah.
So you have, what do you have, a big hat that you wear during services?
Oh, yes, a big garbage can.
And you let the boys, you invite the boys in to wear your hat?
They crush up a little piece of paper and throw them in when I walk by.
Right.
Good. Yes.
So what you're saying is that you actually tell the boys, hey, come back and try on my garbage can-sized hat.
Oh, yes.
And they get excited and they come back there.
My
You
incense.
make it a game.
You make a game out of it.
A little game. My incense and my smoking pocketbook. My
basketball.
My purse that I wave that smokes.
Yes. You love that.
Oh, yes. Sometimes I finish into my hat.
Right.
Hello, hat.
Your hat is your best friend.
So, okay. So
Jesus loves little boys, too, you know.
Right. But
What do you say?
Oh, yes, I know. I have proof, yes.
No, you do not.
I read the Bible.
See, that's your problem. You try to
the
back
blue Bible.
The blue Bible. You have a blue Bible.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So, let me ask you this. You
if
have...
they bite me, I smack them with my purse.
Well, looking at Ralph, would you be interested in him?
Oh, yeah.
Yes?
He grew up just fine. Yes.
Yes.
He's very stable.
Didn't see me when I was younger, Father.
Now, do you ever fall in love, Father, with some of these little boys?
Well, you know, historically, there was always love in those kind of situations. There were 6 5-year-olds under the table at the Last Supper.
I loved it all.
We tried to be stately.
But Robin asked you a good question.
Yeah.
Do you ever
That's a good question, Miss Quivers.
Do you ever fall in love with the boys?
Oh, yes.
You do.
I had a mellifluous Easter.
Good for you.
Oh, yes, I did.
Yeah, you are my Nubian princess.
I'd like to put a communion wafer in my pants and let Ralph find it with his tongue. Body of Christ. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah. Ding, jang, walla, walla, bing, bang.
Oh, good for
Take
you,
this, all of you, and eat it. For this is
Father
my
Mental.
body.
Father Mental.
Yes.
Father Mental. Yes, Father Mental. I'm disguising your name. You told me to. Father Mental, you...
Put a blue dot over my face. I don't want anyone to see who I am.
People shouldn't get the wrong impression. You really have good intentions. It's just that you can't resist the urge. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The church was a good sanctuary for men like me that didn't want to quite admit their true feelings.
Right.
And rather than act on them, we sort of hid in the church.
Right.
Would you say some of the boys came on to you?
I'm not saying that.
No, but a lot of
young
times...
Fanny is my drug.
No, but a lot of times...
I'm a weak man. What do you want from me?
A lot of times the boys search you out. Isn't that true?
You know, they're wearing those little white robes.
So you rape them. The boys are a little confused and
I'd like to give that Ralphie boy a holy water enema. That's what I would like very much.
You would like that?
Yes. Yes.
Well, what was your thing? How did you get the boys into your chamber?
I used to take the rosary bead.
All right. Father Mental,
and I'd put them in little places.
Father Mental, I just want to go on record as saying that I definitely had something to do with breaking the Ralph Storella story.
And I had something to do with breaking Ralph.
Very good.
Yes.
Would you ever...
Long ago in Vendham, New Jersey.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Father Mental. That's Father Mental.
I'm like the tortoise. I get there before the hare.
Good for you.
Oh, yes, I do.
Think about it. That's an amazing statement.
Yes.
Cuckoo. Ralph, you didn't have any hair, did you, when you...
No, I think I was pretty smooth at that point.
Right, okay, very good. Congratulations to you, Ralph.
They've been for a Snickers bar, and then I give them my autograph. Father Mental.
All right, Father Mental. Thank you, and we got to take a break.
You know, I used to tie a Tootsie Roll around my manliness and lure them in.
Right.
Entice them. Yeah.
All right, Father Mental. Thank you, and we're going to take a short break.
Yours in Christ.
Okay, when we come back, we're going to do the news, take maybe a few phone calls. We'll see what happens, Rob. We'll see how much time.
We don't have any time. Let's just do the news.
Let's do the news, right?
The little ones make such strange noises.
All right, we're going to be back after this.
You're listening to The Howard Stern Show. We're back with the Howard Stern Show.
Julie! Good. In the commercials, we were talking about what we do to that Playboy Playmate of the Year.
I would love to.
You know that story you did yesterday where they hooked up the cow's heart? That kid electrocuted himself because he plugged it in instead of using batteries?
Yes.
If Julie was dead, couldn't you hook up her, her most intimate of places to a battery pack? And
I'm sure it's possible.
that's what we were talking about. Even if she
In
died.
fact, why do you need the whole of Julie?
Right. That's all you need.
Why don't you just take that part?
Be easy to hook up. Right. She's perfect, huh? She's a 10. She's a 10.
Incredible.
Smear.
Billy was creating a whole personality around her smile. I don't know. Well, sick guy.
All of you are very sick.
He's got that dirty.
Hey, you know what's weird? Ralph told me this during the commercials that his mom still doesn't know that he was part of that whole molestation story with Father.
She doesn't even. She doesn't
Father
even know.
Handle Me?
There's no way she knows the story because she's in Florida.
So she doesn't even know that the guy that she used to send you out to get counseling was like a pedophile.
Yeah.
Well, you want to call her and tell her?
I don't know.
Maybe that's what we've been thinking about. Should we tell her on the air?
Yeah.
Mother's Day.
Could she handle it?
I mean, I didn't. Nothing really happened to me, so I mean.
Yeah, we ought to tell her.
I mean, and I've been trying to tell her, like last night.
Why don't you write down her phone number and let Gary get her on the phone? We'll tell her.
How about what? How about I go call her first and see if she's up and make sure.
All right. Well, all right. Hurry up.
All right.
Gee, you're so nice to your mother.
Yeah.
Oh, Howard.
Wouldn't it be great if she got on and she went like, "How's my son?"
She talks like Ralph.
Talks like Ralph, like this.
I'm sleeping.
I had no idea. My son had this happen to him.
Oh, my.
I hope you don't reverse the charges.
I wonder what she'll react, how she'll react. Knowing she sent Ralph
Yeah, well,
to the priest.
I'm going to ask her why the hell would you send him to a priest? Those guys.
Well, back in those days, people thought priests could be trusted.
The days when priests had it good.
Yeah, and nobody suspected a thing.
Everybody was unaware.
Yeah. Now you're late. I mean, I'd be afraid to leave my kids alone in a room with an adult. All these adults are sick.
Well, what are you?
I don't know. I'm the one guy who isn't. I don't know. I just don't have an attraction to little children. I guess I'm weird.
Well, you soon will have.
Yeah.
If you keep getting older and your attraction to women keeps getting younger.
Yeah, maybe eventually I will. It happened. Yeah.
You used to be attracted to women your age.
Years ago, I mean, priests had it made. JFK had it made. Everyone had it made. Mum's the word back then. Look at all these reporters, and they all know I'm cheating, but they don't write it.
He would bring the girls past the reporters. Hello, reporters.
Yeah.
This is my new girl.
Yeah.
Where's my pot?
You have to respect the presidency of the United States.
The president is humping.
There's a sign hanging on the door.
If the house is rocking, don't come knocking.
Right.
Ask not.
I don't know what's going on with Ralph, but evidently he's trying to get his mom on the phone. What happened?
What?
Where's your mom?
She's on the phone.
Oh. I'll put her through.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. They're doing it.
Oh, cool.
You didn't
nice,
tell her
man.
anything.
I'll be nice. Hi, Mrs. Sorella. Don't call her that. Why?
Oh, that's not her name?
That's not her name.
Oh. Well, how do I know
Hi,
that?
Mrs. Ralph. What are we
Mrs.
talking
Salamone.
about?
Miss Salamone.
Hey, Miss Salamone.
Oh, hi, Howard.
I never actually spoke to you, have I?
Well, embarrassing once.
I remember that phone call. It was like Ralph's first phone call to the show.
Oh, yeah, but that was absurd.
Years ago.
Well, so listen. I'll just call you Mom because I can't. Miss Salome or
call her
Salami.
Mom.
Mom.
Mom will do.
Okay, Mom
Right.
will do.
So anyway, Ralph is part of a big story that's been appearing in the newspapers
How come?
because we wanted Ralph to break the news to you on the air.
Well, what is
It's
it?
a wild story.
Well, it's in the papers. You might have, we didn't want somebody to call you with it before you found out from Ralph himself.
Is this bad news or good news?
Well, I think it's good news.
I don't know. It's bad news.
Is it bad or is
But
it
it's
good?
not bad news about Ralph.
No, it's not bad news about Ralph.
I'm fine, Mom.
But,
Okay.
but it's going to come as a surprise to you because you had no idea what was going on.
No, I guess I don't.
All right, yeah. All right. Anyway, Ralph. So,
Ralph is part of a sting operation.
yeah, right. Okay. Should I explain some of it to your mom?
I don't know. However you.
All right, let me handle it. I'm a professional.
You're the
Let
man.
Howard handle it, because I'm curious.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Remember when Ralph was a little boy?
That's right.
Okay. And Ralph didn't have a dad around when he was growing up, right?
Right.
Okay. So your idea was to get Ralph some counseling, right? You know, to have, like, you know, people in his life,
Right.
especially men.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So one of your good ideas was to send Ralph to, I guess it was Father Hanley. What's the guy's name?
Father Hanley.
Yes.
Yeah, and Father Hanley would help him and take him on fishing trips and stuff?
Right.
Right. And you would send him there for counseling?
Right.
Okay. Right.
Now, remember the fishing trip in particular.
You remember the fishing trip?
Hey, what is this? Yes.
Yeah, all right, listen to this. So anyway, Ralph was on the air, and he told me that when he was going to go on the fishing trip, Father Hanley decided that it would be a good idea if, since they were leaving early in the morning, why have Ralph sleep at your house? Why doesn't he come over to his house? Right?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember when I stayed over
No.
at the rectory?
No.
You don't remember that?
Not at all.
You dropped me off there.
Where was I? Are you sure?
Yeah, there was a fishing trip or something, and we were going to go in the morning, and you dropped me off the night before.
Wow.
Long time.
Well,
I
it
guess
was tough times.
yeah, I guess it was no real big deal to you.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, so Ralph goes in.
It was a memorable night to me.
And in order to, get things going, Father Hanley showed Ralph some pornography.
You've got to be kidding.
No, and some like sex toys.
Get out of here.
Wait, it gets better.
No, hey, you're pulling some kind of Howard. I know.
No. Listen to this.
Mom, it's no
It's
joke.
now
It's all
why
true.
didn't you tell me then?
Don't freak out.
Don't freak out yet.
I'm already freaking out.
That's all right. Well, if you freak out, do it. Do it on the air.
Do it into the receiver. Don't drop the
All right.
receiver.
So wait a second. Listen to this.
Oh, I can't believe
So
it.
then, when Ralph's getting ready for bed, when Father Hanley decides to change, and there was another little boy over, the other little boy and Father Hanley were already in bed, according to Ralph.
And they invited Ralph to join them.
Right.
Ralph, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How come you didn't tell me this then?
Because he's stupid. Anyway, so...
I can't believe this.
But wait a second. Ralph, and I put him under hypnosis already.
Get out.
Yeah, I have.
We had a hypnotherapist.
Ralph claims he went to sleep on the floor, even though Father Hanley invited him into the bed.
We stayed over, and he said, he has this huge bed. And he said, you can sleep in the bed, you can sleep on the floor. And I said, I'll sleep on the floor. He's like, well, there's plenty of room in the bed. But I was a little freaked out because he had these porno magazines and stuff, and he was acting a little weird.
Oh, my God.
Did he also give you something to drink? Did you say?
I don't...
Did you have a little schnapp? Jägermeister?
That's where you got that Jägermeister from.
So anyway, Ralph never again wanted to go back to see Father Hanley,
Right.
or Father Handled Me.
Yes, Howard.
And I guess back then, moms trusted priests. I don't think they do anymore.
Yeah, but wasn't he a real nice guy? We didn't have, it was a private school, it was a Catholic school, and at some point, my mother just didn't have money to send me. And he still let me go to the school there, but you know why?
Because you're hot.
He wanted to date me.
Yeah.
All the way back then.
Yeah.
Right.
And do you remember, I used to go to counseling with him, right?
You went with Father Schweitzer.
Oh, I didn't go to Father Hanley?
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank God Father Schweitzer
Well,
was
you know
okay.
what happened to Father Schweitzer?
Nothing.
No, I'm just kidding.
Nothing. Father Schweitzer was cool.
Yeah.
No, wait a minute. I don't know about that, because that's when you got really angry and you wouldn't go back anymore, and I didn't understand why.
That was the reason, because of Father Hanley.
Father Hanley, yeah.
And they caused me to lose that house. I can't believe it. You should have told me then.
How did they cause you to lose the house?
No,
Mom. Yes, sir. Father Schweitzer put me through. Yes, terrible.
No, it had nothing. It had nothing to do with Father Schweitzer.
No, it had nothing to do with Father Schweitzer.
I don't even remember him.
It had to do with Father Hanley.
I know, but you were counseling with Father Schweitzer too.
Yeah, but
Ralph just didn't want to see any more priests.
Well, he figured he was running 50-50. Father Schweitzer was cool, but Father Hanley was sort of a pain in the neck. So anyway, Ralph got all irritated and wouldn't go back. So that's why he wouldn't go back. So now, as a result of Ralph saying this on the air, and he hadn't even named Father Hanley, he just said in the Mendham area, that a lot of boys have stepped forward.
Really?
Evidently, there's been, he's already out of the priesthood. He's an accountant somewhere, but, they've known about it for 8 years.
There's been at least 4
who
You
have
know,
come
Ralph,
forward.
You did try to tell me something about Father Henley, and I reprimanded you for having said something about a priest because I thought that was sacrilegious then.
What did I say?
Well, it's kind of embarrassing. I mean, you were just a kid, and I didn't know that you... Oh, it was terrible, you know.
What did he say?
That he said terrible things on the playground, and I used to have to volunteer there, and I said, no, I've never heard anything like that. You shouldn't talk that way. And, well, you know, for Christmas, what he wanted for Christmas.
What did he want?
What Father Hanley wanted?
Yeah, you said, boy, Father Hanley, he's not really a priest. And I said, what are you talking about? And you said, you should hear how he talks on the playground.
Really?
And when you told me, I said, oh, how...
What did he say? I don't remember.
You don't remember? Because I said, I accused you of hearing other boys say it and blaming it on Father Hanley.
So what was Father Hanley saying?
He was saying, I want, you know, nice big blondes with big boobs.
Oh, really?
Like that. And I thought that was disgraceful. And I thought, no,
Well, it would have been better if at least he went with a blonde with big boobs.
But he did show Ralph pornographic magazines of women.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking to
in all fairness to Father Hanley.
Yeah.
I was talking to my other friends at school, and everybody thought that he was just a cool guy. You know, he used to go to like spaghetti dinner and get like drunk, and you know, you know, and he was just like a fun kind of guy. And
he was a loose priest.
He showed everybody porno magazines.
Was he young?
No, it was like, you know, and he was fat too, and it was kind of like disgusting.
If he had been cuter, would you have gone with him,
Well,
Ralph?
maybe.
Would you have gotten into the bed if
he was like a Calvin Klein model or something?
Yeah, right.
Ralph, Ralph, stop that. No, I stopped going to that church when I went to visit him for a counseling about you. And the woman there,
yeah,
she answered the door and she said, oh.
She was nude.
No, she said to Father Henley.
Had a vibrator.
What?
No, she said to Father Hanley what?
She just said, oh, Father, there's a lady here to see you, a good looker. He says, well, I'll be right there. And I was, then I started thinking about...
Is your mom hot?
What?
Is your mom hot, Ralph?
Come on, man.
This was 10, 12 years ago, Howard.
Really?
And so
But you mean the lady at the church was calling you saying you were a good looker?
What was going on in that house?
What a church.
That's exactly, Robin. I said, what is going on here?
Hey, why don't you introduce me to your mom sometime?
She was in town for a few weeks, man.
Yeah, man, why don't you let me hook up with her?
Well, you were on vacation and stuff.
Is your mom blonde?
Howard.
Yeah.
Shame on you.
Oh,
now,
come
I've
on,
seen your
Debbie.
wife. She's a beautiful young lady.
She's beautiful, but hey, variety's the spice of life. Mr. Salami.
That was that was a wild church because
what a church!
You know what else happened?
Yeah.
Listen to this.
I need a church like that.
My church was boring.
You guys were praying to God and not Satan?
Mom, I don't know if I ever told you this, and I'll tell you who the family was later, but there was a family in the church who was really connected into the church. You know, they were lay people.
No names, please.
They were in every event, and all their kids went to school.
Okay, yeah.
About 4 years ago.
I don't want to. You know what? I don't want to hear your accusations anymore. You've heard enough.
It's not an accusation. The wife ran off with one of the priests. In the
she
parish.
did?
Yeah.
Oh, what a wild play.
Yeah.
She ran off with that young one, right?
Right.
Cool.
And Father...
And he was good looking.
Father handled me?
No, Cardinal O'Connor says this is not going on in that priest movie. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, the priest movie's outrageous. And Ralph's little town in Jersey.
Yeah,
right.
This is a small town. I mean, like...
It's no church. It's a whorehouse. I mean, it's like a den of iniquity.
I think they were hitting on my mom with it.
Did you believe it, though? Like you were sending Ralph to him for counseling?
Oh, my God.
Isn't that cool?
No.
I mean, no. I mean, horrible. But
Yeah, well, now the guy's... Isn't he up on charges?
Yeah, so when...
Now I'm not shocked that Ralph's a hairdresser.
Now when me and Howard started talking about it, now, like, everybody came forward and...
This is for real. It's
it's in the paper.
What paper is this?
The Daily Record.
The Inquirer. No, it's in the Daily Record.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What a way to greet the morning. I can't believe this.
All right, Mrs. Salome.
No, you call me Mom, Howard.
All right, Mom.
Okay, well, thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, I'd like to hook up with you next time you're in town visiting Ralph.
I'll be there soon. Because
I mean, if the church is calling you hot, then you must be hot.
I have to...
Does your mom wear mini dresses and stuff?
Oh, God, stop.
Does she?
Oh.
Come on, man. What if I hooked up with your mom?
Be your dad.
I'll be your dad, Ralph.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm a cool dad. Mr. Salami.
Cool
okay,
dad.
it's a bit late for that for Ralph.
You got a young mom, huh? What, did she have you when you were like 14? Did you have him when you were 14 or something?
Listen, let's call this quits. I'm really shocked about this.
I know.
I'm very upset that you didn't tell me this then.
Yeah, but,
Ralph.
who wants to talk about it? Nothing happened to me. I mean, if I was a
Who knows, Mr. Salami?
Look, Ralph doesn't even remember what you're telling us. We still need him hypnotized again.
Yeah, we're not even sure we believe
you
Ralph.
didn't even remember dropping me off at the church.
When you were naked with Father Hanley.
Wait a minute. Wait.
You were naked. You tried to change into your jammies.
Yeah, but maybe I stayed in my underwear. I mean, I don't
No, you
remember
didn't.
running around naked.
I'm sure they made sure you took them off because it's dirty that you're in the pants when you sleep.
Yeah, you can't air out.
Yeah.
This is going to really freak me out all day now. Okay.
You'll get over it.
I'll call you a little
It might
while.
explain a lot of things about Ralph.
It does. It does.
All right, Mr. Salami.
I should have stayed there a little bit longer.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Mom.
Bye, Ralph.
Hey, your mom sounds hot. Like kind of young and kind of cool.
She is. She's really cool.
Can she pass for like young?
I don't know.
Come on, man, be honest.
I don't know.
Is she hot?
I don't. Who would think their mom is
I don't know.
hot?
She got a big chest?
No, I don't
What's
know.
the big
that.
deal?
I don't know.
Oh, he's like Fred about
Dude, you
that.
can't look at your mother as a woman as opposed to just your mom?
I don't look my mother over.
I mean, do guys like hit on her and stuff?
No.
Oh, they don't.
No.
All right.
She has trouble with her back, and she put on a little weight. So.
Oh, she did?
Yeah. She went to Dr. Sarno.
Oh, did she good?
Ralph
She should be
ruined
slimming
her.
down and looking sexy in no time.
Was she real hot when you were young? She like a hot mom?
Yeah, I saw some pictures of her, and
Really?
she's really cute. Yeah, with dark hair.
Can I see those
Like
pictures?
old black and white pictures and like
Why don't
baby.
you bring those in, man? Let's check it out.
Maybe. I don't know if I have them.
Yeah.
I have to get them from her. I'll
All
bring
right.
some
Yeah,
in.
Mr. Evaluation
Yeah.
doesn't know what his mom looks
Yeah.
like.
Only picks apart everybody.
I don't do that.
Does she have as nice an ass as you do?
Nobody does.
All right, get out of here.
That was fun
Soft
telling
and hairy like yours.
That was fun telling Ralph's mom was.
Breaking the news. What a good judge of character she is. Your mom's a real good judge of character.
It's so bad. She's just trying to do the right thing. And
Yeah,
like,
well, sometimes you got to open your eyes.
Yeah.
Don't say bad things about the priest.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I don't
Yeah,
even.
Ralph
I
gets
don't.
into trouble for
I
trying
don't
to
remember
turn
her
in the
quieting
He
me
tried
down.
to even tell her, and she wouldn't listen. Sacrilege. He's a guy. He's a guy in a stupid uniform.
in a robe.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, but my mom was.
How
totally
dare
raised
you,
in this
Mother
church.
dear.
Mother dear. You never turn to saint in your life, Mother dear.
All right, very good. Thanks, Ralph. Homo.
Oh, come on.
We still don't know the full extent of that story. Every time we hear about it, we learn more.
It gets deeper and deeper.
Yeah, it seems like Father Handle Me was in Ralph's life a lot more than
Yeah.
we knew.
Yeah.
I think they were engaged. Story's opening up like a rose.
Unfolding.
Opening up like Ralph.
All right, why don't we take a break, and then we'll do some news, because we've uncovered a huge story.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
You're listening to the Prince of 15 Cities, Howard Stern. Eagle. You're listening to the Howard Stern Show.
You bet.
Once again, Howard Stern.
Tomorrow on the show, Robin, remind me to call Reverend Al Sharpton, because he's not returning Gary's phone calls.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's back from Africa.
Oh, I was going to say, is he back?
Yeah, he was. I think he was in the Knicks game the other night. You know, but we're trying to get him over at that Linda Ronstadt, trying to get all his black people over to that Linda Ronstadt concert at the Radio City Music Hall, because that Linda Ronstadt supports apartheid. She actually played Sun City and won't apologize for it. So I think this is horrible.
Well, we'll see if we can't get him on the phone.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
This is terrible. This is terrible. I would go out there and protest myself, but I'll be at a book signing in Washington.
Oh, good for you, Robin. You really care about black people.
Unfortunately, it was already scheduled.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't cancel. Yeah, well, give out the dates for your book signing.
I'll be in Washington at the Crown Books in DuPont Circle on Saturday at 1:30.
That's the gay area.
I think it's 1:30. And then tomorrow I'll be at a Walden Books down in the Wall Street area.
Wonder if Father Hanley will be at the DuPont Circle one.
At 12:30, signing books. And on Conan O'Brien tonight.
Oh, yeah, Conan. Will we be learning new things about you on Conan?
I think Conan wants to get into more of the sex in the book. So.
It happened. Is that right? You did a pre-interview?
Yes.
Hey, let me ask you something. There's a lot of mythology around you. And a lot of people think you're perfect.
Is that still going on?
I think after people read this book, they'll realize that I'm human, Howard.
Conan ought to recreate the sex with you. Like, you say, okay, Robin, get up on my table and show me what you did with this guy.
Unfortunately, I have to be hot for the person.
Right.
I don't think I could recreate it with Conan.
He has big hands like your dad, Conan.
I could recreate that one with Conan.
You bet. Hey, yo.
Big ham hands.
You have a way of writing sex scenes that's unbelievable. She's good. She's damn good.
Thank you, RJ.
I love it. Yep. OJ likes you.
I wonder if OJ's reading my book in jail.
Hey, no, I don't think OJ reads. I'll tell you, I would love to. I guess you're going to talk about it, but isn't OJ shouldn't he be in a deep pile of doo-doo, considering the fact that they found Ron Goldman's hair at his house?
I don't know. Somehow or other, they are going to bore this jury to the point that they can't make a decision.
I can't believe this.
And with this comedic judge
who's now
sitting
sleeping on the bench.
The case,
yeah.
What do you think the jury interprets it as when the judge is sitting there pretending to nod off during testimony? Do you think that makes an impression on the jury?
I would say so, yeah. I just don't understand why a judge who indulged all of these 2- and 3-day, in some cases 7-day testimony, why all of a sudden now he's acting like he's bored because he reads the newspaper.
That's not his job.
No, it's pathetic. He is really an embarrassment to the bench.
He is acting now.
I got to tell you something. I wish more of these judges would be on TV. We would weed out all of them. You find an embarrassment in many cases sitting on the bench. I can't even begin to tell you the horror stories that I know of for people who have had to actually go to court from things that they've been involved in business, and it is frightening. It is frightening. There is just,
Well, when you're sitting in a trial, you look to the judge to see, whether
take your cues from him.
The prosecution and the defense attorneys are doing the right job and whether they should be respected. And he's definitely giving the impression that, he could care less about these people.
But Judge Sleepo will continue to carry on with these antics.
He's mugging for the camera.
I didn't think there was enough mockery going on.
Yesterday they said that the reporters resorted to counting the number of times he pretended to doze off.
Good.
During prosecution questioning or direct examination of Robin Cotton.
This guy...
Because he deemed the testimony tiresome and boring.
Yeah, finally got to him. It's hard to tell when his eyes are closed, though. Did you notice that? Did you watch any of it?
I didn't actually see it, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I wasn't sure. I always thought his eyes were closed.
He was dozing? I thought he was dozing very long.
Yeah, I said, hey, what's this?
You think I'm sleeping, but I'm looking directly at you.
And then he's into this whole thing with putting coffee cups. See, let me tell you about Judge Ito. And this is why I call him Judge Ego. He had a real judge, and there are real judges. Don't let me mislead you here. There are many good judges, but the problem is, and I say that because I'll probably have to go to court someday. It's probably something I've done. So I don't want to screw myself. So anyway, here's the point. This guy had an opportunity at the beginning, when the cameras screwed up, to say, hey, look, enough nonsense. I don't want cameras in my courtroom. I'm into getting this tried. This is already a media circus, and it's going to delay the trial. It's going to make a mockery of the judicial system. No cameras. Verboten. The trial would have been over in 4 weeks. That would have been the end of it. This thing would have been gone, long gone. This is not the kind of trial that needs any more attention than 4 weeks. 3 weeks tops, really.
But the very attentive Judge Ito, who listened to hours and days of testimony of Rosa Lopez and never blinked an eye,
right?
Even though it was tedious and boring,
he wants to be on TV.
Is now pretending that he's bored.
He really wants this case to go on for the rest of his career because he'll be on TV for the rest of his career. He's got a huge ego.
He's already the most famous judge in America.
Yeah.
He's even better known than any of the Supreme Court justices.
And ultimately, he'll be considered a bad judge. Now, let me say something too. When you see a guy involved with nonsense like coffee cups with radio station logos, and
meeting Larry
King walking in during the case while it's going on, having extra minutes in the chamber with Judge Ito. When you see stuff like this going on, Geraldo going down there, when you see Judge Ito with he has timepieces, the various clocks
He's doing television interviews.
Yeah, this is a guy out of control. If I had it my way, if I was the judge, no cameras, no lawyers, no jury, anything. Just a magic 8-ball. Here's what I would do. I would say, Elephant Boy 8-ball, is O.J. guilty?
I think I told you once before.
Exactly. And that would be it. And then the case would be over. Guilty. Hang him high.
So anyway, today is supposed to be a very exciting portion of the trial. They're finally supposed to get to telling us whose blood is on that bloody glove. And according to testimony out of the presence of the jury yesterday, or hearings out of the presence of the jury yesterday, that glove contains the blood of O.J. Simpson and Ron Goldman and possibly Nicole Brown Simpson.
Yeah, and also there's a few hairs on the glove, too.
Yeah, but they say this could be the most damning evidence.
So let's say the police...
to be presented before this jury.
Let's say the police planted this blood. What do they do? Also plant the hairs? Ah, come on already.
Yeah, now when did they have time to do that?
Yeah, they had a lot of time. No problem. There's not one shred of evidence. Who would think the police are framing O.J. Simpson? You got to frame somebody. You frame one of these rap guys. Snoop Doggy Dogg or somebody.
Well, as Geraldo said the day he was here, he had heard from one of his friends, the black friend, who had just been at a journalism convention of black journalists. She couldn't find one who believed that O.J. was guilty.
Oh, for God's sakes, that's so depressing. There's going to be no judicial system. You're not going to be able to have black people sit on a jury after a while.
Well, not against, in judgment of black people. Apparently they lose their judgment with them.
Well, they might lose their judgment with white people, too.
You never know.
So, that's O.J. news, I guess.
That's right. Now, in Oklahoma, there are reports today that Terry Nichols, the guy who's been linked to this Timothy McVeigh, and who the feds have sort of implied they think built the bomb that blew up that building in Oklahoma.
Yes.
They say that he's secretly been charged in connection with the bombing. Both the Los Angeles Times and the New York Times cite unidentified federal sources as saying that they've filed charges in a sealed complaint.
I see. A sealed complaint, you say, Reverend.
Nichols is currently being held in Kansas as a material witness.
Right.
And they are trying to extradite him to the Oklahoma area.
Top secret stuff.
So far, Timothy McVeigh has been the only person charged in the bombing. Meanwhile, the FBI says it's investigating whether Nichols' 12-year-old son could be questioned about this whole thing. He might have witnessed something because he was visiting with his father a few days before the bombing. And they say that he's already told them that his father talked to him about how to build certain kinds of bombs.
Oh, he did? That's good for a 12-year-old.
So, this is something that the father and son did together.
Hey, you can't fault the guy for that. At least he includes his kids.
Authorities say the son is not believed to be a suspect in the bombing.
I knew this was the work of a 12-year-old. Show and tell from hell. Can you imagine he shows up? Yeah, I got a Ryder truck out in the back. I'd like to show the class something I'm working on with my dad.
But they say he may have been with McVeigh when McVeigh rented the truck that authorities say was used to carry the bomb to Oklahoma City.
Interesting. Let me take a short break, Robin. Come back, do some more stories. I suppose the next story will be about the former LULAC president who is up on charges.
I don't have that today for you.
I have
I'm
it.
still researching that one.
I got it.
You got it?
Oh, I got it.
You want to do it?
You give me permission. You are the news director.
Why don't you tell me when you have a breaking story?
Well, I felt a little out of place. You are the news director.
Well, we've been working on this together. If
right.
you finally pull the ends of that story together, I'd be perfectly willing to have you do it.
You're going to be shocked when I tell you this one. Especially my Mexican-American fans will be very shocked. I tell you, I'm going to get to the bottom of all this. We'll be back right after these words.
You're listening to the Howard Stern Eagle. We're back with the Howard Stern Show. Hey, it's Howard.
All right, now, you'll like this. For those of you who are offended by the fact that this group, this is the main group, I think, that's been complaining about me and my Selena comments. Meanwhile,
that's the one I've noticed being mentioned in papers.
These are the ones who didn't hear me on the radio but decided that I'm an enemy of Mexican-American people, which I don't feel I am, but hey. I've been very upfront about some of the problems in Mexico, but evidently you're not supposed to talk about that.
this could have been what got you into trouble, because I remember you taking a whole morning one day to address Mexico.
Yeah. Well, here you go. Former LULAC president to be sentenced in August. LULAC is the group that's been after me. A former national Hispanic leader faces sentencing August 18th after being convicted of charges stemming from an operation that prosecutors say took in millions of dollars from undocumented immigrants in the late 1980s. Now I know why they're after me. Because if Mexicans ever got up in arms about them, these are the enemies of Mexicans. Not me talking about I don't like Latin music. That's a farce. This is what we're talking about. Bilking another corrupt, here it is, corruption running rampant in LULAC.
Mm-hmm.
A supposed organization, a civil rights organization that Mexican Americans trust. A federal court jury deliberated for about 4 hours before returning guilty verdicts Monday on all 10 counts against Jose Velez, a former president of the League of United Latin American Citizens.
Now, would you tell us what he did?
Mr. Velez was charged with conspiracy and filing false statements with the Immigration Service in connection with the scheme. He faces a likely prison term from 5 to 8 years. Okay, let me tell you this. The verdicts, which followed a 2-week trial, capped an investigation into what prosecutors said was the largest immigration fraud case in the country. More than a dozen people were convicted earlier in the case, with most pleading guilty. Mr. Velez, who was president of LULAC between 1990 and 94, said he would appeal the guilty verdicts, of course, because in this country you get to appeal. In Mexico, they just take you aside and shoot you. Velez attorney Luis Palazzo said he thought the jurors were swayed during the 2-week trial by witnesses who, without pointing to specific cases, testified that massive immigration fraud was occurring. All right, let's find out exactly what he did.
Yeah.
As they say here, the U.S. Department of Justice prosecutor Richard Schein, in urging jurors to return a guilty verdict, said Mr. Velez wasn't a civil rights fighter. He was a man making lots of money, shakedown artist. Mr. Schein said that people went to Las Vegas because the word was out that they could get residency in the United States even though they didn't meet the requirements. One of the witnesses testified that the immigration consulting business took in about $85,000 a day from unsuspecting Mexicanos.
Mm-hmm.
And another testified that Mr. Velez kept $280,000 in cash in a safe in his home. Mr. Velez's son Peter testified, his own son testified that his father oversaw and instructed employees at the office how to push false amnesty applications through the system. So what he would do is...
amnesty. So this is what was going on. People coming in and saying, you know, I'm a political prisoner.
Right. Taking advantage.
Or a political refugee and getting amnesty.
Corruption. This is, and notice you don't hear anything from the present president of LULAC. You don't see him organizing demonstrations. You don't see him speaking out against injustices. They've targeted me falsely. They never heard what I said on the radio. It's a farce. It's a shakedown.
And what you said has done nothing to improve or degrade the life of Mexican-American citizens.
No, hasn't changed. But I'll tell you one thing. Sitting with $280,000 cash in your place, that was something. See, that's a real issue. That's an issue no one in LULAC, wherever they came from, chooses to address. They don't address real
trying to divert
situations.
attention from that issue by using us.
Mexicans are low on the totem pole. Mexican Americans are low on the totem pole. They've got issues that are mind-boggling. They've got a country filled with corruption. Read it in the paper every day. The average peasant over there can't even get a shake, a fair shake. There's no judicial system. There's nothing. And the big issue is I don't like Tejano music. Well, it's improper to say that with the death of Selena. That's what they said. Because if you go back and listen to the tape, I've said nothing else.
And you must be removed from the airwaves because of it.
Another shakedown. Shakedown. LULAC to shakedown. Where's the protest? Where's the taking to the streets? There will be none because it's Mexicans ripping off their own Mexicans.
Well, how will their lives be improved if you disappear? I still have yet to hear the answer to that question.
Their lives will get worse because, quite frankly, there are very few people willing to test the limits of free speech in this country like I am, to say whatever's on their mind and talk openly about issues, and, you know, some of it kinetic, some of it not.
People they get to leave their jobs for a day and run around with placards aren't thinking about the fact that whether you're on the air or not, they won't have any more money, they won't be in a different house, their kids won't get a better education or health care. Life will be exactly the same.
Shakedown. Oh, right away, this Lulac started contacting Infinity Broadcasting. What are you going to do for us? You know, shakedown. That's what I call a shakedown. We're not going to do anything for you. I'm not going to do anything for you because I don't think I did anything wrong, and I never will do anything for you.
We will keep up the pressure on Mr. Stern.
Keep it up. There's no pressure here. I'd be happy to resign. If the company thinks that I am a detriment, I will be happy to step down. I'm looking to step down, believe me. There's no problem. No problem. Thank you. Isn't that a great story? As it all comes out, Linda Ronstadt opens her big fat mouth. Turns out she played Sun City, the biggest hypocrite in the world. Jesse Jackson opened his mouth about me. Turns out he spit in white people's food and called New York Jaime Town, and he's saying that I'm a racist? Don't you love the hypocrisy of these jackasses that all purport to care about humanity? Here's this Lulac, the leader, former leader now up on charges, convicted. Bilking people. I'm as clean as a whistle. That's the problem. I'm as clean as a whistle. I'm a frigging saint.
Well, don't go.
I'm willing to say it.
So you're talking about leaving your wife for girls.
Wow, come on. I got carried away. There was a model in here. I got nuts. I'm still with my wife. Believe me. I'm just looking. Anyway,
just have to check you.
You've got to admit, though, that that is hypocrisy, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
At its best.
Well, it's rampant.
Well, we'll see what else comes up about this organization, LULAC, as I continue to investigate.
Yeah, they're not the only ones who can...
we can investigate, too. We're going to find out. And everyone's jumping around. Ooh, LULAC. LULAC has said today in a statement, LULAC. What is LULAC? I'll tell you what it is. It's a guy named Velez, who, by the way, loves Selena music, but takes hundreds of thousands of dollars, $85,000 a day from, what do you think, he's a rich Mexican?
Right.
They're not rich. Good organization. I would trust them implicitly.
Follow everything they say.
Yeah, they sound like they're really on top of stuff.
Well, they're on your side.
Yeah, I don't see any protests going on. I don't see any outrage. No outrage.
And I just wanted to mention while we're on this subject, I want to thank David Hinckley.
Thank you.
For going out and finding out if it's all right for me to work on this show.
Yeah, he is whacked out, man. I'm a suck-ass sycophant.
I didn't know I needed permission from anyone or there was someone I should be asking. But David Hinckley does know, so he asked this guy, Ed Castleberry, who I don't know.
David Hinckley's a columnist in the Daily News here in New York who hates our show and thinks Imus invented everything that I'm doing. But boy, oh boy, I'd love to play him tapes of Imus when I came to New York.
Well, anyway, he went to somebody named Ed Castleberry, a longtime DJ around the country and at the National Black Network.
Whatever that is.
I don't know what it is.
Never heard of Ed Castleberry or the National Black Network.
Capitalized here like, well, this is his credential. He is a longtime DJ, and he now is at the National Black Network. So I went to him and asked him about RobinQuivers. I don't know why my name should come up when he's talking to Ed Castleberry. Maybe Mr. Castleberry has something he wants to say about himself.
Right.
But in David Hinckley's column today, he says that he went to Mr. Castleberry, and Mr. Castleberry said it's okay for me to work on the Howard Stern Show.
Oh, it's okay.
Absolutely, it is within my rights to be here.
Yeah.
But he also feels that I should acknowledge the roles of pioneer black radio personalities in paving the road that led to my job.
How should you do that? Should you do a tribute to them? He knows what you should do because you're black and he's black. That's the hypocrisy of David Hinckley.
He doesn't know me and he has no clue what I do.
But that's David Hinckley.
He had David Hinckley explain me to him.
David Hinckley thinks he's a liberal. David Hinckley, to me, that's the work of a racist. I mean, there's a guy who's sitting and discussing what a black woman should do.
First of all, what does he care what black people do?
Not only that, he's not black, and not only that, How come I don't see David Hinckley writing about other black people?
Who should I go to see if David Hinckley should be writing for the Daily News?
Yeah,
I think David Hinckley gets up in the morning and he decides what he wants to do and he does it.
Right. But you got to check in with Ed Castleberry.
I have to follow some sort of rules according to David Hinckley.
Yeah, well, you should because you're black.
Absolutely. I'm a black female and I'm supposed to act a certain way.
David Hinckley, like Linda Ronstadt, knows just what black people should be doing.
I love these white liberals who really are racist and don't even know it.
Yeah. That's the most racist thing I've ever read.
And now on with the news.
David Hinckley's a jerk. There's just no two ways about it.
Oh, man. I can't believe I actually sat down for an interview.
I told you he sucks. He just totally sucks.
Ugh. And he, kissing the ass of Iman.
Yeah.
One of the most racist people I've ever met.
Here.
President Clinton says his talks with Russian leader Boris Yeltsin have advanced the security of the American people. Are you feeling more secure?
No. Not with David Hinckley working at the Daily News.
They had a several-hour meeting at the Kremlin today, and they thought things were going so well that they continued to speak face-to-face. They didn't even have their top aides and officials join in on the conversation.
Very informal.
Of course, the major topic of discussion was
Howard Stern
nuclear reactors to Iran.
Right.
And the Soviet Union still insists it's going through with that deal. They need the money badly. And that's the way it is.
Don't we give them enough money?
The Russian people have to eat.
When's that capitalism going to kick in?
I don't think it's
happening.
First of all, you have to understand that Russia has an aging population of people who need assistance from the government because they never made any money to save so that they could take care of themselves in retirement.
Right.
And so there's all these people over there who, since the welfare state is no more, who can't get any money and they are too old to work.
Yep.
They have terrible problems.
Same problem Fred has. Too old to work.
He was born too old to work.
That's right.
Montana has carried out its first execution in 52 years. Duncan McKenzie was given a dose of lethal drugs early today after the U.S. Supreme Court denied a last-minute appeal. McKenzie's lawyer argued that the court was executing him now after he'd spent 20 years on death row. Yeah, it seems kind of ridiculous, doesn't it? But they finally decided his time was up. He was sentenced to death for the 1974 kidnapping and torture murder of a school teacher. So now he's gone. 20 years, though, on death row.
Gee, what a shame.
Traffic is moving again in San Francisco, where a man stood on the Golden Gate Bridge overnight, threatening to kill himself. Police were there and trying to calm him down, and then he started toward them and made some kind of a threatening gesture. They thought he might be pulling a gun, so they opened fire. No gun was ever found. And he's now in the hospital in critical condition.
See.
So don't make threatening gestures if you're going to be up on a bridge. And the police come. The Knicks didn't choke last night. They beat the Indiana Pacers 96-77. Of course, in the paper today, they're all crowing that Reggie Miller was the one who choked last night. He scored only 10 points in the entire game. And they say that he and Spike Lee were at it again. Spike, pulling his usual antics on the sidelines as if he's a member of the team.
Better Spike does this than make movies.
Well, I think he does this and tries to make movies, too. That's the problem.
Want to hear something funny? The Knicks tickets right now are really hot tickets, so... You know that intern, Gamblin' Dan? Did you hear about this?
No.
Gamblin' Dan is this kid that interns for us, but he's got a real gambling problem. And, he's been trying to stop gambling, but he was, in a couple of... I think he was in a 12-step program to knock off gambling.
For a couple of days, but he said they were all losers in there.
Yeah. Hey, Gamblin' Dan, come on in. So, I've been meaning to get to this, but I keep forgetting.
What did he do now?
Well, so Gambling Dan got a hold of some Knicks tickets. And, was all excited about it. Oh, here you are, man. Come on in. I'm telling you a Knicks story. I thought you quit gambling.
I did.
You did?
Yeah,
until this time.
Until what?
Well, since the Super Bowl.
You haven't gambled since the Super Bowl?
No, not till Sunday.
And this guy got into real problems. I mean, you owed a lot of money and everything, and you took your college money that your parents gave you and spent it all on gambling and junk?
Yeah, I lost like $5,300.
Yeah. I mean, he really has a
He's at
problem.
a different school because he couldn't afford the school he was in.
Yeah, and his friend got even worse shape. He had to drop out of school because he owed the loan sharks so much money.
Yeah.
Dude, what's your story? So listen to this. So he was running around here saying, hey, has anyone got some Knicks tickets? I'm dying for some good. I can't get my hands on Knicks tickets. Everyone said, well, didn't you have Knicks tickets? He goes, yeah, I bet them, and I lost them.
What happened was I've been trying to go out with this girl for like the whole semester.
Right.
And she wouldn't go out with me because she's not interested in sports or anything.
Did you tell her you're Gambling Dan from the Howard Stern
Well,
Show?
she knew I interned here.
Yeah, right.
So,
any girl would be turned on by that. I can't believe it.
I had an opportunity to get Knicks tickets.
Right.
But, I had one, but they were just face value, which are like $75 a ticket.
Yes.
So, what happened was, I invited her to the game.
Yes.
But I didn't feel, I needed the money also, so I didn't know if I should, I wanted to go out with her, but I still wanted to go to the game also.
Yes.
So, I figured if I bet on the Knicks game and I won, I could go to the game for free and still have money enough, to fix my car because my car had broken down.
Like a true gambler.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, I bet on the Knicks game.
They always plan if they're
You
going to
bet
win.
on the one that they lost.
I bet on the game on Sunday.
Because was it your theory that the Knicks never lose at home?
Well, no, the Knicks never lose. I never figured the team that has the opening game at home,
right?
Series, I figured they'd be very pumped up for the game because I've been to the playoffs for the last 3 years, and every opening game in the playoffs,
So this was pretty much a lock.
Well, it was a lock until Reggie Miller stole the ball and
Did
Anthony
you
Mason
freak?
threw it away.
You must have freaked when Reggie Miller stole the ball.
I didn't see what happened. What happened? They were up by 6.
You turned it off.
And I had to go pick up my friend from the airport, so I went to the bathroom and get my, and I was going upstairs to get my.
Dan, read my lips.
Yeah.
Stop gambling already.
You can't say that to him.
I had stopped.
You can't do it, huh?
Well.
So what happened? You lost that bet.
I lost that bet.
How much did you lose there?
$150.
$150. So now you didn't have money for the tickets.
No.
And then you invited the girl, and
I had to tell her that I couldn't go.
You were sick.
Yeah.
Sick of losing.
So
where'd you get the $150?
I had the $150.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
But now my car is just sitting there and it's not getting fixed.
Oh man, you're never going to give up.
Hey, how bad does it have to get before you are going to quit?
I'm about there right now.
You thinking of going back to the 12-step program?
No, not at all.
That's right.
No, they're not losers.
You said they were losers.
Well, they were losers, but
all right, now they're winners.
I'm sick of
You heard from them?
Yeah.
Oh, what happened?
Now hear from them. We're not losers. You shouldn't say that. You're a loser.
All right.
Those are great guys.
Yeah, you can't make fun of them.
No.
Yeah.
But if anybody has Knicks tickets for the Game 5, I'll be happy to take them from you.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So what happened with the girl?
Nothing. Nothing.
Loser in love, loser in Nick game.
Well,
I got any good tips for us? Anything? We're still owed $100 from Dominic each.
I think Dominic sent it to me in flowers.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, if I would have bet the Knick game last night, I would have won. They killed him. That's what I figured.
Yeah, woulda, coulda.
But you never bet on those games.
No, but
I heard you got a good tip on Chicago.
The game to bet. Well, if Chicago loses tonight, they'll be down 2 games to none. So they're going when they go home. They never lose at home in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And
so you're saying this is a sure thing?
I think for anybody who wants to make money, they're going to win that game by 20 points.
Really?
They'll win that game by 20 points. And I don't care if the spread is 12, still take it.
Really?
It won't be that high.
Take the spread?
The spread will probably be about 7 or 8.
So take it with 8 points.
I would even take it up to 10. I'd take it. I mean, I think Chicago at home, the first game that they're at home, if they lose tonight, they're going to kill Orlando because Orlando
sounds confident.
No. This is he's a fool.
Hey, why? We won the last time we bet with him.
He is a fool.
Didn't we win on Indiana the last time?
The Pacers, yeah.
Yeah, the Pacers.
Yeah.
We bet that game a long time ago.
Yeah. After that game too, Indiana won like 15 games in a row after that.
But let's bet. I'm ready to bet again. We got 100. We have nothing to lose. We never see that 100 from Dominic anyway. We got to bet with Dominic. Were you waiting for your payoff?
No, I hadn't.
You don't have to take action. I'm taking action.
I'm simply saying that Gambling Dan
is a loser.
Has a real problem.
Yeah, so?
And listen to him. This is how he talks himself into losing money all the time.
Sounds like a lock.
The funny thing is, I've been saving money since I haven't gambled at all. I've had money to do. I've actually done things, and I've had a life. I've gone out and had money to to spend.
Don't need to justify that to me, my friend. I'm ready to bet another 100.
And the moment he jumped back into it, he lost everything.
It's not that I lost everything.
Hey, Dominic, why don't you call in?
Yeah, the one time you call.
Yeah, the one time we need a call, he's not on. I got to take a break anyway. But anyway, that's the big Nick story. Gambling Dan loses his tickets. and everything else.
Loses his girl, tickets,
Yeah,
can't fix his car. What a mess you are.
Yeah, don't gamble.
All right, we'll be... Don't gamble.
Don't gamble. Good. Don't do it.
That's like Ralph's mom saying, don't go to a priest for counseling. A little late. All right, we'll take a break and we'll be back right after this.
You're listening to The Howard Stern Show. 97.1, The Eagle.
Okay, people, I'd like to get very serious now for a second. It's me, Cindy Skull. And I have $200 for anybody that wants to kick some ass on the way home from work.
I could use a good ass kick. I'll be very honest.
Good. I like honesty. Actually, I'm going to be honest about it. I don't really have $200. I actually have some kick-ass tickets that are probably worth $200, all right? You got it now?
I get my ass kicked.
Yeah?
Or,
Yeah?
option B,
Yeah?
I kick your ass and collect the $200.
No, I don't think you have it right. How about if we just say the tune's on 97.1 The Eagle in the afternoon, kick ass, and I'll give you a winner before you can buy a Queensryche and Ted Nugent tickets that you could probably hock for $200, okay? Is that better?
I think you should give it to me.
What do you mean by that? What did you say?
If you think it sounds good to have the Texas Rangers back in action, wait till you see them on Prime Sports. Prime Sports plays the home team. What a feel the heat. Catch all the action and never miss a play at the plate. See it all on Prime Sports. It's more than a game.
Tonight at 9:30, live from Anaheim Stadium, the California Angels host the Texas Rangers, exclusively on Prime Sports. Then after the game, stay tuned for Press Box with stats, news, and interviews. Prime Sports, it's more than a game. And if you don't get cable, you don't get it. So call your cable operator and tell them you want Prime Sports.
Howard Stern Morning. Pure rock. All day. 97.1 The Eagle.
Show's like running the marathon, isn't it?
You're listening to the
I'm
Howard
failing.
Stern.
Yep.
Once again,
I'm almost
part of the race.
I'm trying to cross the finish line.
Can you help me?
I tell you,
I don't know if I'm going to make it.
we have so much business to do here. The show might have to go till 2 o'clock. Anyway, Robin, go ahead. You were saying in the news there were some other stories.
Lawrence Taylor is contemplating a possible comeback to football. Now, when he was here a couple of weeks ago, before he had that big wrestling match, I asked him if he missed football, and he said no. But I see now in the paper, and it's been talked about over the past couple of weeks, that he might be anticipating a comeback. It seems to me that Bill Parcells has taken over some football team.
Isn't it the Patriots?
Yeah, and I guess he and Bill are talking about a comeback. He says it's 30% possible. Now, I don't know what that means.
That means 70% not possible, Robin.
How do you calculate a thing like that?
That's the way it works.
He says he has talked to Parcells about it. If I go back and play football, it would be the biggest challenge of my life. But it's a two-headed coin.
I thought coming in here was the biggest challenge of his life.
Listen to this. It's a two-headed coin.
A two-headed coin? It's a two-headed coin. Is that a quote?
Yes.
LT. It's a two-headed coin. It sure is.
English is his biggest challenge.
Yeah.
If I go back and play like a dog, you also endanger what you've done for 13 years. It's a hard decision.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. He says he's bored. I read that somewhere that he was bored.
He didn't, why did he lie to us? He said he was having fun playing golf all day.
Everybody lies to us. Why should he tell the truth? Good as a dude telling the truth here.
Let me see.
You want to know if he'll want to ask the Elephant 8 Ball?
Yeah. Somebody got an answer over there?
Elephant Boy, Magic 8 Ball. Will LT return to the New England Patriots this time?
The rain in Spain for Daddy on the plane.
I think I got it.
That's about as clear as mud.
That's about as open as an envelope.
Gary Busey is being charged.
Gary Busey, Robin.
The actor was found unconscious last Thursday in his apartment, was rushed to a hospital. He was released yesterday, and now attorneys in Los Angeles have decided to charge him
with
possession of drugs.
It's funny.
He faces 1 felony count of possession of cocaine as well as misdemeanor counts of possession of marijuana, psilocybin.
Oh, whoa. Where do you get that? I mean, whoa.
Which is a...
hallucinogen.
Yeah, it's a mushroom.
I wouldn't know.
Faces a maximum of 3 years in prison if convicted on those charges.
Imagine that. The guy nearly kills himself on drugs. Now they want to prosecute him. Like, that's an important crime.
They asked his lawyer how he felt about the charges, and the lawyer said he's happy about being prosecuted because that means he's alive.
Yeah. This country's so wacky. Yeah, I think it's an important trial. If Gary Busey wants to kill himself, let him do it. I'm going to sit there and waste the taxpayers' money with court dates.
He's lucky if he only gets 3 years. Usually those drug charges are a lot more, carry a lot more time, yeah.
You talk to that poor kid rotting away in Michigan. What's the guy's name again?
Gary Fannon, is that?
Yeah, wow. I got a letter from him about a couple of months ago. He was showing me how much he's been working out in prison. This kid's been in prison since he's 18, and he never did anything wrong except he hooked a friend of his up with an undercover officer so they could buy cocaine from each other.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even, this guy came up and said, "Do you know where I can buy cocaine?" He goes, "My friend sells cocaine, I think. I'll bring you over there." The kid's been in jail for I don't know how many years now. He's like 25 or 30. I don't know what he is.
And got a lot more time to go.
He's got a life sentence because somewhere along the line they decided that, they need life sentences. We can't fit murderers into jail. Rapists get out of jail.
There's no room.
Yeah. But this
for
kid,
people who really commit violent crimes.
This kid, Gary Fanning, can't get a break. His whole life wrecked. And it's a big joke. I feel bad for him. I don't know, man. I've said it about a million times. I figured somebody could have done something for him, but I don't know what to do. I'd do it if I knew what to do.
Here's another one of those stories you should pay attention to.
Okay.
A computer-spurred romance could land a Maryland man in prison for 10 years.
Yeah, wasn't he exchanging pictures or something?
He pleaded guilty Monday to statutory rape.
Oh.
He's 28 and admitted he twice had sex with a 12-year-old girl last September.
You're kidding.
An encounter that occurred after 5 months of computer correspondence.
Oh, man. You never know what you're going to get on those lines.
Just be careful out there, folks. He could face up to 10 years in prison and a $25,000 fine.
Yeah.
Of course, the girl told him she was a college student.
Yeah, all those 12-year-olds fool you. That's the problem.
So
they chatted on the computer for about 5 months?
5 months, and she told him she was a college student and a pool shark.
I think 5 months when they started the relationship, she was probably 11. Had a birthday.
And they say she looks quite young, so...
I've always
said...
been
able to tell something.
Yeah, well, listen, I've always maintained that these computer services are a two-headed coin, in the sense that, you gotta be careful. It's a two-headed coin, is what I'm saying.
Remember the story of Boo Boo?
Yeah. How could you not?
Boo Boo was the 100-pound male German Shepherd who was...
into a picnic basket? Yeah, Boo Boo.
Sexually abused by the gardener.
Yeah, that was good. He made a Boo Boo. What happened again? Refresh my memory.
Well, what happened was Boo Boo's family happened to notice that he got very excited every time the gardener came.
Right. What do you mean excited? Like he got aroused?
Oh, he'd just run and jump up on the gardener.
So he liked it.
Like he was really happy to see it.
Well, Boo Boo liked it. Why won't you get your own dog? Why do you have to do it to like the people whose homes you garden? You know what I mean?
They didn't know why Boo Boo liked the gardener so much, so somebody in the family set up a videotape.
Hey boy, I'm gonna bury a bone.
And then on the videotape, they saw this assignation occur.
Assignation. So I'm pretty sure what happened there. It was a male dog?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Boo Boo.
So after the owner saw the videotape and what happened between Boo Boo and the gardener, he called police.
And who videotaped again?
The owner of the dog.
Right.
And the owner then made a citizen's arrest of the gardener.
That must have been comfortable. I arrest ye.
So now the gardener has pleaded no contest to the charges of sexually abusing a customer's dog. This should have been in the People's Court with Judge Wapner.
He would have yelled.
Oh, this would have been a great
Imagine Rusty the bailiff handling the evidence.
Bring me that videotape.
We'll need to review the tape back in my chambers, Rusty. Come on. Wasn't he the same guy who was arrested like 3 years ago for fueling up a parrot?
Oh.
Robin, will we see the day when man and beast can unite and it won't be against the law? I'm proud to be a dog lover.
The guy is going to get 3 years probation, and he has to undergo psychiatric counseling for 2 years.
Wow.
That's in lieu of a 6-month suspended sentence. As long as he isn't caught again.
Mm-hmm. Be more discreet. I mean, if you were into
he
dogs,
won't do any jail time.
like if you really had a sexual desire for it, wouldn't you just go to the pound and get yourself your own dog? Like, why would you go to if you're a gardener, why would you go to your customer's dog?
And be outside.
Yeah.
People can visit.
Why would you be outside with a dog? Wouldn't you want to be indoors, like where no one could possibly find you?
Well, he wasn't ashamed of his love for Boo Boo.
Yeah. Boo Boo.
Now, remember the other day when you noticed that Phil Donahue had been replaced by Jerry Springer for one afternoon on Channel 4?
Yeah, I'm a real eagle eye.
It turns out that it was Jerry Springer that had been preempted that day by VE Day ceremonies, and Channel 4 decided to show Jerry at 4 o'clock in the afternoon during Phil Donahue's normal slot, instead of letting Jerry's audience miss him for that day. And they said the result is a slight increase over Donahue's usual rating.
Uh-oh. Could be trouble.
So that's very interesting.
And we'll be back. No, you won't.
I don't know what Donahue's up to. He must be feeling the pressure because yesterday he opened his show by saying this is not Ricky Lake.
Yeah, and then today he's having like Playboy models or something.
Yeah.
I'm there.
Geraldo making some points here. He was down at the Kentucky Derby over the weekend, and Kato Kalin was the guest of honor, and he refused to meet him.
Good. Yeah, why should we buy into Kato Kalin being a celebrity?
When asked if he wanted to be introduced to the giant houseboy sponge, they say, in Hot Copy today, Geraldo said, I refuse to be introduced to him and publicly deplore the warm hospitality shown to the squirmy, smarmy, smirky, backstabbing liar.
Right. Good for Geraldo. Even though Geraldo had a questionable past.
He didn't lie.
Yeah.
He will be featuring Debbie Tay on his show today. They even mentioned that in Hot Copy today.
Yeah.
Debbie Tay finding in death the fame she never received in life.
Don't say that. We gave her plenty of fame. Debbie Tay was our space alien. She OD'd. So she's no longer with us.
Yeah.
She was cute, though.
Nice picture of her in the paper.
Yeah. All right.
And Shirley MacLaine was honored the other night, but it seems nobody showed up.
Why should they?
The Film Society of Lincoln Center was holding a tribute to Shirley MacLaine, and they say she was the biggest star there. The names on the tribute committee were quite glittering. It was Mikhail Baryshnikov, Annette Bening, Sally Field, David Geffen, Daryl Hannah, Anthony Hopkins, Jack Lemmon, Mike Nichols, Julia Roberts, Frank Sinatra, Meryl Streep, and Billy Wilder.
And none of those people showed.
But it turns out that only Richard Benjamin, Carl Bernstein, and Bella Abzug
No Joey and Mary Buttafuoco?
were of note among those at the ceremony.
Where was
Shirley.
Joey?
What?
Where was Joey Buttafuoco?
I don't know if she asked him to come.
He's at every party.
But Shirley got up to make some remarks about herself since there was no one else there to honor her, and twice interrupted herself by saying, "Is someone in here snoring?" So that was Shirley's tribute the other day. That's what's happening.
Very good. Thank you, Robin. And let's remind people that you'll be making various appearances. Robin Quivers alive. Robin Quivers alive. Quivers alive.
Whatever it's called.
Quivers alive is continuing on the book circuit. See Robin Quivers, and when you see her in person, it's a whole different thing. The mythology is gone. And you will think she's less than perfect. I mean, you will learn that she's just not
What are we
He's
learning?
human, just like
Human,
you.
right.
I'm almost like you little people.
See RobinQuivers this Wednesday, May 10th on Conan O'Brien.
Wait a minute, I have to stop
Tonight.
you and tell you one more story.
Yeah.
A competency hearing has been ordered for a man convicted of rape. His name is Reginald McFadden. He appeared in court in Rockland County yesterday, smeared with his own feces.
Good way to make an appearance in court. I wish OJ would walk in like that.
Court officers were forced to disinfect the courtroom after McFadden's hearing. He refused.
What's the big deal?
He refused to shower for a month and spread the feces on his head to discourage prosecutors from taking hair samples.
Wow.
So there you have it.
I would love to. Any corn? Also join RobinQuivers Alive May 11th at Walden Books on Wall Street at 12:30, which is an up-close and personal experience with Robin. As someone who sits near her every day, I must tell you, it is invigorating. It energizes to sit near Robin.
Oh, you.
And Robin, very friendly at these book signings, and we'll be wearing low-cut tops.
Oh.
Yeah! See her cans in 3D. She'll be at Crown Books at DuPont Circle in Washington, D.C., Quivers Alive, Saturday, May 13th, where she'll sign copies of her best-selling book. That would be Quivers Alive.
Did you talk about Wall Street?
I mentioned it, yes. I gave the location and everything.
Because that's tomorrow.
Tomorrow at 12:30, Robin.
I will descend on Wall Street.
Anyone who thinks the mythology about Robin is somehow true, I think that will be dispelled.
Let's shatter that mythology.
Right. And
Your therapy, not her.
Right.
It's good for you.
She wrote this book for you, not for her. Jackie the Joke Man Martling. To order Jackie's Wild Cut, so get over there. Jackie, speaking of people who created a CD for you.
All I can say about my book is it certainly gets people talking, doesn't it?
Oh, it sure does.
It does.
Behind your back, especially.
All I know is there was quite a bit of sharing in the office yesterday about other people's families, wasn't there?
That's right.
Very, very touching meeting we had.
Yeah, I learned a lot. I learned more about Jackie's family than I needed to learn.
Too much.
To order Jackie's Wild Comedy CD or cassette, $10 plus $3 shipping and handling for the CD, Martling of Life. Joke Land Special, buy two, get one free. Call 1-800-323-KING. This Saturday, May 13th at Headliners Comedy Club in Bethesda, Maryland. The Filthy Jokes and Robin excerpts, call 516-9221. Remember, 516-9221 is not a pay service. And by the way, tune in tomorrow. Jackie will be reading from the end of Robin's book, the last couple of pages, where Robin loses her ring and almost destroys a poor Alzheimer's patient. Attention, Manhattan. Be sure to see Fred Nugent this Thursday at Brews. Fred Nugent at Brews between Lexington and 34th. That's our own FredNorris. Don't miss Boy Gary this Saturday from noon to 2, representing Prodigy at Software Etc. on 83rd Broadway, Manhattan, giving away free Prodigy software. For me, Prodigy is a way of life. To order a signed copy of Stuttering John CD, call 201-942-OUCH. And by the way, this is important. If you're planning a wedding or party and you need a complete downer,
what should I do?
Call everyone's favorite DJ, Scott the Engineers, Rocket Entertainment at 718-BAG-5040. It's actually quite exciting when Scott enters the room and you realize
It's for your benefit, not mine.
All right.
You say it, I play it.
Excuse me, I'll need 2 cigarette breaks at least. Can I smoke in this room? Party favors. Before I hand out the party favors, I'll be taking a short break for a smoke.
It's in my rider.
Hands up, get your hands up.
Yeah. While you do the hokey pokey, I do the hokey smoky.
All right, 718-BAG-5040 for Scott the Engineer.
97.1 The Eagle, the Stone Temple Pilot Station.
Not since Ross Perot has the abrupt departure of a political candidate been met with such a universal sense of relief.
Yeah.
Here now to explain what happened, America's worst nightmare. Ladies and gentlemen, please say hello to Howard Stern.
How are you? Good to speak to you. It's your pal Howard. So where's Gunga Din? Where's Gunga Din? Hey, Gunga Din. Oh, there he is. Hey, Gunga Din. Gunga Din was an Indian, you know.
Was he?
Yeah, we're telling on his head. Gunga Din. Gunga Din.
An American Indian or one of those foreign Indians?
No, foreign Indian. I've taken to calling Gorilla Gunga Din. Because he's my faithful manservant. Did you ever see the movie Gunga Din, Jackie?
A long time ago, I think. But I know that Sergeant 3 with the Rat Pack, Sammy Davis Jr. was like the Gunga Din type guy.
Robin, what was the story of Gunga Din?
I'm not sure.
I know he was a servant.
Indian, right?
Yeah, Indian servant, but what was the...
He was a hero, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Gary knows. Fa-fa-fo-he.
I mean, I don't know everything, but I know that when the guys were in the war, whoever was fighting one particular war, Gunga Din carried the water with a little ladle. And when these guys were fighting the war really hard, he would run up to everybody with the ladle and feed them water so that they didn't get dry out in the desert.
It's sort of like my role.
Gunga Din. Yeah, you bring in the water.
I gotta go research Gunga Din this weekend.
Yeah, find out what you can, will you? Hey, Gunga Din, would you get me a yogurt?
Absolutely.
I'm fighting a battle in here, and I'm parched.
Battle of your life.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what I'm into now, all right?
All right.
See if they got this. This is very specific needs. You can't screw this up. We should dress Gorilla in a diaper and a towel.
Yeah, and one of those little turbans with a jewel in his forehead.
Yeah, and then he can serve me. He's always running out and getting me water and yogurt and...
Want some water, Effendi?
Effendi. You are offended.
Yeah, I'm deeply offended. Right, can you get me, just a serving of,
a ladle of
1% Dannon plain non-fat yogurt?
The fruit on the bottom, right?
No fruit on the bottom. Plain.
Oh, plain yogurt.
1% Dannon plain non-fat yogurt. See if you guys get some berries or something. Worst comes to worst, even like a little raisin. Would you get some berries?
Like raspberries or something like that?
Oh, yeah, and strawberries.
Okay.
Baba Berry. That's my new thing. They're in to show me a little yogurt.
Good, okay.
1%. I want a little fat in my diet, Robin.
We're very happy, Howard, to hear that.
Well, people like to know what I'm up to.
Yeah.
You know. Hey, I want to hear about Conan O'Brien. Robin's out promoting the book, Quivers of Life.
Yes.
You know, I was thinking about your book.
Yeah, you were?
I'm one of the lucky people because I have the first edition.
Ooh.
Like if you go into second printing and you autograph my copy, I would have don't you think it would be more valuable? Think about it. Oh, yeah.
The first
yes, you do.
printing of every book
absolutely
is the most important printing. That's the one you want.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that. I might have a hunk of very valuable material.
Did I sign yours?
No, I'm going to ask you to because I have first edition. I only have one first edition. Are there any first editions left? People better get to the bookstore and get their first edition of Robin's book.
Yeah.
I'm into a whole marketing thing myself.
And especially you collectors.
I am a collector. I'm a collector of anything that might make me some money. I'm just going to get like 5 of them and lock them in a vault.
Yeah.
There you go.
You want me to sign all of them?
Yes, my offendee.
Well, Gunga Din, go out and get those books.
That's what I'm thinking about. That's my philosophy. Get it while it's hot.
Yeah, I never thought about that, but you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. Well, I see you burning up the New York Times bestseller list, so I figured I better get my first edition.
Better get it now.
Yeah. And only give me your signature. I don't want any personalizing.
No best.
No.
Howard.
No, just Robin
like
Ophelia Quivers.
Oh, there you
go. All 3 names. When you go to these
Those
signings,
are also very special, all 3 name signatures.
when you go to these book signings, do you sign Robin Ophelia Quivers?
No.
And that's your name?
Ooh. I can't, though. And the book was
how serious are you?
Hold it.
Yeah.
The book was written by Robin Quivers. I didn't become Robin Ophelia Quivers until after the book.
I see. So you feel that you can wait.
I was formerly known as Robin Quivers.
I see. All right, that makes sense. As long as you explain it to people.
But some people have requested Robin Ophelia Quivers.
And do you give it to them?
Do that.
You do.
Yes.
You do that. Okay, just give me 2 Robin Quivers and 2 Robin Ophelia Quivers.
I'll tell you what. Here's the deal.
Yeah.
The official for this edition of the book would be RobinQuivers.
Right.
So you signed my Robin Quivers, so mine is a forgery.
We'll get a second one.
No. A special first edition is Robin Ophelia Quivers.
Jackie, do what I'm doing. Get 5.
I got to get more anyway. She wrote my name on it, which makes
it worthless.
Rendered it worthless.
Tiny Tim was in here yesterday. He says to Robin, "Oh, I have to go out and buy your book. I have to go out right now and buy your book. Where can I buy such a book?" Robin goes, "Any bookstore." What bookstore? He's whacked out. And
so I'm naming all the bookstores.
yeah, and like I think he was hinting for a free book. Yeah, right?
But you kept trying to say,
yeah.
Are there any around here? And he kept saying, no, I always pay my own way.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was trying to say. Hey, I think,
You don't understand this, Robin. The free bookstore.
He says, what's near here?
Like, right here, in the studio.
600 medicine.
Yeah, like we got a bookstore in the office.
All right, so you sign my 5. Once I need to purchase 4 more, and then sign Robin Ophelia on 2. And RobinQuivers on 3.
All right.
Thank you. Tell you, Gorilla, it's a good investment. You're too stupid to understand. All right, let me take a break, and when we come back, I want to hear about what happened on Conan.
Okay.
Maybe we'll have some clips. I hope so. Hope somebody brought in some clips.
Did somebody? OJ.
OJ would love to.
I'd love to.
I'd
love to have some clips. I don't know if we do have any.
I would love to. I would love to.
Have some clips.
All right, let's take a break, and we'll be back right after this.
You're listening to the Howard Stern Show. 97.1 Harley and Pure Rock. 97.1 The Eagle. And now, a man who is wanted in Texas, yet loved in Brazil. Howard Stern.
Ironic, isn't it? Wanted in Texas, but loved in Brazil. Yeah. So no problem getting to sleep last night. I thought about Julie, the Playboy Playmate of the Year. Anybody else? Ralph told me he did it too.
I did.
Did you, Fred?
No, I didn't.
Jackie?
I actually forgot. I can't
Wow. I couldn't wait to get to sleep.
What was bothering you last night?
Yeah. What's your problem? Scott, a little bit of cold air in here. Just a little, pal. Not too much, because you'll blow me out of the room.
Just need a little more cold air in the mix.
Because I'm about to just put my head down on the desk and go to sleep. I'm just about out. Air deprivation. There I go.
You're like Judge Ito at the OJ trial, looking the blood evidence.
Right. My eyes are just 2 little slits. All right, very good. I watched 90210 for about a half hour last night. I got a little frustrated with it because they were doing flashbacks to Dylan's previous life. He was going through hypnosis. Bad idea for television in Sweeps Week.
Who is Dylan, first of all?
That's Luke Perry's character.
Okay.
He's undergoing hypnotherapy to find out who he was in a past life.
What's that got to do with
Turns out,
teenage angst?
I don't know. But that chick who replaced Shannon Doherty is so hot, man. They had her fixing a bologna sandwich. She was making a picnic basket.
Mm-hmm. Bologna sandwich?
Yeah, she's fixing a bologna sandwich, and the camera, is on her hands fixing the sandwich, but she was wearing one of those belly shirts where you can see her belly button, and she's got the greatest belly I ever saw in my life. And the camera's got a close-up on her belly button for over a minute and a half. Just belly button and bologna.
I don't know.
Perfect. I know somebody playing that.
I saw the beginning of the show where everybody was filing into the room to tell the other guy that they wanted him to run for class president again.
Yeah, and then you were gone?
And I was out of it.
Really?
I said, I don't even know what this is.
You know what I do every night?
I don't even know what stage of life these people are in.
I'll show you what a retard I am. I watch My So-Called Life on MTV.
Oh, no.
I watched all weekend. That's what I did all weekend. I watched My So-Called Life MTV Marathon Weekend. I never was interested in that show, but...
Now you like it?
Yeah, I like it a lot. They ought to bring that back. It was good.
That was the worst, because it was 30-something for kids.
Yeah, it was perfect. You got to check it out. And it's on every night, 7 o'clock on MTV. I'll give them a plug.
I couldn't take that girl. She was so depressed.
Yeah, she's depressed all the time. And her mom is hot.
Oh, that's that Beth Armstrong.
Yeah, she's not so bad.
But that husband was dippy.
Yeah.
So sensitive.
Yeah, but they have some kids on there, and they got a gay guy, and, some beautiful-looking young girl.
That's what you really care about. You're not into a gay guy.
A couple of cute guys.
Just the right combo of people, my friends, my so-called life.
You can relive your teenage years again.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of fans of that show who want to bring it back. They're petitioning the network. I say that's big trouble. I say you can get ratings or you don't.
Well, actually, some petition shows have done very well. Hill Street Blues was
Star Trek.
petitioned.
Wasn't Star Trek petitioned?
No, Star Trek ended.
Oh, it did?
Star Trek had a very short, a 3-year run on TV?
They ignored the petition.
Yeah. But Hill Street Blues was one of those shows that was saved by petitions. And Cagney and Lacey was brought back by petitions.
I like all those shows with kids and dating. Because when I was a kid, I never got a date. So
and you never had any friends.
Right.
So you like to pretend you're in the mix.
And now, ironically, as an adult, I don't have any friends. And I don't get to date.
Who do you identify with? I mean, is there one particular character you say, oh, yeah, that's me?
No. I just like to look at the girls and how they react to all their problems and whether they're going to wear short skirts.
You don't have to be one of the guys.
Yeah, 90210, though, has to get more, more bikini shots, more bikini and more thongs and more short shorts and belly shirts. Every girl now almost wears a belly shirt every scene. They've taken care of that.
This is your belly shirt for the week?
Yeah. And it's getting good because Dylan's back with Kelly, and who knows, Jason Priestley might go with that Shannon Doherty replacement. Just keep having them date and have sex with each other, and belly shirts.
But if I tune into
short shorts,
I figure I should be able to figure out what the characters are all about as I see it. I don't even know what age these people are.
Who cares?
They're 90-year-old.
They're college freshmen. They're college freshmen. Dylan's bald.
Yeah. That one girl who's married to the Puerto Rican guy, she looks like your mother.
Yeah. And she hangs out with all the moms. She is your mother. Well, she's 40 years old in real life, I think.
Oh,
something like
goodness.
that. 30 or 40 years old.
What's she doing on that show? And her husband's bald.
Yeah. And he's a Puerto Rican. She's a Jew. He's a Puerto Rican. She goes out on one date with him. He knocks her up. Talk about stereotyping. Puerto Rican goes out on a date. Boom. Knocks up the white girl.
That's all he has to do is sit in a car with a girl.
I don't even think they had sex. He looked at her. I don't know. I like watching the show. In 90210, the fire hydrant is more popular than I was in high school. I think I like to pretend I'm popular because I was such a geeky guy. Oh, man, I wish I could go back and do it the right way. Now that I'm cool. I'd be the same geek. It wouldn't make a difference.
That's what the problem is.
What a
dick. You're the same age and you won't know anything.
Exactly.
Have the same problems.
Yeah. Scott Einziger, the executive producer of our E! Show, about to get married Saturday.
Oh, is it already here?
Yeah. Everybody has come up to me and said the woman he's marrying is a real nag. She nags him all the time. She nags him and nags him and nags him. He's still going through with it.
You didn't get that impression?
Everyone is calling me.
He has a beeper?
He has a beeper so she can call him. Hey, seriously. Someone called me and goes, yeah, she's a real nag. And then someone else, I mean, I've had 5 people come up to me. Jackie, have you met her?
No.
But you've heard it, right?
No, Scott told me I did meet her a couple of years ago at Gary's party. I don't remember, though.
Where's Scott? Hey, Scott, you sure you want to go through with this?
I don't think he can get out of it now if it's Saturday.
Sure you could.
What's he going to do?
It's better get out of it now than have to go to a lawyer and get a divorce. Just say, hey, look, I thought it through. I don't want to be married.
He seems to think he's in love.
Okay, just want to, I wish that someone would do this to every guy because there's such high divorce rate.
All right. Where is he? To get this great counseling.
He's calling his fiancée, make sure it's okay for him to come on the air.
Well, I understand that that's what he has to do. He has to take every decision with her.
Yeah. Have you heard this too?
Scott's not here yet, but I don't think she's a nag. I just think Scott's one of those guys who likes to have things done for him. He doesn't have to think about what to wear, what to do. She's going to take care of everything. Now they're going to be married. She's going to take care of that part of his life. He can get on with his career.
Right.
He doesn't have to worry about girls and going out and.
Right. That'll all be squared away.
It's all squared away for him now. He doesn't have to put any energy into that.
Okay.
That's Ralph's analysis.
Not that that's a good idea.
You know what? I'm going to go with that. I don't think that's a bad analysis. Once in a while, the guy comes through with an analysis that might make sense. Maybe that's
it. It's a very good one. I think that's why most men get married.
Yeah. I know. I rushed into it.
Get rid of the one thing that's worth living for.
Right. Yeah. Right. Smart. I just didn't see much hope in my dating schedule the way it was going. And like,
you weren't even trying to get on with a career. You just wanted a steady date.
Like Ralph even says when he was like 19, because Ralph gets dates, and like he gets pretty good dates. And he said when he was like 19 and 20, nobody even looked at him. I just panicked. I should have just hung in there.
It would have gotten better. Is that what Ralph is
That's what he said.
Oh, like the first girl I dated was a mess.
Yeah. Well, I was dating such messes that once in a while I get some good-looking ones.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that should have, I should have maybe realized that.
Did you notice a trend? Were you going in any particular direction? Was it getting better and better and better, or was it getting worse and worse and worse?
It was getting a little better.
It must have been
you didn't hang in there.
Yeah.
It must have been mixed, though, because then
what Ralph was trying to say is, hey, don't think that every girl just likes you now because of your job. Like, you might have actually you might have actually sort of matured and looked better. Like, maybe I really do look a little better.
And who cares anyway, because women are dating just about anything.
Right. Hey, Gorilla, you able to, Gunga Din, you able to get that yogurt?
I believe so.
Thanks.
I was successful.
I was get berries, too. Let me see what you got.
It's probably Gunga Din music of some kind.
You know, they make a
That's it?
Yeah.
They make a no-fat claim.
I got low fat. I wanted 1%.
He wanted the fat.
I want to get some fat into my diet. The guy, hey, thanks, man. Thanks, Gunga Din. Thank you. Thank you. You got to wear a towel on your head every time you go out.
We got to get some of the big diaper stuff.
Big diapers. I've been working out, right?
Yeah.
And the guy I'm working out with says you got to get 20 grams of fat a day into your diet. And he figures I'm way below 10. But every time I eat one of these things, I go, gee, I could eat a no-fat yogurt. And what am I doing? It disturbs me to eat fat.
But it's not like you're taking a glob of butter and putting it in your mouth, Howard.
What am I doing?
You're eating a little fat.
Just a little?
Yeah.
4 grams is very little?
Yeah.
Oh. Then I start checking my stomach and I look bloated. I get real nervous. Like, why would you eat fat?
Because you need it.
Yeah.
There's a reason for it.
Evidently, I need it.
Why do you have to have, but
what?
What did he say it's going to do?
It's like, that's why maybe my eyeball's drying out and everything.
He's not lubricating himself.
I don't have any lubrication. But I got plenty of fat on me.
Yeah, you're not pulling it up to your eyes, though.
Yeah, I don't understand. I got tons of fat. I got a jelly full of belly. I got an ass full of cellulite. And I don't understand why.
And yet there's none in your eye.
Yeah. Like, why does it just go into my eye?
That fat is unavailable to you.
On your hand.
That is unavailable to you.
I don't understand, Robin. So by eating fat, aren't I going to get fatter?
No.
Really?
Not if you don't eat more than 20 grams a day.
Okay.
Put the yogurt on your eye.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, why don't you apply it directly?
I don't know. I'm just very, very uptight, okay? All right, listen. So did anything happen on Conan that I should know about?
Did anything that you should know about happen on Conan? Donahue was on.
Yeah.
And spoke a lot about you.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
All right, wait a second. Let's take a break and hear about that. Then the phones are really busy. We'll take some phone calls and hear about Donahue and Conan. Robin was out promoting Quivers Alive.
They were very good. They listened to the show. They gave me sensitive music when I walked out.
Oh, yeah. Well, they called me and asked for it.
Oh, is that
Yeah. I said okay.
Sensitive music.
Yeah.
Made me feel at home.
And then they called and wanted the tape of you and Penn, of Penn talking about dating you, and I said call Robin to make sure it's okay. Did they call you?
Yeah, but they said they couldn't get it. So, I mean, it didn't matter to me, but it was better not having it, actually.
Yeah.
I thought it was
you sit there
silly with an audio tape.
Yeah, what do you care about that? That's what I figured. But, all right, when we come back, I want to hear what happened on Conan. Did anybody bring in some clips for me? Not one of them takes for me out there.
Is that right? Because I didn't think, nobody said anything to me about it.
Well, I taped it at home, but...
So did I, but I didn't think to bring it in.
But between my 90210 tapes and...
You probably can't find it anymore.
All right. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back and tell you everything.
You're listening to The Howard Stern Show.
Hey-o.
Hey now. You're listening to The Howard Stern Show.
Hey now.
Once again, hey now. Howard Stern. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now.
What's going on here? Hey, now.
Hey, now.
Thank you, Hank.
Hey, now. Hey, now.
I said, hey, now.
Hey, now.
Hey, now. Hey, now. Hey, now.
Why did he do that so well?
Oh, that's a stroke of brilliance. Hey, now. All right, so anyway, what time do you tape Conan O'Brien? When did you do that?
5:30.
Robin now promoting Quivers of Life, which I happen to have a first edition of. Are there still first editions out there, or did you go into... I
don't even know what you consider a first edition.
Anything that is in the stores that isn't the second printing. Like if your book is selling really well, they go into a second printing. So no one knows how many you print. You know, you don't know what the publisher printed on the first printing.
Right.
You never know. They never tell you anything.
Yeah.
But the first printing...
And it'll have first edition on it?
I think so. Yeah. Something like that.
First printing.
First printing, right? Yeah. That's why I swallowed them up when they first came out. I'm a collector. I believe there are first printings available. I believe there are. This is what I'm hinting at. You understand?
I see.
How much more do I have to spell it out for the audience?
There may be some still left.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying. You got to rush over there and get that. Okay, listen. So
yes, I was out there promoting again yesterday.
Yeah.
And the lineup on the show was, now I'm gonna forget the name of that band again.
I know.
Had you heard of them?
No.
Throwing Muses.
Throwing Muses.
That was it. Donahue, me, and Throwing Muses.
So what happens? They rush Donahue out. Does he do like a lot of bad bits, Conan, first?
He does a monologue.
How bad was it?
And they open the show. They have a cold open.
Did you see Max Weinberg?
Yes.
Was he upset that we were goofing on him?
He didn't hear it.
Oh, good.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. Max Weinberg is Conan's drummer, which, gee, that's an honor.
He's very funny because remember we had this, I brought it up on the show. I said we had this whole conversation about whether you talk to Max or Max talks to you.
Yeah.
And Max doesn't. As soon as Conan asked Max a question last night.
Yeah.
And Max started playing music.
You mean he didn't talk back?
No.
He drummed back his answer?
Right into that drum.
Like smoke signals? That's how he talks in his drum?
So I asked Conan, do you understand that? Because when you ask him a question, he plays those drums.
Yeah. Oh, you asked him that on the air? Did you ask him that on the air?
Yeah.
And what did he say?
He was sitting there saying, no, Max only talks to me through a lawyer, and then he asked Max if he wanted to get into this because I was talking so much about him. And Max says, no.
No.
Just a very deadpan no.
That whole show is like a high school production because, you know, Frank Smiley, who used to work for me on my Channel 9 show, you see him in bits. Frank's not a performer. He's not a writer.
You're kidding. Last night...
He's a talent booker, I think.
They opened the show with Andy
Richter
and Conan
lying
on some AstroTurf.
Because?
Acting as if they were splitting up because Conan had to go to college.
So was the audience like sitting there dumbfounded?
Yes. It made
Why is Conan going to college?
It was as if they were two high school kids.
Right.
And they were going to have to split it. You know, they were best friends, but now Conan was going off to college, and Andy was lamenting the fact that he wouldn't see Conan anymore.
And those guys don't have a clue why they can't beat Tom Snyder.
Well, they are beating Tom Snyder.
Oh, did they tell you that? That's not true.
That's what they said.
That's not true.
And, you know, they said the ratings are going up now that all this competition is occurring. It's actually been better for them.
Who told you that?
That's what they're saying.
On the air?
No. In fact,
backstage? What time did you get there? Did you have to get there early?
I left my place at like 4:15, so I must have gotten there at about 4:45 or something like that.
And like as soon as you hit the building, people start filling your head with how they're more happening than Tom Snyder?
Well, they didn't talk to me about this. They actually had this conversation with Stuttering John, who was with me.
Oh, you want the truth?
He came in and told me what they were saying.
Yeah, but if you were talking to Stuttering John, would you want to admit that you're in dead last place? I mean, behind the infomercials? The truth is that both Tom Snyder and Conan get beat out on any given night by movies, reruns of movies. I think Honeymooners definitely destroys them.
Oh, boy.
Remember I read that to you?
I should have gone on the Honeymoon.
If you could have figured out a way to impose yourself on Ralph Cramden.
I want to be superimposed.
You want to sell books. Why would you go on Conan?
On the Honeymoon.
Yeah, get on the Honeymooners. Hey, Alice, Robin's here. We got a great idea. We're going to become millionaires.
Found this new book, Quivers of Life.
Yeah. Hey, look, her father got her. I can get her. Yeah. What?
Wow, he's got ham hands. Hey.
Hey, Ralphie boy.
Ralphie boy.
Did you read that Quivers of Life?
So, that's the truth. And I believe that Tom Snyder and Conan on any given night are in almost a dead heat, each clocking in with, I think, a 1.4 or a 1.8.
Well, after this conversation last night, I thought, I got to go check out the ratings.
Yeah. You do. I can get all the ratings. I got to check.
Winning the time slot.
I got to check with somebody. Gary, check with somebody. All right, so don't know what that means. It's a dead heat almost. It's heavy on the dead. You realize in ratings, when you analyze ratings and statistically, you hear 1.4, it sounds low, but what does it mean? There's a plus and minus error margin of 1. With ratings, you never know exactly how many people are listening or watching.
So they take into account the statistical error
of 1 percentage point. So technically, if you consider that on the downside, on any given night, Conan or Tom Snyder can have 0.4 of a point.
Yeah.
What 0.4 of a point means that out of all the people watching at 12:30 at night, which is few, they're only getting 0.4 of a point of that audience. Whereas the honeymooners will get a 5% share, not 0.5 of a percent, 5%.
Actually, I did the show just to get to that audience in the studio.
Right. Ratings are weird because you add up all the percentages, it doesn't even equal 100. I don't know what it is. I mean, 1.4 means that college kids would rather watch each other vomit.
No.
Than watch
You know what that means? It means the studio audience isn't even watching.
Well, they're not. As a matter of fact, you get tickets any night you want to Conan O'Brien. I know, because what happened was my cousin is going to turn like sweet 16 or something. And she wanted tickets to Letterman, which they won't give me unless I go on the show. They said, if you come on the show, then we'll give them
you can get tickets.
They can't do me a favor after all the times I've flown in and done their show. Of course, they have the nerve to call me and say, hey, you want to fly to England and do the show Friday? I go, why are you guys high? What are you, smoking methamphetamine?
Crystal meth?
What are you into, cat? Have you heard about that new drug, cat?
No, what's that?
That's methamphetamine.
Ooh, what is that?
And they call it cat. And it's made from Drano. And, it's the new drug that, all the kids are taking.
It's like they're in the household product.
Yeah, but it's made with Drano and a bunch of other stuff.
Isn't Drano corrosive?
Yeah. Yeah. And it sounds wild. They make it from that, and evidently it gives you like a coke high, but it lasts like for days. Yeah.
Right until your pipes rust out.
Yeah, you get totally buzzed for days.
But you don't have any clogs.
That's right.
Yeah, you'll get hair caught in your throat. Yeah, but I don't know. I was reading about it in Rolling Stone. They're up on all that. So I'm glad I'm out of the drug scene. When I was into it, you took a little Quaalude or something.
Yeah, it was all natural.
I know.
Drano.
Some shrooms. But this is like Drano, and I got to bring in the article. It was like Drano and fertilizer and.
So you blow up or.
It was disgusting.
That's the full commitment.
Yeah, that's a drug addict.
That's a person who wants to get high.
Yeah. I admire that.
Somebody trying to get laid.
Doesn't care what it might do to you as long as it makes you high.
So anyway, what was I saying right before that? About Conan and
the ratings.
Yeah. So so you go on. So you go in there, and the second you get in there, they pull John aside and start convincing him that they're beating Tom Snyder, which is nothing. I mean, if you're beating Tom Snyder, that means you're still on the bottom of the barrel.
They must have done the whole thing to Donahue as well. Because during Donahue's little segment, he says, and guess who's number one in the ratings?
Oh,
who's
man.
the time slot?
Oh, my God,
so
you're
They
kidding.
must have pumped him up with that information, too.
He's not winning any time. You mean only Channel 2 counts in the ratings? Well, what about Channel 7 that's running a movie and kicking your ass, and Channel 11 that's running a Honeymooners rerun for the 9 billionth time?
Oh, the only thing in their universe is Tom Snyder.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think a chimpanzee in a bow tie staring at you can win against Tom Snyder. Tom Snyder is the world's most boring human being. He was only hired to keep Letterman's ego happy, which is a real bad idea because ultimately it hurts Letterman. If you've got a powerhouse late night and a lot of things happening late night, Letterman's ratings would increase just because you come on after him.
Sure, and you get a very good image from that. Our late night is hot.
Yeah. Instead, it's now David Letterman and Tom Snyder. Oh, gee, I guess something different's going to happen. Anyway. Hey, John, it's Stuttering John. What did they tell you, man?
Is he out there?
Where is that dickwad? We finally have something to talk to him about. He is stuttering.
He certainly came in and told me everything they were telling him.
He is stuttering worse than ever. What's going on with you, man?
I told you everything.
Hero of the stupid. What?
No, I told you everything. You know, I told you.
You didn't tell me anything. Robin told me.
Oh yeah. Well, when Rob was in the dressing room, so you know, Conan had walked in, and so
Conan does this rap himself.
Yeah, so he came up to me and I said, so how's it going, man? He goes, hey, you know, it's going great. You know, I got to tell you, this competition really helping us out. We're,
a dying man.
I mean, you know, things are going better. We're we're beating everyone now. It's like the competition's only helped. I said, really?
Yeah. You know what that means? It hasn't helped at all. It hasn't helped. I look at the ratings. He's not beating anybody. So he must have done that whole rap to Donahue too.
Yeah, because he did it. It was like about a minute rap, you know. And
he probably won like one night, you know. He probably had like a. What's wrong with him? He's got a 1.4, and he's bragging that he's winning the night.
He's just playing.
And he comes in and does that to you himself. He didn't even do it to Robin. He does it to you.
Yeah, well,
you're Stuttering John.
Yeah, well, I had asked him, you know, why he blew me off that time, you know, and stuff.
Oh, you got into a whole thing with him.
Yeah.
So what does he do? He like walks around and hangs out with you?
Yeah, he came into my dressing room and hung up for a long time.
Yeah, he always does that.
Doesn't he realize that sometimes it might be better not to meet the guest beforehand? That that initial conversation should take place on the air?
No, they don't realize anything.
No, because Andy, the other guy, you know, he's walking around, hanging around with everyone too.
I don't think they have offices. I think they just hang out at all.
Conan's like, hey, Robin, can I see your dressing room? I really have nowhere to go. What is it, Papa-Po-Hi?
You know what's really funny?
Yeah.
Like, you just go around and say stuff, and then people believe it's true.
I know.
So now, I just found out Gorilla's got a friend that works on the Jon Stewart show. So he tells them that they beat Conan 3 out of 5 nights of the week.
But you know what's weird about that? You're so right that like reporters and anybody will believe anything you say. I was reading a lot of newspaper articles come out about this show, and I'm going through the 3,000 that you gave me for the week, and I'm sitting and reading it, and I read a story about Mark and Brian in Los Angeles, and it says. And Mark and Brian are on a high these days. They've just beaten Howard Stern in the ratings and are now the #1 morning show again. This is a new article. And I'm going, holy mackerel. I mean, that is so... let me tell you something. They haven't beaten me in it. They are 17th in the market.
Really? Because I saw that article too. I was like, is that...
They're 17th in the market. They went from being #1 when we got there. They were #1. They are now number 17. Nobody is
not
listening.
Even close. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, Conan laughs at their number. And then I'm sitting there reading it in the paper. They just told the guy, hey, we just beat Howard Stern.
And nobody researches it.
Nobody researches it. It's there. It's in the paper. Nobody cares. Nobody reads.
Couldn't you demand like a rebuttal?
They're 17.
A rebuttal.
I demand a rebuttal, not a rebuttal. I want to make a rebuttal. I would call up and say, I demand a rebuttal. They go, you mean a retraction? I go, no. I want to have a rebuttal.
I want a rebuttal.
Yeah, I want to have a debate and then rebut.
So, but the funny thing was, if it wasn't this show...
You demand a rebuttal. What college you go to again?
NYU.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
You talk like a prisoner, John.
You sure do.
If it wasn't this show and we didn't question everything, John would be going around saying, "But hey, did you hear Conan's #1?"
Yeah.
Oh, because he said he was.
Yeah.
Well, with Conan himself telling me.
Here's the point. Here, I'll lay it out to you.
I didn't think he would be lying to me.
Channel 11 runs the Honeymooners. Channel 11, an independent station that has no programming. They beat Conan by leaps and bounds. They're #1. Channel 7 beats Conan with a rerun of an old movie. Tom Snyder beats Conan by about 0.4 of a point. I believe me, I study these ratings. Nobody pulls the wool over my eyes. When I hear I'm winning in the ratings, I go and check. I actually I don't think there's one reporter on the planet that knows how to read a rating book. Because you got to learn how to read one.
Yeah.
And they don't bother.
They just listen to whatever they're told.
They usually check facts, but in the world of show business, nobody checks any facts.
See, of course, I thought I put my foot in my mouth, because when Conan was telling me this,
yeah,
I said, yeah, well, you know, Conan, you see Tom Snyder's show? It sucks. It's horrible. But then he goes, well, yeah. I'm like, oh. Yeah. So what
he should have said was, mine's not much better. Let's be honest. So, okay, so you get backstage and Stuttering John went with you.
Yeah.
And, you're hanging out, and Conan
comes into the dressing room, hangs out.
What's he talking to you about?
Along with Janie.
Janie the cleaner?
Janie LeCue was there.
Yeah. You can't get rid of her.
JD's there all the time.
And there way too long.
Andy's standing out in the hall. Andy Richter, the
Yeah.
And what did you say you called him? You've been calling him the wrong name.
I've been calling him Alan like the first 2 times I've been on.
So he comes in and says, "Hi, Alan." And, it seems like the whole cast and crew is in the hall. I don't really think they have offices.
They should probably shoot the show in the hall.
The whole band is out there.
Yeah, the
whole band
is
and
in
Max.
the hall.
But what does Conan talk to you about in the dressing room?
I'm trying to think. He just came in and he started talking to me about the book. So how long has the book been out? How's it doing? Where have you been? Have you been on a book tour?
Those are all the things he should have asked you on the TV show.
Well, I don't think that would have been interesting conversation either.
But probably was more relaxed than what you did on the TV show because he probably was all uptight.
These people really don't know how to have conversations.
Yeah.
So they, it doesn't even matter. I just talk.
So Donahue goes out. Does he go out first or do you go out
Donahue comes out first.
first? Okay, Donahue comes out first.
And starts off with a conversation about Russia.
Instead of talking about Marlo Thomas and what a nag she is. Something people might be interested in.
He's talking about Russia and the Russian Emmys, and nobody knows what he's talking about.
Right. And Conan and Andy act like they know what he's talking about.
Well, they're trying to hang with
I couldn't imagine anybody caring in that conversation.
Does Conan do a bunch of... So he does a bunch of bits first.
Well, he opens with that cold open. Then they go into their opening. Then he comes out and does a monologue.
And then he does bits.
Did they have a bit after the monologue?
No, they had Phil, then a bit.
Okay, yeah.
Oh. Phil, then a bit.
Yeah. They're mixing it up.
All right, I didn't realize innovation was going on. So people had to wait for you because Phil and then a bit.
Yeah.
And what was the bit?
I'm trying to remember what it was.
It was hard to say.
Squeezing the pus out of Andy Richter's head?
They did one bit where Conan, they tried to figure out what goes on at night in Conan's studio, and they had, Gilbert walks in and runs around. Remember that one?
Right. Was that the one they did just before I came out?
No.
I think it was.
Either that was before you came out. Yeah.
Yeah, that was they had this hidden camera in the supposed offices to see what goes on at night, and it turns out Gilbert Gottfried lives under a couch in Conan's office.
Yeah. I doubt it.
And people robbed, and pee on the...
So it wasn't funny?
It wasn't that good.
Right.
But, and around that
they peed on the sofa?
Yes.
Did they show water coming out of between the guy's legs?
No, they just showed a guy, go to the... the chair and take a leak and then, walk out and then, Burger walks in and he takes a picture sitting in Conan's chair and he walks out and then Gilbert walks in and grabs the gun and starts shooting out the window and then,
Wow, were people laughing or were they just sitting there dazed?
Well, I don't know.
I don't even think the audience laughed.
I guess at some occasions they laughed.
Do they?
Yeah. But, Robin, that was the first bit. The second bit I don't remember.
I don't remember.
There was more bits?
Yeah, there was. Yeah, because that was the beginning bit.
These guys are working way too hard.
Yeah, that was the beginning bit. Then Phil comes out. Then right after Phil, they have another bit.
Yeah, a comedy brief or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what was.
Hard to believe they're not beating anybody.
and then
a memorable show. You guys were there last night in person. You don't remember the bits. Unbelievable. I mean, nothing made an impression.
Oh, it was painful.
Any discussion of Donahue and Marlo and...
No, they just held up a magazine with Marlo and Donahue on the cover, but they don't really talk about it.
Ooh.
But
interesting.
Then, I guess, when Phil realized the Russian stuff wasn't going over, somehow your name came out.
Oh.
And then he started talking about his experiences with you when you were on the show, and you said something like, you supported him, or Donahue supported you about the FCC and said, this is stuff they're trying to do to you. I think the FCC sucks.
Right.
And then you said, oh, Phil, I want to kiss you, and you chased him around the audience. And he said there was a full 5 minutes of me running from Howard as he tried to kiss me.
Oh.
And then he said, and I've met the woman you have coming on next who works with Howard, and she's really quite lovely and very talented.
How would he know anything?
So, yeah.
And then, but
first of all, here's the guy. When I did Phil Donahue's show, the guy wouldn't even go backstage and shake my hand.
Howard, I was going to say. Then meanwhile, after he's done, me and Robin are in the room, and he zips right by. And I go, hey, Phil, what's up? And Robin says hi. He just doesn't even come in.
He zips, man. He zips. He wants to get back on the boat.
He's always on his way somewhere.
Yeah,
that's what I have discovered about him.
That's the way to be.
But he did, on his way, as he's running through the hall, he says, hey, Robin, knock him dead. But he's on the run.
Yeah, I know,
time.
He doesn't want to stop.
Yeah, the whole time. I'm like, Donnie, thanks for the kind word.
Donahue. So then you went on and he interviewed you about the book, Quivers of Life.
Yeah, he interviewed me about my personal life. He wanted to talk about my dating and how it's impossible to date me because it'll be, information for the show.
Yeah.
And that's why men won't come near me.
Men won't come near you because they can't keep up with you. You really are. You torture them. Yeah.
And then they gave me 2 segments. And the second segment, we talked about some of the stuff in the book, my exhibitionism and
I see. They must have liked that.
All that stuff. And then I did my Liza impression with Max and playing New York, New York.
Was this prepared or spontaneous?
It was sort of like, let's just do it. And I talked to Max for a second and said, give me a little New York, New York. And
well, I want a clip of that. Very good. So it went well.
Yeah, it was fine. It was fine.
Right.
But
what were you wearing? Did you wear anything low cut?
No.
Really? Did he show them off?
No.
Yeah, why should you do that on his show?
It's late at night. Nobody's going to see it.
Right. Why bother?
During, what's funny? That during, like when they have a commercial break, they do that whole same thing where Max plays this loud music and then Conan tries to talk to you.
Oh, man.
So you're sitting there trying to have a conversation, yelling back and forth, like, why play this music if you don't want to talk?
And what did he talk to you about? What was so important that he needed to talk to you during the commercial?
He really was going to tell me something.
Yeah.
And then he looked at me and he thought, oh, no, you'll say it on the air. I can't tell you.
What was he almost telling you?
He was upset with Donahue.
He was?
Yeah.
And you have no idea why?
I don't know why, because he wouldn't get into it. He just said, oh, that Donahue... And they said, no, I can't talk to you about it. You'll talk to me.
You should have just said, look, I won't say anything. That's what I do.
I thought about it for
I always lie.
I said, I can't lie.
I lie all the time.
If he had just blurted it out, it would have been fine.
Yeah.
But then he just said, that Donahue, and then he said, I can't talk to you.
I always said, Letterman, one time during the commercials, Letterman once turned to me and said, now, I don't want you to talk about this on the air, but my girlfriend is really upset with you.
Uh-huh.
And I said, I won't talk about it. And I honored it for like a year.
Yeah, you didn't talk about it right away.
Yeah, that's what it means. Don't talk about it means wait a year and then talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm telling you, man, he nailed me during the commercial.
Oh yeah, he gave you a lecture from hell.
Yeah. Give me the loud music. I'll recreate my lecture from hell. Yeah. So Schaefer was playing something like Paul Schaefer's playing like the Rolling Stones real loud, and he goes, hey, I guess you're real happy, huh? I go, what do you mean? I guess you're real happy. You made my girlfriend cry this morning. What? You made my girlfriend cry this morning. Hey, man, what are you talking about? Well, you got on the air, man. You said she wasn't good looking, and you said that I could get better looking girls, and the picture of her in the Inquirer jogging wasn't a good picture, and I could get... Thanks a lot, man. Hey, man, I'm sorry, man, but that's the kind of show I do. Tell her not to listen. Yeah? Well, I guess some of us have to make our living that way. And then and then all of a sudden they point to Dave, and he's back on, and he goes, our guest tonight is Howard Stern. And let's see some other funny things Howard has to say. Meanwhile, I'm standing there in shock. I'm like, whoa, I just got reamed.
Said he wants to look at your butt bongo thing and go, how old are you, man?
Yeah. Yeah, but then in the commercials he asked me, how much money do you make on this? What a dick. Everybody gets lectured.
What's weird about the whole thing is you should have asked Letterman if he, did your girlfriend call? Because I understand you don't live with her except on the weekend.
Yeah, I don't know. It got weird.
Yeah.
It was weird because I was like in the mode to try to be funny on his show.
Yeah.
That's when things really started to change for me. That's why I'm not anxious to do that show anymore, because now Dave's attitude is like, let's see if we can put Howard down while he talks.
And then Conan had a discussion with me about whether I enjoyed doing The Tonight Show, if it was better on Jay's new set, because before you couldn't relate to the audience.
Oh, Conan's a dip. Yeah, the set really makes a difference, Conan. Like Conan would, see, in Conan's mind, that's how you make a good show. You got to get a new set and relate to the audience. No, the audience are the people watching at home,
not the people in the studio.
Well, I know he keeps the studio freezing, like.
It's ice cold.
Yeah. Then he picked up from Letterman.
Ice cold.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how cold it was.
Right. Well, Letterman does that, so everyone has to do that. Why would you want to sit there and freeze? I mean, why would the host want to freeze?
Amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. Those guys are all hung up on the set. If I had a late night show, I'd have a goddamn black curtain behind me.
I mean, he knew so much about Leno's set. It was amazing to me.
Well, there's a lot of discussion about the set.
He was telling me, the audience used to be over here, and you really they couldn't see you.
Yeah, that's the dynamic. Let me tell you something.
Now they brought it around, and I'm like, what, were you there when they laid out the plan?
Two things I would do. First of all, I'd have no studio audience. I think studio audiences are a big pain in the ass.
Well, thank goodness they were there. I could talk to them.
Yeah. When we did our Channel 9 show, the first thing they said, we want to have a big studio audience. We're going to get your band. They said, no band, no studio audience. My audience isn't sitting there in chairs. The 5 people sitting in the audience. I'm playing to the millions at home. Who cares about the people in the audience? Why, I got to sit there and make them laugh? What am I, a monkey? That's what I told the guys at Channel 9. They go, you don't understand. This is an excitement that's brought to the show with a live audience. I go, hey, do it on another show.
Get
that show excited. You got enough shows that aren't exciting.
They brought in a big audience for that. What was that other show they were doing while we were there?
The Richard Bay?
No, the Cliff.
Oh, yeah.
Clint Holmes.
Clint Holmes. They had a huge audience.
Yeah.
Still no excitement.
No excitement. I said, well, yeah, you can take my audience and stick it into the Clint Holmes show. Clint Holmes. That was going to be the evening variety show.
Yes. It was going to be variety every night.
Yeah, the cornerstone of the network. And I used to laugh. I was just like, I don't want a band. I don't want to talk to any band leader. I don't want to say, hey, how you doing? I don't want to know what songs he's playing. I said, you know what you do? Buy a bunch of records and just play the records when we go to break.
Well, I asked Conan, what are you going to do when Bruce Springsteen takes Max back?
Oh, gee, that'll blow the dynamic of the program.
Now that Max has become such an important part of the show.
Conan should stop reading the blueprints to the Tonight Show set and start writing jokes, and everything will be fine. We got to take a break. Well, congratulations to you and A Quiver's Life, which rises onto the bestseller list. And
I'll be doing a book signing today in the Wall Street area at Walden Books.
Is that today? What time is that?
This afternoon at 12:30.
Oh, boy, wait till you see Robin and what she's wearing today. Make sure you get over to Walden Books to see RobinQuivers Alive.
On Wall Street.
On Wall Street. That's today at
12:30.
12:30.
I'll be out there to sign any first edition copies with...
Now, this is what my plan is.
What?
I know that in the stores now there are still first editions.
Mm-hmm.
I would rush to the store, buy up all the first editions, and get Robin to sign it, and then lock them in a vault.
There you go.
That's what I would do.
It is going to be something that lasts through the ages. I think this is a time.
Oh, I don't think that this is one of those books that's going to go away. I think it'll always be sold. It'll always be on the shelf. As generations come along and want to learn.
Every generation. It'll be the Little Women of its time.
There you go. It's true. Don't kid yourself, my friend. You've got a story to tell.
Well, I did try. I worked very hard.
All right, so join her at Walden Books today at 12:30. Make sure you do that. Don't be a pain. And Crown Books in DuPont Circle in Washington, D.C., Saturday, May 13th.
If Jackie is available.
Yeah, to do a reading. All right, anyway, let's take a break.
He's not talking.
Why you didn't finish what you were saying?
I'd love to have you come and do a reading while people come and have their book signed.
Fool me once.
Sure, now, but not at the party.
Are you going, Jackie, to do a reading today?
Today? Is that what you're talking about?
Where have you been?
What are you doing?
She's such a pain in the ass.
That means he doesn't want to go.
No, I mentioned to her that I might be in Washington on Saturday. I thought that might be what she's talking about.
No,
she goes,
she's talking about today. She needs you to do a reading today.
Well, I'm very busy today.
I knew it.
Let me tell you something. There's no time for nonsense with those book signings. People want your signature on the book.
I was teasing Jackie because people are going by so fast nobody'd ever hear more than a sentence.
When I did a book signing in Philadelphia, I had a band, a bunch of nonsense. You got to just get in there and sign them. Stop with the nonsense. All right, we're going to take.
I think I told a story last night that I don't think I've ever told you. In Philadelphia,
yes,
there was this black guy who saw the whole line for the book signing.
Yeah.
And he went to the counter and bought a book and then got in the line.
Yeah.
And when he got up to me, he said, I have no idea who you are, But any sister who has this many white people waiting for her, I got to find out about it.
Oh, that's funny. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's good.
And he said, so I'm going to read this book.
What are you telling that on Conan for? Tell it here. You got a good story.
Wasting stories.
Yeah, great. All right, let's take a break. It's 9 minutes past the hour here in New York, and we'll be back right after these words.
We'll return to the Howard Stern Show after these messages. 97 is back with the Howard Stern Show.
Thank you. Jackie Jokeman. There he is. Hey, to order Jackie's Wild Comedy CD or cassette, it's $10 plus $3 shipping and handling. Jokeland special, buy two, get one free. Call 1-800-323-KING. This Saturday, May 13th, Jackie at Headliners Comedy Club in Bethesda, Maryland. For filthy jokes and Robin excerpts, call 516-9221. Remember, 516-9221 is not a pay service, baby.
I'm thinking of a fun Jackie in Bethesda.
Yes, you should. I understand he comes alive there. It's
a better show.
It's a better show. It's a better show. That's all I'll say. Very good, Jackie. Good for you. Everybody talking about you. The talk of the town. Yeah. God bless you. Jackie.
He likes that.
Okay.
I just wonder why that sneeze is so funny.
Because it's just like everything of Jackie's, it just screams, look at me, I am here, I am me. It's just me. Notice me, not Howard. That's the translation of that.
I see. It just notice me, I'm here still. There must have been a few minutes that you didn't refer to Jackie in some way.
Yeah, so he had to sneeze.
Over here! It's up!
He had a sore throat that day, so the only way to get me to pay attention was to sneeze.
I see.
Yeah.
I'm sick!
Someone talk about me! All right, very good, Jackie. Good for you.
Oh!
So Robin gave me the real inside scoop on Conan during the commercials. She said it was the worst show she ever saw.
Stop that.
Be honest. Tell everybody what happened. Here's what happened.
I don't know when this conversation
Robin went to do Conan yesterday. She said, so you know how you like to stand... I'll tell everything you said during the commercials.
Oh, I never said any of that.
You know how you like to stand there and watch the show and get into it before you go on? You want to be sort of part of the show. I know for me, like if I do Letterman or Leno and stuff...
I've noticed that when you do Letterman and Leno, we do watch, we watch the monologue, we do everything.
And if the room gets too noisy, I'll go into the green room and watch it. I like to sort of see what's going on, get a feel for the mood of the show. I don't know, you just want to get pumped up, so... you're going out there to be fed to the wolves. You're really going to go please Dave or Jay or Conan or whoever.
Right.
Some
so
cases,
you want to be into it.
Some cases you're going out to please Bill Boggs, which is a real nightmare. So you go out there, and Robin said they did that opening bit where Conan and Andy Richter are laying on an AstroTurf.
Mm.
Robin said within 3 seconds you couldn't understand a word they were saying. You didn't even know what they were talking about.
I never said that.
Tell everybody what you just told me.
Come on.
So you completely zone out. Then that cartoon opening comes on. Then Conan came out and did a monologue. You said there wasn't a peep from the audience.
I didn't know if people were out there.
I'm going to get it. You know what? I just think I'll roll over to your apartment to get a tape of this because I want to hear the monologue.
I said, I thought this show had a live audience.
And then
he and Andy go over, he tries...
Okay, so you know that thing where Paul Schaefer... I'm just telling everything you said because you're having trouble saying it.
I couldn't. I
know. So you know what? Yeah, assume I'm making this up. So you know when Paul Schaefer, Dave always says, hey, Paul, how you doing? And they shoot that shot of Paul so that Dave isn't seen walking to his desk. So Conan goes... He asks Max Weinberg a question. Max totally ignores the question and just starts playing. Doesn't even answer.
Doesn't say a word. Just starts beating those drums.
Talk about no rapport.
I said, what does he talk? Tom? I mean, do you understand?
Then Conan does he sits down and they bring out Donahue. Donahue evidently hasn't been pre-interviewed because he blew off the whole thing. Sits down. Conan and the whole crew are completely angered because...
Wait a minute, you missed a part. He and Andy Richter sit there and try to have a repartee.
Yeah, they try to have a repartee. And Robin starts screaming to her publicist, don't these two know each other? They appear to be talking about something, And yet, it's almost like neither one of them cares what they're talking about.
You should never be sitting waiting to go on a show and start critiquing it.
Yeah, I know. You should have come out and done a critique. The two of them didn't know each. It just sounded like they didn't know each other. Then it was obviously a setup for this bad bit they were going to do, where they were going to fast forward
through a black and white surveillance tape
of what goes on in their office at night.
Studio after night. I didn't even know whether it was an office or a studio because I didn't hear the setup.
I see. And you were already out. You know what? Let me just get the tape. Let me get the tape of the show. I want to see if anyone laughed at his monologue.
All right. And then finally Donahue comes out, and nobody knows what Donahue's doing.
Evidently Donahue was supposed to be on for 2 segments, but he was so bad they had to throw him off after 1.
I don't know that for sure.
And they actually said to Robin afterwards, we're thinking of going back and cutting the tape up so that you'll be on first, and Donahue will be on dead last because he killed him.
Now, I don't know if that happened.
Yes, you do. You told me it happened.
That's something I heard.
Oh, you told me it happened.
I was so good.
Oh,
they decided to edit me first.
That is not what I said. Stop that.
New York, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Howard.
Hey, by the way, there's a book out on Marcia Clark. There's some quick things I read in the paper I want to mention. Marcia Clark, there's a book out on her, and they say her youth was so sheltered. She led such a sheltered life as a youngster that her parents, her religious parents, made her wear a veil when she'd leave the house. She had to wear a veil when venturing out. She's up around our age. Can you imagine? I mean, can you imagine having to go to school in a veil?
Yeah, that didn't set her up for ridicule.
Yeah. Where the hell did she grow up? Let's see.
She's a New Yorker.
Yeah, Clark later moved to Staten Island and loosened up, they said. Isn't that funny? And here in New York, there's this guy. Listen to this. They sentenced this prostitute to a jail sentence. Do you know about this?
No.
The prostitute, woman, 6'2", 210 pounds.
She's a prostitute?
That's what it says here in the paper.
6 foot.
Criminal prostitute, yeah, 210 pounds. So they weren't sure when they sentenced her if she was a man or a woman. So they had a doctor examine her. And they put her, I guess, at first in the women's prison. No, in the men's prison. They put her in the men's prison. She was in there. She complained that she was a woman. She shouldn't be in the men's prison. They examined her again.
Wait a minute. She was put in there after the examination?
Yeah. They examined her again and then said she's a woman. They made a mistake. They put her in, and they put her in the women's prison. After being in the women's prison, they decided she was going nuts there. She wanted to go back to the men's prison. And they examined her again, and now they say it's a man. So then they go back and they put her in the men's prison. And I don't know, it was in court yesterday, and now they're arguing whether he's a man or a woman. No one can tell.
This is the argument now.
I don't know what's going on.
Is there a way to tell?
Did you read the article?
No, but how did that make sense?
I don't know. I could tell.
I think if I examined her, I could tell.
Please. Then she says, the stress and incredible humiliation that he or she, even in the paper, they're not sure. They call it he or she endured behind bars, caused her to plead guilty to a burglary count on December 15th when she is really innocent. I was stabbed from my neck to my chest. I was raped.
Where did this happen?
I'm not sure. I can't even follow the article. It's like the Conan show. She was returned live again. She was returned to live with men again for one night, after which doctors again decided she was a woman and sent him or her back to the women's wing on April 12th.
You know what they should do?
Hello?
Hello?
What should they do?
Lock up the doctor.
There you go.
I'm now looking at this person. This is definitely a guy. I don't even know why there has to be an examination.
Anyway, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off, man.
No, that's okay. I heard you this morning talking about how many grams of fat that you only have 10 and how your trainer or someone said that you need 20.
Yeah.
And the reason is because if you have lower than 20, your body, do you eat a lot of carbohydrates? Well, there's a lot of sugar in carbohydrates, and the sugar turns into fat. And that kind of fat that your body makes isn't really good fat for you. That's why
Have you ever heard that good fat and bad fat?
Yes. Good fat, bad argument.
I'm sick of all this diet advice.
Well,
I don't understand any of it.
Some people just get thin.
Yeah. I'm sick of everybody being thin but me.
So
you're saying that I have to have 20 grams of fat?
Yeah, it's good because if you have less than that, then your body makes up for it. And
yeah, well,
your body's making up for it. That's not the kind of fat.
Is that why I get eye pain?
It goes in your bloodstream, and it's like, it's just not good. It's just good. It's better to get it.
So I'm eating too little fat, is what you're saying, Doctor?
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
and you'll probably lose more weight if you eat a little bit more. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's
Yeah, none of it makes sense to me.
The body doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
They told me to eliminate fat from my diet. I eliminated every bit of fat from my diet. I'm talking about I had 0 grams of fat a day.
When you start looking gray, you need some fat in you.
Well, I'm taking fat now. Now I'm eating fat yogurt, fat cottage cheese, fat everything. Let's see. No, don't eat too much. Now, who knows how much is too much? I don't know.
I'm going on an all-fat diet.
How much fat is in a tablespoon of canola oil?
Canola oil.
Yeah. You seem to know so much.
No.
Who are you, by the way? Are you thin?
What's that?
Are you thin? I bet you this is a fat show I'm getting advice on.
No. Well, I've been up and down the scale. I'm 5'8", and I've been...
What do you weigh?
I've been 135. After I had my second child, I was...
What do you weigh now?
80. Right now I weigh about 150.
150?
Yeah.
Oh, God. I'm getting advice from you? Eat more fat?
Yeah, well,
Robin, I'm going to go vomit my yogurt up.
You're going to turn him into an anorexic.
Yeah, oh, my God. All right, you know what? You just ruined all your credibility.
No, but let me tell you.
Hi, I'm getting advice from a 150-pound woman. It's built like a telephone booth. Yes, you're on the air.
Yeah, Howard.
Yes.
Yeah, the drug you were talking about before. My brother told me he heard about, I don't know if it's the same drug. But
yeah, it's called cat.
Yeah. He said it was super hallucinogenic.
Right.
That they would give it to the drug addicts so they would forget about the other drugs they were taking.
Yeah. It's called cat.
Yeah.
That's a new drug, cat. I read about it in Rolling Stone.
A drug consolidation plan.
It would make you trip so hard. It would.
The guy who invented it mixed up some Drano with all kinds of garbage. Sounds like stuff that would kill you.
Why do you think, a scientist or whoever this was?
This was no scientist. Yeah.
Said, he's looking around, okay, I'll put a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Yeah.
What about some Drano?
Yeah, I don't know. Drano's the last thing I think to put in a drug.
And by the way, by the next commercial in your talk over, can you please play that little song you got?
All right.
Thanks a lot.
All right, bye. Everybody's into that song. Orlando, you're on the air. Orlando, where we were slowly closing in on the #1 position.
Yeah.
Quickly closing in. Yes.
Yeah, I thought you already were #1.
No, not technically, but we're just about there. We're the #1. I don't know. We just got to beat a country station and a news station by like 0.3 of a point or something.
Okay. Now, I have a question concerning your ethics. Like, if your oldest daughter 10 years from now wanted to be at scores and be one of the dancers, what would your reaction be?
I wouldn't let her. Here's what I would do. I would say to her,
stop her?
I would cut her off.
So isn't that hypocritical?
Not at all.
He wants to go to scores. If his daughter's there, he can't go.
Yeah, it's
That's
my
what
kid.
I'm saying.
I gotta be a father to my kid. I'm not gonna support her if she's a stripper at scores.
Well, then
I don't want guys like me.
Support the women who are there now.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? They've decided to do that.
Right, and if your daughter decides to do it...
My daughter's different. She's not a regular girl. She's my daughter.
Right, well, that's my point. That's hypocrisy.
No, it's not. Of course it's not.
Because you're allowing...
I got to allow... You mean, in other words, because let's say I still like to take LSD. I got to allow everybody to take LSD? No, I just do that to myself.
We have regulations about alcohol and things like that. Not everybody can get it until they reach a certain age.
Yeah, right.
Right.
And the strippers at scores, their parents are either dead or gone or crazy.
No,
you don't know that.
So?
How dare you say that?
I did a survey. I go there.
And supposing...
Very few girls who have actual parents.
And you wouldn't want your daughter to be treated the way you treat some of the women who come on your show.
Absolutely not.
So, so this is where people really start to complain about you, and I don't think you really address it.
I see. You mean they're worried about that I have a double standard?
To say the least.
Oh, so maybe I should throw my daughter off a bridge. How's that?
No.
Oh, you stupid idiot. Of course I'm confused. There's no clear line. Wait, what do you think? What do you think? I'm a disc jockey. I don't have all the answers.
I think you've made that very clear.
I know.
This is your feeling.
This is
your
my
daughter
feeling.
should never be doing this.
Yeah.
You enjoy going and partaking of a wonderful afternoon where the girl will take her clothes off.
If people act like I'm some kind of priest or something. I'm just trying to do the right thing, okay? I'm in charge of these 3 daughters, and this is what I want them to do.
It seems to be legal to go into scores.
Right.
There's no law against that.
Yeah.
I mean, lots of men go to hookers, but they don't want their moms, their wives, and their kids to become hookers.
On the books here, that's illegal. I don't think you're doing that.
Right.
That would really be flipping.
I might be going to hookers soon, though.
But the point is that you are also a good father.
Yeah, like if my daughter came to me tomorrow and said she wanted to be a lawyer, I cut her off for that too. But I use lawyers. It's a necessity. But do I think do I think the legal profession is a good profession? I think it's a horrible profession. I think that lawyers are criminal. I think what they do is unconscionable.
Because they be putting away the black man.
They be putting away the black man. And not defending the black man.
Robbers mellifluous.
And they do not have mellifluous Easters with their families. I'm not a real big fan of lawyers. There's some good lawyers, but what am I going to go weed them out?
Robin, got watch what you say about
And if that's a double standard, then so be it.
Watch what you say about Coney. He might sue you for defecation of character.
Yes. Yes, my brother. Salam alaikum. All right, what can I do for you?
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
All right, I think he's done. Myrtle Beach, you're on the air. A little black impression for you, yeah?
I sent Gary a game last week called BabaBooey's Adventure. Just wondering if you saw it yet.
I haven't seen that.
No?
Don't make games for me. I'm not busy.
BabaBooey's Adventure.
BabaBooey's Adventure. Making games. Get a life. Baltimore, you're on the air.
Howard.
Yes.
Have you seen the new Beavis and Butthead when they get struck by lightning and they're in the hospital and some reporter asked her if they watched Howard Stern or ever heard of Howard Stern?
Yeah, what happened?
And then Butthead goes, I think so.
That's funny. I don't get to watch that show that much anymore because it's on at odd times because kids can't handle it. They got to put it on at midnight.
Tell me about it.
How stupid is that? So why doesn't somebody monitor what their kid is watching? That show is harmful.
That can't be done, Howard.
Yeah, God forbid a child should see Beavis and Butthead. It's still a good show. I catch it once in a while, but I didn't see that particular episode.
I haven't.
That's pretty cool.
Myself.
Yeah, it's still funny.
And Beavis is in the other bed, and he's sitting there, he's just all whacked out. And he starts saying, and he's just freaking out like crazy.
Yeah, well, that show could even be better if they let them do what they really want to do with it.
Yeah, they toned it down even after putting it on later.
One of the characters can't even say that he's into fire because kids will then light fires.
Fire's cool.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even say that. Unbelievable. Thank you.
All right.
Cleveland, you're on the air. Hi.
Is that the Howard?
Yeah, you're on the air. I got to take a break, so hurry up.
I just want to talk about the Jon Stewart show.
What about it?
That Playmate was on the show yesterday.
How hot is she?
She's pretty hot, but I think Howard's wife's better.
What?
Howard's wife looks better.
What did you say, Robin?
Howard's wife looks better. What's wrong with your hair?
Did that Playmate?
Yeah.
You're going to argue with the guy?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, sir. Where'd you see my wife?
I think her magazines or something with you on.
Really?
Yeah.
Is this Stevie Wonder?
Ronnie Millsap.
Ronnie Millsap. I actually interviewed him once. He was pretty cool. Ronnie Millsap, that blind country guy. He was a pretty nice guy.
What happened to him? He disappeared.
He's dead, isn't he?
It's not that he disappeared, he just can't see anybody. Can't find his way to the studio. He had like big giant glasses and stuff, and I thanked him for that because I hate this new movement among blind people not to wear their glasses. I said, God's honest truth, you're a nice man. I said, I don't want to look at your eyes rolling around in your head. Because a lot of these blind people want to walk around without their glasses. I said, wait a second.
I don't understand that movement.
That's ridiculous.
Hey, it's up to them.
Just like amputees showing their stumps. Have you ever seen that?
No.
So the president of BU started showing his stump when he was catching a lot of flack. This moron, John Sober. I don't know. They were accusing him of being less than honorable, some financial dealing.
Yeah, he was accepting a lot of gifts.
Or it wasn't even that. It was like he was. Yeah, it was something. I don't know. It was something weird.
It was. He was supposed to be working for a certain salary, but somehow they were figuring out ways for him to get more money.
Yeah. And it wasn't illegal, but then again, it wasn't all that honorable. So the press was all over him. So he used to, because I went to BU, and the guy used to walk around with his stump clearly concealed, wrapped up in sleeves and stuff. You couldn't even, it looked like a guy who just threw his coat over his shoulders.
He didn't even put his stump inside the sleeve, or
no.
It was such a short stump that it didn't go very far?
Well, sometimes he'd have like this, like, you know how they fold the flag over a casket when a president dies?
Right.
He would have his sleeve folded in a configuration like It looked really complicated.
Like it came into a triangle or something.
It looked like origami.
It looked like an animal.
It looked like the Japanese art of folding papers.
He had a pheasant at the end of his arm.
So then when the press started hounding him, he ended up like wearing a short sleeve shirt and showing his stump.
Letting his stump hang out the bottom.
Because you can't yell at a guy with a
Is that
stump.
baby arm or stump?
He's got a stump.
Okay.
Maybe he's got baby
call it
arm.
baby arm.
Maybe he's got baby arm. Yeah, he has some fingers hanging off that stump.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
How do you do in the Cleveland ratings?
I don't know. I think we're doing pretty good, though.
I heard you guys were fighting with each other at the radio stations one time. They cut the wires or something?
Oh, that, yeah.
You kill him.
Yeah, that's still going on.
You kill him.
All right, man.
His best.
Thanks.
All right.
Bye. I've sort of made it a habit not to check with each individual station on how we did each month on the ratings because you could drive yourself nuts.
Because it is. It's a bother.
The only time I hear is when we do something really bad or something fluky happens, like happened to us 2 months ago in Los Angeles, and I almost panicked. And then all of a sudden we went skyrocketing back up for no apparent reason. That happens to me in Los Angeles a lot.
Well, I got a letter from somebody who was at my Los Angeles book signing the other day, and if we were doing as badly as they say, this guy was an interesting person. He said, when he got to my book signing, there were so many people, he just decided he'd lost out on an opportunity to get his book signed, so he went to a bar in the same mall. And he said the people at the mall were so impressed. They were saying, my line was bigger than Barbara Bush's, and this one and that one. And he couldn't believe, how impressed everybody was with the turnout. And as you said, it was about 35 to 45%. Mexican American. It was an incredible thing, but we have no audience there, according to some surveys.
Well, no, what happened was every month ratings were taken, and this one particular month, it was like we went from being number 1 to 0.
Yeah.
So I knew something was wrong, because ever since that Spanish station started, that KLAX, and we're KLSX, we've had these weird fluctuations. So Andy called me all panicked, and he goes, I think you got to do a lesbian dial-in day. I said, you know what, Andy? I'm never talking to you again. I'm hanging up the phone and never talking to you again.
He all of a sudden figured out why there was a problem.
Well, he started panicking, then I started panicking, and then, of course, I said, why don't you just wait a month? Because you know what? They could just go shooting right back up, and they did. It was some weird fluke. You can't lose your whole audience.
But it happens periodically.
Yeah.
As a result of this name confusion.
Yeah. I get dicked. Rating service should just come over and rape me right here. Instead of doing it in front of everyone. Anyway, I got to take a break. Maybe we'll get to some more phone calls. We got some people stopping by. We got a whole bunch of things going on.
Tiny Tim was great yesterday. I heard a lot of good things.
Yeah, Tiny Tim rules. He's a great guest.
That interview.
Guy wears diapers. That was cool. He can't get it up. That was cool.
The only thing wrong with Tiny Tim is that he's not particularly famous.
Yeah.
At this point, so he just seems like a crazy man.
Yeah, but who cares?
But if he was very, very famous, these would just be eccentricities.
Right. Tiny's real honest. It's cool. Then Tiny still applies hemorrhoid cream even though he doesn't have hemorrhoids.
That's right, because you got to be preventive in these things.
Tiny lotions his ass with special ass lotioning cream.
And his entire body.
Yeah.
And he would love for Listerine to go back to the bottle.
Yeah.
Not the plastic.
He's a pisser. He's great. We got to take a break. We'll be back right after these words.
More to come when the Howard Stern Show returns in a moment. You're listening to the Howard Stern Show. Once again, Howard Stern.
Okay. We're back.
Hey now.
There's this guy here in New York City. He's like a teacher. And, he's not like a teacher. He's a teacher. So he ran off with one of his 15-year-old students. It happened. Did you guys see that?
The headline.
Yeah. So, she is cute, but she's 15. It's called kidnapping. You can't run off with a 15-year-old. So, I have to explain that. He's 34, I think.
What's wrong with 33?
He said he had trouble with women in relationships, but the funny part is, now they're profiling the guy, and he's a teacher. Now listen to this. This is unbelievable. 34 years old, runs off with a 15-year-old, and now they're doing the background check on him. And it turns out he's, an ex-military guy, the whole thing. And when he got out of the military, he wanted to be a cop. So he went and he got into the police academy, and at the police academy, they evaluate him. And they say, look, this guy can't be no cop. He's got a real problem. Like, he can't get along with people. This is to be a cop. Can you imagine rejecting this? You know, let's face it. He made it into the police academy. They gave him additional counseling and remedial training, and despite all that,
he couldn't be helped.
He couldn't be helped. He had difficulty with human relations and self-image, and they felt he might have trouble dealing with people who challenged his authority. So he gets out, and what does he become? A teacher in the New York City school system, because they were desperate. Because you got to be nuts to be a teacher in the New York City school system, especially the school where, you know.
I think you're making excuses. I think this is what it's come to.
Yeah, well, there's nobody else who'll teach.
Nobody will be a teacher.
Yeah. But that's funny. He's not qualified to be a cop, but he's qualified to be a teacher.
Doesn't get along with people.
Yeah, doesn't get along with people, so let's make him a teacher.
He gets along with kids.
Yeah.
They got along with that girl.
He sure did. He keeps very physically fit, they said. It would be very hard for a 15-year-old to resist him. Because he plays guitar. I was like, Fred, physically fit, plays guitar, enjoys popular music, and rhythm and blues.
Now, let me ask you something.
College educated.
I could hang with that guy.
Yeah, the only difference is that that guy's a U.S. Air Force vet.
Would you allow Fred to be a teacher?
No, I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. I don't think he should be around children. I don't think he should be around me. Just can't get rid of him. Well, I thought that was pretty funny. And in the hate mail department, this is clocking in as our youngest hate mail letter ever, written by an 11-year-old. Dear Mr. Stern, my name is Sarah. How are you doing? I'm doing fine. I'm an 11-year-old, 6th grade girl at St. Lucie School in Campbell, California.
Mm-hmm.
I am writing this letter because I dislike your radio program very much. For some odd reason, my family and friends like you and your show. Personally, I hate how you degrade women and everything about them. You go too far with your jokes. I think you should be banned from the radio and only played on tapes and CDs.
Oh, well, she has found a place for you.
Right. Little kids can turn on the radio and hear you saying nasty things and start saying them. So there it is. A letter, our youngest hate letter ever. On record, I want to say, I should call her parents and yell at them. I go, what's wrong with you? Don't you monitor what your kid's doing?
Apparently they're making her listen and she doesn't want to.
Yeah.
So they should be the ones she's angry at, not us.
I hope her teacher runs off with her. That's what I hope. See?
Why did this guy have to take the 15-year-old away? Why couldn't he just keep her in town?
I don't know. I don't know.
I just think it's interesting that, they're saying we're still out on the lookout for the teacher and the student.
And just an update also, as long as we're talking about the mail. In the mail, I received a letter and a Xerox of a cartoon by an artist named Kerry Keghorn. And Kerry Keghorn's manager enclosed the letter with a copy of this cartoon and said to me, Mr. Keghorn is a very famous artist. He draws a cartoon of you.
Oh, I remember this.
I got a punchline for you. If he draws a cartoon of you, it is an honor. He has drawn cartoons of Chevy Chase, Jimmy Carter, former president, Henry Kissinger, and a list of 20, 30 other people. I am making available to you this copy. If you want the original, send me a check for $950. As you can see by this other documentation, other people have sent us checks. We have taken out the amount. That's their business, but you can see here's a letter from Mr. Chase's office requesting his cartoon and a payment, Mr. Kissinger's, and so on and so on. I was highly insulted. I had never been solicited like this. I couldn't believe.
You hadn't seen the cartoon. You don't know where it was published.
I have no idea. And it didn't look a thing like me, which really pissed me off. And enclosed was an informational packet on the artist Kerry Keghorn with his picture. I then wrote back the following letter. I said, Dear Mr. Keghorn, I received your manager's letter and the offer to pay you $950 for this drawing that you did of me. Now that I've seen your picture, I have drawn a picture of you.
Oh, that's funny.
And I drew a stick figure. I said, this picture represents a copy of my work. It is valued at $950. If you want to, you can send me $950, or send me my original drawing, and I will send you my original drawing, and we'll swap original drawings.
That's right, you were doing an exchange.
2 weeks ago, I received in the mail from Kerry Keghorn's manager a original Kerry Keghorn Howard Stern drawing.
Are you kidding me?
With a request for my stick figure in the original drawing.
Are you kidding?
No, I made a deal. So I now have sent him my drawing, and he's an owner of a Howard Stern.
I want to see the original.
Well, it's here, and I'll show it to you.
He accepted your stick figure. You drew that while we were here on the air.
That's correct. It took me exactly 10 seconds, which I think is how much time Mr. Keghorn spent on his. So there it is.
So don't fall for these offers. Just draw something yourself.
Exactly. That's the point. You got to use your brain. That's what I'm telling you. You can't pay $950 for something like that.
For every cartoon that comes
Every cartoon that comes out. What kind of thing is that?
Are you serious? He sent you the original?
Yes.
Oh, that's so funny.
Of course I'm serious. I wouldn't lie to you. Lie to everyone else, but not you. And yesterday, we received the best information of all. You know, it was a couple of weeks ago that Robin, when she was out on the promotional tour promoting Quivers Alive, first edition still available, by the way.
Someone
going out
just said it does say first edition.
It does. Yeah, that's what I have. That's what I own.
You better check. Make sure.
No, I know what I have. Why don't you tell me? When Robin was out promoting Quivers Alive, my favorite book.
Of all the books you've read.
I love it. I love your book. I am your biggest fan. I know your parents didn't like it, but I like it. I love your book, actually. I really do. And I must tell you that when you were out on the promotional tour and you did battle with Linda Ronstadt, the horrible singer.
Yes.
It was beautiful to see, and then, of course, I got all riled up and made my comments, and we found out that she was a true hypocrite, that she actually played Sun City and never apologized for it. This woman who's worried about the races getting along.
Well, no, I don't think she's worried about the races getting along. I think that
she's worried about selling records.
She was just offended as a Mexican-American and a woman. She doesn't care about any other group.
Yeah, she certainly, with that statement, by playing Sun City. Then, of course, this organization suddenly erupted, this LULAC, it's calling itself, LULAC. The Latin Urban Latino Association.
Latin Urban Latin.
Give me that article from yesterday, will you, Flolly? This Mexican group somehow who's worried about Mexican rights all of a sudden got on my ass, and they got in the newspaper all over using my name. Hector Flores, the LULAC director, we cannot let someone like Stern profiteer off the suffering that we are feeling. Because I dare to say I don't like the Hano music.
That's an interesting statement.
Yeah, we can't let Howard Stern profiteer off our suffering. Yesterday, it was exposed in the newspaper that the former leader of LULAC is now going to jail. He will be sentenced in August for ripping off the Hispanic community, and we have not yet heard one word about this from LULAC.
Would that be profiteering off of the suffering of his people?
I think a lot worse than I am profiteering. This crank organization, LULAC. How dare they, mother dear. Mr. Velez was charged with conspiracy and filing false statements with the Immigration Service in connection with a scheme where he bilked $85,000 a day.
Yeah, that's not just $85,000. You're talking about $85,000 a day.
Yeah.
From people.
Mr. Velez kept $280,000 in cash in a safe at his home. I don't know if LULAC at all was involved. The rest of these yokels were involved in this case at all. But I'll tell you something. If I ran a company, you can't always steal alone, you know. If you're the president of a company, there's always a bookkeeper, there's a this, there's that. There are people who might have been aware of this. I'm not saying they were, but I would investigate further this organization that so-called stands up for Mexican-American rights. $85,000 a day off the back. This is the guy who is heading the organization. This organization is a sham and a shakedown as far as I'm concerned. $85,000 a day, a leader? This is the leader? $85,000? There's corruption right there in the organization.
Well, that's why they were so hurt by your term that,
there's corruption in Mexico.
Officials are corrupt.
And look at this quote, we cannot let someone like Stern profiteer off the suffering that we are feeling. Well, look into your own organization.
Maybe they mean the only people who are allowed to profiteer are people like them.
By the way, the man who uncovered all of this stuff and has been following the story, the reporter who wrote the story will be calling in on the show today to tell us more.
Wonderful. I'd like to know more about that organization.
Also, Linda Ronstadt, who played Sun City at the height of apartheid when South African blacks were being locked in prison just for being black.
You know, it's interesting.
She is going to be at Radio City Music Hall this Saturday. I've contacted the Reverend Al Sharpton, who had not returned my calls. He has not returned my calls. A friend of Gary's knows Reverend Sharpton.
Mm-hmm.
And he got to him last night and informed him of what was going on. And I understand Harry Belafonte and Reverend Sharpton are very concerned because Harry Belafonte was at the head, if you remember, of this whole anti-apartheid movement.
Absolutely.
And I understand that there could be a big doing Saturday if Sharpton and Harry Belafonte decide to get on her ass.
Linda Ronstadt did have a philosophy behind her appearance in Sun City, according to an article that was faxed to me that appeared in the Village Voice.
Oh, yeah, what is her philosophy? Money. That's it. Money.
Let's see what she said.
Oh, let me guess. Can I guess first before you say it?
Go ahead.
Here's her philosophy. I thought by going there, since blacks were allowed to go to Sun City, of course, what she doesn't tell you is that it costs so much money to go to Sun City. No black in South Africa could afford to go there, even though they had the option to go there. If I went there, that means I could get my music out to black people, and they would see that I care about them, and I could make anti-government statements.
Well, here it is, Howard. You're close.
Yeah, of course. She's a hypocrite.
I personally feel that art should never be boycotted.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay.
In rock and roll, or if rock and roll had been circulating freely through South Africa from the 60s on, I think there would have been even more of a change by now.
Yeah, okay.
Look what happened over here. There was a revolution in the 60s, some of it for the good, a lot of it not so good, but much of it for the good.
Well,
and that was propelled by pop music.
Let me tell you something. By not appearing in Sun City and not feeding money to the South African government and appearing as a shill for the South African government, making it seem like everything's okay, that's what the whole apartheid thing was about. And not appearing in South Africa had nothing to do with getting rock and roll to the people.
She was looking for justification for taking that money.
Yeah, she's a big, fat hypocrite.
But I like the statement that art should never be boycotted.
Right. Her art. Meanwhile, every other artist had turned down money.
Yeah, but she wants us boycotted.
Right. Oh, yeah. She's behind that. That lying pig. What a phony baloney pig. Let me play my song. Can I play my song?
Oh, please.
That fatso. I hope Sharpton and Harry Belafonte show up. Stop boycotting.
If
they show up, I'll show up.
The Village Voice dubbed her Sun City Girl.
Did they? Sun City Girl. Here she is. Fatso.
Hey, Sun City, I'll come and sing if you pay me.
I'll sing if you pay me.
Just please don't weigh me.
Hey, don't weigh her.
I'm 410.
That's being kind.
The blacks are beaten.
The blacks were beaten, Robin.
Can't vote and badly mistreated. But as long as I've eaten, I don't give a crap.
Cow.
Oh, I love my shrimp and garlic sauce, but tell me where do I get off telling anybody how to live? South Africa paid me big bucks while blacks were slaves. I ate duck and ribs. Fat, sloppy ribs. I'm an occasional Latino.
Occasional Latino, that's true.
When it helps me sell records.
Yeah, why didn't she mention she was Latino early on?
I eat triple deckers and bond with Jose. I may be phony.
You are so phony.
But it helps me buy bologna.
The only thing that rhymes with phony is bologna.
I eat vats of macaroni. I'll explode any day. Oh, I once was cute and I had fans. Now I don't hide that I'm Mexican, because I can't seem to sell my stupid, crappy song. Who cares about friggin' up or tied? I got paid. Who cares who died? I'm gone. I'm gone. My big belly, it moves and jiggles like jelly. No wonder I got dumped so fast by Governor Brown.
Remember he was with her.
I played Sun City.
There's the point of the song.
And now I'm huge and not pretty. No wonder black folk hate me, and no one dates me. I'm a big porky hypocrite. I act like black people don't count.
Worried about Mexicans. She ain't worried about anything but the next meal. You big liar. Jackie, we found you something you're good at.
Amazing how he's come to life.
I want to thank my wife for singing that song.
You mean Jackie's wife?
No, that was my wife.
All the wives on the show.
That was Jackie's wife. Nancy Sirianni Martling with her band all folked up. Where are they going to be tonight? At 54 Grove Street in Greenwich Village?
Big showcase for them.
Tell them not to wear a bra. All right, we'll be back right after these words.
That's what Linda did.
Yep.
You're listening to the Howard Stern Show.
Hi, this is Mike over the Beach Boys. You're listening to the Howard Stern Show.
Thank you, Mike.
And this is my favorite stop in the communications
superhighway.
The superhighway, the informational superhighway and everything. Howard's been on a long time. He goes out into trajectories that most people don't. And I love him. He's always been good to me, and we go way back. Wow. And anyway, what can I say? It's been a pleasure to be here, and a pleasure visiting with Howard Stern again.
Thanks, Mike. Time to get remarried. How many times have you been married? 7?
I lose count.
I don't know. Forgot.
Seems to me he gets married once a year.
Hey now. Okay. Well, what do you want to tell me, Gary?
I want to tell you about a guest I just booked for next week. We have some of the wackiest people in the world on the show. The guy who injects his own penis, et cetera, et cetera. But this one's got to be a new low. You ready for this?
Go ahead.
We will be talking next week live in the studio.
Go ahead.
To a guy who had sex with his mother.
No kidding.
A bunch of times for a couple of years.
Now, hey, Dave, wait, that's a big one.
Now, here's the deal.
Go ahead.
The deal is that the guy
Is he bringing in his mother?
No, the guy was adopted.
Right.
Oh.
And
that doesn't count.
No.
Go ahead.
And it's his biological mother. He didn't meet his biological mother until he was 23, and I guess when they met, sparks flew.
Oh, really?
Stop it.
Get out of here. Sparks flew.
Are you kidding?
Hey, you hardly knew her.
He got it on. Oh, man.
Hey.
Well, he hardly knew her. It's just like meeting somebody new.
Is she nice?
I guess so.
His relationship didn't work out?
He said it went on for a couple of years.
What day are we doing this?
Probably Thursday or Friday.
All right, so tune in
He's
for...
coming in here. He's willing to show his face.
Yes, he is.
Tune in for Oedipus Mess. Right here at...
Well, this is what all this craziness is going to cost.
You bet. Good. Hey, that's cool. That's like a Ricky Lake show.
Just imagine all these artificial insemination babies who, can never track their fathers. They could be sleeping with brothers and sisters.
Exactly. No big deal. No big deal. Mommy.
I'm just marveling at these wonderful reviews of this new book. Quivers alike.
Where'd you get a review? Where'd you get it?
One is from Cleveland's Scene magazine.
Yeah, they dig us.
Yeah. They say usually memoirs are sappy, self-aggrandizing, or simply gloss over facts already on record. Give RobinQuivers credit. Her self-titled tome suffers from none of these sins.
Ooh. Well, it's a good book.
And then here they say in Sun News from Cleveland as well.
Did I mention I have a first edition? And so can you.
The 42-year-old Quivers' highly personal memoir is a revealing look at one woman's rise from an abusive childhood and well worth reading. So as Entertainment Weekly columnist Jim Mullins ponders, if her fans could read, why would they listen to him?
Yeah, we have idiots for
I
fans.
love these people. They're the same people who do everything else.
Right. Dicks. Well, I'm going to go see you at your book signing. What is that, 12:30? What time?
12:30
where?
at Walden Books,
Walden
Wall
Books.
Street area.
And DuPont Circle Saturday?
DuPont Circle on Saturday at 1:30
Good.
in Washington, D.C.
Oh, we'll all be there.
I think it's a Crown Books there.
Hi, you're on the air in Los Angeles.
Hi, Howard.
Hi.
I thought I know how much you love Scientologists, so I got a little bit of...
What are you, a Scientologist?
No. I had a friend that started working for an insurance company out here in L.A.
Yeah.
And it was a front for Scientology. He had to go to seminars and stuff regarding the Scientologists.
Can you wake up a little?
I'm awake.
Are you still taking that test they give you?
Yeah. She's hooked up to the E-meter. You sound awfully... I mean, if that's how you talk normally... It's... Oh.
That I am.
I have a friend.
She got bedroom voice.
Yeah, she does.
That's because it's really early here.
What are you, naked? Nobody talks like that unless they're naked. Are you really hot?
Yeah.
You're really good looking? Seriously? How much you weigh?
Like about 130.
How tall are you? 12 feet?
5'10".
Oh, 5'10", 130. That's cool. How big are your breasts?
Like about, maybe like a 30D.
Oh, a D. Oof. Implants or regular?
Not mine.
Wow. How young are you?
24.
You're making me ache.
Now you're moaning.
No, I'm starting to talk like her. Oh, yeah, you really hot guys go for you, huh?
Yeah.
Can you work out and stuff? What do you do for a living?
I manage a store.
And the guys come in there like falling all over you?
Is it a clothing store?
Yeah.
Do you wear mini skirts and stuff? Do you wear mini skirts?
Yeah, because I have really long legs.
Long, thin legs? I'm already... You come over here and see what's in my pants.
It's just every day you need another fix.
Let me just check with the guys. Jackie, do you have one now, too?
Check.
Fred?
I'm working on it.
I'm fully...
What does
fully
that
there.
mean? Let me see.
I can't... If I stood up right now, you'd see a huge dent in my pants.
Stand up.
I'm too drugs? What?
Get
out of here. Wait, it's down here. Look. See? Look.
What?
You can hardly see it. No evidence. I can show you right now.
You got a very loose skin.
All right.
My cousin a commotion out there.
You sure are. You probably cause a commotion. Like when you go to the store, like guys like start like hitting on you immediately.
Yeah, like their customers' husbands are always looking at me.
Oh really?
Look out.
Yeah.
What color hair?
Dark brown.
Brown. Who do you look like? You look like anybody famous?
Somebody told me like Linda Evangelista, that model, whatever.
And you're really tall with a big chest?
Yeah.
And really thin?
Mhm.
Do you ever go around in bathing suits and stuff?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Where do you go? What beach do you go to?
In Huntington Beach.
And like you go there and like guys are laying on the blanket, and all of a sudden you walk on with some friends, and like every guy's like looking at you.
Yeah.
And what do you wear? Do you wear thongs?
Yeah, we go out there and we try to pick up as many fun numbers as we can.
Do you have a lot of sex?
Enough.
Yeah.
It's been a while though.
Never been with girls?
Kind of, but not really.
What do you mean? How far did you go? Third base?
I didn't go with her. It was with me and her and a guy.
Oh. So like you made love to the guy, but then like she did stuff to you?
No, she didn't. We just concentrated on him.
You concentrated on him?
Mhm.
So like she was naked in the bed and stuff, but you guys didn't interact?
Yeah.
Were you thinking about it?
No.
Not attracted to girls?
No.
Oh.
She's my best friend, so we share and share alike.
Ever have sex in a strange place? Like the butt?
I don't think so.
No, have you ever had sex in a strange place?
In a strange place. I think about that one. Like a car.
That's not strange.
What age did you start developing? Like really young?
Yeah, like 13.
How come you never went into modeling if you look that hot?
I don't know. I tried it and I didn't like it. Too much work.
What are you doing now? You're naked?
Yeah, I just have like a satin thong on.
How come you're not with a guy?
I don't know. Just lately, I just kind of like been really picky. So kind of like, waiting for Mr. Right, I guess. A lot of jerks, mostly.
I swear, my next life I'm going to come back, my list is going to be right.
Mr. Right.
Mr. Right.
Mr. Right, yeah.
Unfortunately, Howard, you can't be Mr. Right because Mr. Right gets married.
So you look like Linda Evangelista, and you're like 5'10", and you're really long, and you have really long thin legs and a real flat, hard stomach.
Mhm.
And like you can wear a thong out on the beach and guys freak.
Yeah.
And there's no cellulite on your ass or anything?
No, nothing.
You're super
still
tight.
young.
You're super tight, huh?
Yeah, I work out a lot.
What happens when you go to the gym? Do guys go nuts? What do you wear to the gym?
Just like sweats.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's it.
You won't wear like those thongs?
No. When you're working out and sweaty, it's kind of a little bit uncomfortable there.
How'd you end up in bed with another girl and a guy?
We just kind of like said, okay, let's go.
Where were you, at a party?
At his house.
How'd you end up over there?
We drove over there.
Was he a rich guy or something?
No.
Good looking guy?
Yeah.
How old?
How old was he?
Yeah.
He was 26.
And you go over there, you and your friend?
I'm good friends with him, so we...
And did you know this girl who was over there?
Yeah, she's my best friend.
So is your best friend really hot? What does she look like?
A lot of people think she looks like me. We look alike.
She's tall? 5'10"?
She's like about 5'6".
Oh, she's 5'6". What size chest does she have?
About the same.
Okay.
32, yeah.
And she's really built? And she looks like a model, too?
Yeah.
And like, do you guys go to the beach together and wear thongs and stuff? And you think she's really pretty?
Yeah, she is.
And what happened? The two of you started giggling and said, hey, let's go over to this guy's house and make love to him?
Yeah.
Is that how it happened?
Yeah.
Whose idea was it, yours?
Yeah. She wanted to, but I got everything put together.
And had you guys ever made it with him before?
No.
What did you decide, just for his birthday or something to do this?
Housewarming.
Housewarming. The two of you were really attracted to him, and you said, hey, let's just go over. And like, did you dress to kill that night?
Not really.
What were you wearing when you went over his house?
I think I was wearing like some black leggings and a denim shirt.
What was she wearing? Who's in bed there with you?
Nobody.
I heard a voice.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
What's the one in her head? No.
I'm making you hallucinate, Howard.
So what happened? You and your friend walk in.
Well, we walked in and we had some wine and stuff, and we were kicking back. And
did you two like start winking at each other? Let's do it, let's do it?
Yeah, we kind of pretty much knew what we were going to do.
Did he know?
Kind of not really. He kind of knew because he changed his plans at the last minute, and we told him we were going to stop by.
So what happened? The two of you got up and started doing a striptease for him?
Huh?
What happened? You two started doing a striptease for him?
No, we were kind of like, we were sitting there watching a movie.
Yeah.
And my friend made the first move.
On him?
Uh-huh. So we just started like chiming in and stuff. And then,
who took off your pants?
I think I did.
What did you do when you saw them doing it? You just like slid your pants off?
Yeah. Yeah. It was, just like a wet oil.
And then you got totally naked?
I don't think I did.
You left your shirt on?
I think all I had was like a tank top on.
You had a tank top and your bottoms were off?
Yeah, and then like we went.
What'd you say?
I'm with you.
Yeah, right.
Shall I come over and check again?
We had a video camera. We were gonna see it.
And you were videotaping them, or they videotaped you?
I think. We just left it there on the table and let it run.
You got a tape of this?
Not really. It didn't come out too good. He pretty much didn't know about the camera, so he got kind of upset.
So you took your pants off and you're sitting there just in like a little tank top, and.
Well, I'm not just sitting there.
And the two of them were getting it on.
No, it was,
And was she naked at this point?
Yeah.
Who took her clothes off?
I don't remember. I was kind of paying attention to him.
So when she was naked, were you getting hot for her too? A little bit?
Not really.
No?
No.
And then he got naked?
Yeah. Well, we pretty much took his clothes off.
And you did stuff to him?
Yeah, we asked him if he wanted to be handcuffed.
And you handcuffed him?
Yeah, but he held the key.
So you handcuffed him and then you just did stuff to him?
Uh-huh.
Like he laid there, spread eagle on the bed naked?
Helpless.
And you two were naked except for your tank top?
Mm-hmm.
How come you didn't take your tank top off at that point?
Oh, it came off.
Oh, then it came off. And you're just running around naked and like you guys had him and you like teased him and stuff?
Oh, no, we didn't tease him. We praised him.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ.
Can you picture that?
Yeah, I can picture it.
Of course, he had to hold the key. That was the only...
I don't get that. How can he hold the key?
He held the key.
That's
in
stupid.
his hand?
Yeah, he was like...
That's stupid, though.
He still couldn't unlock himself, could he?
What was he afraid of?
I don't know. We asked him the same thing.
Was he like a really big guy? If you know what I mean?
No.
He wasn't?
Mm-mm.
He wasn't big?
No, he was a good size.
I'm small.
Mm.
I'm nice and small.
I think he was probably... Well, you're tall and stuff, so he was,
Yeah, I'm actually big, but on my tall body it looks small.
In proportion.
In proportion.
It's normal, right?
Yeah. I mean, you don't think so. You've never been with me.
Because I've seen you on Jay Leno and stuff when you take your shirt off and you change your clothes.
No, I mean big, Was he big or was he small?
He was just medium.
I'm extra small. Girls like that. You saw me on Leno?
Yeah, like a while back.
Did you think I was cute?
Yeah, I like the hair.
Yeah.
The hair and just everything, your chest.
You did?
You have really nice feet.
You like that?
Mm-hmm.
Want to go out with me?
Sure. What about Allison? You think she'd like it?
She's not going to know about it. What she doesn't know isn't going to hurt her. What you ought to do is fly to New York and invite me over for a business meeting and seduce me and handcuff me with your friend.
Yeah.
And then I couldn't do anything about it. You guys raped me, so.
You handcuff him.
You handcuff me. I can't. Then Allison can't fault me. I say, hey, honey, I went over there for a business meeting, and this girl handcuffed me, and next thing I'm going to file charges, but I'll never file charges.
Oh, no.
You're too embarrassed.
Right, I'm too embarrassed if this gets out. I don't want, my children disgraced.
You don't want the stigma of rape.
Yeah. See, that's the way it's got to go down.
Yeah, whatever you want.
And then you blackmail me, and I have to have sex with you. You're gonna
continue to blackmail him? Is that what you're saying? You're gonna be blackmailed by her, so you have to continue to have sex with her?
Right. I have no choice. Either that or
to
protect my family. Okay?
Okay. I could play along.
You're a little whore, aren't you?
That I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No.
You're a bad girl, though, right?
I just like to have fun.
You're dirty.
I like to have fun.
Are you dirty?
No.
You like to have dirty fun? When I show you how to have fun, it's gonna be very, very dirty. Dirty, filthy sex. There's nothing fun about it. It's monkey love.
You probably have to play the mind game.
You gotta play the mind game with me.
By my rules.
The what?
By my rules.
Oh, let me tell you, honey, there'll be a lot of mind games going on. It's not just sex with me. It's a full commitment. When I get you into the sack, you don't know what hit you.
That might go.
You are going to go wild. You're just going to get awfully attached, like a puppy. You're going to follow me around that room.
It's going to be that good, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe it might be vice versa, though.
When you look like me, you got to learn how to use your tongue.
Now, when did you do that?
Hey, do I interrupt you when you're making time?
Oh, thank you, Robin, for the good advice there.
I tell you, no area will remain unpunctured. New areas will get punctured. I would love to.
I won't even say it. Never mind.
Are you good?
Oh, yes. Very good.
She's good. OJ says you're good. She's good.
You know OJ?
What are you going to wear when I meet you?
I met his sister. I met OJ's sister once.
Who cares? What are you going to wear when you meet me?
I'll have to go shopping and get a new outfit just for you.
Don't wear panties or bra, because I don't need to let that. That's a waste of time.
Yeah. I'll get the edible ones.
No, just wear a little mini skirt. Shows off your long legs.
Okay.
And open shoes to show off your pretty feet.
Okay. Like a little spaghetti strap.
Yeah, I'm going to eat you up. I'm going to eat you up, baby. You're going to be handcuffed.
You have your own pair?
I'm an orifice expert. Right, Robin? She'll tell you.
Uh-oh, Robin.
She has to wear rubber pants when she works with me. With slits in the front and back. She's wearing Depends. She works with me. She ruined so many pairs of underpants. She had to go into Depends. The kind with the latch, not the baby kind.
That's right. I like the little hoop with the button.
Right. They don't make those anymore. Are you smoking a cigarette?
I don't smoke.
Let me hear you moan like we're having sex. Come on. Come on.
I won't want to shock the airways.
Come on. Feels good, doesn't it?
Jackie. Fred's jumping on Jackie's lap.
Come on.
Oh, can I see that?
Oh, yeah, you feel good.
I laugh a lot, so.
Oh, you won't be laughing when you're with me.
That's right, Debbie.
You're sad. You're going to be really upset.
I'm not going to be disappointed.
No. You see me on TV. I'm in pretty good shape, right?
Yeah, you got a real good shape for your best there.
And I'm pretty cute.
Yeah, you are.
And like what I do is unfurl my hair, so it's like all part of the whole lovemaking process. Even my hair is used as a sexual tool.
You put your Fortnite costume on?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that'd be so cute, though. With your little...
I'm going to hold you like a bowling ball that I'm angry at.
With your tushy hanging out so I could
Yeah, but my tushy's a lot tighter now. I've been working it out.
I could slap it a little bit.
A little spanking. Okay, you're on. Just get your ass to New York. Get your skinny ass to New York.
Get your ass to New York.
Get your ass to New York.
What's that?
What's from that movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Get your ass to Mars.
Yeah, what's his name? What's his name?
Total Recall?
Yeah, what's the guy's name, though, Arnold Schwarzenegger's character?
Oh, goodness. I just saw it again, too, and I don't remember.
Yeah, I just watched it again, too. Get your ass to Mars.
Get your ass to Mars.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. On what rocket ship? Let me tell you, if I was single, I'd fly you out today. I'd fly you out here.
Cool.
Fuck that stupid job of yours. Yeah, at that stupid store.
I'm ready to.
Full-time girlfriend.
I'm ready to quit.
Yeah, well, I'm ready to have you just be my little sex toy. I chain you to a friggin' wall.
I'll chain you.
Yeah. Well, come on to New York. I'm ready for an affair.
All right.
But you know what you got to do? You got to set up a business meeting and then
then rape me.
It's got to be a business meeting.
Yeah, you got to be a business meeting, and then rape me, and then blackmail me. So I have to keep having sex with you.
I'll get a romance room with a view of the whole city.
I don't need any review.
Yeah, I'll need that.
Okay. See you later.
Okay.
Want to come to the show?
Sure.
I hear giggling going on back there.
That's my sister.
Oh, so your sister is there.
Yeah. She came in from the other room.
Let me speak to your sister.
I don't think so.
No, why not?
Have you two ever gotten it on?
She's nothing like me.
She's not cute?
Oh, she is, but...
She's kind of a pig.
No. I don't want to.
That's always funny when you have like a family and like one daughter's like really hot and the other one's a pig. That's always funny. Not too much rivalry.
Not funny to the
Yeah,
other
it's like,
one.
oh my God, I came from the same parents and I'm a pig.
Yeah, why me?
Yeah, why me? Like, why didn't she become a pig?
No.
Is she a little dumpy?
Oh.
Yeah, you can be honest. I won't say.
Just a little homie.
Yeah, right.
But she's getting there.
Yeah. Let me talk to your sister.
Okay, hold on.
Hi, Howard. Oh, that's
a guy.
What?
Oh, hey, you're a dude.
No. Come on.
What is this, Larry from the Three? What is this, Curly from the Three Stooges?
Curly? No, I ain't no Curly.
You dick. You there with her, man. She's probably a pig. She had me going. Oh, man. Who is she, man?
Who is she?
Is that your girlfriend?
No, she's my sister. What's going on?
Goodbye to both of you. Skunk. I was ready to leave my wife. That's phone sex, man. Hi. I'm your sister. All right, I gotta go take a break. Everything just went limp.
Suppose he just did a really good female voice and that was him all the time.
I don't know. All right, I gotta go. Goodbye.
You're listening to the Howard Stern Show. We're back with the Howard Stern Show. Here's Howard.
On our phone is Eduardo Paz Martinez, who wrote the article on... Hey, Eduardo, how you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Nice to speak with you. Now, you wrote... what paper did this originally appear in?
This is back in 1990 and 91. I was writing things about the West for the Las Vegas Review-Journal, which is kind of like the biggest paper in Nevada, if that means anything. And Velez was basically a juice man up until that time, had a small company distributing juices to the casinos.
And he was also the head of this so-called representative group of Mexican Americans called LULAC.
Right. Basically what he was the state president of a very small number of LULACers in Nevada.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to find out about this organization since they seem to morally know what I'm doing wrong and how I'm a horrible person. Meanwhile, they don't even listen to my show. So I'm just trying to find out as much as I can. And then when I came across the latest article, which was that this guy who used to be one of the leaders of LULAC, which I had never heard of, by the way, until, I don't know, this Selena thing.
Yeah. Let me give you a sort of an instant assessment of it. LULAC dates back to the late 40s and early 50s. Ironically, it started in Corpus Christi, which is Selena's hometown.
And what was it? Was it an organization that was supposed to represent Mexican Americans?
Yeah, initially the fight began because in Corpus Christi, as late as 57, Hispanics weren't allowed to swim in the municipal swimming pool.
Yeah.
Or get haircuts in certain barber shops in town.
Yeah, that's what they do to me now.
Right, and they sort of started being an advocacy group, and grew mainly in the Southwest, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California.
So this guy who's being convicted, what was the scam? He was
Velez, first of all, is not Mexican American. He's Nicaraguan by descent.
Okay.
He was pretty much a scammer in Vegas, and what he did was he ambushed the 1990 LULAC convention in Albuquerque. He brought in thousands of Filipinos to back his candidacy for president, put him up at the Hilton, and gave him $100 in spending money.
Some organization.
Yeah.
And why would he want to be the head of this organization so badly?
Because it would legitimize him.
Exactly. What it did was he caught it at a good time because this is about the time that the 1986 amnesty law was was fading, I guess. It was coming to a close, and a lot of people were trying to get in there and get amnesty.
So let me cut to the chase, Eduardo.
Sure.
So this guy, what he did was he would get a hold of people trying to get into this country who were desperate. He'd take their money and offer them immigration papers, I guess.
Right. He had an immigration services company. He was a consultant in Vegas, and for the most part, they were Filipinos. And we were able to document that, the Filipinos were coming in with suitcases full of cash.
Right.
And he was signing them up and submitting the applications to INS in Vegas.
So actually, it was a rip-off scam because they didn't need any money to put these applications in.
No, I think if you could find somebody, some group like the Catholic Charity Services, they did it free of charge for the most part.
Right. So he would tell them, hey, I got to do this for you, and I have influence, and
right.
And then he'd bilk them.
I think the case against him established finally that he was charging up to $12,000 per application, and he was getting that cash steadily from Philippines and people from China and Hong Kong.
And this guy was the president. This guy was the president. Can you imagine? And then I'm reading a quote about me from a guy, I guess, who's in this LULAC group, and he says that I shouldn't be allowed to profiteer because of my comments. I said, what about the guy from LULAC? What about his profiteering?
Yeah, I should tell you, though, Howard, that Velez is kind of like the Frank Nitti of LULAC, I guess. He sort of strong-armed the organization and is the singular.
So what you're telling me is it's an organization that can be easily strong-armed.
Well, no, here's what's happened. I mean, LULAC is not the NAACP.
Right.
It's not that huge of an organization. It's got its power bases, mostly, like I said, in the Southwest. It's very legitimate here in Dallas.
How legitimate, let me ask you something, though, Eduardo. How legitimate can it be when the focus of their entire life is me? I mean, a dopey disc jockey who doesn't like Latin music.
Who talks about something once.
Yeah.
It's not like we spend all day long trying to run down Mexican Americans.
And then it seemed like kind of a shakedown because we started getting letters to the radio station from their organization, like kind of like, what are you going to do for us letters?
Well, you're sort of right, because if I was the president of LULAC, I wouldn't bother with you.
Of course not. I'm an imbecile. Why would they bother with a guy who doesn't like Latin music?
But here's what's happening. I mean, I think LULAC, since Velez has wanted to sort of get back to a better playing field.
Mm-hmm.
And Selena, I guess, in South Texas was something of more than just a personality. She was kind of like
a deity.
Well, no, not that extreme, but she was somebody who was well regarded by the Hispanic community.
Right. So why, if she was so well regarded, why would her handlers have her go to a hotel room by herself to handle this fan club woman who obviously they were having problems with?
Well, you're talking about South Texas. I mean, in South Texas, it's still the 1950s.
I guess.
Do things like that.
Where are these people? Where are the managers? Where is the?
But that's not the point. Why are they sitting around waiting for something like this to happen instead of doing something for their community if they want to get back in good standing?
Right.
Well, they are.
Make them look dopey.
They are doing things. I mean, like I said, it's not a high publicity outfit like the NAACP.
So, in other words, it was a way to grab some hype.
Yeah, so they latched onto us.
But shouldn't they be outraged about their former president bilking all these people out of their money?
Well, they are. I think if you talk to a guy like Ruben Bonilla...
I haven't heard them saying anything.
Yeah, we haven't seen any statements.
I hear a lot about us.
Yeah, we just hear about us. We don't hear about what he's going to do for all those people who got their money bilked.
Yeah.
We don't hear him say anything about that, do we?
Well, I know that when we were writing about this guy Velez, a lot of the former presidents were raising hells, and there was a lot of internal.
And none of them, except for you, a reporter, none of these guys who were working with this guy at the time had any idea what he was doing. None of them knew.
Well, there was a lot of articles written in the Dallas Morning News. The Austin paper did a stuff. L.A. did some stuff on that, and I think there were some wire stories that moved out after we basically wrote the. I mean, this guy claimed to have degrees from UC Berkeley and San Francisco State, and we found out that he was really a security guard at San Francisco State and nothing more.
Close enough. He must have audited a few classes.
He had a degree.
But, I'm wondering if the Spanish disc jockeys in Houston are saying anything about this. I wonder. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder if they're outraged about that.
I know that I covered... He made a visit to Houston after he won the LULAC presidency, and he got a lot of bad press in Houston. I don't know about the radio stations,
So obviously they knew about him, and they turned their
But how long did he hold
cheek.
his post? And effect, making it possible for him to rake in all this
Let me
money.
tell you something. There were people who, I am guessing now, I don't have proof of this, I would bet there were other people who were aware of this and turned their heads. I'm sure they knew what was going on.
He was in there for 2 years, but one of the major problems was that LULAC, has taken a lot of hits. You have to understand that that LULAC was founded by people, Mexican Americans who had been here in the 40s and 50s. And the Mexican American of the 1980s and 90s is not the same.
Yeah, it was formed with all good intentions. It was formed with good intentions.
Right.
So what?
They've gotten a little bit off track.
Yeah, I just want to expose this outfit who obviously is blind to one of their presidents sitting and bilking people, but certainly they're aware of everything I do. And believe me, they're just as blind when it comes to me. None of them even heard my broadcast.
I think you're right when you attacked Mr. Velez, but I would hesitate and not necessarily take on LULAC, because LULAC has some legitimate...
I'm just saying it's hypocritical to sit there and tell you that they care about people being abused, and at the same time they got a guy in the presidency who's totally corrupt, and no one notices, and everyone's got their eyes closed.
You would be on better ground, Howard, if Velez is president now of LULAC. He is not.
Well, I understand. I understand he's gone now, but he was there for how many years?
Yeah, he was there for 2 years.
Yeah, and nobody saw anything. Nobody knew what he was doing.
And judging by their actions, I would still say there's a crisis of leadership.
If I had a leader that I even had the inkling that he was bilking people, that he was up to something.
Well,
I would certainly complain. I wouldn't keep my head bowed down.
Well, I would say that Velez is kind of like the William Aramone of LULAC as well. Aramone built the United Way for years, and nobody said anything.
Yeah.
I mean,
all I know is they're a bunch of loudmouths who seem to know about all the unimportant issues and nothing important. When you have a president who's involved with actually taking money out of poor people's mouths, I would say that's something you don't turn your back on, and you take a good hard look at it, and you throw them the hell out of there.
Yeah, especially if you care about the organization, which needs its reputation in order to do any good at all.
It's like Linda Ronstadt, woman who plays Sun City and clearly backed apartheid. She's now coming out and making statements. I mean, they're all hypocrites. Hey, Eduardo, thanks for sharing the info with us. And
I wanted to ask you, how come they're broadcasting yesterday's show in Dallas today again?
Are they really? They're broadcasting yesterday's show in Dallas today?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
They're doing the show you had with Tiny Tim again.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that right? Maybe the satellite's down? Is that possible?
Maybe. I don't know.
You know what? I don't have any idea what they do in Dallas. But
nobody tells us anything.
We've got a real wacky situation down there with our general manager. I never know, but it could be that the satellite's down. That's happening.
Billy Crystal bit? That was yesterday, right?
Yeah, that was yesterday's show.
Yeah. So I guess this will be on tomorrow here.
I hope so. For the most part, the reason I'm anxious to speak with someone like you is you got some facts on some very interesting things that I would like the people of Texas to hear, quite frankly. But anyway, Eduardo, I got to split. But thanks, man.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for joining us.
All right, so long.
Eduardo Paz Martinez.
Hey, Howard?
Yes.
Can I get in a plug on something I'm doing?
Sure.
I am working with Amanda Beasley of ICM, that monster literary agency.
Yeah.
On a book that I've finished that I'm writing called Days and Hours.
Right.
Set in Galveston, about a Cuban woman, sort of a romance story with a lot of Cuban Revolution echoes.
Go ahead.
And I want Amanda to get on it and work with this. So I don't know if she's listening or not.
Oh, you're just talking to her. She hasn't made a deal with you. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. She's considering it, and maybe this will do it.
I wish she'd do it. I'm trying to option it as a movie.
Hello to my friends Pete Hamill and Jerry Nachman again.
Oh, yeah, we know Jerry. All right, take care, Eduardo.
Okay, so long.
All right, that's Eduardo Paz Martinez, the investigative reporter.
And author.
An author of a yet-to-be-published novel that ICM should get on. Eduardo Alive, it's called. That is correct. Eduardo Alive. That's a good question. Why is the Dallas station replaying our show from yesterday?
We should call there because that's an interesting scenario.
Gary, get me
yesterday's show broadcast today.
Get me Dallas on the phone. I'd like an answer. I got to take a break, then maybe we'll get the answer.
All right.
Do we have an answer?
I just got off the phone with Dallas. Absolutely not true.
They're not replaying yesterday's show?
Of course not. No, they wouldn't do that.
So what's Eduardo talking about?
I don't know.
Is he in El Paso or Dallas?
I think he's in Fort Worth.
Well, that would be the Dallas.
Fort Worth. Yeah, he's wrong.
Yeah, he's wrong. They're not playing yesterday.
What's he listening to?
The guy just called me and said, of course we're playing today's show.
Huh. That's weird.
He thought maybe that...
Why would he make something like that up? Right.
He was talking about Tiny Tim and Billy Crystal. That was yesterday's show.
But we also talked about Tiny Tim today, and we did play the Billy Crystal thing today.
We did?
In the show.
In the opening, maybe that.
And he's 3 hours behind?
Yeah.
Oh, so maybe...
No, 1 hour behind.
Oh.
But he's been up for a while.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
Like I said, I just spoke to the guy that runs the board down there, and he said, we're absolutely playing today's show.
Okay, very good. All right. I never know. I got to go check with Dallas,
Can't tell what's going on.
Never know. All right, very good. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back right after these words.
You're listening to The Howard Stern Show. 97.1, The Eagle. Let's return to The Howard Stern Show.
Yeah. Here we are back again. So, we could do a little news. We got Gilbert Gottfried waiting out there to do the news with us.
Oh, Gilbert's here?
Gilbert's stopping by.
I saw him on Conan O'Brien last night.
Yeah. Gilbert, you want to come in? Gilbert, very nervous. He's actually being bar mitzvah next weekend.
Also, I learned that Gilbert was one of the last people to leave my book party.
Yeah, Gilbert was one of the last. He was the second to last person to leave your book party. You were the last person.
There was still food.
Gilbert was unbelievable. You know when you finish your shrimp and the guy comes around on a tray with a shrimp?
Yeah.
And they have like a little bowl on the tray that you can put the tails in?
Uh-huh.
Gilbert was eating the tails.
Oh,
yeah.
He was sucking.
I was picking the tails out of there.
Yeah, after people ate the shrimp.
Did you enjoy yourself, Gilbert?
Oh, yes.
Staying till the very end.
Oh, yes.
Gilbert and Belzer were bonding the whole night. Gilbert and Belzer, they're too good to talk to anyone else.
Well, they're in that special fraternity called Comedians.
And you walk up to Gilbert at the party, and Gilbert's kind of like Fred in this way. Even though I've met Gilbert a million times, had him on my show a million times, I've been to the hospital to visit him. You walk in, and Gilbert's like, oh, hi. He doesn't...
He acts as if he can't remember who you are.
He doesn't recognize you.
Well, it was the scariest moments is we had nothing to say to each other.
We really did.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the first time I think I've been in a social situation with you, and Gilbert and I have nothing in common. We don't want, because you say something to Gilbert to get conversation going, you go up to Gilbert and you go, hey man, how's it going? And then right away he's like, oh man.
That's it.
Yeah, right. And then I go, so Gilbert, what are you up to? And he goes,
We gave a big smile and handshake and then stood there comfortably. And
too social nothing.
Yes.
Two guys who are inept at small talk.
But at least Gilbert wants to stay. I mean, you're not good at partying and you go home.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Gilbert thinks he's going to get laid. There were a lot of good-looking girls at the party, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Did you get to talk to any?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I nailed a few of them.
Is that why you were there later? Or you just had nowhere to go?
I had nowhere to go.
Oh, man. Because Belzer, what time did Belzer leave?
I think Belzer left 5 minutes after the party started.
Really? Did he so who did you hang out with?
He was there for a while.
So who were you hanging out with besides Belzer?
Well, the pain would have got worse and worse.
Yeah, I know. You were in the corner for a while. Gilbert had to be in the special area, celebrity area.
Right.
Yeah. And he was immediately ushered into the celebrity area. He had to let everyone know who he was.
Maybe that's why he was being treated better than he usually is.
Yeah, and then him and Belzer were in the corner doing dreidel routines.
Yeah, they were doing routines for each other.
And then my dad went over and he goes, who's those comedians again? I go, that's Gilbert Gottfried and Belzer. Yeah, those are two funny guys. I'm going to go over there. So he goes over, because my father's another social nothing. My father has no ability to talk to people. And then he hung out with Gilbert and Belzer while they did their dreidel routine. And then he told me he held his own with them.
Right.
I went over to them. I held my own with those two.
In other words, he stood there.
Yeah, he stood there. He claims he contributed to your bit.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
He would have been nowhere without him.
It was a funny bit, too. Gilbert was a dreidel salesman who was in trouble because all the dreidels with gimbals on them, all the gimbals were broken.
Let me ask you something.
Got to be there.
How did something like that start?
I don't know. Belzer and I guess Gilbert and Belzer used to be like Martin and Lewis. They had a routine together. I don't know what it was. But they're standing around at a party, and those two finally find each other. And Belzer's pretty inept socially, because I never have anything to talk to Belzer about.
It's so hard to talk to those guys when we're not on the air.
I was once out with Belzer sort of socially. We were in the car. I had done a Letterman or something, and he somehow ended up in my car. And he wasn't I don't know how he ended up in there. He wasn't on the show.
He wasn't on the show.
And we were there, and he goes, hey, can you give me a ride to some bar?
Yeah.
And we were in there. And we were in the car for like 5 minutes, and we have nothing to say. So Belzer just got out. And I don't know where he went.
Well, I noticed that when I came to greet these guys at the party, It's like, after you said, hi, thanks for coming.
Yeah. There's nothing.
There's nowhere to go.
So I don't understand. After Belzer, because all I saw you with was Belzer.
And then he's so politically correct.
Yeah,
You don't even know what to say.
You can't say anything.
Any joke you make, he goes, yeah, that's funny, yeah.
Yeah. He's like, he is the comedy guy.
Yeah. Still making fun of starving people. Sure.
Right.
Country that does business with racist country. Yeah, sure.
Great. You're eating shrimp and Russia's on the brink of disaster.
Yeah, Mexicans are eating
right.
Right.
I don't know, but it was like my dad, Gilbert, and Belzer. And thank God, because my dad was just staring at the wall the whole. My father was just like staring at the wall. Thank God, you know when you came in, they had it on TV there. My father just stood in front of the TV.
Oh, so he watched the party.
Yeah, just playing him in front of people. Then I just see him standing there, and I go, "Hey, Dad, there's Gilbert and Belzer."
To get rid of him.
Yeah.
Like here's a funny toy to play with.
Yeah. So did my dad actually contribute to your comedy bit?
Absolutely nothing.
He claims that he got involved and said that the dreidel salesman should have like a dial-a mattress franchise, and it sounded like an awfully thin premise to make anything out of.
It really was. It was one of those where
1-800 dial a dreidel.
Yeah, I don't know, something like that.
Like, well, you don't tell him to leave, but right.
You were humoring his father.
You would say, "Hey, can you leave?"
Yes.
That would have been funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, you want to split?
Excuse me, you're ruining the whole bit.
Understand? Pig Latin, Amscray.
Yeah.
Well, I was glad that you were busy with my dad.
Oh yeah.
He thought you were really funny.
Oh, yeah?
For what it's worth.
Yeah. Well, he contributed a lot.
Yeah. He claims he held his own.
Yes.
So after Belzer left, who did you hang out with at the party?
Oh, it just got thinner and thinner. After a while, it was like Belzer's agent.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Belzer's publicist.
Belzer's brother?
Yeah. People who met Belzer.
People who had spoken to him at the party.
Who were you back there with? Phoebe Snow?
Yeah, at one point. Let's see who was there.
Kreskin, did he get
Kreskin. Yeah, I was there when Kreskin said hello to Richard's brother. Hi, Richard.
Did Kreskin come over to you? Did he know who you were?
Yeah, he does that, like, very annoying backslapping.
Yeah, and then he starts shaking your hand real hard?
Yeah, shakes your hand really, and really hits you in the back, and it's like...
What a group of celebrities. Gilbert Gottfried and Kreskin and Phoebe Snow.
The A-list.
The A-list. The A-list.
Like people Mike Douglas wouldn't want.
Yeah, right. Yeah, like tonight on Mike Douglas, Richard Belzer, Gilbert Gottfried, Phoebe Snow, and Kreskin. What a show.
Oh, and May Pang.
Yeah, May Pang.
Yes.
She slept with John Lennon.
I once saw an 8x10 of hers where it actually said the girl who slept with John Lennon.
Did it really?
Yes.
I believe that.
Yes.
It doesn't even say May Pang.
No.
Here it is, the girl who slept with John Lennon. She's still living off that whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's sad. She's got a husband and kids and stuff, but, you know, she's famous for her vagina.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Or where her vagina's been.
Right. And who it's been with. It's kind of weird, too, because you're talking to her, and she's in the celebrity area.
Yes.
And you're like, well, you know, hey, can somebody come here and check the celebrity area? Let's make sure that this is really a celebrity area.
Sex with a celebrity one.
Yeah, I mean, does that kind of
Does everybody get in?
Yeah. I mean, her husband's more of a celebrity. Because her husband's some kind of record producer. He produced a Bowie album.
So he must be real proud of her.
Yeah. But, like, I think that in the back of his mind, it's always like, oh, man, you know, am I as good as John Lennon? She's still talking about John Lennon for 20 years. I said to her, man, at these parties, you should stand on your hands. Because that's what people really want to look at. That's where John Lennon, we want to be closer to John Lennon. But she got insulted.
Yeah. He drives to the shows so she could say she spread her legs for John Lennon.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah,
right, good.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're like making fun of a dead celebrity, you know. And she's like a Japanese woman, like
Japanese American,
a lot of trouble, and
right, and like it's been easy for Japanese people.
Yeah,
right,
sure.
Right,
like the whole Hiroshima.
Like maybe she could have been John Lennon if people weren't so damn biased against Japanese.
Yeah,
right.
Sure, like we're ignoring her intelligence and everything she's done.
I think that she's Chinese Belzer.
Oh, so now you're calling her Japanese and she's like Chinese.
Like you can't tell the difference.
Yeah, like you're throwing them one.
Like Tiananmen Square was for no reason whatsoever. Chinese brave Chinese students.
Stands by doesn't help at all.
Big deal. You went to one moratorium. Okay. So, Gilbert has a plug.
And big ones.
And how'd you get that job on Conan O'Brien?
Yeah, nice job. Gilbert did a walk-on. Figured things are going well for you, huh, buddy?
I know the right people.
So when do you spend so much time at the VIP area at Robin's party? All right, this Saturday at 8 p.m. on NBC, Gilbert has worked this whole Problem Child franchise into like
Soaking it for every time.
You really are. Problem Child was this movie that came out with John Ritter that was awful.
It was a couple of years ago, too.
Even Gilbert admits it was awful. It was horrible. And then someone did a Problem Child 2.
I don't know how they got 2.
And Gilbert was in that. And now there's Problem Child 3, which is just made for TV. But Gilbert, none of the original cast is in it.
Ritter's gone.
Yeah, everyone's gone.
Gordon is there.
Yeah, so who's the John Ritter role?
William Catt.
Who's that?
The guy who was in The Great American Hero.
Oh, him.
Yes.
I see. So he has the Problem Child. And you play a principal, right?
Yeah, well,
he always was.
They don't even keep the job straight.
What are you this time?
In the first one, I was an adoption agency worker.
Oh, that's
Second one, the principal.
Yeah.
Now I'm a dentist.
Really?
Is the kid the same at least?
No, like the kid must be about 45.
And when they direct this thing, like, does anybody even care what you do?
No.
Like, is it one take and you're done? It's like an Ed Wood movie?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
They did it in one afternoon.
Chairs are falling over. Nobody cares.
Yeah, I mean, like, does anyone pay any attention to detail? Like, Gilbert, your watch was on the other wrist in the last scene.
It's like an Ed Wood movie.
Yeah.
If the camera was on, it's a great thing.
Yeah, right.
There were people, pedestrians were walking through the scene. It's okay. It's perfect.
Do they have, like, do you have to do, like, second takes and third takes?
Not too many.
Really?
They would still have to do a second, like the first one wasn't good enough.
Right. Like, it made a difference. What is it?
Do you want to talk to May Pang, or has the moment passed?
No, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
What is she going to do, defend herself? May.
Yes.
Hi, May.
Hi. Oh, come on.
Oh, come on, what?
Not talk about John.
Wait, John Lennon's here. Hold it a second.
It's wonderful talking to you again, May.
Channel down? Is this a channeling time?
Wait, yeah. Would you take off your panties for me, May?
Oh, God.
Hey,
well, I thought you know how to rip them off. Never mind.
John's back and he's horny. And Yoko's unavailable.
I've been away a long time, May. Come in and have sex with me.
How weird is it? John Lennon goes home and Yoko says, "Hey, I don't know what's your problem. Get out of my house and go off with May."
Here, take her.
She's the greatest wife in the world.
Right. Isn't she great?
Yeah, fixes you up with another girl.
Doesn't my wife see I'm depressed? May's real cute, too. I mean, much cuter than Yoko any day of the week.
There's a very secure woman. She gave John a prettier woman than she was.
May is really cute. I can't believe it. Like,
oh, well, thank you, Howard, for once you gave me a compliment.
And lovely breasts.
Yeah, lovely.
Lovely.
Hey, you know what? Talk to her like John Lennon will drive her nuts. Because that's what she...
Don't.
Oh, I want you. I want you.
Talk about that.
Please let me touch your buttocks.
Oh.
I want to touch your firm young buttocks.
I never understand this either with May. It's like, she seems like a real intelligent woman and stuff when I'm talking to her. And then I realized, just because he was John Lennon, she went off with him.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
True.
I worked for him.
What?
I worked for him.
I know, but I mean,
but that wasn't the reason.
You were in love with him?
After all, he chased after me. I tried to stop it.
I just feel bad for your husband. What do you mean he chased after you?
Oh, he chased after me. I had no idea.
Oh, and you didn't want... You had no idea what? That he was John Lennon?
That he was with the Beatles. I told him I didn't want to go out with him.
I don't know who you are, Beatles leader.
Oh, no,
That did not say she didn't know who he was. She said she tried not to have an affair with him.
Oh, yeah. While your legs were spread.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Howard.
Now, come on. Just be honest.
You tried to beat him off with your legs.
Yeah. Your naked legs.
My naked legs.
How long did you resist?
Did you smack him in the head with your breast?
It was a little bit. It was a couple of weeks.
Yeah. You waited a few weeks.
Yeah, it was. I didn't want it. I didn't want to know about it.
Well, it's been a week and 3 days. Let's have sex.
But what's weird is that, like,
here we go.
And then Yoko came to you and said, "Okay, have sex with my husband."
She said that, and I told her she was out of her mind. I said, "I'm not doing this." And she goes, "Oh, yes, you will." And I said, "You're out of it."
And then she wasn't out of it.
No, she wasn't out of it. I had no idea. I thought she was talking out of the side of her mouth somewhere else. Or
that's just the way she talks.
Right, out of the side of her mouth. What are you making, Japanese jokes?
Oh, hey, man, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, sure. Hey,
well,
like that wasn't right.
Here is a woman that keeps claiming that she didn't know anything about the Beatles. She lived in the heart of London in 1964.
Sure. She was the one who went up to John Lennon and said, "John Lennon, I don't know who you are, Beatles reader."
All you need is rub.
So you say you resisted.
Yes.
Yet 30 years later, you're listening to his outtakes on his cassettes.
But you didn't say. I have to tell you, I have not touched any of those things in a long.
It really is weird because one time May was up here and she took the cassettes
that she had some cassettes that John Lennon had recorded. She's up there in the jock lounge playing them for everyone who walks by.
Boy.
I was like, May, you're married now.
Yeah. That was about
get
10
over
years
it.
ago.
Or where?
Yes.
When did you do that? I didn't hear that.
Oh, no, you were gone, I think.
You mean at the party?
At the party.
He called you a gook at the party?
He called me a gook. He goes, you gooks. And then he goes, you nips. And I said, why don't you get it right and call me a chink then at that
So
point.
then I called her a chink?
Wait a second, hold it a second. Wait, let me get this straight.
I didn't know Gilbert was having such a good time at the party.
No wonder everyone flocks to Gilbert. This is off the air you're doing this?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Man.
Well, no one can accuse Gilbert of being a phony. You know what it is? Gilbert, what time, can I ask you a question? At what point in the party was this? Was this for the end?
This is towards the end.
Okay, you want to know what happens to him?
Does he
goes
drink?
No, he doesn't drink. He goes there and he thinks because he's like, in movies and stuff, he's going to get laid.
Yeah.
Oh.
He gets there, because I've heard about him. He was at one party and there was like a Playboy Playmate there.
It was a Playboy party.
He couldn't get laid. He felt he should. He went up to the Playboy Playmate. He started pulling the girl's bra straps and like pulling the back of her bra like a little kid does. And he kept doing it so much that she called over a bouncer. The bouncer picked Gilbert up and threw him in a closet and locked the door. And kept Gilbert locked in the closet for the entire party.
Because
Then when he opened the closet,
so what happened?
after her again.
Yeah, and then what happened? Yeah, I heard that. And then Gilbert, what happens is he's at the party late. He thinks he should have gotten laid or picked up a girl. Then May comes over just to say hello, and he starts screaming. He said, you gook, because you probably couldn't find your bra strap.
And I started complimenting her on all the good Godzilla films.
He just walked up and started calling her gook.
He was talking, and he says, I'm trying to pay you a compliment, and I'm talking to somebody else, and I'm going, he's yelling out, you gook, you gook.
Gilbert.
Then she took out a radio she took out a camera to take a picture of me, so I complimented her on what great cameras those people make. I said, you people make great cameras.
Well, she must have been really charmed.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Everybody else around us.
See, I want a tape of that.
Yes.
Way to circulate, Gilbert.
And how do you like when Gilbert got up to make a speech at Robin's party? Robin asked him to make a speech because, after all, Robin's new book is out, and it was very exciting. And Gilbert gets up, does one of his monologues from his act.
Yeah, I don't know what year that was.
Everyone's like in shock because Gilbert had said nothing about Robin, and just starts doing his act. Even Belzer leaned up and goes, "Does this have anything to do with Robin?" I said no.
Then you got up and spoke about Robin, and no one listened in either case.
That's true.
Yeah.
You might as well do your act.
I didn't want to waste those kind of words. So what did you really want to say, Gilbert?
Yes.
He doesn't want to say anything except gook and nips.
Yeah.
Gook and, you called her a gook and a nip.
Yes.
Oh.
And you're proud of that.
Until she asked to be called a chink, and then I called her a chink.
So wait a second, May.
Yes.
So you're claiming that you didn't know John. Okay, so
No, I didn't claim
so you
anything.
fended off John's advances.
Yes.
But suddenly, like 2 or 3 weeks later, you slept with him.
Well, he followed the woman. I tried to take him home, and he didn't want to go home. We were working.
We
were
clear.
working. I tried. And all of a sudden, he sent the limo.
He was working on me penis.
Oh, yes.
Hey, can you work on me penis, May? It's not quite finished.
Oh, yes, it is. I thought it was.
So listen to this.
Yes.
May still hasn't gotten over John Lennon. She's married, she has kids, and she loves her husband, Tony Visconti, very much.
Yes.
But
you never get over that first love, is what they say.
Well, first love, nothing. Woman's built a career out of it.
Oh.
Why is she at your book party? She slept with John Lennon.
No, because she's my friend.
Yeah, well, how did she become your friend?
With Robin, we glad.
Well, I happened to meet her on the show because she slept with John Lennon.
Yeah, well, that's how everything happens in May's life.
Since then, she's been coming on to Ringo.
You didn't have this show.
What is it?
I was at May's apartment once, a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's changed since then, but there's this one wall in the apartment.
Shrine.
And like May's got some really cool stuff. Like she has a gold record in her name for like walls and bridges and
Which
stuff.
is ridiculous.
But she also has pictures of her and John, and it was like the entire wall from top to bottom was nothing but John Lennon paraphernalia.
I bet your husband must have made you take that down at this point.
Well, let's put it this way: we have his gold records up on the wall.
Yeah.
And in my house, I have none of those up. I have none of those things up.
In fact, it was really weird because May kept insisting that I had to come over to her apartment for something important.
Yeah.
This is like 7 years ago, so I'm like, oh, you never know.
Maybe you get it on.
And I got up there and I got to listen to some John Lennon tapes.
Oh, man.
Wait a minute.
Did she want to do you? Did you think she wanted to do you?
I had hoped. But when I got up there, I realized it was to listen to
What was she wearing?
Oh, Gary, you went to that, what was it, tuxedo lingerie party, too.
What was she wearing when you went up there?
She was just normal.
Oh, so like she wasn't coming on?
No,
She didn't come out in negligee.
Completely in my imagination.
You should have said number 9, number 9, number 9.
Are you getting turned on, May?
Yeah, you should put on a John Lennon mask.
So you'll have to appear in front of me first.
Yeah, May needs one of those John Lennon impersonators. Hey, Gilbert can do that.
Oh, yes.
Gilbert, you sleep with May, right?
Yes, number 9.
Are you kidding? You sleep with anybody.
And you pretend to be John Lennon, right?
You
don't
sleep
care.
with me. Oh, that feels good. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Put your legs up higher, would you? Oh, that's good. Not yet, not yet. Oh.
That sounds very close.
Did John make a lot of noise? No, I'm being serious. Let's find out. I mean, he's long gone. I mean,
I know he's long
he
gone.
Can't sue. Yeah.
He made noise.
Was it like would he do, like would he whisper dirty words and stuff?
Yes.
And we just mate,
give me your Kluge.
Give me your black Kluge.
Give me your Oriental Kluge.
Like what would he say to you?
I'm going to keep that private.
Oh, great.
Have you told Tony?
Come on.
Have you told Tony? Did you make Tony say the same thing?
Hold my gland.
He's fabulous.
I want to hold your gland.
I want to hold your gland.
I want to hold your gland.
Tell me I'm bigger than Paul.
I don't know anything about Paul.
What?
I don't know anything about Paul.
But John was big, right?
He was that.
Really? Because I remember seeing him on the cover of those Two Virgins, and it looked pretty big.
Yeah? Am I hurting you? Tell me I'm hurting you. Please tell me I'm hurting you. I'm a legend. Tell me about your Kluge again. Tell me about your big Kluge. I'd like your big Asian Kluge.
Dear Gilbert. Dear Gilbert.
I want some big Asian Kluge. Oh, give it to me now. Give me a big Asian Kluge. Oh. Yeah.
So how were you responsible for, I forget, how were you responsible for Walls and Bridges?
I worked on all these albums. I was a production assistant. I worked on them.
So you got a gold album because you were having sex during Walls and Bridges with John, right?
Well, I also worked on Mind Game, rock and roll.
What did you do on Mind Game?
I did the same thing. I got all the musicians. I hired them.
Well, you mean he told you who to get, and you...
And what I would do is I made sure I got them there on time. A lot of these musicians don't like to show up anywhere.
Hey, get the musicians coffee.
That's right. Get them
quickly,
coffee.
and give me some Asian Kluge. You want some Asian Kluge now? Get Mr. Hendricks some Asian Kluge. He'd like it, you know. He'd be quite fond of some Asian Kluge. He doesn't get enough. He doesn't get nearly enough Asian Kluge. Oh, May, give me that Asian Kluge.
No.
Oh, I want it now.
Oh, dear.
And tape this album to your wall.
Imagine how good May must have been in the sack, though. I mean, because he's John Lennon.
Oh, yeah.
And he can get any girl, and he's hanging out with May.
My God, it tastes like rice. Can I have some more Kluge to go? Doesn't it go good with soy sauce, please? But an hour later, I'm horny again.
Now we're going to get calls from Linda Ronstadt who doesn't like this show. As
an Asian American.
Did you do anything like special to John that you've never even done for Tony?
Oh, I'm not going to.
Or did you do all your tricks for Tony as well?
I don't discuss that. But
I'd love to go to bed with me.
But do you think that Tony has questioned her about this?
I think that most guys don't like to know, but I think
Really?
Tony digs her because she was with
If
John.
your wife had slept with John Lennon, you wouldn't want to know everything?
I don't know.
Come on, Howard.
Who's better in bed, Tony or John?
I have to tell you, actually, Tony's great.
Do you wish that John had gotten you pregnant secretly so that you could have one of the Lennon children?
No.
Oh, come on.
In fact, I said that in my book. I didn't want to be pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
You ever scream out John's name?
When you were Tony?
No.
That would be great.
Oh, yeah, right.
You know what? Let me put a hidden camera in your bedroom.
Oh, okay.
And then you're with Tony, and he's just screaming out, John, John. Let's just see his face.
Oh no.
To the Kluge. Yes, I want your Kluge now. Give me that fine Kluge.
I don't think the Italians.
Give me an Asian Kluge.
May, did I ever tell you had an ass like a Peking duck?
You've never asked your wife about her other sexual experiences.
I sort of dabbled in it, and it got just ridiculous because she was with way too much weird stuff.
Oh, jeez.
And she was with real losers. You think Gilbert's a loser? You should see the guy she was with. I'd be happy to have had her stuff, but she had like real losers. She was with one guy who never left his room.
Yeah.
I mean, he couldn't go to school. He couldn't leave his room.
That might have been me.
He was an agoraphobic. And like that was her boyfriend.
She had sex with him?
Yeah.
Probably thought he was like cool back then.
I don't know, but the guy was like a real loser. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he was. I mean, I never met him, but she tells me about him.
And
then she was with like a youth group leader who I saw on a bus one day, and the guy looked like he had that disease out of Zaire. The Ebola virus.
The Ebola virus.
Ebola virus. I don't know. It just looked really gross. And I don't know, man. I don't want to know. Like, and like, I'm sure, like in Tony's mind, he's like with May, and he's like, gee, I wonder if am I in new territory? Am I pleasing her? Am I in new territory, or am I going over the same?
Has she ever done that?
You know what it is, Howard?
Yeah.
You ask questions that you're hoping for one answer, and when you get the wrong answer, you're scared to ask the next question.
Yeah.
So
My
that's
first
not to
listen,
ask.
no.
That's not
Like Jackie said?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
You know exactly what I said.
Like talking to your father at the party.
Yeah, right.
I can't. You know what it's like?
And you ask a girl, and she tells you something, and you don't want to know that.
And then, you ask one thing, and then she says the other thing, and it wasn't the thing that you asked.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, great. Okay.
All right, man, I got to go.
If I put on a Sgt. Pepper jacket, can I have sex with you?
No, it won't make it.
Hey, you know I love you, don't you?
Me when you call me a gook.
Oh, come here, you little gook. Come here, you firm little gook. Oh, I want you now. I want your buttocks. I want your firm young buttocks. Give me a firm young buttocks. And Asian Kluge.
And Gilbert doesn't understand why he doesn't get women.
Well, he tries. He tries to be nice for 2 seconds. It doesn't work.
Can't do it.
They're repulsed by him. Then he starts calling them nips and gooks.
It's like having sex with each of the three-headed monster. Oh.
Belzer was staring at him like the same thing. Couldn't believe that was going on at the same time.
Who was staring at him?
Belzer.
Belzer. Belzer was there for that?
Well, Belzer is like...
Was Belzer freaking out?
Yeah.
Look, he couldn't believe it.
You're insulting like another race, like taking a whole community. And,
Gilbert, you're a Jew, and Jews were
should know better because of the persecution. You should inherently know the persecution.
Remember the progrom.
Oh, there's someone from Playboy here. I'm getting away because they abuse women.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I can't talk to anyone here but you.
Yeah.
All right.
No one here I can talk to.
By the way, May Pang has, her book is your book still available?
No, in fact, I'm doing a book of photographs. They can get the book.
Of John?
Of John's penis.
No, she's working on those photographs.
I'm working on other stuff.
She's as bad as Yoko. She'll find stuff of John, and she'll find more stuff about
she's
John.
still mining the John memorabilia.
The left side of me penis is more photogenic.
You know what you want to call it?
What?
Pang alive.
I can follow Robin in that respect. It'd be great.
So, May, you're working on a book of what? Photographs of what?
Give me a pang.
From a lot of the Apple era of all different people that were, from the Apple days. Because a lot of people have written in. They wanted to know what it was like, who was around in those days. All the, like the Badfinger, Jackie Lomax.
Oh, let me give you some Badfinger.
Oh, yeah.
Try out me Badfinger.
They come back to life.
You're not built like other girls. You look like a fortune cookie down there. You'll need the Badfinger. Oh, tell me fortune. Let me see if I can get me fortune. Oh, my. Oh, do you like me Badfinger? Could I please touch your pang? I want your pang. Let me touch your pang.
Let me pang you.
Let me pang you. Let me pang you all day. May I pang you?
All right, May.
All right.
Bye, May.
You know we love you.
See ya.
Do you know we love you?
I know you do.
I know. I don't like what Gilbert says.
Yeah, it's really like wrong.
All right.
I'll check you later.
Good boy, me.
Oh, I want it now.
That's May Pang, of course, who is so a part of the... All right. We'll be back with Gilbert Gottfried in the news. We're going to explore a couple of things that are going on. Gilbert has many things that he has many critical thoughts.
Many important thoughts.
I want to start a TV channel and show the OJ trial and have me and Gilbert there.
Gilbert doing commentary.
Yeah, Gilbert doing commentary. We'll be back right after this.
You're listening to the Howard Stern Show. The Howard Stern Show.
And let's do some news. Gilbert, if you have some commentary, feel free to chime in. Great.
Bam.
Well, ever since I did that story the other day about the young man who electrocuted himself with the cow's heart.
Did you hear about this?
No.
There's a guy. Let me get him up to date.
Phil Gilbert did.
All right. This kid, his parents, the cops or something, I don't know, found him dead. Well, at first they thought, they didn't know what the hell it was.
They thought it was a satanic ritual.
Because they found this cow's heart. But he'd been reading some magazine where they say if you get a battery and 2 wires and you hook a cow's heart into a certain way, you can get the cow heart to feel like a woman's private parts. So the kid was like experimenting
Did he
with
write it down how to do it?
But instead of putting the battery, he plugged this thing into the wall, these wires, and electrocuted himself. Gilbert's taking notes.
No reason to shelve the whole idea.
Right. Go back to the drawing board.
Well, the safe way is with a battery.
Yeah.
Okay.
I told that Playboy Playmate of the Year yesterday, I said, if you ever die, just cut out your private parts, and I'll hook them up to my battery. So anyway, what happened since...
Send Gary down to get me a cow's heart.
Well, now what you have a problem with is this Internet.
Yes.
And the kind of information people are putting on it.
What did they do?
Well, of course, all this information that kids and other people are using to make bombs, you can find that on the Internet.
Right.
You can also find these crazy sexual things on the Internet, too, I guess.
Fantastic!
Well, what can I do? I would try the cow's heart.
Today somebody sent me something that you use
now, how do you actually do the cow's heart?
Amplifier for.
That's nothing to cow's heart. You know what I did the other day?
Yeah.
Somebody gave me, Robin, he doesn't even know this.
Yes, true.
So somebody gives me a rubber woman's private parts. It's molded from Savannah, the porn star who died.
Very
I know it could have been a real private part. They were like rubber. I took it home. I waited for my kids, my wife, everyone, the housekeeper's out of the house, and I start using this thing because I figured, let me try it. And I didn't know you were supposed to use KY jelly. I was bruised. I was black and blue and mutilated. You ever do that?
Stuff seems to be...
No, I've seen them. I've never tried one.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
Where have you been, Johnny?
Right.
I've been scared to.
You saw that as a supermarket.
Not that I didn't want to. I've just been scared to.
It kind of works.
Yeah.
But not good enough.
Okay, but what does it feel like? Does it just vibrate?
No vibration.
It doesn't do anything.
It pulls?
Yeah.
Stop. Then I'll have to try one.
Yeah. Try it, but you just try a big tube of jelly.
Yeah.
It has a suction thing.
I use lubricant.
How does it suck? How does it...
No, it's just like when you... It's like a...
It's so small that it grabs you.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. I can't be any more graphic than that.
There you go. Well, this one...
This is embarrassing.
So it actually bruised you?
And I was naked and I was standing in front of my mirror with this thing. And I'm looking at...
And if that didn't disgust you...
Yeah, and I caught myself in the mirror. I looked at myself and go, look at you. You're 41 years old. You got 3 kids.
You can't stand by the mirror.
And you're with a piece of rubber. So then I went and laid down on my bed. And I had my legs up in the air.
Well, listen to this. This one comes with a warning. If you are electronically illiterate, if you've never handled a wire stripper and a soldering iron.
Soldering iron.
Or soldering iron. What do I know? I've never done that.
A soldering iron?
Yeah.
If you never handled a soldering iron.
Thank you, Gilbert.
Then you would be dilapidated to multiply the specifications.
All right, let her read the rest of
Do
it.
not attempt to perform this experiment.
If you don't have a soldering iron...
No, if you've never used one. They're telling you if you don't understand electricity...
Don't do it.
These kinds of
Don't
things...
try these tricks at home.
Do not do this.
So you have to be electronics major to do
Right. You need an audio amplifier with 1 to 5 watts per channel.
Sounds good.
I'm getting turned on.
Battery powered is best for safety reasons. Although they have used plug-in amplifiers for several years with only one unpleasant accident.
What was the unpleasant accident?
I don't know.
I don't know, man, but solder and sex should not be in the same sentence. I mean, you know, you just start soldering to get laid. I say you're in big trouble.
Do not use an expensive high-powered amplifier. They can be damaged by short circuit.
You kill yourself. You kill yourself.
Yes.
And by being connected to loads of unusual impedance.
I have an impedance. I got a peen in my impedance.
You need a tone generator.
It's a tone impedance.
And some kind of 18-gauge copper wire.
That's wild.
That's wild.
Maybe some connectors, the soldering iron, and a wire stripper. So somehow or other you connect this all together, and then you set the amplifier's volume control to minimum.
That is clever.
Set your tone source to produce a continuous tone of 440 hertz. Insert the small loop electrode just inside.
I'm going to insert my small loop electrode
inside your urethra.
And get out of here.
Urethra?
I wouldn't do that.
And then you insert.
I don't even know I had that. I thought girls had that.
What's going on here?
Oh,
and then you insert the big loop
electrode. I can't hear anything.
Just inside another part of your anatomy.
You can't hear anything because you're talking so much.
I just knocked over this.
Oh, good.
Okay,
great.
Okay.
Yeah, pour water over electronics.
So now that you're all hooked up.
That's why I electrocuted myself the first time. No, you actually have to insert it.
And another
that's what
place,
she said.
too. One electrode one place and one electrode the other.
Well, that's sick. And let me say something.
And then you slowly turn the volume up on the end.
I am not doing that. And I don't recommend that to anybody at home.
They say experiment with different frequencies and waveforms.
Oh, for God's sake. Oh, stop this already. What is that?
If you produce some stimulation you like.
Cut that out. I can't take it.
You're an animal. Oh, my goodness.
You can actually even...
Oh, you crazy kid.
They say there's a phase...
You're disgusting.
Stop it.
Kids, what's the matter with kids today?
Why can't they be like we were?
Different in every way.
What's the matter with kids today?
They say there's a phase 2 if you like it.
Oh, there's the wire and maintenance. Oh, my goodness.
So that's some of the wacky stuff you can find with this new computer technology we have.
Does it come with battery? Oh, my goodness.
You must have really dug it when Charlie Weaver was sitting directly under you.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, let's take a break. We'll do some more news when we get back.
You're listening to The Howard Stern Show.
I'm here with my cow's heart.
Oh, baby.
I got a cow's heart, Robin. I just got a hold of it. I'm naked. I have my cow's heart. It's got 2 new batteries. Wait a second. I need more juice. I'm going to plug this into the wall. Hold on a second. Oh. Imagine my parents find me. If your parents got a call, they found you naked next to a cow's heart plugged into the wall.
Next to it, it was still attached.
Yeah?
Everything was still
Here's
attached.
$10,000. You didn't find anybody, okay?
Yeah, right. Let's keep this out of the newspapers. We're going to bury him in the backyard. No funeral.
We didn't have a son.
Yeah. What son? Oh, that was the doorman. Yeah.
Right, yeah. Man, that's a hell of a thing. I used to do weird stuff when my parents would go out of the house. So I got naked, and I remember I went on their bed to watch Gilligan's Island because I was waiting for Ginger. And I had never actually done it to myself. My friends had told me about it. I was just a kid.
So you were going to experiment.
Yeah, and I literally did number 1 all over their bed.
Oh.
Yeah. I had to change the sheets and everything. Oh, man. Well, I actually got mostly on my stomach, so.
How old were you?
14, 15? No, I don't know. I must have been about 10 or 11.
Why did you do that?
I didn't know what to do. They said that it was supposed to feel good, and I was waiting for something to happen. And
electrical wires.
Yeah, but I mean, the cops didn't find me laying in bed.
Good thing the internet didn't missed it that time.
Oh, I needed the internet. I would have been hooked up to all kinds of wires. I would have looked like Frankenstein's monster. I would have had everything. It would have been hard, plugged into the wall.
Yeah,
hard. Good.
Man.
House hot. Friends.
Fresh. Why don't you go dress up as Frankenstein? Go downstairs and interview black people.
Frankenstein Godfrey.
Oh, Jay, guilty.
Well, there is now another suspect in the Oklahoma bombing. Investigators are...
Who's the suspect?
Terry Nichols, the guy who was just an accessory the other day. He's now a full-fledged suspect. He was charged yesterday in the bombing and faces a preliminary hearing in Oklahoma today.
Nick Gilbert's thinking of joining a militia. He wants to be a general.
That's right. He's angry about Waco.
He thinks he can get girls. He's angry about Waco. Imagine being that. I mean, like, I watched it on TV. Had no effect on me, Waco. I was glad they were all gone. I didn't care that they were dead. I didn't care about anything. Some guys actually got pissed off.
Yeah.
I mean, enough to blow up a building.
These were a bunch of nuts.
Yeah.
Building like you really care.
I mean, I'm watching them go, is there going to be any pictures of good-looking girls or what? I mean, that's it.
It's like the Manson family.
I know.
Blew them up.
Yeah. And it always amazes me when I read months later that a guy was so pissed off about Waco, and I start to examine myself and go, man, am I shallow?
It didn't affect you.
Like, I sat in front of the TV, I watched Waco, and like, I didn't even talk about it with my parents. I didn't talk to my wife about it.
Like Janet Reno's terrible because she blew them up.
Yeah. A bunch of police officers go over, they knock on the door and say, excuse me, we have a search warrant. They kill all the police officers. There was no issue in my mind. Blow up the building.
Yeah.
Get rid of Waco.
One religious freak and a bunch of idiots.
They killed their own children. It wasn't like we did it.
Yeah.
I feel more when I step on ants.
I know.
And all of a sudden, there's some guy out there, Terry Nichols or something. He's sitting there, he's like, I gotta blow up a building. I'm pissed. You're kidding me.
That wasn't right.
But, I mean, what's wrong with me?
I felt worse when Archie Bunker's place went off the air.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. They killed everyone in Waco. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Waco is so close to wacko, it's not even funny.
The Dallas Morning News is citing unidentified sources that say Nichols has admitted driving the truck from Kansas to Oklahoma City that the bomb was delivered in.
Who even knew that?
He told officials he didn't know what the truck would be used for.
Who even knew that cow duty could blow up buildings? That's what was in the truck.
Well, did you see
Cows are good for
Johnny
everything.
Cochran is now suing the company that made the fertilizer?
Why?
Claiming that they didn't put something in it that could have made it less volatile, yeah, or possibly could have prevented it from being explosive at all.
Johnny Cochran's concern for people is so heartwarming. I got to tell you, and the way he just marries women or takes up with them, I don't know. And
it has nothing to do.
Hello, this is Johnny Cochran here.
For the fertilizer.
For the fertilizer. I'm here to talk about that cow doo-doo. Now, the cow heart, that's a good thing. But the cow doo-doo, we got to put a log in.
No wonder the Chinese worship cows, man. They make bombs. They have sex with the heart.
They are potent.
Dude, the Indians won't even eat them.
Very potent, too.
Do you know that the Indians are starving and they won't eat a cow? Now I know why. We can't eat it. We can blow up buildings and have sex with its heart.
That's our secret weapon.
That's our secret weapon.
You man, not a secret weapon. You make love to it and you blow it up.
Last night on Primetime, Diane Sawyer interviewed the 12-year-old son of Terry Nichols. I told you the other day there were reports that the boy had been at the home of his father a few days before the bombing, and the two of them had discussed explosives, and his father had taught him how to blow up some things. So here's the little boy. Play it in reverse order.
Ooh.
I bet he'd pull.
You want number 3 first?
Yes.
Okay.
Here's the son of Terry Nichols.
That guy started doing gun shows and making...
Speak clearly.
You saw him do that. Mm-hmm. But did you know what they were for? No, we were just in Kansas. We were just making them and throwing them. They showed me how to mix them.
12-year-olds, I hate talking to 12-year-olds. They can't articulate. They think they're speaking so freaking clearly. Usually all my daughter's friends are 12 years old. She's 12 years old. They all call on the answering machine. They're like, this is the message you hear. I just ignore it. I don't even tell her there's a phone call for her. It can't be important. I just don't even pay attention. Screw that.
You know who it is?
No. It's like, and my wife can interpret this, and the kids all understand it. They go, oh, it's Taylor. And it's like, and it's like, I go, who's that? Jamie. Or, oh, okay. Whatever. I don't know.
And here is the son's response to the question, did he know what his father was up to? Or does he think his father is involved?
I just thought Dad was going to help me put some explosive in the basketballs at school, so as a trick. All right, here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean,
sounds like Gilbert on a date. What did you say? I don't want to sleep with you.
I touch your cookie.
I touch your cookie.
No, I don't think he did.
So he doesn't think he's
good interview.
Yeah, involved. And here's Lana Padilla, who is the ex-wife.
Are you Lana Padilla?
Terry Nichols.
You have a sister. What's her name? Sue. Her name is Sue.
That was a pretty good interview with that 12-year-old, though. I learned a lot. You know what they should have do the interview? Johnny Carson. He was good at interviewing kids.
So did you make a bomb?
Oh, your father blew up a building.
Yeah.
Oh, that's clever. Clever stuff. Wow, that's wild. That's wild.
All right, here's Laura Padilla.
Lana, isn't it?
Yeah. Laura.
It is?
Is your name Lana? Or is it Laura? So they're both right.
A purse.
I like a woman who has music behind her when she talks.
Isn't this how you go around in life?
Yeah, I have an actual guy I hired to make a soundtrack.
But we really didn't know anything, and Josh and I don't know anything.
People are devastated.
Husband just ruined their lives.
Yes. You gotta wonder about a guy who takes his son out in the backyard, teaches him to build explosives and throws them. It's a terrible thing.
You could have put a little explosion in our love making. So what else is in the news, Robin?
Robin Cotton, the doctor.
I've been robbing some cotton.
Yeah.
I don't like to buy the cotton, so I just bought Robin Cotton.
And the biochemist who testified in the O.J. Simpson trial.
I had a chemist friend,
Will you be
and when I was
quiet?
leaving him, I said, biochemist.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, come on,
She has
let us
finished
finish.
the DNA lesson, teaching these jurors and the rest of the court about reading DNA evidence, and now she is giving the evidence. So yesterday they revealed whose blood it was that they found on this bloody glove. That
I wonder whose blood it was.
On the O.J. Simpson property.
It could be a surprise.
They said O.J. had no reaction.
So he put his DNA?
Oh, stop.
Looked like President Clinton's blood.
She testified that a drop of blood found at the crime scene contained Simpson's genetic fingerprints.
Look out! But I didn't need no fingerprint.
I was wearing a glove at the time.
She also told jurors that the DNA from a bloody sock found at Simpson's home is consistent with Nicole Brown Simpson's blood.
I object. I just want to say, as O.J. Simpson, I wasn't wearing socks that night.
Simpson's defense says the DNA results are meaningless because the evidence was tainted by police or was planted by them, one or the other.
Wham, the mistrial I've been hearing so much about. Mistrial, she's cute.
Hello there, Miss Trial. Could I put my DNA
So that's continuing today in the O.J. Simpson case. I also understand that 2 more jurors are under investigation.
Really?
Yeah, so we may see some more jurors expelled.
Put me on the jury. I've watched the whole damn case on TV. I'm ready to the verdict. What genre of people would be...
I don't know what genre they're coming in these days.
What genre of...
Could you give us a hint what types of people these are?
One of them is an alternate juror who just replaced the woman who left a couple of weeks ago, the stewardess who left.
They're thinking of replacing the alternate?
Yeah.
What genre?
I don't know. But they said the 2 may have made statements as to the fact that they think O.J. Simpson is guilty.
Well, who doesn't?
Oh, gee.
They're not supposed to make those statements, though. Remember the admonitions of the judge every day at the end of a court session?
Who can take him seriously?
Oh, very clever.
Don't talk about case. Well, what are we supposed to talk about? We're locked in a room for 24 hours. The only thing we know about is the case. What are we going to talk? It's like me and Gilbert staring at each other, robbing parties.
Gotta talk about something.
Yeah.
Talk about cowhawk. Very good. Oh, me like him very much. Don't forget the wall.
President Clinton has left Russia and is on his way to Kiev, where he's met the president of the Ukraine.
Now, are you in Kiev? How do you have a lawyer?
Oh, shut up already. Right.
A day and a half, but before he left Russia, President Clinton termed his talks with Boris Yeltsin yesterday very constructive.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
Let's hear that. I didn't realize. I'd love to.
I came on this trip because first I wanted to express the feelings of the United States on the 50th anniversary of the end of World War II, and to finally acknowledge the enormous sacrifice of the Russian people. And secondly, because I am trying to increase the security of the people of America and the people of Russia.
So he feels that he accomplished both missions. Last night I turned on the TV to get a little entertainment, and all I could find was the Country Music Award.
And Gilbert on Conan.
So, for the first time in a long time, they say, a woman was named Country Music Entertainer of the Year, and that woman is... Reba McEntire. Here she is.
Are you familiar with any of her songs?
Oh, she's great. I love
Here
her
she
music.
is performing. Play number 7 first.
Okay.
She's the winner of the Country Music Performer of the Year.
Well, she's the Performer of the Year. She must be fantastic. Let's listen. Reefer McEntire. All right. That's enough. That's really good.
Oh, it's no different. Oh, yeah.
I take it back. I like Latin music.
This is terrible. Do you like Latin music?
Wow.
And here she is making her acceptance speech as she was named Entertainer of the Year.
This is not of entertainment, but I have to say, from the bottom of my heart, being an Okie, born and raised,
That's something to be proud of.
I'm going to dedicate this to all the folks who are left behind.
Like who?
The co-workers, the family, the friends. Our heart goes out for you, and we love you.
Oh, boy.
So she dedicated that to the people of Oklahoma.
Oh, that didn't sound like Oklahoma. It sounded like the people on her road crew.
Yeah.
The people left behind.
She's an Okie.
No. I was going to say she did have for the people on Oklahoma. It should have been.
Play it again. Play it again.
She's talking about her road crew.
No, she's not.
All the men and all the women who stay at home waiting for their men to come back from their tours.
No.
Of course.
That's, yeah.
Oh, come on, play it again. I don't think so. I thought she was talking about Oklahoma. She's
nothing about Oklahoma.
Woman could care less.
Play it. This is not of entertainment, but I have to say, from the bottom of my heart, being an Okie,
bottom of my cow heart,
I'm going to dedicate this to all the folks who are left behind, the co-workers, the family, the friends. Our Our heart goes out for you.
See, she's talking about people in that
We
building.
love you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's her crew.
Hate to agree with Robin, but she's right.
I think Robin's right now that I hear it, yeah. I almost had you convinced, though. She was talking about us.
Well, it was an eloquent speech.
I was going to say, why doesn't she dedicate it to the people of Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Why is it, though, that the people in England can sing without an accent, but these people can't?
They don't want to.
Oh, Howard, he's a lonely hunter.
That's pretty good.
Doggy.
All right, why don't we, you got any more news?
I have a couple more stories.
All right, let me take a break.
And we'll come back,
All
finish
right.
up.
Gilbert, during the commercials, can I eat in front of you, or are you going to just start demanding all kinds of food?
Yes, I'll start demanding.
All right, good. All right, we'll be back right after this.
The Howard Stern Show. Here's Howard.
Nothing more upsetting than eating in front of Gilbert Gottfried.
Does he stare at you?
Yeah, stares, and every bite he's taking with me. Caroline's in New York on May 25th is lucky enough to have Gilbert Gottfried there, where he lights the room on fire.
Yes.
1 or 2 shows?
I think one.
One.
Might be 2. I don't know.
Well, you're
I never know.
Your career's really taking off. You've been doing the same thing for 20 years.
Yes.
All right, this Saturday, 8 p.m. on NBC, Problem Child 3. You star in that.
Yes. Fine.
You're out of everyone else has abandoned Problem
Fine
Child.
script?
Yes. Yes.
What was it about the script that attracted you to the project?
I felt it was much deeper with the character.
You did.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have done it had the character not grown, right?
No, and it's much different than the character I was on Wings.
Right.
This was more introspective.
Really?
Yes.
So because of the depth of the script, you went into this.
Yes.
You don't believe in sequels.
I saw the script. I just fell in love.
Right. So Problem Child will be on Saturday, 8 p.m. And USA Up All Night every Saturday night. It's Gilbert Gottfried, and Caroline's on May 25th.
Always Gilbert.
All Gilbert all the time.
Yeah.
He's their biggest star. Good for you, Gilbert. Things going really well. I understood you played a parrot recently.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Unbelievable.
Return of Jafar available on tape.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Things going well.
Yes.
Things are going real well.
Fire rate.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Robin, you said you had a few more stories.
Yes, Tupac Shakur is attempting to appeal his conviction on sexual abuse charges, and the judge yesterday set bail at $1.4 million.
Where am I going to get that?
The bail?
I never even met
jail
Maytang.
Until
that Japanese bro don't know what she's talking about.
as his appeal is settled.
Somehow Gilbert put May Pang and Tupac Shakur together.
I don't know how he did that. But,
all you need is love.
Will you be doing that at Caroline's,
Oh,
putting those together?
Yeah.
Okay.
can't wait to see that.
Gilbert looked at my lunch and he goes, "What's that?"
Yeah.
Is that good?
I had to order something he didn't want.
Yes.
A Hollis man was badly burned on Easter Sunday when a burst of steam and hot water exploded from the shower head in his apartment.
Can that happen? Your shower head can explode?
It says it here. He just won a $1.4 million settlement in Queens Civil Court from the building's landlord.
I never get anything. My shower head exploded. I didn't have nobody to
Isn't that terrible? That's awful. But he's gotten $1.4 million.
Is it really the landlord's fault, though, Robin? I mean, what?
They're responsible for the heat and hot water in the building, don't you think?
Yeah, but I mean, like, so you buy
and maintaining the pipes and the equipment.
Yeah, okay, but let me ask you something.
What?
You buy a shower head, right?
Yes.
And maybe the manufacturer didn't make it so good, or whatever. Or maybe the shower head, you know, I don't know. So you put it in there, and let's say you put it in good faith. And the
Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. You're assuming it's good faith.
I guess. I don't know all the facts of the case. I don't know, but some of these cases, I don't know. It seems like everybody's got to know everything.
An investigation revealed a defective mixing valve in the hot water distribution system.
How am I supposed to be on top of that?
So maybe he knew it all along.
See, OJ, you should have put Nicole in the shower. With an exploding device.
Well,
I should have given her a cow's heart.
Yeah.
I would love to.
Who has the longest
Not
sperm?
me.
Not you.
I have the shortest sperm.
No, you have human sperm, and I'm sure, regardless of the equipment that you use to deliver it, it's the same size as most.
I don't know about that.
What animal has the shortest sperm?
What life form, let's say?
Gilbert Gottfried.
I would say the ape.
No.
I know. I would say I'm gonna guess the amoeba.
The amoeba doesn't even have sperm.
Oh.
That makes the two of us.
Then it's short.
The longest sperm.
The elephant.
Is produced.
The giraffe.
By.
It's got the longest neck.
A tiny fruit fly.
Really?
Yes. It produces.
I did not know that. That is wild. Oh.
I have the tastiest.
Drosophila bifurca. The Drosophila bifurca produces a sperm 2.3 inches long.
Minutia.
Yeah. Can you imagine that? You could see that with the naked eye, 2.3 inches long.
That's me.
It's about 20 times as long as the fly itself.
I did not know that. That is wild.
It is wild.
Very wild. Weird. Oh. Weird.
The sperm is 1,000 times as long as human sperm.
Yeah. How is your sperm, Ed?
Remember when Gilbert is always so good on our show that ABC, the program director from ABC Radio heard him on, and they said, "Oh, we better give him a show." So Gilbert went on and did his own show. What a nightmare that was!
Yes.
Huh? I heard that show. I heard it for about 15 minutes.
Gilbert, did you enjoy doing that?
Did you enjoy it?
Oh, yes.
You're looking to get into radio?
Oh, yes. It was always my dream in life to be Cousin Brucey.
Gilbert was yelling at people.
I wanted to be Dandy Dan.
Dandy Dan Gottfried.
Yes.
Wow. Heidi Fleiss's father has pleaded guilty to conspiracy charges under an agreement with federal prosecutors. He was accused of helping to launder hundreds of thousands of dollars from his daughter's prostitution ring.
What a dad. I can't understand something. He was a medical doctor. Probably had a lot of money. But he just got into...
but it says here that he's agreed to some deal with prosecutors to plead guilty to conspiracy charges to launder this money.
Very unfortunate.
Faces a maximum of 10 months in jail.
That's
his daughter is scheduled for a
I can't joke about that.
Yeah, I'm not going to make any jokes about that.
a sentencing hearing tomorrow.
That's a guy, he's a father. It's not funny.
It's just wrong.
Right.
It's just wrong.
Wrong.
Okay, go to the next story.
Certain stories we can't make jokes about.
You often wonder if a girl in this line of work has the consent of her parents.
Okay, enough.
All right.
No, but don't make
I'm
the
not going to
situation
draw
worse.
you two in.
There's a lot of people suffering around that Heidi Fleiss trial.
Person has some...
A right to privacy.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's just stop it.
Now,
right.
this is terrible. A New York City man on trial for murder slashed his own throat with a razor blade while he was on the witness stand yesterday. I guess testimony wasn't going well. Robert Skinner had just begun a statement about his January 1994 shooting of a Utica man when he dismantled a disposable razor and cut himself in front of the jury. Trying to get sympathy, I suppose.
Utica. Ugh. Tough town. That's crazy. That's wild.
Crazy town.
To a psychiatric unit for observation after being treated at the hospital.
Is it an actual article from the paper?
Yes.
No, I swear.
It was in the paper.
True story? Yes, this is true story.
I'm so glad he retired. Flaming jackass, liver-spotted jerk.
David Hinckley is the columnist, the radio columnist from the Daily News, is really in the war with us.
I know he is. He's a weird guy. And you know what? You know what I decided about him?
What?
No one reads his column.
Except us.
Except us. And let's stop talking about it. And you want to know something else? His columns don't make sense. Every time I even try to understand them, I think the guy's a lousy writer. They don't make sense. I don't care what anyone... That's why he never got off the radio column. I know he's in a war. He's got some agenda, but the guy can't even write, so why would he be insulted by it?
I don't even understand what we did to him to get him so upset.
He's a jackass. I met him. He's a wimp in real life. He didn't have the balls to ask me one question. Just goes back to his little typewriter and writes.
And then he has all of his opinions. All right. Well, that's all I have to say today.
Thank you, Robin. My darling Robin today will be out at a book signing.
She's good.
Real good, OJ. And she will be signing... Now, you are signing the first edition is still available in the stores, right? That's the valuable one. That's the one they should all run out and buy. Any fans of the show will want to know the inside scoop, the poop on Robin.
Yeah, poopy. Now, that is a wild story, Robin.
Yes, it is a wild story.
So you're going to be at
Let me just tell you this. Places you're going to be at. I got it.
Walden Books in Wall Street.
Walden Books on Wall Street at 12:30, and at Crown Books in DuPont Circle in Washington, D.C., Saturday, May 13th. And she will sign copies of her book, the bestseller, Quivers, A Life. And you'll learn many things that even I didn't know.
You'll learn something about yourself.
OJ, would you like to learn some new things?
I would love to.
Okay. Our good friend Gilbert Gottfried, our dear sweet friend Gilbert Gottfried.
Fantastic.
He will, of course, you can see him Saturday night, 8 p.m. on NBC Problem Child 3. For those of you lucky enough to get into Caroline's in New York on May 25th, God bless you. You will learn stuff about Gilbert that I didn't even know. USA up all night every Saturday night. Don't miss it because the production values alone are worth watching.
Unbelievable.
Jackie Jokeman Martling, you're doing great. Order Jackie's CD, Martling, A Life. The Wild Comedy CD, or cassette, rather.
You should have been there.
$10 plus $3 shipping and handling. Jokeman special, buy two, get one free. Call 1-800-323-KING. Jackie will, of course, be there Saturday, May 13th at Headliners Comedy Club in Bethesda, Maryland. All of Washington talking about that. Simultaneously, Robin, you will be signing books in the afternoon. You'll be there the same day. It's an invasion. With Jackie at night and you in the afternoon.
That's right. We're taking over.
For Filthy Jokes and Robin X, search call
1-2 punch.
516-9221. Remember, 516-9221 is not a pay service. Tonight and tonight only. FredNorris Band at Brews on 34th Street between 3rd and Lex. And Miss Boy Gary this Saturday from noon to 2 p.m. representing Prodigy at Software Etc. on 83rd and Broadway in Manhattan, giving away free Prodigy software.
Sorry.
It's great. To order a signed copy of Stuttering John CD, call 201-942. Ouch. Hey, Jackie's wife is a big yenta, and she'll be with her band all folked up. Nancy Sirianni Martling, all folked up. Big showcase tonight.
My wife Nancy for Jessica Hahn's bathtub incident. Stupid, and I'll never do anything like that again. And I love you, and I'm very sorry. I'm very sincere. And don't.
You're a Martian, Norris.
At 8 p.m., that's at 55 Grove Street in Greenwich Village. Nancy Sirianni. Debbie Brawless. If you're planning a wedding or party, you need a DJ. Why don't you call Smokey the engineer, Scott, and Rocket Entertainment? I think I'll, excuse me for a minute. I am entitled to 3 cigarette breaks during your party. What I'm going to do now is put on a Hokey Pokey and take a cigarette break. Called the Hokey Smokey Hokey Pokey.
Do you really think he negotiates that, his break?
Absolutely. If you want a celebrity like myself, I'll need to smoke it online. Read the rider. It's right there. What's the matter? Don't you read your rider? Call 718-BAG-5040 for Scott the engineer. He'll imagine a celebrity like Scott at your party.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, great.
I can't believe it. It's fantastic.
And Gilbert, thanks, and we'll see you at Caroline's on May 25th.
You should have been there.
And we'll see you all tomorrow. Robin, good luck at your book signing today. I know that the first edition is the one to get signed. That's what I'm going for.
Everybody should want that.
Yep.
You should have that in your collection.
You understand that, Gilbert? In the book collecting world, if you can get a first edition, if you buy the first edition,
Haven't
it's
you ever
even more
seen
valuable.
those ads later on? People are saying, well, I have a first edition copy
You
of
can
it.
still get first edition in the store, but they're going quick out if it's a bestseller.
Unbelievable.
All right. See you tomorrow.
97.1.
First on radio, first on television, and first in the hearts of his listening audience. Howard Stern is second to none. Humble, pious, just, humane, temperate, sincere, dignified, and yes, he wrote this. Howard Stern is none of these things. Never a more condescending egomaniac ever ruled the airwaves. But right now, New York needs this egomaniac like we never did before. Why is Howard Stern making the biggest sacrifice in running for office of governor? To put his radio, TV, and movie career in jeopardy while taking on the responsibility of running for the governorship? Well, we all have to make sacrifices. So, I am extending a challenge to all of the supermodels out there to show their support for Howard Stern. And that means you, Christy, and Paulina, and Claudia, Elle, Cindy, and even you, Kate Moss. Help us make some history here. Time to change to Howard Stern. Thank you.
Thank you, baby. Carol.
And here he is, the man of the hour. You've heard of the New Deal, the Fair Deal. Here's the Stern Deal.
She's no comedian. Got a way to mutilate our brilliant writing.
It was her fault?
Who cares? got a great ass.
Oh, your ass. Your beautiful brown ass.
Beautiful ass.
Brown ass. The kind of ass that winks at you. Ass that brings a tear to your ear.
All right, very good. Good excuse me?
Tell him to this.
Yes. Hey, good morning, everybody. How are you, huh? You having a good time? Good. So am I.
I don't know.
Yes. You don't know a thing, baby. Hey, let me tell you, we've got some incredible stuff for you today. We've got a show planned. We have to stick very close to a schedule, Robin, because I have everything mapped out in increments of 10 minutes.
We're so busy today that we can't even divulge from the schedule.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Whatever I just said.
I don't know what you said. Divulge from the schedule. I don't even care what you said. I'm like in a fog. I have nothing.
So am
I have nothing planned for today.
I am not listening to myself.
You know that 15-year-old girl that got kidnapped?
Yes.
There's this guy here in New York. He was a school teacher. He was actually a gym teacher, which isn't really a teacher.
Well, he also taught English and history, too.
Yeah.
You know how those gym teachers are branching out.
Yeah. The guy first was in the police academy, and he got booted out of there. They didn't think he'd make a good cop because he didn't get along with people. He had trouble with being an authority. Can you imagine? The guy wasn't qualified to be a cop, but he was qualified to be a public school teacher.
They snapped him right up.
They snapped him up in the public schools here in New York.
Oh, you missed out on that cop thing? Come over here.
Right. Yeah, teach a few kids. So then he fell in love with one of his 15-year-old students, and he took her around off with her. And now they can't find him. They know he's somewhere in the Southwest. They just can't exactly pinpoint him. So what I was thinking is we could call Joe Piscopo this morning, because
he knows the route.
Well, all you got to do is say to Joe, what would you do when you have a young girl? Where would you hide? Joe met his girlfriend when she was like 11.
And he didn't run away with it.
No. He stayed right in the neighborhood. No, actually, he didn't start dating her until she was about 17, he claims. Anyway. Or 18. I forget what he said.
I don't know.
I don't know, but there was a lot of youth involved. Well, I know she was a babysitter. But this guy...
They say he's running around now with no money, going from cheap hotel to cheap hotel, and he's looking for a justice with a peace who will marry them.
Yeah. When I was first hearing about the 15-year-old girl and stuff, I said, hey, maybe she's like one of those really hot, mature 15-year-olds. So I'm reading the paper this morning. This is great. I don't know what's going on with that music. Anyway, I'm reading the paper this morning, and they said, you're going to love this. Hold on. I'm a little discombobulated.
You're getting off the schedule. We're going to get behind.
I know. 1 second. But this is worth it. This is worth waiting for. All right, you ready? They said that on the trip, they're on the cross-country trip here. You'll love this. I can't find it now. I should circle these things.
Yeah, a marker would help.
Yeah, I never can find one in the morning. I'm too tired to get up and get one. But it said that they were on their trip, and the girl, in order to pass the time, had a Flintstones coloring book, Silly Putty, and there was one other thing. There's a couple of things. Silly Putty, a Flintstones color, and Jack.
Yeah.
So, that image of the hot 15-year-old
right, who's
going on 40. Yeah. Just the body of a 15-year-old, but the mind of a 40-year-old.
Kind of blown.
She's going off with him, and, imagine turning over to your fiance, she's playing jacks with her Flintstones coloring book and Silly Putty. Perfect.
Silly Putty, I couldn't figure out how to play with it when I was 6.
I know. Didn't you get bored with Silly Putty real quick?
Yeah.
But you had to have it. Did you ever leave it out of its egg? I never did.
Never?
No.
Oh, no, our Silly Putty was always drying.
Really? I didn't want to know what happened to it. I remember the first time I took my Silly Putty and I put it down on one of those colored comics.
Right.
I was like, wow, look at this. And I'm stretching it and I go, so what?
Yeah.
What am I going to do now? Now what do I do?
You do it once.
Yeah. Then you pull the Silly Putty quick and it breaks in half and you go, whoa, now I'm going to stretch it.
That one.
And then you roll it into a ball, you bounce it. You do that a couple of times.
And he's like, that's it?
And you stick it back in the egg and it lays in your drawer for the rest of your life. You ever eat it?
No.
I'd shoot it once. But you're not supposed to. It's chemicals. So you're not supposed to put it in your mouth.
I never understood those kids who ate paste either.
Yeah, I never did that. Silly putty maybe, but not paste. Well, I used to eat my furniture. My mother swears it was because I was angry.
What do you mean eat the furniture?
It was a piece of furniture in my room. It was I don't know how you describe it, like a chest of drawers. That's the best way to describe it. But it was very high because it was my height at that point. I don't know. I was a little kid, and my parents were always throwing me in my room. Like that was my punishment. So I would go in there, and like there was nothing to do in my room. It was my room was the size of. See the room you're in now? That room.
There's not even room to put a bed in here.
Right. I had a little bed. I was a little kid. I had a little bed.
There's not room
and a chest of drawers.
bed in here.
Yeah, I had no room. But it was, it was a $14,000 house my parents had. How much room do you think was in it? My old man paid $14,000 for it.
Oh, come on. My parents paid $8,000.
Oh, okay.
There's plenty of room.
Really? I don't know. That was in Baltimore. $8,000 goes a lot further. So anyway, I'm in the room, and I used to take what tooth is this? Like your eye tooth, it's called?
The incisor, yeah.
Incisor. And I used to take it and gnaw on the top of the furniture and chew on it.
You have a mental condition.
I have a mental condition. Hey, don't you start it.
It's a sign of a mental condition.
I read your book.
Should have bit the furniture.
Right. If you bit the furniture, you'd be a lot better off. So I would just sit there and chew on it and create. My mother freaked because, every little item in the house was precious, even though it was all junk.
Yeah, but, I would have taken you to a doctor chewing the furniture.
I'm a beaver. I was building a dam. I did it because it felt good. Like the initial rip into the wood felt good. I liked it. I didn't eat the wood.
That's a lot of anger.
Yeah, it felt good, though. I liked it.
Yeah, right.
I did. I liked it. I liked the feeling of the wood cracking under my tooth.
Did you ever try banging your head?
Yeah, I tried that. All right, let me take a break, and we'll get on course here. There's a lot to talk about. We'll be back right after these.
You're listening to The Howard Stern Show. We're back with The Howard Stern Show.
Yeah.
Here's Howard.
Now, we were talking about going to Jackie's house, and this commercial I was just doing, so I said, let's join the rest of the country.
Yeah. You don't leave anybody out.
No, I went to Jackie. I don't want to leave anybody out of this. One time, Jackie invited me over his house, and he goes, okay, park in the parking lot of the supermarket and walk down to my house.
Like going to husband.
But you gotta climb under the chain link fence. There's an opening cut. Somebody cut an opening. There's a hole in the fence. So park in the left-hand side of the parking lot. I go, wait a second, Jackie. I'm bringing my wife.
There were a lot of people coming.
I said, I'm bringing my wife and everything. I said, Jackie, what are you talking about? I said, it's going to be nighttime. People wear nice shoes and stuff.
It doesn't matter.
How come I can't park in front of your house? Well, see, the roads aren't really that developed. And if you have more than 3 people, I tell them to park at the supermarket. It's only a couple blocks down. You take a nice walk. But get under the chain link fence. You got to go all the way around. I went, oh, God. So we did it. We parked. We found the supermarket. We parked at the chain link fence, found the hole. The hole is like there's mud all over the ground. It's dirt. Yeah. And you get to Jackie's house. And then, he says, hey, I'll give you a tour of the house.
Yeah, there's no sidewalks to Jackie's house.
Yeah, right.
It's all over hills and dales.
Yeah, I understood when Jackie was a stand-up comic making, under $20,000 a year.
Yeah.
But now I know he's making pretty good money.
Right.
I have an idea.
Streams to get to Jackie's.
Yeah. I have an idea what he makes without club dates and appearances.
And he's socking it all away, obviously.
Oh, like a squirrel. Like a squirrel. Smart. Anyway, so you go to his house and he goes, hey, this is the greatest house. Didn't you guys so happy? I go, yeah? He goes, we just found a whole nother bedroom.
He's like an explorer.
I said, what do you mean you found a bedroom? He goes, it was a hole upstairs we didn't know about. I go, well, how could you not know about it? He goes, come with me, follow me.
I wish you were making this up.
So you go, I know. So you go into Jackie's bedroom. You're in Jackie's bedroom, and then he goes, walk in through the closet. And you open up the closet, and it's like somebody's packed closet.
You're right.
It's a little closet. You walk in, and he goes, wait a second. He says, pull down the rope. I go, what rope? The rope in the ceiling. He pulls down a rope, and he starts to get these
But these not even
like
stairs.
Fire escape stairs.
Your fire escape stairs, and he goes,
Yeah, with 2x4s nailed into the wall.
Yeah, that's what it was. And he goes, all right, hold the rope and climb. I'll show you how. Easy.
Pull yourself up.
Yeah, I mean,
easy for most people.
You know, we start to pull ourselves up. Now, I'm 6'5". I get up to this room with a cousin. It's attic. It was obviously meant as some crawl space for a guy to do electrical work or something. And Jackie's now going to convert it into a room. I said, this guy's high.
A whole new room.
I mean, what else is new? But he's high. I go, I'm looking at this thing. He's going to convert it. And he goes, and we got a view of the water.
You can stand on this chair.
Right. So the whole time I'm bent over because I'm banging my head on the ceiling. And it's crawl space. It's like to the left and the right are these little...
it's an eave.
It's an eave. You can only put a suitcase there. You can maybe store some suitcases.
It goes to that, like, about 18 inches on one side.
Yeah, and there's only one point in the attic that you can actually stand up straight. So, okay, I go back downstairs.
Right in the middle.
I go downstairs and we hang out and everything. He goes, you see what I'm saying? The next time you come back, that's going to be my bedroom. So I hadn't been there for years, and he invited me for dinner, and I go over there and he goes, hey, you never saw the room. So you go up to the room, and now he's got like some steps he built up to the room. Now you don't have to pull the string anymore. And you go up there, and he's got like he put up like walls, makeshift walls, and there's like a bed, and the only place you can stand is right near the bed. Otherwise, you just bang your head. And he made a room out of it, sure enough, and it's his bedroom. I go, well, you don't even have room for a TV up here. He goes, well, we watch downstairs.
So they can't watch TV in bed.
There's no. The only thing you can do in that room is fall into the bed. We're thinking to put a desk over here. I go, what?
A desk.
A desk.
How are you going to do that?
A printing press.
At a gas station.
I don't know. It was weird. I'm just saying to myself, I know the guy makes decent bread. This is austerity out of control.
Yeah.
But Jackie's a weird guy. Even his hygiene and stuff. You know, like I didn't want to go to the bathroom at Jackie's house because I know how weird his hygiene is.
Right.
Like he comes in the other day, and Jackie had an umbrella. Right, it was raining the other day, so Jackie walks to work with an umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
Parks his car.
That's weird.
Oh, I didn't get to the weird part yet. I'm setting up.
Give him a chance.
So Jackie like comes in and takes the umbrella, and he has to dry the umbrella out. So he takes it and he lays it on the couch in the jock lounge where everyone sits.
Huh.
Like if you had a wet umbrella, wouldn't you just like put it upside down
on the
floor or something?
Or in the bathroom. So
Gary even came in and said, BabaBooey came in and said to Jackie, hey Jackie, you want to take the wet umbrella off the couch when it's soaking wet? No. And
absorbs the moisture.
Yeah, he said, I'm drying my umbrella.
So he didn't care if he mildewed.
No.
Yeah.
And I'm sure pretty much in his house he's the same way.
Yeah.
I would take offense if he wasn't.
Yeah. No, I believe that Jackie is exactly the same way at home.
Yeah. What was the philosophy there, Jackie?
I wasn't thinking, to tell you the truth.
It
was barely misty out. So I wasn't thinking of the umbrella even being that wet. It was just like barely damp. I wasn't thinking of the couch.
Then Jackie will grab a pen and he'll make
When Gary said something to me, I just thought it was in the way. It never even dawned on me that it was wet. It's 5:30 in the morning. I'm thinking.
And then Jackie comes in and then he makes that horrible tea he makes every morning. He takes a tea bag, he throws in the hot water. I think he gets the hot water from the sink here, the duty water.
Oh.
With the particles floating in it bigger than dandruff. And then
those days are over since Tom sprung for a coffee machine.
Oh yeah? Because then he takes a filthy pen. It's not even like a pen he just finds a pen.
Right, anything.
Then he swirls it around in the coffee mug, and then he licks it, and then he puts it in his mouth and goes, germs.
Well, that coffee cup he uses, he doesn't use a disposable cup.
No.
He uses the same cup every day.
Never wash.
And never washes it.
No, it's got a fine crust on it now.
A tea crust. And then we had to put up a special piece of plastic by the garbage pail because Jackie used to fling his tea bags into the wall, and Tom finally even got disgusted.
That's for Jackie?
Yeah. That was for Jackie, but Jackie won't admit it.
Everybody else keeps the place so tidy around here.
BabaBooey came in to me and said, what's with Jackie, man? An umbrella. I mean, I gotta sit there.
Yeah. He doesn't mind, that people are going to sit in a pool of his umbrella water.
Right.
Sorry, Gary. My fault. I will take the heat for that.
Say you're sorry to all of us.
Yeah. Apologize to everyone.
I wouldn't apologize to you. It would have done to my head.
6:28 here in New York. Probably 5:28 somewhere else.
Happy Friday.
It could be 7:28. Is there any place on this planet where the time is ahead of us? England?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Japan, I think. It's tomorrow in Japan. But 28 minutes past the hour, if you're setting that clock. Once in a while, I do a time check once a month.
And we have such perfect clock here. Are you sure of the time?
Well, yeah, because I know people set their watches to our show.
See, I have 6:31 over here.
Yeah. That's why whenever I make a statement and it's perceived as racist or sexist or homophobic, people get upset because this is such an important show. People set their clocks to it.
Did you hear what happened the other day?
What happened?
Scott from me came in and said to Fred, do you realize that your clock is off by 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Right, Fred? And then he came in and said it was E's clock that was off by 5 minutes. Fred's freaking out like which way it's supposed to go.
Yeah. Who cares? This show never mattered. I never did any time checks. I eliminated all traffic, time checks, weather. We haven't done a weather forecast in months. Years.
Years, that would be more like it.
I might even do one today just to break the record. Just to break up that record. Orlando, you're on the air. We'll take a few phone calls. Orlando, you're on the air.
Howard.
Yeah.
Maybe you can tell me one thing. Is Jackie's house next to the tilt-a-whirl or the Ferris wheel?
The Ferris wheel.
Okay.
Thanks. Lived at the circus.
Jackie's house is on wheels.
She lives next door to the bearded lady. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, how you doing?
All right.
Robin, good morning. Congratulations on your book.
Thank you.
Haven't read it yet, but...
Very good. I recommend it.
Have you gotten it?
Yes, I purchased it. I'll be reading it this weekend.
All right.
I just got it yesterday.
Matter of fact, I just went out and bought 2 copies.
Oh, did
What
you?
are you buying them for?
I told you why.
Oh, geez.
I want first editions.
I could have given you some.
No, in fact, a friend of mine wanted one,
Mm-hmm.
and then, and I told Laura, but I thought she'd go out and buy one, but she called you for a free one.
Uh-huh.
And then I said, no, we have to support Robin in this effort.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't want to grub free books.
Well, that's a very kind sentiment, but I certainly would give you a book.
Really?
Yes.
It's okay. I'll purchase mine.
Will you really?
Yeah, I really will.
Well, that's good.
Will you really? I really will. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, you guys work together. No, I don't think
Yes.
No, not at all. Absolutely not. Of course not.
What can I do for you?
Question for you. If I have a dub from another radio station, you're not allowed to play it on the air?
Yeah, it's sort of they own their own material, you know. I can't play
As
it.
bad as it is, they own it.
Yeah, and you want to know, you talk about other radio stations. You
Yeah.
talk about, like, Imus trying to be me.
Uh-huh.
Gary gets this call from Tiny Tim's manager yesterday. He goes, Imus just called us. He wants to have Tiny Tim on. Do you have a problem with that? We go, in a way, we never ban guests from going somewhere, but in a way we do. When was the last time Tiny Tim got a call from
We
him?
just did his pre-interview for him.
Yeah.
Say no.
Yeah, well, he did say no. He said, don't worry, we won't do it. It just gets me sick that this guy wants to be me so bad. And the same with Mark and Brian, and the same with, all these guys. All these guys. You name it. I don't know where you're calling from. You calling from Cleveland?
I'm calling from Cleveland, but...
in Cleveland, that guy
from Brooklyn.
Yeah, that guy from Cleveland with the one eye. I forget the disc jockey. Lanigan. I mean, what do you think? Lanigan dreamt up his act? He didn't. I mean, it's me. I gave it to all these guys, and they, he happened to go to Cleveland and do me.
Of course. Well, he's a.
Then none of these guys were doing anything.
He's a chooch.
He's a chooch.
Of course.
Of course.
A Mama Luke.
A Mama Luke.
Exactly.
A chooch and a Mama Luke.
Exactly. Hey, this morning.
A chooch.
A chooch and a Mama Luke.
You never heard Mama Luke?
I never heard chooch.
Oh, he's a chooch.
You never heard chooch? I'm from Brooklyn. You never heard chooch?
Everyone in Brooklyn says chooch.
Of course.
Yeah.
Hey, there's this morning show with people. Their name is Larry and Sally, and she does the news, and she's talking about Gary the Busey. Gary Busey, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Gary Busey, but we call him Gary Busey.
Well, so did she, and I have it on tape, and I wanted you to hear it. And there's no way I can play it for you. It's a great dub.
Nah, it's all right. I mean, what are we really learning from that tape? That other disc jockeys listen to this show and then use our material?
I wanted you to hear it.
Yeah, well, listen, I know that. I mean, you want to know what's been going on in my career? I've actually had to sue other disc jockeys because they actually took, I don't mean even reworked my material, lifted the actual song parodies and started playing them on their shows.
Lifted it, stole it.
Yeah, well, they all do that. They all listen to the show.
They're all chooches.
They're all chooches.
And Mama Lukes.
And Mama Lukes.
Right. How does this guy survive in Cleveland? He's a real Brooklynite.
Let me tell you, I've been in Cleveland.
That's why I had to check to see where he was from.
Canarsie. I'm from Canarsie.
Of course you're from Canarsie. All right, man. Hey, and I bet you're about my age, too.
I'm 42.
Yep, I know it.
And as a matter of fact, hope you have a good party for your daughter this weekend, too.
Oh, thank you.
My pleasure, because my brother is the production coordinator.
Very good.
For the company. But there's no way you can...
I'll tell you something, man. Whenever I've got something going on in my private life, there's about 900 people who know about it.
Who are in on it with you.
Who are in on it.
I didn't say where it is. I know where it is, but I'm not saying where it is.
Yeah, great. Well, I can't go. I'm not even going to my own daughter's birthday party, because every time I go, the people who run the place bring 900 people.
They're not like that over there. They respect your privacy.
All right, good.
That's why you're going back there.
That's why they told you, Mama Luke.
That's my brother, for crying out loud.
All right.
I can't play this stuff for you. You'll love it.
I said no.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Get off the phone.
You're being a Mama Luke now, and a chooch. Okay, man.
Hey, you stay well, okay?
All right, you too.
Take care.
Bye-bye. There you go. Well, listen, the guy, it always is shocking to me when people just steal my entire act and personality.
It has gotten to be a shameless situation now. They're not even ashamed.
No. Anyway, I got to take a break. We'll take some more phone calls when we get back right after these words.
You're listening to the Howard Stern Show. Call Howard on the Eagles toll-free line, 1-800-54-STERN.
It's like a cold Woodstock.
You're listening to the Howard Stern Show. Once again, Howard Stern.
Bow to the one you serve. You have to bow to the one you serve. You deserve. You're gonna get what you deserve. Isn't that song?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the lyrics.
Who does that?
9 Inch Nails.
Oh.
You're gonna get what you deserve.
How come I never recognize the song?
You have to bow to the one you serve.
Yeah.
What? I forget how it goes.
Bow down
before the one you serve. You gonna get what you deserve. And those guys are all pissed off and smashing their instruments and killing each other.
Putting monkeys in
monkeys and junk and handcuffs.
I finally saw that video with the decaying dog.
Yeah, put the monkeys up on the cross. Yeah. Hey, that song with the decaying dog is the one I happened to pick for Song of the Year.
Yeah, I know.
And now everybody's into it. And it just proves that I was right about that being...
The power
of this show.
An endorsement by you.
Right. You think those Mama Lukes would call in and thank me for it?
I don't know. Not that Trent Reznor. He's still researching.
He's a chooch.
A Mama Luke.
Mama Luke. I'm digging that yogurt thing I'm doing. Every day at 6:30, 7 o'clock, I'm eating that yogurt thing.
You're digging it?
I'm digging it. Dannon. Low-fat yogurt.
And you sprinkle a couple of raisins in it?
Mm-hmm.
It's good?
It's good. It's good. It's good. Well, I'm trying to get thin, but not starve myself.
So you think this will do it?
Yeah. Then I went biking again yesterday, trying to get in shape, and all these cars were honking at me.
Now, wait a minute. You don't have your bike yet. You're not locked into the pedals and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you are?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, why were the cars honking?
Because, see, they've made biking very complicated. I used to be a good bike rider. Now I suck at it.
Now you've screwed that up.
They now make a racing bike where you lock your feet into the pedals. There's no more pedals. You look at the bike, they go, oh, someone stole your pedals.
You and the bike are one.
Yeah, well, you look at the bike and you'd say to me, someone stole your pedals. What are you going to do? And they go, no, that's it. They took the fun out of everything.
No, I've seen that, and I think the guy's gotten rid of all the rubber.
Yeah, right. You think, wow, what did this guy do? How does he ride this thing?
His pedals need to be replaced.
So you buy cleats, and you have these special shoes, and they lock into the bike, and you pedal. And you look like a real Dilrod riding around on it.
But that is the purpose, so you and the bike are one.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, and it also, it's weird when you go uphill, like you can almost go up there evenly, you don't have to slow down.
Right, yeah.
It's hard to describe, but I don't know, it's probably a big hype. It probably makes no difference, but now that I think about it. But problem is when you stop, in order to get going again, you gotta sort of be on a flat surface. I can't get started going up any kind of little hill because the shoes are so slippery with the cleats on them
Do you have that problem too?
Sure you do.
All right, because when you stop, you have to unlock yourself.
I unlock myself,
And your
then
feet are on the ground.
and then when you get started again, you push off and
Right.
you start riding.
Right.
But you can't push off because even if you're just on a little incline, you can't push off. So I know all these cars were coming and they were honking me because I was in the middle of traffic because the only place that was flat was in the middle of traffic. And then I got caught in the middle of traffic and they're all honking and cursing at me. Hey, you chooch, get off the road. So
Mama Luke.
Mama Luke, get the hell off the road. And I don't know, I panicked and I just put my hands on my head and went,
You have an anxiety attack.
Yeah, I don't know. But I'm just trying to get in shape. I want to get rid of the lard on my body.
So you had to complicate your life in this way.
Yeah. Then I was thinking of taking up yoga.
Yeah.
Because I took a yoga lesson on vacation. It was pretty cool. I thought it was like a pussy thing, like you just sit there and, like stretch a little bit and pose. But it's really hard. I'm thinking maybe I need to do that, but I don't know. There's no time. I'm busy. Busy with stupid stuff. But I'm busy.
Stupid stuff.
See, if we quit this job, we'll have time to do yoga and bike riding.
You see, I envy all those people who take those long hiatuses, and then you see them and they look great. Because they've had time to do nothing but think of themselves and take care of themselves.
How could you ignore what I just did?
I'm just going to ignore it because I'm hoping one day
Keep talking,
I
Robin.
don't pay attention to it, you'll stop.
That just exploded, and she's like, and also...
It's become background to me.
Right, and Howard...
I'm ignoring
I envy those people that really have the time to, and they take these hiatuses.
And they look great.
And they look great. And I really think that...
You know what? Actual organs are going to have to come up before I notice again.
I'm watching this TV show the other night, and it's on the Ebola virus. It was Ebola, and it was Nicolette Sheridan and that other guy. And, I don't know, some guy, William Devane.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah. I watched that, and I said, hey, it kind of sucked. It was like everyone got this virus, but it turned out some guy was shooting everyone with virus, and that's how they were getting it. But then I'm reading the paper today. There really is an Ebola virus, and it's in Africa.
In Zaire.
And it's killing everyone. Makes your eyes bleed and your...
Doesn't sound nice.
Yeah, I just killed myself if I got that.
Did you see the people going in those spacesuits?
Yeah.
To go help them?
Can you blame them? I wouldn't even go in a spacesuit. I just wouldn't go there.
It's amazing.
Yeah. So did you watch...
The virus has a really beautiful name. It's Ebola.
Ebola. I'm naming my kid... I know a lot of African Americans who are naming their kid Ebola. Ebola Taibi. So, did you... I didn't get to see the Knicks game last night, but there's here in New York, I'm not a real basketball fan, but when it comes to playoffs, I kind of get into it.
Yeah, because there's fewer teams to pay attention to.
Yeah, I can follow that.
Yeah.
There should only be like 5 teams anyway all year, then you can focus. And the only teams I'm really following are Chicago, and I couldn't even tell you who they're playing right now.
The Magic.
Yeah, that's right, Orlando. I watched that game on Sunday, the first game. And then, and I know that Michael Jordan switched his jersey.
Right, and it was a big deal.
Yeah, everyone panicked, and he wore different shoes from the rest of the team.
So he's being fined and...
But that's cool. I mean, you can't just have guys coming around changing their numbers and wearing different shoes.
Yeah, but he had retired the number in honor of his father. He said he would never wear that number again.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Happened?
Just
Did
they
his
say
father come back?
You have to inform the league. That's all they're saying. If everyone just starts wearing different numbers at every game,
but my
all hell will break
question is,
loose.
either you're honoring your father by retiring the number or you're not.
Honoring his father got kind of tiresome after a while. This is something cool to do.
You know what happened was the Orlando Magic were saying that, Michael Jordan isn't 23 anymore. At the beginning of the series, they're saying he's not the old number 23.
Oh, I see.
Oh, so that's why he had to break
So
out
that got him all nuts.
Oh,
he got
I
all psyched out about it, and he brought it back.
I see. Well, anyway. I was reading on Prodigy, some guy said that in an interview in 1994, that guy in Indiana, what's his name?
Reggie Miller?
Reggie Miller was quoted as saying Howard Stern is my hero.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if that's true. I never saw the article. Could be wrong. I mean,
well, let's go look that up. 1994?
Yeah, I have some more information on it.
Okay.
But I kind of dig Reggie Miller anyway. I've always dug him because he gets the Knicks crazy, and he's a real good basketball player.
And he speaks English. Have you ever heard him talk?
No.
He's the one basketball player who speaks English.
Really?
Yeah.
He doesn't speak in that.
You wouldn't think he played basketball to hear him talk.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, anyone who hates Spike Lee is okay with me. So, I'm with him. So anyway, the Knicks, of course, I told you, they got fired up for one game and won because Reggie, kicked their ass. And I told you they go right back to Indiana.
And then they went
choke.
into a slump yesterday and choked again.
Yeah, they choked.
Overtime.
They were up by 10 points with 5 minutes left.
And they
lost.
Wound up in overtime?
Yeah. They scored, I don't know, 1 or 2 points in the last 5 minutes.
They choked.
None of them on field goals.
I'm like that with sports. If you play me in sports, I can be up by 50 points and still lose.
I know.
Right?
I remember
the tennis match. I always do that.
You were beating me in the tennis match.
I know. But I always do that.
What is it? You lose interest because it's so easy?
No, I go, ooh, I'm going to win, and then I get all stiff. I just the way I play sports. I go, ooh, I'm going to win, I'm actually going to win. There's a guy I used to play tennis with when I tried that for a while, but, I'm not into that anymore. And this guy used to beat me all the time. And he was much better than I was. And finally, I played him one time, and I was up I was about to win. I was up 2 sets. We were going to play whoever wins 3 sets.
Yeah.
I won 2 sets from the guy. And he beat me 3-2. Because I get too crazy. I go, I'm going to win. And that's the next. I'm going to win. And then they lose. I don't know what happens.
Maybe it's a New York thing.
Yeah. Maybe it's a Stern thing. I don't know what it is. That's the only way I could explain how the Knicks lose each time.
Now, how many games does this part of the series go? 5 or 7?
It's 7. So they're down 2-1, but the next game is in Indiana. So if the Knicks win, then they even the series, there's supposed to be home court advantage. Now they're playing 2 in Indiana, so the Knicks have to
Aren't the Knicks supposed to be better than them?
Well, Indiana's a really good team, but the Knicks are supposed to be better than them, but they're not that much better than them.
Right.
They're not as good as they were last year.
And talking about good competition, the David Letterman, Jay Leno thing. Dave is getting such bad press now. I'm so happy.
It's ridiculous what's happening to him.
The headline in the Post today, Diving Dave declines.
Yeah.
Cocky King about to be deposed by Jester J. And the reason I love it is because for years I've complained that Letterman gets way too good press. I mean, it's good for him to be humbled a little bit. I mean, he joined a club.
I heard, too, that the other day he went on the CBS Morning News.
For Dave?
Yeah. And they were sitting... Now, I don't know if this is correct because...
You heard it.
I only read a fax about it.
Go ahead.
But it sounded from the fax as if they were sitting on Dave's set, just in 2 chairs, and Dave talked seriously about the night at the Oscars.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what you proposed doing.
I know. So instead of doing it on his own show, he gave it to some other show.
Mm-hmm.
Letterman keeps calling and asking me to come on. In fact, they asked me to fly to England this week. Is he in England this week or next week?
Isn't it this
next week?
Next week, yeah. They asked me to fly next Friday and do his show. But I said, geez, I don't get that. There's got to be a reason for doing it. But I don't know. They call all the time and ask me to do the show. And I finally said, I'll do the show. I'd like to go on. Let me sit in Dave's chair. And let Dave sit there. And I'll interview him about what happened at the Oscars. And how he's really feeling and what's happening. And they said, no way, we're not breaking that format. I was like, what format? What, Dave? You mean switching chairs? That's too wild for you guys?
Crazy.
That's too crazy? I don't know.
Audience might not recognize the show.
Right, they might tune out. I don't know. I would have said, you know what? Come on. I don't care if you sit on the floor and sit on comfortable beanbag chairs.
Beanbag chairs is what you proposed.
Well, I did, but that was way too wild. I don't know. It was weird. And it would have been good. I mean, who wouldn't have tuned in to see me interview him about the Oscars? Because I know he panicked after all the bad reviews came in. Anyway, this article by Adam Buckman says, Adam Buckman doesn't like me anymore either, so who cares? But Adam Buckman says, the cocky king of late night is about to be toppled from his throne. I forget, why does Adam Buckman not like me? Because of my pay-per-view special?
Yes.
Yeah, he said he's taking back anything nice he ever said about me.
He wanted to retroactively remove himself from your book.
Yeah. Thanks. You mean the work I did that you thought was good is no longer good because of my pay-per-view special?
That's right.
Yeah, that erased whatever good I had done in his eyes. Like his eyes matter to me.
He must have been wrong. Something was wrong with him at that point.
Yeah. For the second week in a row, the once dominant David Letterman came within 1/10 of a ratings point of losing the late-night ratings race to NBC's brash, never-say-die challenger, Jay Leno. Poor Jay. He still hasn't beaten him.
And his Nightline beatings, both of them.
Oh, yeah. And Jenny Jones is kicking all three of their asses. The latest Nielsen ratings released yesterday for the week of May 1 through 5 show Leno's Tonight Show with an average rating share of 4.4 with a 13 share. Letterman's Late Show had a 4.5 with a 13 share. So they both have a 13 share. They're off 1/10 of a point. They're in dead heat. And if the trend continues, Leno will surpass Letterman soon. Wow. Here are the facts. For Leno's last week's ratings represent a 7% increase for Leno. Letterman dropped 22%. He must, when he was doing well, he was like sitting in his room banging his head against the wall. Imagine Letterman now.
What's he doing?
Running around like a rat in a cage. Man, I wonder what's going on.
It'd be dangerous in that room now.
They're going to have to raise Morty's salary again.
Well, I know that they said after, he took that week off after the Oscars because Dave was going to be working on next week's shows, those London shows. So they must be killer.
Now, Buckman says exactly what I said yesterday on the air. He says, Letterman has had one failure after another. He and his producers chose Tom Snyder to host the show following Letterman's Late Show. They should have built a dynasty right then and there. If Letterman wasn't so insecure, he would have come to somebody who had something exciting going on and said, hey, listen, man, take over after me and blow out the doors, man. Do something innovative because then you have the franchise.
That's right.
Then you have a channel that looks like, hey, I got to be there for late-night television.
People settle in for the night.
Yeah, I don't want to miss it.
Settle in.
When you put Tom Snyder, it's just, oh, my God, it's Letterman and Snyder. It makes Letterman look old.
In fact, you say, well, there's no reason to stay to the end of Dave because there's nothing on after him.
Letterman wanted a show that was so lame that he looked like the savior.
That's sad.
Yeah, I knew what was going on in his head. The same crap goes on in my head.
Plus, it's not any good for the network because people tune out and tune away, and so in the morning, they're not on CBS.
Then Letterman goes on and calls Snyder the consummate broadcaster. Everyone in the business knows Snyder is not the consummate broadcaster. In fact, I'm not even sure he's consummate anything. His hair's not even consummate. Consummate broadcaster. This is a guy who, went on radio on overnights and couldn't get an audience. This is not a guy who's high-powered. This is a guy who was at the end of his career, who should have been in retirement somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, he picks a guy to follow him who's older than he is.
Yeah. Well, Letterman's no spring chicken, so he had to find some old fart. Instead of bringing in a young guy who might, or somebody his age.
Or shake things up, yeah.
Yeah, somebody his age with longish hair and an attitude.
Somebody different.
Yeah.
Still compelling.
Oh, but Dave's okay with me being on Saturday night where I don't compete with him. Somehow he saw it as competition if I followed him. And I don't want to follow anyone. I want to go on and kick their ass. Follow. Now it's too late. Now I go up against all of you. Now's the time. Leno and Letterman battling out for a sports share.
Yeah, battling for the same meager audience.
There's an audience looking for a show to watch. I know just what I'd do, too. Snyder as the consummate broadcaster who would win his time period against NBC's Late Night with Conan O'Brien, as decisively as Letterman used to beat Leno. But guess what? More than 5 months after his debut, Snyder has made no headway against O'Brien. It's the same thing. O'Brien and Snyder have no ratings.
Right.
O'Brien wasn't hurt by Snyder because there's nothing to hurt. He only has a 1 rating.
Well, certainly nobody's going to tune over from anything to see Tom Snyder.
Right. Then last month, Letterman hosted the Oscars where his twisted, sick humor was unanimously panned by critics.
All of a sudden, the same stuff that works on that late night show is twisted and sick.
Yeah. Now at a time when Letterman desperately needs to win new fans here at home, he's going to England for a week of shows in the middle of the crucial May rating sweep.
Leno, on the other hand, has emerged as a late-night innovator. His hilarious lampooning of the O.J. Simpson trial has hit a chord with viewers. And Leno fixed his biggest problem when he replaced surly Branford Marsalis with cheerful Kevin Eubanks as leader of the Tonight Show band. There you go. Dave must be panicked. He must
This
be nuts.
is terrible. Is he in England? He can't see that, can he?
This is terrible. This is
It could
terrible.
be devastating to him.
Isn't that right, Woody? Woody, this is terrible.
This is terrible.
Right. We got to take a break.
Well, don't you think that going to London will improve Dave's ratings next week? He'll probably beat Leno. Because
Hey, what do
he's
I
in another
know?
place.
What do I know? I guess if you go to England, you got to watch.
They're competing with such strange things. They go different places and they change their sets.
Right. Imagine somebody came out with some content and kicked their ass. All right, let's take a break and we'll be back right after these words.
We'll be back with the Howard Stern Show. Don't go away. Howard Stern all morning. Pure rock all day. 97.1 The Eagle. It's the Howard
Plenty of things to get to, but I'm sort of digging the phones here. It's a Friday. It's a very frivolous day.
Friday the frivolous.
Yeah.
The day apparently everyone lives for.
Taking sailing lessons.
Yeah, Jackie.
Oh dear, he's
Jackie
giving you his summer itinerary.
Jackie was giving me the beauty. You know, everyone I ever know who took up sailing hates it because it's so friggin' boring.
And it's hard work.
And it's annoying.
I'm going today.
Jackie goes,
Nancy and I taking sailing lessons. With the water and the sailing.
I said, oh yeah?
I would enjoy it, Howard. I was trying to share with you.
And she'd share with you.
It keeps you just busy enough so you don't get bored, but it's boring enough that you can keep relaxed.
Get out of here. Leave me alone, all right?
So he and Nancy have these little projects they do together.
Yeah, I said,
Don't fall off your bicycle.
I said, you know what's great about sailing?
Square dancing.
I said, hey, you know what you like about sailing, Jackie? Is that a sport where you can drink beer? He goes,
Yes.
Absolutely.
He's probably got the hat with the little thing that comes in his mouth.
Yeah, you're on the air. All right, this guy's a Mama Luke. Hey, you're on the air. Hello? Taking the whistling to the listeners. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard.
Hey.
I just wanted to call you and let you know your imitator, Boy Cow, here in Chicago.
Yeah.
I guess instead of just doing your bits from past radio, now, I guess yesterday
All right,
morning.
why don't you go back? Why don't you, let me tell you something. This guy in Chicago, I bleep you only because you used a foul term. That I've used foul terms, but I haven't used one that foul yet. No, if the guy in Chicago is panicked, that's good. This guy is such a creep who we compete with in Chicago. This is a 27-year-old guy who has worshipped me from afar.
Yeah.
Listened to every tape I've done, and desperately went to Chicago to be a star.
Yeah.
And called himself Man Cow.
Well, I think he's Boy Cow.
Yeah, well, evidently he's a real lightweight because evidently he just can't carry the show himself.
Yeah, I've never listened to him, but a guy I work coming up, he's the big.
Yeah, so if he's reading from my book, listen, all these guys read from my book. All these guys worship me.
Who do you think were the first people in line for the Howard Stern book, Private Parts?
Yeah.
They were radio people.
Yeah, but none of them admit it. They all try to act like they actually did this on their own, like they're innovators of some sort.
Yeah.
I was reading some quote, when all the Chicago press came and they went and got an interview with these guys. His quote was, "Well, Howard Stern, he's a has-been. I'm a young, happening guy. I'm the new wave." And it's like, yeah, but why don't you do something new?
Yeah, if you were waving.
Yeah, do
it would
something.
be different from this show.
Instead of sitting and reading from my book, it's not a new wave. That's sitting and reading from my book.
I'm so glad.
And you know what? You can't even goof on my book because my book is so friggin' good.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, no kidding.
I love it.
He's not
I'm going to get Robin
he's
tonight.
honoring.
Yeah, he's honoring it because he worships me. And if
He wishes he thought of it.
If that pussy wants to give me a call and kiss my ass, well, he can. Because that's what he should do, because I gave him a career. Unfortunately, I've decided it's time for him to leave Chicago. If he'll come to me, and I'll decide where he'll work next.
I think it's
like
great.
I did with DeBella.
You've only been here a couple months, and already he's saying how that article you had the other day, he feels pressured and everything else. I think it's great.
Yeah, of course he feels pressure, because he sucks. The point is, you got to be interesting, and you got to have a personality of your own.
It only works if I'm not there.
Yep.
But ask Mark and Brian. They had such a good thing going in Los Angeles.
Oh, they had them bamboozled out there.
They really did. Before we got into Los Angeles, I used to pull the hair out of my head. I wasn't on in L.A., and these two guys are getting network television deals, and I'm reading how innovative they are. All of Los Angeles loves them. All the celebrities go on their show. And I'm sitting there, I'm going, son of a bitch, they could kiss my ass. So I went to this company that I work for here, Infinity, and I said, I got to be on in Los Angeles. I can't take it. And they said, no, you can't be on in Los Angeles. I said, you know what? I quit. I'm gone. It was toward the end of a contract. I said, I'm leaving. I am going to leave. I'll go to Los Angeles. I'll work for $10,000 a year just to be on in Los Angeles. I don't care what it takes because I'm irate. They didn't want me on in Los Angeles because they were afraid I'd get so famous that I'd go do movies and leave them. Meanwhile, you see a lot of that happening.
Movies and leaving
Yeah,
them.
meanwhile, all their fears came true, huh? I'm still on the stupid radio.
What are you doing still here?
Yeah, I mean, they were so insecure here. It was unbelievable. They were like, well, if you go to Los Angeles, we know what's going to happen. You're going to get successful, and then all Hollywood's going to knock on your door, and you're going to leave us and go to the movies. And I go, what would be wrong with that? What if I stayed and I did movies and I became an even bigger star and you had this huge star in your
But
hand?
not only that, you were the guy who launched Howard Stern.
Yeah.
Everybody, every great person around would want to work for you and do business with you.
Exactly.
And maybe you'd be in the movie business too. Oh, there's all kinds of possibilities.
Well, believe me, I took this company dragging and screaming into the syndication business. They started to see that it was very lucrative, and I proved the point. But the point was so it became a whole big issue, and I had to beg, of course, because I'm a slave boy. I got to sit and beg everybody to let me go on in Los Angeles.
Please, man.
And I wasn't allowed to mention the station, and I wasn't this and that. A whole rigmarole I had to go through.
Always there are rules.
Yeah, I had to jump through through fire in order to get on in Los Angeles. I get on in Los Angeles, and within a year, Mark and Brian, of course, were exposed for the fakes that they are. Two little pussies, two chooches, two mamalukes who sit there on the air every day pretending to be Howard.
Yeah.
Same with Man Cow and Turd. I'm Man Cox. Man Cox is in Chicago now. The real deal. Pussy boy, call me. You big pussy.
I also wonder...
right, Robin?
That's right. What do you need him to do in order for him to go work somewhere else?
What?
I also
What do you want him to do now? Because he's going to lose this friend. He's leaving Chicago.
He has to come here, kiss my feet with his tongue, and ask me where he can go. Because that's what's going to happen. And he has to get a sex change. He can suckle me. He can suckle and wean from my teat.
I also wanted to comment on Robin's appearance the other night at Conan.
Yes.
I thought it was great. They talked to Phil Donahue for 2 minutes, and one of those minutes was about you and Howard.
Yeah. Let me tell you, I got to watch your appearance. I'm going to be honest. I think this Conan's taking sleeping pills. I watched it, and I'm going to tell you something. I find Robin very interesting. I do. I saw you on Leno. I thought it was terrific. I never saw an interview like this. He was talking about his butt cheek, and
I know.
I mean, I don't know. He didn't interview you for the whole first segment. He was onto this. I forget even what he was onto.
Oh, is that?
It was an awful interview.
Stupid thing.
Well, he's not a great interviewer.
Not your fault. I mean, I don't blame you. I mean, he just. I don't know what he's doing either. I mean, what, do the NBC executives... Warren Littlefield's in a coma, I think.
But look at what happened before I came on that show. Did you watch any of the previous parts?
No, I didn't. No, I saw the audience was happy to see you, though.
They were just ecstatic that anything was going on.
And then you talk to Max Weinberg, and Max can't talk to you?
No, he won't talk. Nobody on that show is willing to do any entertaining.
The best guy on the show was Andy Richter, who said nothing.
Where's the justice? A talented guy like you and you.
Now, Rob, you can't go wrong with a Robin interview. She sit there talking about she got sex in cars. She was a hooker. I mean, anything you wanted to say, she'll say. You know what I'm saying? Abuse.
It was great.
I mean, you can't go wrong.
The horn of plenty.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty. There's plenty to go. I don't know what happens. The energy's sucked out of that room.
Yeah. No, Howard, I was pumping life into a dead animal. Because he had killed that audience. You couldn't even tell there was a live audience out there.
They were in a coma.
I got there.
Are you sure there was an audience?
I didn't know until I saw them.
Cardboard cutout.
I actually saw some chests moving. They were alive.
It was not one of the better shows I've seen.
Okay, Howard. Thanks.
All right.
Talk to you later.
Right. Television blows.
I went out mainly to see the audience, see if they were still there.
Can I take one more phone call, Fred, or? Go for it. All right. Phoenix, you're on the air.
Well, thank you for telling me that I was rotten, too. You couldn't tell me alone? You had to announce it on the air?
I didn't say you were rotten. You're not listening. I said that he dragged the room down. You can't be entertaining under him. Well, you're cured. Your perception is right of what I just said. What'd you say?
Lock that door.
You're not kidding.
I'm coming right in there.
I'll tell you one thing. Lock the door. If there was an extra 5 hours in the day, I would do television. But there isn't. Oh. He was all over the place, Conan.
They don't interview. They're not interviewers. They don't listen to people. You can tell that they're not even with you.
Right.
Because if they were, this is interesting stuff I'm talking about. There'd be something to come back at me with.
I don't know what it was.
But they're not even listening. They're not there. This is terrible. This is terrible.
Phoenix, you're on the air.
Hello, is this
I thought I did fine on the show.
I said you did?
Of course I haven't won.
I said, Conan, you go watch it. It's unbelievable. Conan's fidgeting. I don't know what he's doing. He's a nice guy. I like Conan.
He's a very nice
lovely man. Great. Trash the guy for 2 hours and then say he's a lovely man. Phoenix, you're on the air.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air.
Is this Howard?
Oh, you are something. You know what you are? You're a chooch and a mameluke. Go ahead. Phoenix, they don't even know what that is.
Is this Howard Stern?
Yes?
Howard?
Yes. Could you yell a little louder? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Are you using a phone? My name's Jimmy Horowitz.
Jimmy, can you yell louder, please?
My name is
Jimmy, don't give me your whole name.
Times Square and head up. Jimmy Horowitz is hosting Saturday Night Live. Howard, my friend in Cleveland says, "Oh, Jimmy, you should call Howard Stern. He would love a guy like you."
Your friend said that you should call me?
Yes. Does anybody have their name? Remember Spectre Tower of Times Square? Remember the sign Spectre Tower? I've had my name and lights on that thing 3 times set up. I made it big on Broadway on it. Jimmy Horowitz did it big on Broadway. I paid $80 for it. Now, Howard, my dad put me in an insane asylum. My dad needs help, right, Howard?
Well, why would your dad put you in an insane asylum? You sound absolutely normal to me.
Because I thought I was famous for it. Because I had my name and lights at 30. I have a picture of it. One time I put up, in 83, I put up Jimmy Horowitz is hosting Saturday Night Live.
Jimmy, how did you get out of the asylum?
Well, they released me. I was on the hilltop in Columbus, Ohio. My friend Harley Cohen in Cleveland said,
"Hey, do me a favor, Jimmy.
I have been trying this forever, Howard.
Hey, Jimmy, do me a favor. Stick your head out the window and see if there's a school teacher and a young girl out there. They've been spotted in the Southwest."
Yeah?
Yes. Just take a look for me, will you?
I've been on TV. I used to work in front of TV announcers. In fact, Bill Fleming once on ABC remembered me in 1976 at the Michigan game.
So what do you do now? You pretty much... What, do you live with your parents?
Yeah, I was at...
Do they know you're on the...
Ever see the Michigan game in Columbus, Ohio on
Yes.
ABC?
Yes, of course I did.
Bill Fleming remembered me in 1976.
I remember you.
I've seen that guy before.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. Hey, Jimmy.
My friend in Cleveland, are you loving this? You love every minute of this?
What?
You love every minute of this?
You're entertaining, I'll give you that.
Does anybody do that have their name and lights on that thing in Times Square?
So what happened? How did your parents lock you up? Did you came home one day and there's a guy with a white coat?
I used to go to Times Square on New Year's Eve to watch the ball fall 13 times.
So I say to you, when you got locked up in the mental institution,
yeah,
what happened? Your parents drove you there, or did they come and pick you up?
No, the sheriff came.
The sheriff came?
Yeah, because I was obsessed with that being on David Letterman. He wrote my letter on viewer mail once.
Oh, you wanted to be on David Letterman?
I wrote Letterman a letter, told him I'd break into his office if he wouldn't read the letter, gave a return address, and nothing happened. I thought he'd say, "Hey, Hal, run a checker on this Horowitz guy."
So
the doctor in the mental hospital said, "Did you tell Letterman you would kill him if he would not read the letter?"
So you were locked up. You were locked up because you threatened the life of David Letterman?
No, I just told him I'd break into his office if he wouldn't read the letter. You've seen him say to Hal Gurney, "Hey, Hal, run a checker on this guy," and Hal Gurney says, "We're working on it, Dave."
I
That'd
see.
be funny.
So let me ask you this.
What? Ask anything, Howard.
I'm trying. What you're saying is you wrote the letter to Letterman, and instead of reading it on the show, they sent the cops, the sheriff, to your house.
No, that's not what I didn't. No one. I never got in trouble for writing the letter.
Letterman didn't do it.
Oh.
Nothing happened.
Your parents got upset about the letter.
They got mad. My mom saw me write the letter, but when he read my letter on viewer mail on the '84 Christmas show.
So he did read it.
I asked him. I asked him why he never dropped toilet paper up the Empire State Building. I wouldn't stop calling his staff long distance.
All right, so you kept calling Letterman's show.
I kept calling 30 Rockefeller Plaza.
So your parents got upset because you were writing letters to Letterman and calling 30 Rockefeller Plaza.
Yeah, I kept calling the staff to read my... I was over obsessed with the idea of being on television. Have you ever heard of anybody doing that for 30 years?
I'll put you on television. I'll put you on television.
Have you ever heard of any... I lived in Columbus, Ohio for
If you get down here, I'll put you right on the show. I'll get you right on the E! channel.
But will you get me on David Letterman? Tell him to put me on the program.
Sure.
It's just got to be David Letterman?
You know what I'll do the next time Letterman calls and asks me to be on?
Bring this guy?
Bring him. I'm going to just send him and put him in a Howard Stern wig. I think it'd be great. I think it'd be killer.
Oh, Howard, I'm loving that you took my call. I've been trying this for so long.
You know, the problem is you really are very talented. People just ignore you.
But I do this to impress a girl. That's why I walk in front of people.
You know what? I like you. I'm going to give you Letterman's private number, the one I call.
Give me his number.
All right, here it is. 516.
Okay.
922.
516.
Yeah. This is his house.
922.
9463.
What's the number? 922.
9463.
That's his house?
Yeah.
Where does he live, in Connecticut?
Yeah.
That's not it. You know.
No, the 516 number is the beach house. I can't keep giving it out over the air. That's it.
Okay.
If you want to get in touch with him, but, you know, that's the number.
516-922.
Why are you going to give the number again? You want everybody calling him?
Don't give it out again. Do you have it?
I couldn't get it. I
said, okay.
You don't really want to do Letterman.
On your show.
9463.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
If you call that, you get in touch with him.
946.
No. Listen to me. 516.
Okay.
922.
Okay.
9463.
9463.
Right.
But 922, right?
Right.
9463.
Right.
Okay.
So what's your IQ?
Huh?
So listen to me. How old are you?
42.
All right.
And what are you doing now? You out of the hospital?
Yeah, he's home. He's home with his folks.
10 years. I'm going to get a job at that place where I take my Stelazine at.
What are you taking?
Stelazine. You ever heard of that medicine?
What is the medicine again?
Stelazine. I lose my temper without the medicine.
Right.
That's a common medicine people take. What they diagnosed me as, I've got a typical or mixed organic brain syndrome.
Yeah, Robin has that. Read her book.
Yeah, I was going to say, I should be on Stelazine.
Yeah. And then I've got astronic personality. They say astronic personality. That's not.
What's astronic?
I don't know what it is. I like to impress young girls. But the thing is,
have you ever had sex with a girl?
No. I call girls underage in Bexley. I like to say hi to all my friends in Bexley, Ohio.
So it's hard for you to meet a girl your own age. So you.
What are you calling, like 13-year-olds?
No, 17-year-olds.
Right. You figure like maybe they'll be stupid enough.
These girls love every minute of me. They think I'm hi, Molly McPherson.
Oh, great. So wait a second.
Yeah.
Just before I hang up because I got to go.
How'd you know I live in Phoenix? Is there a record? Is there a computer?
I know a lot of stuff people don't realize I know.
Okay.
All right.
He's psychic.
I moved out here a couple of years ago. I like to talk to my friend in Cleveland.
Any hot babes?
Turn up the radio, buddy. I finally made it on Stern.
Any hot babes in the nut house?
No.
You get to see any? How long were you in the nut house?
Not 2 and that months. I wanted a girl to give me an enema.
And what happened?
They wouldn't do it.
And have you ever had sex with a girl?
No.
So you haven't had any sex?
In 42
I just want a girl to
years.
take my temperature up my butt.
I see. Now, when you say that you're 42 years old, you're living at home, you spent 2.5 years in the nut house.
No, I was there for 2 and that months.
Oh, months.
I went in 71. The police came and took me to this place called Upham Hall. And
when the sheriff took you, what did your parents say to you? They must have been upset.
71. I was going crazy. They wouldn't stop driving the car all night long.
And does your mother and father yell at you because you're 42 and you still live at home?
No.
Then you don't.
If I hate myself, I can live at home.
I see. All right. Well, very good.
Yeah.
You're happy.
I'm happy.
Okay.
You a black guy or a white guy?
White. I'm Jewish. You're Jewish. Happy Rosh Hashanah or whatever.
Half Jewish.
Huh?
And what makes you lose your temper?
Well, I don't think my pills are. I want David Letterman to find. I want to buy the '84 Christmas show. You know the.
How come all you nuts are obsessed with Letterman?
Being on TV, but I want to buy the '84 Christmas show. Where do you get that at?
Call that number I gave you.
The 2-hour 84 Christmas show. I can't find it. I guess it's going to be available maybe this Christmas. I want to see what Letterman said.
Why are all you nuts? Why is he such a?
He's like a lightning rod.
Why is he such a beacon for the nuts? Why do all the nuts want to visit Letterman?
So I'm not the only one that does that.
Really?
Oh, there's others.
Yeah, there are. There are many.
Sure. Like that woman's that come into his house. That woman's nuttier than me.
Would you like to go to Letterman's house? You want to go to Letterman's house?
I don't know. Go there and take a shower at his house. Let him take me to the clink, to the mental hospital for a few months.
All right. Well, listen, I gotta go.
Gets me in the shower. I won't come out, Dave. I'm taking a shower. Make me get out of the shower. I say. Will you have me on already? I say to Letterman. He says, get out of the shower.
What is it about Dave, though?
Never mind, Dave. What is it you want to do on Letterman? That's what I want to know.
I want to get on it and make people laugh. I'm hilarious. I do crazy things that nobody does.
Well, tell me what you do. Make me laugh.
Have you ever heard of anyone have their name in lights in Times Square ever?
No.
I had that Jimmy Horowitz assistant Saturday Night Live once said 320s and a 10 through the mail once, and I wasn't even there and bought a picture of it. And it got on May 16th, 1983.
All right, very good. Listen, I got to...
You know who this is?
Who?
This is the King of Comedy.
He is. This is the Jerry Lewis character.
I'm loving this. This is great.
Yeah, well, you're doing great. Hey, I want to invite you to Scott Einzinger's wedding. You can go for me.
All right, buddy.
Now, listen to me.
Yeah.
Do you have a stand-up act? Do you have something that you'd want to do, like a monologue?
He wants to sit down and talk to Dave.
I want to be on the show. I don't know. It's always because some people he has on are just famous people usually.
Yeah, right. You want to just go on as an everyday person. What about a dog? You have stupid Petrick?
No, well, my brother's girlfriend, she has a dog that she blows bubbles and the dog jumps up and catches the bubbles.
All right. Listen, I got to go. All right, Jimmy? All right, man. Call that number.
All right, Howard, bye.
All right, bye-bye. That's Jimmy.
Whoa.
Hey, Jackie, you're not much different. I got to get on Letterman. I'm funny. Nobody puts me on.
Hey, I got an opportunity to do a TV show. Howard, can I do it?
Howard wants me back.
Closer to me.
He sounds dangerously like you. All right, I got to take a break. It was Jimmy from Phoenix. And we'll take a break and be back.
You're listening to The Howard Stern Show. You're listening to The Howard Stern Show.
Good?
Howard Stern.
Jackie Joke, man. Good for you, pal. Look at you. Order Jackie's Wild Comedy CD or cassette. It's $10 plus $3 shipping and handling. Joke Land special, buy two, get one free. Call 1-800-323-CAN. And tomorrow night, May 13th, Jackie at Headliners Comedy Club in Bethesda, Maryland. Filthy jokes and Robin excerpts. Call 516-922-WINE. Remember, 516-922-WINE is the number more people are calling, including Jimmy from Cleveland.
He doesn't know.
He just don't know it.
Phoenix, wherever Jimmy.
Whatever he was from another planet. Hey, by the way, coming up on our show, this is kind of weird. The other day I get a call, and Gary says to me, you want to have the comedian Gallagher on? I said, well, we always heard this rumor about Gallagher that kind of interested me. That, you know that guy Gallagher who smashes pumpkins and watermelons?
Call him. Is he a comedian?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I didn't know what he was.
Look at guy smashing a watermelon. That's not funny to you?
When I have to put on a raincoat to go to your show, I don't know what I'm getting.
Right. So anyway, I had heard that Gallagher, a couple of years ago, sold his act to his brother.
Or we had heard that it was like half his act. Like he does it in some parts of the country, but his brother...
Like he got upset because he's only one guy. You know, that's the problem with comedians, or even like with me, what I do. I got to be there in order to make money.
Right.
So he said, wait a second. I'll sell my brother half my act, like a franchise, and he can go out and be Gallagher because his name's Gallagher.
Well, I don't understand, though. I don't know that Jerry Seinfeld could give his act to his brother.
Well, maybe he can't, but evidently Gallagher's brother felt up to the task.
I see. Okay. I just found it odd that you could just hand off that kind of thing.
Well, it worked out, didn't he? And now there's like 7 Gallaghers, isn't there?
I think there's only 2, although Jackie thought there might be 3.
We're not sure.
Jackie,
and we're not sure who's coming in.
When did you start to think that there were 3 Gallaghers?
Didn't you say there was Gallagher 2?
You were working at some club and you thought that there was a Gallagher there.
I was making a joke.
Oh, you were?
I said Gallagher 2 and Gallagher also, just being goofy.
Oh, but you don't know that for a fact there's 3 Gallaghers.
No. I'm not ruling it out.
Because I know, like, Bozo did that.
Right.
The guy, Larry Harmon, who started Bozo, he got pissed off because he couldn't, I guess, get his network deal. So he syndicated out the nose and the glasses and the nose and the hair.
The whole Bozo thing. There were Bozo rules. You got a Bozo kit.
Yeah. And Bozo College.
Yes.
So.
There were a lot of them, right?
Yeah. So we have Gallagher.
Well, the most important thing I have to tell you is they really wanted you to know which Gallagher it was. They didn't want you to come in and be surprised.
I don't care which one it is.
So there is other Gallaghers.
There's two Gallaghers.
Okay.
We've got the brother.
Oh, we do?
We've got Ron
Gallagher too?
Ron Gallagher.
Oh, we have Ron Gallagher.
Who I have to say, I just met and is way better looking than his brother.
So where is Ron Gallagher? Can we bring him in?
Yeah.
All right, why don't we bring him in?
But I also want to explain to you that he was going to smash some stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
but he didn't buy that part of the act, I don't think.
Well, no, he's got that part of the act.
Yeah. Right.
We went through a whole bunch of stuff, and the station was afraid we were going to get it all over the place, and then we found out that he's not allowed to do his act for television.
Why?
It's part of the deal with his brother.
Oh, I see.
Wow.
So can he even be funny when he's here?
Oh, yeah, he'll be funny.
Can he do his act for radio? Is that in the contract?
Yeah, I guess so.
He can appear on television, but he can't smash anything.
And he's playing a comedy club this weekend, Rob. Tomorrow night.
All right, let's get to the bottom of this. How does one guy buy his brother's comedy act and make a go of it?
So we've got Ron Gallagher.
Ron Gallagher. We don't even have Gallagher.
Who's the other Gallagher? What's his name?
Bob Gallagher. So we have Ron Gallagher right now, ladies and gentlemen, on our show.
I want to know how that deal went down. Was it his idea? Was it his brother's idea?
Yeah, I'm going to find out everything, Robin, in a minute.
Because this is the most fascinating show business story I've heard in a long time.
A lot of people want to know about Ron Gallagher.
Because does he feel, or does the audience feel ripped off if they
I don't know.
go to see Gallagher and it's Ron?
See, you look like Gallagher to me.
Well, that's what the deal is, Howard.
You look just, in fact, I would think you were Gallagher.
Well, I didn't want to do that to you, though. That's what they said. You go and you surprise Howard, right? And we'll tell Howard you're Gallagher, and then halfway through the show, well, you know.
But you know what's funny about it? I knew there were two Gallaghers.
You did?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to have you on to find out what the hell was going on with the two Gallaghers.
Well, there's two Gallaghers. Yeah, is that too confusing?
And like, you even have the same hairstyle as your brother in the
Did
hat.
you have to get the hairdo and the hat?
Ah, there she is. Hi, how you doing? Another room. You put her in another room.
Right. Just sit down,
I'd
Gallagher.
like to have another room.
Ron Gallagher,
Hi
of course.
there. How you doing, Howard?
Hey, come on, I want to talk about this.
Okay, let's talk about this.
All right.
All right.
So, Ron, here's what happens.
Okay.
Your brother, I guess his name is Bob Gallagher?
No.
What is it?
It's just Gallagher. He just goes by one name. He was the first one to do that.
Right.
You know, and then everybody else comes out with one name. Yeah,
Like
well, then
Sinbad.
everybody else does it. Sinbad, Seinfeld.
Right.
You know, Roseanne.
Right.
Ellen.
Howard.
Everybody.
There you go.
Everybody. Just one name. Gallagher did it 25 years ago, and they're just catching up.
You know, this is not unusual. Last night I went to a club. I saw Jason Leno. That's right. It's true. And he has got a marvelous career. Like, yeah, I can do some observational humor. So, wait a second. Look at this.
Well, there's a Jack Gallagher, too, who's a completely different comedian than we are.
But as far as we know, there's only you and your brother who go around as Gallagher.
Oh, that's true.
Right, and
That's
people
true.
should know that.
Yeah.
That's right. You're not trying to fool anyone. You're just saying, hey,
No,
look.
not at all.
Now, what happened? Your brother became famous, and you are the younger brother.
Yes, 6 years
obviously.
younger.
And you probably
What
said...
were you doing?
I had a career selling heavy equipment.
Uh-huh.
And this looks like a lot better career.
Yeah.
But in a lot of ways, it must have been very hard
You
for
go
you.
around with guys at boots and cement, and this looks good.
Right. But it had to be very hard for you growing up because, after all, here your brother had hit the big time. He was making lots of dough.
Yeah.
And you were saying to yourself, hey, I would like to be
No,
a comedian.
never hard for me growing up with him. We had a ball.
You liked
He-
him.
oh,
You
he-
liked Gallagher.
Oh, let me tell you, he entertained us our whole life.
Okay.
You know?
So you're growing up, and does Gallagher come to you and say, look, here's my problem. I got an act. I got more material than I'll ever need. I got to go out on the road all the time. I'm burnt out. I want to start a family. I don't know what he wanted. Does he have a family? I don't know what he has.
He's got a couple of them.
All right.
Oh, from all that traveling.
Right.
When you got money, you get 2 or 3 families. You
Right.
spread them out.
Right.
You go visit them. You stay on the road. You know what I mean?
But your brother is a single man? Is he single, actually?
As of right now, as we speak, he is.
Yeah.
You mean
Who knows?
Gallagher is available?
Oh,
Right.
he is. He could be working on another family.
So anyway, he says, hey, look, I've got more than I need in life.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, if I franchise out my act to you, because you look like me, you know, who the hell's going to know the difference? It's a smoky
It was
room.
his idea to come get you and say, come do this?
Yeah, how did it all
It
happen?
was basically his idea, and it didn't work quite that way. It kind of evolved.
But you had to pay him for the act, right?
No.
Really? I heard
No.
you did.
No, here's what happened. Some people brought a mannequin to one of his shows. And it was dressed up like Gallagher, and it had a wig on and a hat and everything. And so he didn't want the mannequin. I took it home. I took the hair off of it, right, and the hat, and I showed up at his next show. I put the hair on. I put the hat on. And for crying out, I looked like Gallagher. And I never realized in my whole life that I looked like Gallagher until I put that hat and hair on.
May I say you're a little better looking than your brother?
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I look more like Gallagher than he does.
Yeah.
You know why?
Because he got older.
Yeah, he got older. All of his tapes are like 5 or 6 years old. And I'm 6 years younger than he is. So we walk down the street, people pass him by and say, "Hey, Gallagher, how you doing?"
Are people picky about who smashes the watermelon? I mean, do they want the original Gallagher? They don't care. As long as it's a Gallagher.
Fun.
Right,
It's
that's
a
fun.
Well, you know, what I'm wondering, so he didn't have to buy the act, but did you have to buy the suitcase?
No, I think he had.
No, I made all my own stuff.
You got to pay him a royalty, right? Like about 50%.
No.
All right, so go on. So how did this all come about?
So anyway, I show up at his next show before he does, and all the production people are coming up to me, handing me the mic, telling me about the show, acting like I'm Gallagher. Right. I fooled everybody in the whole place. Gallagher came. He saw me. He fell out laughing. First thing he says, "We got to use you." He said, "Yes, Gallagher's mine. You're here. You're a prop. I'm going to use you." I walked out on stage first. The audience thought I was Gallagher. Gallagher entered the stage from another area.
Go ahead.
I jumped up off the stage, and the whole audience didn't know what the heck was going on.
Right.
So I did that 2 or 3 times, and then I got to where I wanted to do some time, and he said, "Go get your own crowd," so I did.
All right, no, wait a second. Hold on a second.
I missed the last part.
Wait a second. So all of a sudden you say, "Hey, look, I look like you. I can get up there and do your material."
Right.
But I don't want to be underhanded about it.
Right.
Sell me your material.
He had always been after me to be a comic because he knew I was funny, too. I'd go up to him with material and say, "Hey, you need to do this, you need to do that." And he'd say, "No, I don't want to do it, you do it." I mean, I'm not going to do it. I'm not a comic. Right. So after a while, the construction industry started to take a dive.
Right.
So I said, well, maybe I'll do this part-time, you know. So I started down in Miami to go up on stage. I just put some stuff in a trunk.
So you don't have to give your brother money.
No, I threw some.
But how do you bill yourself?
Gallagher too. Okay. And that's his idea. As in Gallagher also Gallagher.
And he doesn't
too.
mind. He says, "Hey, that's okay."
Oh man, first thing I did, Howard,
There's got to be something to this though, because like you would think. Yeah. I heard there was something like a business arrangement.
There is a business arrangement. We have a paper between us. If for any reason that he cannot do a show, I have to drop what I'm doing and go do it for him.
Is that right?
That's it.
That's the only agreement.
That's the only agreement.
You can play the entire country. There's no Mississippi split.
No. I stay away from him. There's certain markets that, like, they called me. They wanted me to do Tahoe, Reno, and Vegas, and I can't do any of those markets because I'll work for 30% of what my brother will, and so why get into a bidding war?
Yeah.
It's not good for him.
Now let me give you
kind of stay away from each other demographically, and everything works out good for everybody.
Let me ask you a hypothetical question. If your brother dies, can you appoint a Gallagher too? Can you become the essential Gallagher?
No, but you should see my career skyrocket.
Wow. Then you'll be able to play like Tahoe. Wow.
Give me the Ebola. Where's that at?
Yeah. And what about Europe? Who has the European rights? That's an amazing relationship.
I'm not going to go do Dave's show in Europe. No.
There you go. Now,
so now you can't
throwing watermelons off the building. Where did he come up with that one?
Now,
right?
for example, exactly, the watermelon was your brother's concept.
Oh, come on. Right afterwards, he starts taking watermelons and throwing them off the building. Like, where did he come up with that idea?
Exactly. I didn't realize the Gallaghers were pissed off about that.
Yeah, you never see Gallagher on his show. You know why?
Why?
Because he'll blow him away, and he knows it.
Is that what the problem is?
Oh, yeah. Dave is scared the hell out of him.
What about you? Can you appear on Letterman, or are you allowed to appear on? You're not allowed to appear on certain TV shows. That's also part of the deal.
Yeah, I can go on TV. I just can't do the Sledge-O-Matic on TV, and that's because it's his bit.
All right, you can go on TV.
What do you do then?
Right. He does his act.
I do my act.
He does comedy.
Yeah.
Oh.
But he just can't smash a watermelon.
Okay. Yeah.
Because that is the essential Gallagher.
That is Gallagher.
That is the Gallagher character.
He's done probably about 8 Showtime specials, hour-long Showtime specials, more than any other comic in history. And at the end of every one of them, he smashes a watermelon. So, you know, it's his hook.
Yeah. Right.
You know,
you're not going to take that.
I'm not going to take it. I'll do it in clubs. I'll do it in small clubs because that's what people want to see.
Now, for example, you're appearing at the Treehouse, which is...
Is there room in the Treehouse for smashing a watermelon?
That's tonight and tomorrow night.
That's what's so cool about the act. You know, if I'm in a small venue, I can get everybody in there.
Right. And what's the story? Will you smash something at the Treehouse?
Oh, you better believe it. I'll do the whole act.
Oh, you will?
Oh, yeah.
I see. So you will do the whole act, and people will get sprayed with watermelon.
Oh, they'll get sprayed. They come, they wear the plastic, they wear raincoats, they bring all the stuff.
There's one thing I don't understand.
Yes.
If I see Gallagher too, and if
one thing. I'm completely confused.
Gallagher.
Right.
Will I see the same thing?
Yeah, now that is a good question.
No, you won't.
Okay.
No,
Robin,
you won't.
very good question.
Thank you.
No, you won't.
Let's say I go to a club. I want to see Gallagher.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I don't know it's Ron Gallagher.
Right.
It's Gallagher.
Right.
Will I see the Gallagher act, or will I see Ron Gallagher's act?
You're going to see Ron Gallagher's act. I use probably about 70% my own material and 30% his, and then I have to hit the watermelon at the end, because if you walk in there looking as I do,
yes,
you know, wearing the hair and the hat, naturally they're going to yell.
Now, are there any other brothers?
Yeah, I have another brother who trains Navy test pilots.
Will he go into comedy?
Not a chance.
Because imagine there's 3 Gallaghers.
Yeah,
That's too many. That's a
Just
glut.
as soon as there's a downturn in the Navy pilot training, that guy's in there.
Yeah, right.
No, he doesn't look like us.
And what about the elder Gallagher, the older Gallagher? Is he getting ready to slow down a little bit and let you take over the...
I haven't seen that happening at all. He's still selling out concerts wherever he goes. He does the large venues, the 2,500 to 3,000 seaters, and I go around and do the tree houses.
He doesn't want you doing the large venues.
I could probably do the large venues, but that's his market for right now, and I'm just kind of sitting back and getting myself together. You see, Howard, I've only been doing it for 4 or 5 years.
Right, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, so
how long do you think before you're perfect?
I started
Yeah, we don't want to see you in the developing
Well, let me in the little room and we'll find out.
Now, what about the fact that you feel like you have an identity crisis in the sense that now you've become your brother, and then all of a sudden, hey, I'm doing my brother's
You know
thing.
what, Howard? I don't have any kind of identity crisis at all. You know, I'm just so happy doing this. Entertaining is so much fun, and I don't have an ego because I didn't put the time in.
But you know the story of Bozo, right? Larry Harmon had a thing going where he was Bozo. Wait a second. But hear me out. Bozo had a good thing going. It took off like no one believed it would have taken off, and he had the red nose and the hair and the whole
the
thing.
big shoes.
Yeah. And I guess he, for some reason, didn't get a network deal. He can only get something.
Right.
And each market had to have a local Bozo. So all these guys. So Larry Harmon franchised it out. Do you envision a day where there could be 9 Gallaghers? Because this is a revolutionary concept. I mean, I think so.
First of all, you have to have a mind like Gallagher.
Right.
Right? You have to have the same comedic influence that he does, and you're up in the same household as we do. But
there's no way to teach that, huh?
No, there's no way you can teach that.
I tried to get Bill Kinnison to do Sam Kinison.
Right.
And call himself Sam Kinison.
But you know what this is like? This is, you know how there were all those Led Zeppelin cover bands?
Yes.
And, you know, the Doors have cover bands.
Yeah,
This
Crystal
is a
Ship.
Gallagher cover.
The thing of it is it's in my genes, you know?
Yeah.
I'm already ready to go out there, and I'm pre-programmed to get people Gallagherized.
Yes, exactly.
Just looking at things with new eyes.
Will you ever cut your hair and become a different kind of... Because you even do the beret.
Is that your hair? Is that a wig?
Is that a wig? What is going on under there? Look at that.
Okay.
Oh, you are almost Gallagher. You really are.
Same problem. My hair falls out just like Gallagher.
Wow. You really are Gallagher.
Yes, I am, in fact.
Now, Ron Gallagher, all right, tonight and tomorrow night at the Treehouse in Norwalk, Connecticut. And yes, the pumpkin will be, the watermelon will be smashed.
will be smashed, yes.
What do you got in your bag there?
I brought a watermelon for you, Howard.
You have a watermelon. Now, you're not allowed to smash this, right?
No, but I'm allowed to.
Oh, no. Oh, you scared me so much.
I got you.
Oh, is that not real?
No.
I got you.
I was about to come over there. I thought he had killed you.
Oh.
I thought I was losing Howard.
It's a Nerf watermelon, Howard.
Ron just threw a Nerf watermelon at me. And I just said, oh, no, I got a lunatic on my hands.
There you go, Howard.
No wonder his brother had to give him the act.
I was going to come over and hurt
I
him.
brought you a shirt. It says, I've been Gallagherized, and you now have.
That's true.
Thank you.
And then we invented this. This is for all those guys who are wearing their hats backwards.
Yes.
Right? We think that's stupid. They can't get a date because the girls could see that even if they had protection, they'd wear it wrong.
Right.
Right? So this is a 2-back cap.
Look at that.
You cannot put this hat on backwards. You cannot do it. You can,
That's a very nice
perfect bicycle riding hat.
That's a perfect hat for bicycling.
A lot of props,
Everybody gets a hat.
Okay. Even Fred got a hat.
And
what else you got in there?
this is a brake pedal on a car floor mat. You give this to your passengers so they leave you alone.
Right. See?
And then I invented this. This is so when you get drunk, it's a door stopper with a suction cup. You put it on your forehead. When you get drunk, you don't run into walls and doors and things.
Absolutely.
See, I'm out there. I'm ready to.
You're out there doing your own thing.
Yeah, that's right. So I do have. There is a niche. There is a place for me in this world.
Ron Gallagher is actually goofier than Gallagher, right? This is it.
I didn't say it.
It's unbelievable. Well, everyone go see Ron Gallagher. We cleared it up.
Now all my questions are answered.
Because Jackie said there were 3 Gallaghers.
No, there's only 2 Gallaghers.
I was off by 1.
Yeah. All right.
And I see Jackie's picture every place I go. We play the same market.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, Jackie has an older brother.
You know, can you imagine? Wait a minute.
Milkman, the sequel.
The only problem was Jackie's older brother was adopted. He's Korean. And Jackie didn't look anything like him.
No. You know what the problem is? Jackie is the franchise, and Jackie, too, has no place to play.
That's it.
That's very funny.
There's nowhere lower to go.
Just hold on and call.
So what would happen if you smashed a watermelon right here on television? Because we do tape of television. You would be out of the business? I mean,
Oh, no, not
Gallagher
really.
would do what? Would he call you?
Oh, he'd probably say, "What are you doing smashing the watermelon?" You know, because that's my gig. But
I'd love to be in on that conversation.
Yeah.
You know what I'd love to do? We should buy a watermelon right now. You smash it and you call up Gallagher. You call him up in a panic.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and you go, listen, man.
I got carried away.
I got nuts. I was on the Howard Stern show. I really wanted to do something great.
Howard
I smashed.
Can I blame you, Howard?
Yeah.
Because he knows you,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And he can.
And then you go,
he can relate.
I really feel bad, man. I smashed a watermelon on the show. And then Gallagher will sue Gallagher too. It'll be great. It'll be a whole big lawsuit.
Now that I've done it, I'm free.
Yeah.
Now I can do it anywhere. Now I'm waiting for phone calls.
You should do that.
Go ahead, sue me. It'll be in the Inquirer. I'll be famous.
That's like you know, an interview with a vampire. He breaks the vampire rules by writing a book.
Right.
That's right.
You would break the rules.
I could break the rules.
Break the Gallagher rules.
The Gallagher rules.
The Gallagher rules.
My brother, there is one thing I must ask of you. Never smash a watermelon on television.
That's right.
If you don't do that, I will always allow you to be Gallagher.
Are there Gallagher girls?
Oh, yeah. Did you ever sleep with any of your brother's girls?
Did I ever sleep with anyone? No.
You know what I mean.
No, but there are other Gallaghers. My brother has a little boy named Barney.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, like, he probably gets chicks, and then you could kind of, like, slip in, and they'll think... You never did that? Of course they've done that.
I don't need to do that. I walk down the street looking like Gallagher and get my own check.
That's right. There you go.
They look like him.
Anyway, go see Ron Gallagher tonight and tomorrow night at the Treehouse in Norwalk, Connecticut. And he will entertain you with 70% of his own material, but 30%.
Of the Gallagher.
The Gallagher stuff you know and love and want to see anyway.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Howard.
That's Ron Gallagher.
Okay, bye now.
You're listening to the king of all media.
Okay. Thank you. Hey, let me remind everyone who are fans of the E! Show, if you're lucky enough to get the E! channel.
And you are lucky if you do.
You sure are. You have a greater chance of being hit by lightning than getting the E! channel. But tonight, we've got a great show for you. It's Vinny Mascio on fire. Vinny Mascio was in here. Don't miss this wild Friday night show as the E! cameras bring you exclusive footage from Vinny's fire act. I've seen the footage. Vinny will actually light his genitals on fire. He will do the exploding donut in the buttocks, plus the infamous fish out of water, and, whatever. Light his head on fire. And he leaves the fire on way too long.
You know, I wonder if Vinny is going to franchise his act.
Yeah. There's a lot of guys who want to do that.
Vinny, too.
Yeah. You know, I was watching the news last night, and they were commenting on the O.J. trial that, of course, it is O.J.'s blood. And, of course, it is Nicole's blood on his socks. And it's obvious that O.J. was the guy on the scene when all these murders happened. These two murders, when these two people were cut down. And it is obvious to anybody that O.J. is guilty. But, of course, there's still some suspense because the jury could be whacked out. They could vote along racial lines and somehow set this man free. But I was wondering, we haven't done this in so long that maybe today we should do it. Maybe we should send somebody out with a microphone to interview black people.
What did I hear somebody say? You know, I heard some experts talking about this yesterday, and they said, you know, still overwhelmingly blacks think that O.J. is innocent. And then they said, yes, they are, they do feel that DNA evidence is strong, but in the case of O.J., they somehow discount it.
Right.
So
but I would
it might be time, once again, to go out on the street and see what's happening.
And these surveys do make black people look foolish, but I don't trust the surveys. I want to do my own survey because I don't believe there's a black person on the planet that will now come to my microphone and say that O.J. is innocent. But I'm willing to try. So if, Gary, you want to get that together and get Scott out there with the microphone, I would be willing to do a quick survey.
Another O.J. survey.
Yeah, love to do that.
Well, the defense, once again, is taking two tacks. They are either saying that the blood evidence is contaminated and so poorly collected that it cannot be valid, or that somebody planted O.J.'s blood there.
Right.
Which are two diametrically opposed arguments.
Right. You got to go with one or the other. I would say, of course it's O.J.'s blood, but the police planted it. Unfortunately, and of course it was a big police conspiracy. Of course there's no motive for them doing this.
And if you were going to do it, wouldn't you do a better job?
Yeah. Oh, you could really make it look bad.
See, this is my problem, that they didn't do a convincing job. You know, it's only little bits of blood. So O.J. was basically cleaning up everything, but he didn't get it all.
But that's part of the conspiracy. Make it look bad. See? Well, there it is. Set him free. And O.J. still has that same stupid look on his face in the courtroom, you know, of one of indignation, like, you know, what?
And did you see that picture in the paper today of O.J. stretching?
Yeah.
Doesn't it look ominous?
Yeah, well, he should be nude, bent over a chair with a prisoner standing right behind him, another prisoner. Yeah, what a nutty scene. Anyway, that's what's going on. New York, you're on the air.
Hey, what's up, Howard? I just wanted to ask you about how did that chick Savannah die?
She died. I was having sex with her, and I'm so large, I actually cut off the blood to her brain.
She died of ecstasy.
Yeah.
No, seriously, I heard she got into like a car accident.
No, what happened is she got into a minor car accident, and she was such a sick woman that she felt that her nose had been banged up in the accident, which would have meant that, you know, in a couple of weeks the swelling would have gone down. But she looked at herself in the mirror and said, "Oh my God, my career is over. I look ugly," and tried to, and then of course killed herself.
Wow. All right, thanks a lot, man.
All right.
Yeah, Jackie, you suck, man. Thanks.
All right, bye-bye. His opinion.
Just one opinion, Jackie Jones.
Yeah, Jack. I'm sure other people don't feel that way.
What do you say?
Jackie, you suck. What a nice call. Washington, you're on the air.
Howard.
Yeah.
Hey, did you hear about the Shapiro going to that boxing match?
Yes, and he got booed.
Yeah, did you hear that?
Of course.
Yeah, he got booed and they started chanting guilty and everything else.
Of course, who would sit there and worship these guys? You know, when the O.J. trial started, people were rushing to these guys like they were rock stars.
Yeah.
Well, it's still happening with Cato.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. Larry King invites Cato to his wedding. That shows real stability. And then President Clinton does his 10th anniversary show.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
That's
Cato is nothing. He's nothing. In fact, I believe he was less than truthful on the stand.
Did you also see that they said Robert Kardashian has now told everyone what happened to the garment bag O.J. gave him?
Oh, what happened?
He kept it for something like 2 weeks until O.J.'s assistant retrieved it, but he never looked in it.
Yeah, let me tell you something. And this I fault the Los Angeles Police Department. I cannot believe this guy Kardashian walked out of O.J.'s house in front of the entire police who were there, walked out with a garment bag, and the police let him walk out with it. That, if anything, there was a conspiracy there to let O.J. off.
Yeah, that's absurd.
I mean, what is in that garment bag?
Yeah,
and when somebody said today, if, you know, 2 people were killed and, you know, the guy whose garment bag you have was a suspect, you would think that you would be compelled to look in it.
Especially Kardashian's a lawyer and knows the
implications of holding such evidence.
I don't get guys like Kardashian. Like, I mean, I know he's like devoted to O.J. When O.J. was like a free man and none of this was involved, I mean, it's kind of cool to hang around with O.J. because it gives you a bit of celebrity and stuff. It gets you into the limelight. I got Fred in my life. He hangs around with me because I'm famous. But I'm saying, at some point, wouldn't you get disgusted with yourself and say, you know, it really looks like O.J. has murdered these 2 innocent people?
Yeah.
Geez, I don't really want to sit here on television next to O.J. anymore. I think I've had it.
Time to draw the line.
Yeah, time to draw the line and say, you know what, I got to tell you something. I've formed some of my own conclusions now as an intelligent human being. And
do you think he could be so mesmerized by the power of O.J. that he can't see that?
All he knows is he's on TV every day. He's O.J.'s pal. And I'm sure in his own community, rather than being scorned, he's a hero.
Yeah.
Oh, you know where Robert Kardashian lives? Right over there. Oh, yeah.
I'm going to have Robert Kardashian at my party.
Yeah, Robert Kardashian's going to be there. I mean, you know, that kind of crap. We were all such sycophants and idiots and worshippers of so-called celebrity.
Have you heard anything more about Kardashian, whether he's going to have to appear or not?
No, he quickly renewed his legal license.
But I think he is going to have to testify.
Is he? There's some kind of law that says if you're a lawyer, you don't have to do anything.
Yeah,
those lawyers make the laws, and they made laws. I tell you, these lawyers protect themselves. It's beautiful. As they go along, they make up the rules.
They figure out where they're vulnerable, and then they make a law about it.
Yeah, the guy
You bet.
garment bag. I mean,
Listen.
come on, it doesn't matter what he does, he should be called.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's ridiculous.
But he says he don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Listen, what do I know? I don't know, but look, who cares about a garment bag? OJ is as guilty as sin.
Yeah, doesn't really matter anyway.
Right.
And Cato, somebody who knows Cato said something about they knew he'd make it or something.
Well, yeah, I was watching a TV show, and it was like a hard copy kind of show. I don't know exactly what it could have been Current Affair. And I'm watching the show, and they went to Cato's hometown. And there was some old bag on there, and she goes, I got to tell you, I knew Cato growing up, and all of us kind of knew in the back of our minds that old Cato was going to make it one day.
Yeah.
And we're so proud of him. I was like, what?
Make it to
what?
Yeah.
But I understand he was at the Kentucky Derby? He was signing autographs. He was like a rock star walking in there.
And not only that, I see that some magazine has decided to do a feature of Cato's favorite movies, and so to be a pictorial with Cato and a bunch of girls reenacting these films.
That's what he needs, more girls.
Now I get the whole attraction to him because he's
a cute guy. He's a cute guy, and you know how women are. They don't see guys with personality like us. They look at a guy like that right away. They think he's terrific.
Look, there were women who got hot for John Gotti while he was standing.
That's right. Yeah, and he wasn't exactly pumping iron.
Trust women.
You can't trust women. Women don't see that guys like us are the ones who should be worshipped.
You're the good guy.
Not great-looking guys, but like really cool guys with personality.
Right.
Who, if they're just given half a chance in life, they could prove to them.
That's right. Women should be flocking to you, sir, on the phone.
That's right.
Or me, Howard Stern.
They just don't know that.
Yeah, they should be with me, Howard Stern. I don't know, man. Women never flock to me. I know a guy. He's a real good-looking guy. Really super good-looking guy.
Who is this?
I don't want to say who he is. Because I know he doesn't have such a great personality, but he's a really super good-looking guy.
Dad for him.
No. Shut up, Fred. You're not even funny. All right. A super good-looking guy goes to Central Park. He lays down on a blanket to sun himself. You know, he had a pair of shorts on and took his shirt off.
Yeah.
He's telling me the other day a girl comes running up to him. She says, you've got a great body. I've been watching you for 20 minutes. She lifts her shirt up and exposes her breast to him in Central Park, and she starts rubbing his stomach.
Come on, tell us who it is. Ralph?
No, not Ralph.
It ain't Ralph.
No, it's Ralph. No one's going to rub that stomach. You might get rabies. That's just a guy I know. And I said,
how good looking he is.
He's really good looking. He's extremely good looking.
Not Tom.
And he's a nice guy. He's a friend of mine. I wouldn't be friends with him if I didn't like him, but...
He's got a personality then.
Yeah, but it's not great. Okay?
It doesn't compare to yours.
Right. Exactly. That's my point. And no girls are running up and rubbing my belly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And he doesn't have a radio show.
He doesn't need one. Thank you. I even said to him, imagine if you were famous on top of this. You go, yeah, I don't know what to do. Thanks. And by the way, he didn't even go off with the girl. She was a real hot piece of ass. He just says, hey, she made me nervous. Now, any other guy would have run off with her.
Yeah.
But he's like, hey, I get so much anyway.
So much. He doesn't have to run off with her.
Yeah, he was like, hey, I'm not going to go off with a kook.
Yeah, I was watching on the Disney Channel this past week. They had this George Michael concert.
Yeah.
And he's running around in a stupid suit with that, half-shaved beard.
Yeah.
And women are screaming.
Yeah.
And, just fainting in the audience.
Good.
So, you know what he was up to.
Bitches. They don't want great guys like me. Guys with personality.
You talked to him. He had no personality.
Right. Thank you.
Personality doesn't count for much.
Doesn't cut it.
No, you got to be good looking. Everybody's with the looks.
Yeah. Look good.
A guy can't have a big schnoz anymore. This guy in the foaming wall can't even put a sentence together. All right, dude. Thanks, man.
Bye-bye.
Later. Hey, is that microphone set up? Let me go see what's going on with the microphone because I want to talk to some black people.
Great.
Never mind all these whiteys. We'll take a break. We'll be back right after these words.
You're listening to The Howard Stern Show. 97.1 The Eagle.
8:21 at The Eagle. This is Brad Baxter. Eagle weather, a wind advisory is in effect for today. Mostly cloudy skies. Slight chance of rain on through tonight. High today 82, low tonight 70. Right now 63 degrees in Fort Worth at 64 in Dallas. Checking traffic for the Comedy Defensive Driving School in Dallas. Couple of accidents. One Jackson at St. Paul. Another westbound Northwest Highway in Jupiter right near Big Billy Barrett. Also, the Sylvan Viaduct remains closed this morning because of high water. A signal malfunction. Northwest Highway at Loop 12, Walton Walker. In Carrollton, an accident. Southbound I-35 Stemmons prior to Trinity Mills. The left lane is blocked. Traffic slow from Vista Ridge Mall. In Richardson, an accident. Northbound 75 Central. Around Beltline. This one's been moved to the median, but the left lane is blocked. Traffic slow from Deer Spring Valley. And an overturned school bus, FM 2862. This is between Anna and Westminster. Only about 20 or 30 kids were on the school bus, and 10 of them were hurt, but not too bad. So you might want to try and stay away from that area. That's traffic. I'm Brad Baxter on 97.1 The Eagle.
Safety guy here, trying to make the streets of Dallas Fort Worth safe. So my buddies at Comedy Defensive Driving School are bringing you a $25 Memorial Day special.
Hey, get out of the street, wakey left.
You, sir, need to call 8 Comedy.
Wow, I really love your hot tub.
Thanks. How about some more wine?
Sure.
Cheers.
You have the coolest garage.
You've never seen a garage like this. Details soon on 97.1 The Eagle. Tonight on Fox. Catch the thrilling season finale of VR5.
Sydney, I have new orders. What? To kill you.
If you haven't seen it, this is the one episode you can't miss. Then, on the X-Files.
87 people have disappeared near here.
The citizens of a small town are mysteriously vanishing.
They may have been the work of some kind of a cult.
And FBI agents Scully and Mulder will discover a horrifying secret.
I think that the good people of Dudley have been eating more than just chicken.
You think these people were eaten?
Where murder is only the beginning.
Scully!
Don't miss the X-Files after the season finale of VR5. It's a night of brand new episodes tonight on Fox.
All starting right after The Simpsons at 6:30 on KDAF, Fox 30.
And now, here's TWA travel tip number 457, Authentic Cuisine. If you have an appetite for fine food, Trans World Airlines would like to remind you that we can take you to some of the finest, most authentic eateries in the entire world. I mean, why go to that neighborhood Italian place when on TWA you can fly to Rome and experience the real thing? Or maybe you prefer French. I'm told that Paris does have one or two restaurants that are more than adequate. Then there's Barcelona, Frankfurt, Cairo. TWA flies to a dozen cities in Europe and the Middle East, each with a completely different culture and different cuisine. Of course, you don't have to fly to Europe to get a good meal. There's Texas barbecue, Boston clam chowder, Kansas City steak. The list goes on and on, just like the list of cities that TWA services. Over 80 destinations worldwide, from Houston to Honolulu, San Francisco to San Juan. So, next time you're hungry to get out of town, call your travel agent or the employee owners of Trans World Airlines. Hey, we're up to something good.
Example, Mirage Coupe 29 monthly payments of $159 at 5.6 APR, final payment $56.73, plus license registration taxes and primary lender's approval. MSRP 10,314, prices may vary. 2.9 limited term financing for 24 months.
This summer will be like no other. Summer of Thunder. 3000 GT, Eclipse, and Mirage from Mitsubishi. Summer of Thunder.
Go to your Dallas-Fort Worth area Mitsubishi dealers now for their lowest payments ever on sports cars. Starting at just $159 a month and you own it. Or put zero down and get 2.9% financing. And you'll be shocked at all the available features. Own a 3000 GT Eclipse or Mirage with approved credit. $159 a month. Or put zero down and get 2.9%. Race to your Dallas-Fort Worth area Mitsubishi dealer today. Mitsubishi sports cars, now from $159 a month.
This is Dean Clark with news about an engine treatment that actually does what it promises. If you want better gas mileage, listen. The product is T+, the letter T-P-L-U-S. T+ engine treatment with DuPont Teflon is nothing short of miraculous. T+ pre-lubricates and protects your engine against cold starts. And that's not all.
Hi, this is Karen Sellers, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Now that I'm using T+, I'm not going to the gas station as much. I only fill it up once a week.
DJ Skase, Seattle, Washington. After using T+, my rabbit went from getting 31 miles per gallon to 34 miles per gallon.
This is Mark Hutchison from Modesto, California, and T+ has improved the gas mileage noticeably, approximately about 8 to 10%.
You heard it. Next time you change your oil, add T+ engine treatment. No matter what you drive, get protection right from the start with T+. The T is for Teflon.
T+ engine treatment is available at high-low, Pet Boys, and Auto Value.
Wow, Bill, what a great bachelor party. I've never seen Roger have so much fun. Those adult party favors, those erotic playing cards we used in the poker game, and that great X-rated video. Where'd you get all that stuff?
The New Fine Arts Adult Video Store.
You went into one of those small dark places with the sticky floors and all those little old guys in raincoats?
No way. The New Fine Arts is nothing like that. It's got over 8,000 square feet of adult videotapes, magazines, laser discs, interactive CD-ROM, and a little something special I'm giving to Roger for his honeymoon. It's really clean and well lit with a huge parking lot. Hillary went with me to buy the party supplies, and we stayed, rented a movie, and watched it in one of their private viewing rooms.
You actually took your wife to an adult video store?
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many women go to the New Fine Arts. My wife's impressed with the cleanliness, and she prefers an adult movie to a Steven Seagal movie any day of the week.
Maybe I'll have to check it out.
Check out the New Fine Arts Video Store, located at 1720 West Mockingbird, just east of I-35, or 1966 West Northwest Highway, just west of I-35.
Call 638-0764 or 869-1097. Open daily, 8 a.m. till 6 a.m.
It's 8:27 at 97.1 The Eagle.
Howard Stern all morning, pure rock all day.
Yeah.
97.1 The Eagle. You're listening to the Howard Stern Show. Once again, Howard
So I sent Steve Gorillo down onto the street. Everyone knows Gorilla, my personal gunga din. Let me see if I can make this work. Hello? Steve?
Yeah.
Gorillo?
Yo. What's going on?
You see black people?
I got one right here.
Is it a black person who doesn't listen to the show?
Are you a fan of the show, sir?
What station?
Howard Stern Show.
Nah, not really.
Oh, good. I want an independent person.
He has a nice gold tooth with a diamond in it.
Okay, let me talk to him.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you, sir?
All right, how you doing?
Let me ask you, have you been following the O.J. Simpson case at all?
Yeah, a little.
Okay. How do you feel the verdict is going at this point?
I think it's going, he's going to lose it.
You do? What do you think personally? You think he's innocent or guilty?
Personally, from what I saw the other day, I think he's guilty.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
So is the DNA evidence now convincing you?
Now, let me ask you this. I know that a lot of black people have been saying that they felt O.J. was innocent no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Did you originally feel that way?
Yeah, I originally felt he was innocent.
And this has turned your head a bit?
Yeah.
I see. Do you feel the police set this up?
No.
You don't?
No.
You know, why would they set it up?
No, they didn't set it up.
Yeah, right. What is their motive in this? There wouldn't be any motive, right?
No.
And you are an African-American?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Because he's guilty because the blood types match.
See?
So that's what I say.
Hey, so maybe the jury will actually convict this murderer.
Nah, I don't think.
But what about the other black people on the jury? You think that they'll get the whole thing, or do you think they'll just vote along racial lines?
They'll vote against them.
They will.
Yeah.
So you think the black community's turning around? What about your friends and stuff? When you go, where do you live? Like up in Harlem or something?
And I live in Brooklyn.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
A real tough section of Brooklyn?
East New York.
That's tough, right?
That's very tough.
Mm-hmm.
You can get your ass kicked there, right? You got to really mind your P's and Q's.
Yeah. But yeah, he's gonna get convicted.
He is.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
No, there's a brother making some sense. See, Robin?
Hang out with you.
Robin said all black people are going to vote along racial lines.
You behave yourself
Really?
and quote me correctly.
I don't remember what you said. How can I quote you correctly? Hi. Gorilla, what's going on down there?
Yeah, we're looking for more black people.
I'm looking for more black people.
We're looking for more black people.
Sorry, take your time.
There's nobody here.
I can't believe it.
Take it easy.
Nobody here.
All right. How can there not be any black people on the streets of New York?
I have no idea.
I walk out on the street, I can't find any white people.
Someone's coming across the street now.
Right.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
You know, don't get anyone who's like listening to the show.
Can we introduce you to the radio?
Could we interview?
Can we enter you?
No?
You asked him if you could enter him for the radio.
Interview.
People will do anything to get on radio, but I don't think they want to be entered. Can we enter you for the radio?
Can we enter you?
Can we enter you for the radio?
For the radio. I don't see a damn person here.
I don't see one damn movie in this movie.
Just keep looking. Don't get nervous.
I'm looking.
They're probably all heisting radios.
Who's that?
The cops are outside.
The cops are always outside.
Are they yelling at gorillas?
No, they're directing me to black people.
They know how to spot them.
That's why I love the NYPD.
Have you got one in the back of the car?
There's one over there, gorilla.
You tell me the cops don't have any blacks in the back of their car? I don't believe that.
Not one.
Now.
Ask the cops if we can borrow their blacks.
Can we borrow a couple black people?
Oh, just go keep it for black people. Leave the cops alone. They're busy enough. Ask them if they can drive you to a couple of black people's homes.
There goes the guy across the street.
All right, go get him.
All right.
You gotta yell to him.
It says don't walk. He's across the street.
Doesn't say don't yell.
Yeah, so yell.
All right. There's 3 people coming this way.
It says don't walk, so you won't yell at the guy? All right, there's 3 black people coming down the street?
Yeah.
Good. All right.
How you doing? Can we interview you for the radio? Can we interview?
No, I gotta go, man.
No, tell him it's more
Excuse
important. It's okay, we talked to his boss.
Hey, man, can I be black?
No, sorry.
Try to be black.
Now, that's the first.
When black people pass you by,
Yeah.
you just gotta say, no, this is much more important. Because they'll listen to that.
What are you trying to say?
He's a white guy, and maybe he's an authority.
Oh, I see. But I just heard a white guy asking if he could be black.
That's very rare.
Unusual.
Yeah. See, we're turning it around. People are jealous of blacks for the first time. Kingfish just came out. Excuse me. I would like to say the OJ is innocent.
That was Ralph being stupid.
All right. Any other black people?
Gamble Dan's chasing somebody down now.
Now, how come when I send Stuttering John out, he finds tons of black people?
You're not good at this,
I thought it'd be funny for once to have Gorilla down there because he panics when there's
Can we
no...
interview you?
Oh.
Can we interview you for the radio? All right, we got somebody.
Okay, good.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
This is Howard Stern.
This is Eric.
Hi, Eric.
Hi.
How are you?
Finding yourself?
Very good. You are African American?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Now, let me ask you this. Have you been following the OJ trial?
Yes, I have.
All right. Based on what you've seen so far, innocent or guilty?
Well, right now, apparently to me, he's still innocent because they haven't proved him any guilty. They have all these circumstantial evidence, but nothing is solidly based.
I see. Now, let me ask you this. When you see DNA evidence, they say, look, this is OJ's blood at the scene. And then you see that it's Nicole's blood on his socks.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, not every crime can they have a video camera at where it says conclusively that it's him. But wouldn't you think it's peculiar that O.J. Simpson's blood is at the scene of this crime and that Nicole's blood is on the socks?
Yes.
Wouldn't you think that that could be the murderer?
I would think he probably played a part in the murder.
I see.
I wouldn't actually say he is the murderer.
Oh, I see. Why would O.J. be bleeding at the scene?
Why would they also find someone else's blood at the scene?
What other blood?
They found Ron's blood.
They found Ron's blood.
Nicole's blood.
And
O.J.'s blood.
And someone else's blood.
When did they do that?
When did that happen?
Well, apparently I heard it on the radio as well as the TV that they found some other person's blood that was not either one of the victims. Well, not Ron's, not Nicole's, or O.J.'s.
So since we don't have this other person's blood, and we have O.J.'s blood, and we know who O.J. is, shouldn't we find him guilty of the crime?
Well, you should suspect him as being guilty. He has to be found guilty.
He's already suspected.
Yeah, don't worry, he's a suspect. He's on trial.
He hasn't been actually be found guilty by the jury so far.
No, they haven't. But if you were sitting on the jury, based on what you've seen so far, would you be inclined to vote guilty or not guilty?
Well, the evidence so far points to him as being guilty.
I see.
So you would have to vote guilty at this time.
I won't vote guilty until I heard everything.
No. We're saying at this time.
Yeah, at this time, what would you vote?
At this time?
Yeah.
Perhaps with the evidence, I would vote guilty.
You would?
Yes.
Super.
Perhaps, but he's not sure.
I don't see how you could not.
I cannot be sure.
Unless you could say, listen, what do you think? The cops framed him? Well, why would they frame O.J.? I mean, if they're going to frame somebody, they frame
him good.
Yeah, frame him good. They could do a better job than this.
You think so?
Of course.
How?
Because they could have gotten more blood from him and we could have found it all over the place.
Well, you know, they also could have planted.
Why would they
Why wouldn't they plant a lot of blood?
And why would they
It doesn't take a lot of blood to frame someone.
Why would you frame O.J., though?
But if you're going to frame, you do it convincingly, don't you see?
Such as what?
And are you telling me
blood on his sock?
And you think all the cops are in on this?
Not all the cops. It only takes about 1 or 2 cops.
Really?
If there's a head cop who's heading an investigation, all you need is your buddy to help you out, and boom, you have...
But we have no evidence of that. I'm saying based on the evidence, we have no evidence of that. Based on the evidence, we have to assume that it was O.J. And plus, he was nowhere to be found during these... during this.
No alibi.
No alibi. I mean, he murdered 2 people.
Let's just say, suppose there was a crime committed, and somehow they're suspecting me of doing it.
Go ahead.
I was off doing something. I have no alibi. Say I went to the movies by myself.
Go ahead.
I have no alibi.
Well, you do. You have the stub from the movie.
I suppose I don't have that stuff.
All right, but people saw you go into the movie.
Maybe somebody saw you back.
The point is going to come up and be on your side and root for you.
But wait a second. Look at the evidence.
How did your blood get to the crime scene? Is your blood at the crime scene? No. Are you bleeding? No.
No. You got the guy bleeding at the crime scene.
You don't have any marks on your body. And you don't have any scratches, and you're not bleeding.
I mean, if we don't convict O.J., then nobody's guilty. I mean, you can't get any more. This is the most compelling evidence.
Why on the day that his wife was murdered was O.J. bleeding? Why on that particular day?
I have no answer to that question.
Why did we convict Charles Manson? All he claimed he was doing was living in the desert. He didn't go over to those people's house and kill them.
Well, I didn't follow the Charles Manson murder trial.
Right. I mean, but you got to assume that. All right. But anyway, you're saying you might vote guilty at this point. All right. That's good, because probably in the beginning you were saying no way he's guilty.
I was saying that he's not guilty until he's found guilty.
Right. Of course we know that.
He's still innocent.
Of course.
We all understand that.
But I'm just wondering how you would vote.
Oh.
All right.
We got other people, Howard.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right.
Boy, he came kicking and dragging and screaming.
Yeah, you got to argue with that
come
guy.
on the corner. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, Steve.
It's good.
How are you, sir?
Hold on.
All right.
That's Howard on the headphones.
How you doing, sir?
Okay, fine.
African American?
American.
American?
Yeah.
Not African American? What are you?
I'm black.
Are you a black man?
Yeah.
Born in this country?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Let me ask you something. O.J. trial. So far, based on what you've seen, is he innocent or guilty?
I think he's innocent.
You really do?
Yeah.
How do you think he's innocent if his blood was all over the place? They say it's an exact match.
Nah, I doubt it.
Really?
It could be a setup.
You think it's a setup?
Yeah.
You think the cops framed him?
Yeah, man.
Why do you think the cops framed O.J.? I mean, he kisses the ass of the white man. Yeah, why not go after one of these guys who's angry?
I don't know.
Really?
It's a setup.
It looks like a setup.
Yeah.
How? I mean, tell us what about the situation makes it look like a setup to you?
I can't really express it in details, but it's just like a setup.
But you must have some feeling. I mean, some reason why.
Okay, I really didn't, follow the whole process.
The whole case.
All the way through,
Do you always think the cops set up every black guy?
Nah, that's unusual.
But you just think O.J. got set up?
Yeah.
And why would the cops, do you think, set him up?
I don't know. People is connected.
Really?
Yeah.
Do all your buddies think he's innocent?
I can't say.
Come on, you guys talk. You brothers talk. I know the brothers talk.
I can't say. Everybody got different opinions.
Well, let me ask one question, because I think this is a good question again.
Okay.
Why was O.J. bleeding on the night that his wife was killed?
You got an answer for that?
No, I don't.
I see.
Okay.
And why do you think his blood was there and Nicole's was at his house?
Just like I said, it's a setup.
Come on, let me ask you
setup
something.
theory. But why
Can I ask you a question?
The cops didn't put a lot of O.J.'s blood around.
Let's say your mother, all right? I don't know if she's still alive. She's still alive?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
let's say your mother was killed, which we hope never happened. All right? And they found some guy's blood there all over the place. Then they went to arrest him, and he was bleeding from his fingers. What would you think? Would you think he's guilty?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Of course. All right. So it's just...
Let's remove O.J.'s name and just say...
You're sticking up for O.J. because he's a black guy, right?
Nah,
Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Come on.
That's not the case.
Oh, come on, man.
That's not the case.
You still think he was framed?
Huh? Yeah.
All right, let's say OJ's a white guy. All right, forget that he's a black guy.
Okay.
Blood all over the place. Blood all over the place. Yeah. Blood everywhere. His wife's blood on his socks. He has no alibi. He was clearly missing during that half hour. Innocent or guilty?
Innocent.
You're lying.
Man.
Come on. Now, let me ask you another question.
This guy's kidding me, man.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Now, on the night that OJ's wife is killed, somehow he cuts his finger.
Go ahead.
But instead of stopping to put a Band-Aid on it, he just bleeds all over the place.
He runs over to her house and bleeds.
Just bleeds all over the place. Now, why would he do that?
Hey, leave the brother alone, will you? The brother has no answer. He just feels that we asked him if the man is innocent. He feels
might know.
He's not F. Lee Bailey. He's just saying, hey, I think the guy's innocent, right? Right. Okay. Thank you, my friend.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, salam alaikum.
Okay. All right, we got another guy here, Howard.
All right, one last guy. Hello, my brother.
Hi, Howard. How are you?
How you doing, my friend?
I'm fine.
So, are you a regular listener of this show?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are. See, I was looking for guys who weren't regular.
Still, he might be willing to answer some questions. You don't know how he feels.
Are you like a real black guy?
As black as they come.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from?
New York, Lower East Side.
And are you African American?
Black American.
What does that mean?
I'm black and I'm American.
Yeah, but where is your genre?
What genre are you?
What do you mean by genre?
I mean, like, are you Jamaican or something?
No, just a black American.
Oh, you're a black guy.
Yeah.
Like your ancestors.
You reject the term African American?
I do, yes.
Yeah.
So, where are you? Like, in other words, your ancestors came over from Africa.
I'm of Indian descent.
Indian.
How'd you get black?
I never heard no black Indian. You mean like an Indian like Tonto?
Yeah, you were an Indian and you turned black?
Of Cherokee.
Hey, man, I'd sue God.
Yeah.
So you're Cherokee?
Yeah, of Cherokee descent.
Oh, so you're a Cherokee Indian?
Yes.
You're not a black man?
Yeah, I'm black, but
you're a black Indian.
In my family, we're from Cherokee descent.
I see.
Yeah. I didn't know.
A lot of black guys say they're Indians.
Indians turned into black people sometimes.
You heard of the famous Sitting Leroy?
No, I never heard of that.
That was a guy.
What?
Yeah.
That's bull, huh?
How's I'm a Stuttering John doing?
He's right now. He's pretty bad shape because we sent Gorilla down instead of him. All right, listen to me.
Yes.
Tonto. OJ, innocent or guilty?
He could have did it, but...
He could have did it.
But it's up to a jury to decide that.
No, I know the jury's going to decide. We know that.
Nobody's going to take it away from the jury.
What do you think?
I think he did it.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not a regular black guy. He listens to this show.
Well, he's an Indian.
Yeah. He's an Indian and he listens to the show. I want, hardcore black guys.
Who aren't Indian
I'm black as they come.
Yeah, but I want the kind that you're really scared of. Nobody's scared of you.
He's pretty scary, Howard.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Can you beat up a guy pretty good?
It depends.
Right.
On the situation.
Understood. Well, anyway, thanks for the opinion. And that whole Indian thing, I know a lot of black guys who claim to be Indian.
But I really am. I'm
really?
of Indian descent.
How do you prove that?
Why don't you say you're black guy? If you look black, say you're black guy.
Yeah, stop trying to say you're Indian.
Stop trying to trace, some Indian blood through you.
How many black guys we know say they're part Cherokee?
All of them.
I know. I'm telling you.
Nobody wants to be just black.
Yeah, I tell you, you're going to have a hard time proving that. Unless you get some kind of papers.
Does it really matter?
To me, it does.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm not trying to bum you out. I hope you know that.
And the book, how's the book doing?
Robin's?
No, your book. PrivateParts.
Oh, did fantastic. It's going to be turned into a movie.
Yeah, but now we're selling my book.
Yeah, when is the movie coming out, Howard?
The movie will be out very soon.
That's good. You're going to have some big-breasted girls in there, too, I hope.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I can try for one more guy, Howard.
Yeah, but you're not getting the right kind of black.
Well, he did. He got
regular
blacks who didn't listen to the show.
Get me hardcore black.
What does that mean?
He knows what it means. The kind that
don't listen to
fit the
show.
stereotype. Right. You should be scared when you ask him to come over.
They're not in this part of the city.
Really? Yeah, we should probably do this up in Harlem.
Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you a question for the radio?
We did this in Harlem. Forget
Can I ask you a
about
question for the radio?
Yeah.
Could you put these headphones on?
it. I can tell you already this guy's fine. Innocent.
Hold on a sec. Here. This is for Howard Stern.
Guilty.
Yes, hello.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Okay, pretty good.
I'm doing a survey. O.J. Simpson, at this point, with what you've observed, do you find him innocent or guilty?
I think so far, I believe he's innocent.
You really do?
Yes.
Even with his blood being all over the scene?
Well, the way how the evidence was handled and different things with that, I believe that,
I mean, let's say the evidence was handled poorly. Let's say they didn't scrape everything off perfectly. Wouldn't that help to obscure the fact that it was O.J. Simpson's DNA?
Well, that would be the issue at hand right now, but I believe that he would be found guilty if the evidence was handled the proper way. So if the evidence was not handled the proper way, he would be showing up as being guilty.
You mean, but why do you say it wasn't handled the proper way? You mean because they didn't scrape it off the road properly?
Well, basically, I'm talking generally all of the evidence. The way all the evidence was handled.
But it's still his blood, even though they didn't handle. Let's say Dennis Fung isn't the greatest handler of evidence. It's still his blood all over the place. True?
True.
And his wife's blood is all over the socks.
True.
Well, what more evidence do you need? Unless you're telling me the cops framed O.J., which I don't see any evidence of that.
Well, most likely they would look at it in that way, saying that he would. I'm not saying that he's framed. What I'm saying is that being that of the judicial system, if they were doing what they were supposed to do right, we wouldn't be having these problems. Most criminals
they got the blood, but they got the blood. I mean, maybe they didn't pick it up with the right fork, but they got the blood and they analyzed it, and it's O.J.'s blood all over the steering wheel. He has no alibi. He certainly wasn't home when they. Everyone saw the limo driver saw his Bronco pull up.
It was so damaged that it wouldn't work, you would get no result as opposed to an O.J. result.
Yeah, we got a positive ID of O.J.'s blood. I mean, yeah, we don't have a videotape of them cutting their throats, but very rarely do you have that.
You have to ask yourself, why was O.J. bleeding on the night his wife was killed?
Yeah, so I don't understand. How can you say he's innocent?
Well, I'm not saying he's innocent technically, but by law, they would consider him most likely to be gearing toward being innocent. Because of that.
You really think so? If you were on the jury, you would vote to be innocent?
Because of a bad sample collection.
Well, I would say probably because of maybe the way the evidence was presented and the way how they were doing their job. Well, if they were doing it the proper way.
But the police aren't on trial. O.J. is, and they found O.J.'s blood all over the place.
If they found his blood all over the place, then probably most likely, if I was following the case completely and thoroughly, but from what I've been getting from piece by piece of information when I've been hearing and looking at the news, so far, he seems to be somewhat guilty, and then somewhat guilty he seems not to be guilty. So, basically, I feel if they handle it right...
You would vote to acquit O.J.?
I probably would think about it. I probably would say yes.
All right. Thank you.
And it doesn't bother you that he probably killed his wife?
No, it does bother me because I don't think no one should kill anyone.
Really?
No.
Okay, you would let him walk, even though you know he killed his wife?
Well, I was on a jury before with something with a man that raped a woman.
Yeah.
And we had to let him go because of the evidence that
the
prosecutor presented.
You mean you felt he was guilty, but you didn't like the way it was presented to you?
No, it was the evidence, the way how they handled it.
Well, they didn't have evidence, but this evidence is pretty overwhelming. I don't know about the rape trial that you were part of, but, I mean, this evidence is pretty overwhelming.
Well, the evidence it's the way it's presented.
I would suggest that there is no evidence in the world that would make you convict somebody.
He keeps saying the way it's presented, but he hasn't seen it presented.
No.
I haven't totally seen it presented, but from what I've been reading and from what I've been seeing on television and how they've been saying it, it wasn't basically handled right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Howard, do you want to speak to a black woman?
Is she good?
Yeah, she looks good. She's good.
All right.
She's good.
All right. She's good?
Hold on a second. Hey.
Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
O.J. innocent or guilty?
I'm a little mixed because I feel it's a higher thing going on, like a group of people who set him up.
Well, let me ask you
Although I do believe that he may have had it in him to do it. I'm mixed.
I see that. Well, let me say something. You've seen absolutely no evidence that the police fixed it. The only thing they ever said was Mark Furman might have called somebody a nigger.
Right.
And they don't even know that he really did that.
Right.
That's almost no evidence that the police set this up, and yet
That's no evidence.
We have overwhelming evidence that there's blood all over the place for O.J. O.J. has no alibi.
Okay, wait.
He used to beat his wife. How much more do you need?
Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah.
But you do know that sometimes people can be set up where as
why would they set him up? Though you have no proof of that.
Right, exactly. Things can be hidden, and people may not. I mean.
But wait a second. Then you would have to say that there is nobody on the.
Why would I suppose that? Because it just seems like nothing is on his side and everything is on her side. I'm not saying that he did it or he didn't. I'm just saying that.
Well, there's nothing on his side because he did it.
Okay.
He has no alibi.
Yeah, well, I just still feel.
You're saying there's too much evidence against him?
Yeah, too much because there's nothing.
I never knew that was the problem.
But you understand something. If you're going to say that somebody is set up, you got to have proof that he was set up. There is no proof that he was set up. And that means every trial we have to throw out because the cops could have set him up.
True.
We can't accept that as
No, we can't, but we have to, I guess, it's going to be hung. That's the way I feel.
Really?
Yes.
Well, because you think it's a black jury, right?
No, I don't feel that way.
But I noticed that a lot of black people find him innocent, even though there's overwhelming evidence, and they go, well, he was set up.
Yeah, well, I'm not that person. That's why I said I'm mixed about it.
You are mixed?
Yes, I am. I said that in the beginning. I don't feel that he did or he didn't. I feel for her because she is not here. She was beat and everything else.
Right.
But I don't know, so I cannot,
So you would have to vote, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't want to.
Well, then the jury would be hung.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
That's unbelievable that you don't know. I mean, this is the most overwhelming evidence I have ever seen in a case, short of a videotape.
Are you expecting me to say that he's innocent because I am black?
No, I'm expecting you to say that he's, yes, I am.
Yes, you are. Okay, well, then that's not fair. I just feel...
But no, you are, in a sense, saying you think he's innocent, and you're saying you think he's set up, and you're saying, listen, you made a statement, there's too much evidence against O.J. to convict him.
But I am also still saying that there is a chance that he did do this regardless because...
Yes, so there's enough evidence to convict him of it, isn't there?
There's enough evidence to convict, yes.
So convict him.
Yeah, but you have to wait to the very end where...
No, I'm saying to you.
Not to wait.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying you should say, not only should they convict him, they should lock him up forever.
I'm not saying that what...
You should pull the juice on him so that he gets electrocuted. You are totally convinced. You said there's too much evidence against him.
No.
What?
She said it could be a coincidence. They set him up, but he did do it.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, that's what you're saying?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you're saying he did it, but they set him up to do it.
I think that he was...
To make it look like he did it.
Yeah, right.
But he did it.
But he did it.
Now that's a new one.
I got to meet you.
Not a little conspiracy I ever heard of.
All right, listen, ma'am, I don't want to make you late for work or anything, so thank you for being part of my survey.
No problem.
All right.
Bye.
Good.
There's some other people here.
No, I can't take it. I don't want to talk to any more black people.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Want me to get you lunch?
Yeah, you come up here, I'll discuss lunch with you.
Okay.
All right, very good, Gorilla. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's Gunga Din, Gorilla.
Amazing. He did it, but they framed him.
I wish I could get that woman on there and tell her they just found her thumb in his pocket. I should have done that. And I would have said, now what do you think? And she would have gone,
planted.
I believe the thumb was planted. He did it, but it was planted.
There's just too much evidence against him.
There will be, that was the greatest. It seems like there wouldn't be that much evidence if he did it. There's nothing on his side. Well, yeah, that's called overwhelming evidence. I mean, it's unbelievable, the logic.
There's too much of her blood on his sock.
All right, look, I don't want to talk about the O.J. case anymore. I don't want to talk about the judicial
It
system.
always frightens you when you do this.
Yeah,
Why do you do it?
I don't want to talk about the Constitution. I don't want to talk about, hey, the jury system still works and all that. I don't want to talk about it.
You keep thinking now you have to leave the country, and then you examine the rest of the world, and there's no place to go.
That's right. There's nothing better than this. All right, thank you. I'm going to take a break now, and I think we all need a break. Right after these words, we'll be back.
You're listening to the Howard Stern Show. We're back for one of the final days of the Howard Stern Show.
Can't wait. Tonight on the E! Show, Vinny Mascio is on fire. Don't miss this wild Friday night show as the E! cameras bring you exclusive footage never before seen of Vinny's fire act, including lighting his genitals on fire, the exploding donut in the buttocks, and the infamous fish out of water, which no one has ever seen. We've only seen it here at the radio station, and it is quite a sight. We went out and shot this act, and it's very embarrassing. It's really wild.
I saw the act. It is amazing.
I saw it, too. And I got to tell you something. If I was in the audience, I would have demanded my money back.
It's not an act. It's real.
Robin's right. He thinks he could just put himself out.
Yeah, and he doesn't. Today, when he lights his head on fire, he can't get it out. See, I was going to jump right to news now, Robin, and be on schedule, but you handed me this article about anal eroticism.
Yeah.
and unusual rectal foreign bodies and their removal. And now I'm totally caught up in it. I'm totally obsessed.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to distract you.
You know, I knew I liked that guy. Yeah, I'm gonna get to that article in a second, but I knew I liked that guy, Miller. What's his name? Reggie Miller. I knew I liked him. Here's the article. Another one of Miller's heroes is Howard Stern, the shock jock. Miller majored in communications at UCLA and would like to become a radio talk show host when he quits basketball, but right now, basketball takes up all his time. I like him. He makes the game interesting. He taunts the other team. He's bold.
He's a showman.
Got balls.
He's good.
He's good. He's good. He's good. Fred, you're lazy today. You're not even getting to it.
It's Friday. Fred's already off on the weekend.
But I don't have he's good.
Fred's already. So you just play. She's good.
I'll play it if you like.
She's good. Yeah, great. That was funny.
Sorry.
All right, here it is. Here's an unusual. I always read these reports on the air. This is actually from a medical journal. It deals with foreign bodies in the colon and rectum. Okay, now in emergency departments, evidently, in the emergency room in hospitals, they have an unusual occurrence every couple of weeks.
How come they don't do this episode on ER, that TV show?
They should. Evidently, a guy always comes into the hospital, and it's the same thing. He always has something lodged in the rectum.
But he never tells. He'll say,
he always says,
terrible pain.
He always says it was administered in some bizarre way, never by himself, even though they're always lying.
But what I'm saying is they don't even come in and tell you where the problem is. They'll come in and say, I'm having a terrible abdominal pain.
Right. They don't even tell you
so
that.
So you now got to go rooting around looking for his abdominal pain.
All right. All right. The first case is an elderly male patient who we learn eventually has a peanut butter jar lodged in his rectum. It's actually lodged in his rectum.
A peanut butter jar.
I won't even tell you what the second one is. All right. So a 65-year-old guy goes into the emergency department of an outlying hospital complaining of lower abdominal pain. So they go, okay, something's wrong with his stomach. They examine him, Finally, they figure out a large empty glass jar is discovered in his rectum. The patient was transferred to the regional medical center for its extraction. So they say to the guy, look, you got a jar in your rectum. And he says, okay, I was washing my dog in the shower when I slipped and fell on a glass jar. Now, and then it entered my rectum. He was framed like O.J.
Now, let me ask you something.
Well, there's no proof that there's anything different.
He knows the jar is there. Why wouldn't he just say, look, I got something back there?
Because it's a guessing game. I have an abdominal pain. There's a peanut butter jar. Oh, man.
And you have to wonder how long he stayed at home trying to fix this himself before finally coming in.
So the doctors do a physical and radiologic examination, which shows an inverted glass jar, 8 centimeters in diameter. It's a peanut butter jar, located just beyond the anal sphincter. The glass was intact, and there was no apparent bleeding. Now, if you fell on a jar, there'd be some bleeding. Yeah. This was eased in.
He fell perfectly on it, so there was no bleeding, and it just went right in.
Right. All right. Look, you obviously know what went on.
He probably doesn't even own a dog.
Right. Although if you put him on trial in Harlem, he'd be innocent. There's no proof. It's a frame-up by the cops. After multiple unsuccessful attempts at removal in the emergency department, the patient was taken to the operating room, given spinal anesthesia. So in other words, he was blocked off from the waist down. Placed in the jackknife position. The anal region was prepared and the buttocks separated with tape. And then they used a catheter, and they tried to get the jar out, but the jar was so stuck in there, it had created a vacuum, a partial vacuum behind the jar. Could not be moved.
Did he just open his mouth?
They then put the patient in what is called the deep Trendelenburg position.
Ooh, I don't
Do you know
that
that?
one, no.
All right. What is that? The Trendelenburg?
Trendelenburg.
That's a position I've yet to get my wife in. All I know is he's a Jewish guy, though. Trendelenburg. The jar was filled with quick-setting 2-inch plaster rolls packed around an Army-Navy right-angle retractor and allowed to set. Now they're packing cement.
Science project.
Do you realize?
Wait a minute.
Now, understand what they're doing. Let me explain to you.
Yes, please.
They loaded up the area around the jar with cement and put, obviously, some objects in the cement. So once the cement gets hard, you could pull out the cement and maybe the object would be adhered to the jar. So they're packing cement in it. How much room is there in there?
Hey, you should move furniture.
I mean, that's unbelievable.
Got a lot of room.
Right. And I imagine now that there's a vacuum, you can pull out a few organs with this whole thing. After approximately 15 minutes, the sphincter was retracted with right-angle vaginal retractors, and gentle fingers pressure was used to massage the edematous tissue.
Oh, I don't even know what this is.
Yeah, you're in an area you don't need to know.
Unexplored.
If you're having your edematous material massage, you know you're in deep trouble. Think the guy, is smiling during this, or what?
Oh, because he's awake.
Yeah. Anyway, they say due to the massage and all of the various instruments put in there, and as well as the cement, the jar was rotated gradually and delivered. They call it a delivery. This is like giving birth. Look, I gave birth to a jar.
Look at my baby.
I'll call him Jiffy.
Do you think that they took this guy when they got him into that last position and moved him into that big arena so all the other doctors could...
I hope so.
You know what else I'm thinking? The guy probably didn't want the spinal anesthesia.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I wonder if it's on video.
Well, according to this, it was a very successful operation because they examined him after the jar was removed and the cement and the retractors. And the anus showed only edema, ecchymoses,
bruising,
and minor abrasions.
Wow.
You know what ecchymoses is?
Of course, ecchymosis. It's a bruise.
Ecchymosis.
Yeah.
Ecchymosis.
Ecchymosis, Jeremy.
And the patient recovered fully. And after the procedure, he was discharged from the hospital the following morning.
Wow.
How's that for medical?
Walked out.
Yeah. Who's the guy who has so much free time that he's experimenting with a peanut jar? Peanut butter jar. You know how big that is?
It's big.
Yeah.
Well, don't you remember we talked about the guy? I mean, I don't know how much I get into this, but some guy had poured cement into that area.
Yeah.
And it hardened and it had to be delivered.
Yep.
And then when they found that there was this big cement thing, but it had a ping pong ball in the middle.
Yep. Ping pong ball.
What's that all about?
Yeah, what was that all about?
It was unexplained. It was medical. There's a ping pong ball in the middle of the cement.
Yeah.
Ooh, you never knew that was a playground.
Hey, read Robin's book. She was in worse shape after her 8th birthday. Right? Don't laugh.
You should have anesthetized me.
You're not kidding. Yeah, were you anesthetized from the waist down? Let's play some ping pong, okay? Me first. No paddles required. We'll just use our buttocks. I'll get the cement.
Just what would possess you to do that?
Yes. I'm not even going to read the second one because the first one was
It's amazing,
enough.
yes.
Right.
We may get back to that at some other time. We have to absorb the information from it first.
Pretty exciting stuff. All right, I got to take a break, and we'll be back right after these words.
You're listening to The Howard Stern Show. Back with The Howard Stern Show.
That's good. Who is this?
Van Halen.
Oh, that's good. I was going to say, whoever's playing guitar there knows how to play.
Well, Eddie appreciates that.
Yeah, he needs that from me. That's good. He's good. He's good. She's good.
Oh, dear.
I know I said I wouldn't read the second anal erotic story, but it's just so good.
You can't help it.
It's just so good. I'll just paraphrase you. So this 34-year-old guy comes into the emergency room, and he's complaining, of course, of rectal and lower abdominal pain. And he tells everyone in the emergency room that he was abducted
Before you start, let me just say that there's a guy out there who just backed, and I didn't know you were going to go into the second story.
Yeah.
He already said you're going to kill him if you keep this up.
All right.
He may never see his wife and children again.
All right, wait a second. Now listen to this. So they're in the emergency room, and guys can't come in and just say, hey, I got a peanut butter jar lodged in my rectum. You can't say that.
Yeah. What did he say?
But, okay, this guy comes in, and he is complaining of abdominal pain. He says, look, I was just abducted and sexually assaulted by several other men. He says, look,
this is terrible.
I was raped.
Yeah.
By aliens. He goes in and he says he was raped. Abdominal examination revealed a firm mass above the umbilicus.
That's way up.
And digital palpitation encountered a hard plastic object at about 4 to 5 centimeters. Okay? So they do some kind of x-ray and it shows a large vibrator. All right? I mean, huge vibrator. And lodged where no one could find it.
By his navel.
Right. Okay? Now, and you'd say, wow, these guys really viciously raped him and stuff, right? No free air was detected under the diaphragm, and bowel sounds and vital signs were completely normal. All right? So they start trying to take this vibrator out, and they can't get it out. It's unsuccessful every attempt. So they have to keep him overnight. We got to figure out a way to get this thing out of there.
So it's still in there?
Yeah, they keep him overnight. Next morning, they take him into the operating room, where they finally extract this plastic foreign body without complications, and the patient under spinal anesthesia, as in the last case. He was observed for 24 hours and discharged, but here's the great thing. Subsequent police investigation determined that no abduction had occurred, and that the vibrator had most likely been self-administered.
And
it happened.
It's like a bow and arrow.
What?
So he was using a bow and arrow.
I don't know. But those are great stories. And doctors must be like, every time a guy comes in and goes, listen, I was showering my dog. Who showers their dog? I was showering my dog, and there was a peanut butter jar.
And I slipped.
I slipped, I fell on top of it, and this thing got incredibly lodged. It would just be great if the guy came in and goes, look, I'm gay. I'm 65 years old. I'm the perfect vision of the lonely homosexual. The old homosexual. Nothing sadder than old homosexual.
But you're right, because here the guy says he's washing his dog. So say he's telling the truth.
Yeah.
He gets in the tub, and then if you get in the tub, why are you naked while you're washing
Why
your
is
dog?
a peanut butter jar in the tub?
Who knows? And how do you perfectly sit on it by accident so that there's no abrasion?
But the worst thing is, they know it's there. They're not going to help you out.
No.
I only have abdominal pain.
I have tummy pain.
I don't know what's wrong.
I have tummy pain. By the way, if you find my toaster oven in there, I'll give you $100.
Was the vibrator still on?
I don't know. It's just weird. I'm glad I'm not gay. There's too much involved. It's too weird, man.
You don't hear gay women doing things like that.
You know what's weird? How many other times have these guys, put stuff there
and retrieved it?
Got it out. Like how many times was the peanut butter? It should be like I've done this about 20 times in my life. Washed my dog and fell on top of the peanut butter jar, and I don't understand. I don't know what went wrong this time.
About the other way.
Yeah.
Why did they try to get in there that they couldn't?
Right.
Keg of beer.
I figure they're working their way up.
Yeah, right.
That the peanut butter jar seems reasonable because I already
did the watermelon.
Accepted, whatever.
Do you think it's like drugs? Like every time you do something, it's not enough. You have to go to a higher drug.
I think so. Yeah.
A new high.
Right.
A new challenge.
It's like the Olympics. Well, you ready to do some news? Because we could actually get out of here on time today.
Absolutely, I am.
I mean, not close to on time.
The other day it came up that there were some weird things going on in China. People are now saying that prisoners are being executed early for their organs, and that if you need something like a kidney or a lung, you just go over to China, pop down something like $30,000, and they'll kill a prisoner and get it for you.
I think it's great. I think finally a use for prisoners.
They claim that all of these people are death row kind of prisoners, but who knows?
Well, I say it's great.
And then you said that they were eating fetuses over there, and I said, oh, I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, I wasn't kidding about that. I knew you thought I was kidding.
And now I have an article that supports you. Aborted human fetuses intended for human consumption are being sold for as little as £1 in the Chinese city of Sichuan.
Yeah, Szechuan. That's what Szechuan beef is. Fetus. Szechuan beef.
The Eastern Express newspaper said journalists from its sister publication East Week had gone to Sichuan across the border from Hong Kong to see if fetuses were being sold.
Yeah, well, they're good for you.
Sichuan Hospital carried out 7,000 terminations last year, including a number on Hong Kong women seeking cheap abortions. At the state-run Health Center for Women and Children, a female doctor was asked for a fetus. The next day, she handed the reporter a fist-sized glass bottle stuffed with a thumb-sized fetus.
Okay.
Or actually, it was a lot of thumb-sized fetuses.
Right.
Whole bottle of fetuses.
Yeah, and what happened?
The doctor was quoted as saying, there are 10 fetuses here, all aborted this morning. You can take them.
Fresh fetus.
We're a state hospital and don't charge. Normally, we doctors take them home and eat them all free.
So
if you don't look well, you take them. So it was like sort of a humanitarian thing. She would have taken them home for herself. But since the reporter didn't look so hot to her, she was giving him the 10 to take for himself.
Boy, I wonder how you prepare that fetus.
I will tell you.
Oh, great. Thorough research.
The newspaper said the fetuses were eaten as a soup.
Oh,
together with pork and ginger. Fetus soup.
I don't eat pork.
Well, you don't have to have the pork.
I can just have fetus.
Yeah.
Maybe, what does it taste like? Chicken?
I don't know.
Oh, you eat chicken. You eat fetus.
The doctor said the best fetuses were firstborn males from young women.
Why are they the best?
I don't know, but she did say they don't carry out abortions just to eat the fetuses.
Right.
But if the fetuses weren't eaten, they'd just be wasted.
True.
So why not put them together in a soup and eat them?
Do they float like a wonton? Do you keep them whole or you chop them up? Do you eat them like you eat the whole head and the...
Yeah, do you want a whole fetus?
Yeah.
Or do you want it cut up?
Like, is it just one fetus floating around in your soup, or do you chop up the whole fetus?
I don't know. All I know is another doctor was quoted as saying that the fetuses are even better than placenta.
Can you see fingers and toes and stuff? I mean, when they're that old?
In nutritional value. I suppose a little thumb, you could probably make out details.
Because I know Kathy Lee threw her fetus down the toilet. I'm wondering if I could retrieve that and eat it. I'd be healthy. She didn't realize it was a delicacy.
I said they used to smell good.
Dr.
Thank you.
Warren Lee of the Hong Kong Nutrition Association said eating fetuses is a traditional Chinese medicine deeply founded in folklore.
Really?
However, the alleged properties probably have more to do with old wives' tales.
Of course.
Some of the doctors say that when you eat fetus, it's good for your body. It'll give you smooth skin, make you younger, and it's good for your kidneys.
Yeah, I saw that in a cartoon once.
And some of the embryos, they say, are taken to factories where they're used to produce medicines.
Oh, yeah. Wow. No kidding.
Yeah.
Hey, we're filled with medical news today. First the rectum stuff, and now the fetus.
That's amazing. Can't imagine that. So,
that's eating a whole. Hey, to me, that's what eggs are.
Okay.
You're eating a chicken fetus.
At least it's a chicken. It's not a human.
I know it. It's like an egg is a chicken fetus.
According to traditional Chinese medicine, actually, if it's not fertilized, it's not a fetus. It's just half of what you would have if you were making a baby.
Well, I know the chicken sits on that and it turns into a baby.
Yes, but it has to have been fertilized. Don't you know anything about
Believe me, it was fertilized.
No. According to traditional Chinese medicine, it is regarded as particularly beneficial for a nursing mother to eat her own placenta. Because it's supposed to improve her milk. It also is usually drunk in the form of a soup.
I would love to. Well, you got to be a real chooch to eat that.
Oh, boy.
Only a Mama Luke would eat that.
In southern Florida, a woman who tips the scale at nearly 300 pounds is in jail, charged with crushing her boyfriend to death.
All right.
Authorities in West Palm Beach have arrested a woman named Viola Thompson and charged her with manslaughter and negligence. allegedly crushed her boyfriend, Augustus Grant, to death by lying on top of him. In her first court appearance, she told the judge that she didn't mean to kill him, but authorities aren't buying the story.
I was reading in the paper today about a fat woman. She was so fat.
How fat was she?
She crushed her boyfriend.
Police say they've been called to the house more than 60 times in the last 6 months, most recently when she struck her boyfriend in the head with a lamp.
It happens. No, O.J. claims he was beaten, too.
So they figure she must have just this time decided to crush him to death with her incredible heft.
Hefty girl.
Yeah. So we'll have to look for the outcome in that trial.
We'll take a break and we'll do some more news for you when we get back.
Good. Let's return to the Howard Stern Show.
What is this? I mean, where am I?
In the news.
For a second, I thought it was 6 o'clock in the morning, and I bummed out. All right, go ahead, Robin. You were doing the news.
Yes, Howard. Getting back to the situation in Oklahoma, we are still trying to piece together how and why that federal building was blown up in Oklahoma City. On ABC's Day One program this evening.
Oh, they got it figured out?
Expose a lot of new information.
Guy was upset about Waco. I said yesterday on the air, I said, I watched the whole Waco thing. I didn't get upset. I mean, I'm always amazed that people get affected by this stuff.
Well, do you realize that this Timothy McVeigh actually ran into 2 undercover detectives at a gun show?
Yeah.
A few years ago, and he was talking about how he wanted to shoot down federal helicopters and federal agents. But the police concluded that he hadn't done anything to break the law.
Right.
So they let him alone.
Yeah, what are they going to do? We got laws, the guy goes around saying that stuff, you let him go.
Yeah. Well, they should have put a tail on him, don't you think? Maybe follow this guy around?
So you take a look at him?
They also say that he was in contact with neo-Nazi and some of those militia groups in Arizona. Another chief investigator for Day One says that Arizona Patriot leader Walter Bassett knew McVeigh and spent a lot of time with him. McVeigh was trying to become involved in the right-wing extremist network.
Well, he certainly got involved.
This guy says that he was under the same frame of mind that most patriots are.
Right.
They call themselves patriots.
I love that.
The guys.
Patriots.
That the government is doing a lot of things that they shouldn't be.
Like what? Like Waco? These guys got all freaked out over Waco, and it was like, it was perfectly legit. There was a guy stockpiling guns. They had to go investigate. They go in, they knock on the door. We got a search warrant. Boom, 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 boom. Four cops down. So what do? Got to go in there.
We stand out here and wait.
And we wait. And then they burn themselves up. And there's some guy sitting there in army fatigues because he thinks he's a general, going, "Hey man, the government's out of control." Well,
Actually, didn't they just shoot some tear gas canisters in there and then the place blew up?
Yeah. I saw Waco. I remember I sat there, watched on TV, and I went on with my life. There were guys who got stuck in the whole thing.
Not Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols, the other guy who's now charged. They say that Terry was a guy who was leading sort of like a double life. He was telling people one thing about himself when he was actually doing something else.
Oh, like Fred.
And the last thing he did on April 17th, 2 days before the bombing, according to this article in Newsday today, they say Terry Nichols registered one last complaint with the U.S. government. He called the Topeka office of Republican U.S. Senator Nancy Kassebaum and expressed his outrage over Waco.
Yeah, what he wanted to do.
Well, he was just ranting and raving, and a guy in the office took the call, of course, and they usually just write down what you're complaining about and thank you for your call.
Yeah, they get a million kooky calls a day.
Oh. And the woman who took the call said she had written down Larry Nichols when she was writing up this guy's report, and he was insistent, adamant about saying, no, it's Terry Nichols.
Right.
And then 2 days later, that building was blown up. Now, of course, they also have evidence from Nichols himself. He says he did drive that Ryder truck, but he had no idea what it was going to be used for.
Got it.
He claimed to be some kind of a salesman or a worker, and, you know, some kind of a outdoor type salesperson, but they never found any tents or camping equipment in his storehouses. All they saw were weapons, you know, things that could take out tanks. You know, not even just guns, you know. He had anti-tank rocket launchers and stuff like that. And they say that he and this McVeigh character, who he also met while he was in the Army, were gun dealers. And it was a cash and carry business. So they didn't have a license to sell guns. They were just selling them out of this little shed or whatever and taking people's cash right there on the spot. So
I was watching Pablo Guzman on Channel 4. He says that from what he understands, that a lot of these guys who were involved, like sort of, like, they wanted to blow something up, but they had no idea how much stuff they'd blow up.
Right.
They were like just real dumb guys.
Yeah, so they made a real big bomb.
But they didn't realize what the hell they were doing. Not that I feel bad for them. I mean, I think they should all fry, but they were like dumb guys, you know, because they're all running around in army fatigues and stuff. And what happens is when you have a group, you know, that plays military, you got to blow up something eventually. I mean, otherwise it gets really kind of dull. Like everyone starts complaining, hey, what is it, the Boy Scouts?
What are we going to just sit around and meet?
Yeah, we got to blow something up. We got to do something with all these guns. So, you know, they figured like maybe they'd light it off and, you know, maybe it would like destroy the garage.
Like some glass or something.
Yeah, I don't even think they realized how successful they would be.
A little bit of Hollywood came to Oklahoma City yesterday to show their support for the workers and the victims who lived through the federal building bombing. Among the celebrities, David Faustino of Married with Children.
That must have comforted everyone.
Kate Linder of The Young and the Restless. Garrett Morris of the original Saturday Night Live.
Isn't he kind of busy to be going off and doing things?
And Dennis Haskins of Saved by the Bell.
Biggie. You know, when I was a kid, we used to have they have firecrackers. So you get some firecrackers, you blow them off, and then you go, you got to blow something up with these firecrackers. So then we say, okay, let's blow up a water bug. So you find a water bug, you blow up the water bug, you know, you watch the rice come out of its belly. And then, you know, you like sit there with the firecrackers. And finally you get these ash cans. Now, what are you going to do with it? So you start to blow them up, and you go, wait, you got to blow up something. So you blow up a can. Then eventually you take one, put it down the mailbox, blow up the mailbox.
Yeah. It keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Until one day you take an ash can, which is a quarter stick of dynamite, you throw it down someone's toilet, and it blows out their whole toilet.
And you really do some major damage to a house.
So you have no idea that, like, it goes, you flush it, and it goes down the pipes, and the pipes burst. So then you realize you're in a whole lot of trouble. And that's what these militia guys are like. They're running around with so much so much firepower, they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, well, just imagine if a guy's got a gun that can take out a tank.
Yeah, what fun is it?
Yeah, if he doesn't take out a tank.
Yeah, what are we supposed to blow up cans the rest of our life?
Are you supposed to look at it?
Shooting cactus in Arizona. We got to take a break.
All right.
All right, we'll be back. We'll finish up the news for you right after these words.
You're listening to the Howard Stern Show.
Oh, this is Julie Kavner, and I just want to let everybody know that Howard Stern is really nice, no matter what you think. He's a nice guy, so go figure.
There you go. And you can believe it if she says it. She's a very honest person. All right, she is real good.
Never said anything she doesn't believe.
She's good. So, Robin, what... People have to search their mind for a compliment from me. Anyway, Robin, go ahead. You were wrapping up the news.
DNA expert Robin Cotton on the stand yesterday tied O.J. Simpson to the crime.
Doesn't matter.
Of double murder in the deaths of Nicole Simpson and Ron Goldman. She identified O.J.'s blood as being at the scene at Bundy. Nicole's blood as being in the home of O.J. Simpson. And now it'll be up to the defense to try to discredit her testimony. She has proved to be an incredibly good witness, unflappable in the face of an attack by the defense.
Defense doesn't need to be good. I mean, you know, people say they're the dream team, $10 million defense. They will be successful. They're not that they're great lawyers, but they've got a jury that is going to be confused. Wait and see.
Well, yesterday there was a lawyer there, and he just kept reading off a bunch of names.
Yeah.
And Judge Ito let him.
It doesn't matter to Judge Ito. He wants to be on TV. It is clear. He's not a real judge. A real judge, first of all, would have thrown the cameras out of there when he had a chance. Wouldn't allow any of this nonsense with reading names and this and that. It would just not be allowed. It is absurd.
It was so ridiculous. He would say, Dr. Michael so-and-so.
Right.
And do you know him? No. Dr. Sarno. Do you know him?
No.
Dr. J. Yes, I know him.
Do you know?
Tell you what these doctors do.
Do you know Rusty the Bailiff?
A bunch of names. I don't know what it's all about.
Do you know FredNorris? No. No one does. Not even his wife.
I've heard of him.
Right.
But I don't know him.
Right.
So anyway, this will continue. They are trying to propose two theories to the jury on the defense. Either that it's not O.J.'s blood because the blood samples were taken incorrectly, or that it was planted if it is O.J.'s blood.
Well, as a black woman said to me not more than an hour ago, it just seems like there's so much evidence against O.J., you would think that there would be a little bit of evidence on his side, so he is innocent. So I believe that he will walk. Yeah, I don't think they understand the jury process, at least the people I interviewed on the street today.
Well, thank goodness that wasn't members of the jury.
Well, I got a feeling that they might as well be.
Robin Cotton continues her testimony today.
O.J. could stand up right now and murder O.J. O.J. could murder Judge Ito right on TV and not be convicted.
I also wanted to reiterate that information on Robert Kardashian, O.J.'s good friend. He has now revealed in court papers what happened to the garment bag he was holding for O.J. He had it for a couple of weeks, never looked in it, and then gave it over to O.J.'s assistant.
Very good. And what was the reason for him having this garment bag?
We don't know. He said you'll have to wait until he testifies in order to find out.
Well, he's a great guy. That's great. And the police really, I got to fault them here. How they let this guy walk out of O.J.'s house right in front of everybody with this garment bag and let him leave with it is beyond me. It's beyond me.
And what did the assistant do with it?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Gary doesn't know.
So the trial continues. This is something you have alluded to before. You know, all of these weird parenting situations we're getting into because of the modern scientific technology available to us.
Right.
A couple of lesbians got together and through artificial insemination had 3 children.
Great.
And then one of them was killed.
Okay.
So now the other lesbian is fighting the dead woman's family for custody of the kids.
Okay.
Because she's another woman. She has no legal right to these kids.
She's not a parent.
Biological tie, except that her dead lover was the kid's mother. So she had to go to court to fight for custody, and now under an agreement reached with the judge, she will share the 3 boys, aged 6 to 9, with their grandmother.
It's too confusing, I'll tell you.
The mother of Hennessy's former lover.
It is so confusing. First of all, none of this would be occurring if they did what I said. You should not be allowed to be inseminated with semen in this way. You can't. It's getting too confusing. There are guys who donate to sperm banks regularly. Their kids are grown up. They don't even know if they could end up marrying their own kids.
They don't know where they are.
They don't know what's going on. It's just completely out of control.
You know, the lawyers are saying, look, these 2 lesbians had these children and they were raising them. There was no man around.
Right.
So essentially, this other lesbian woman is a parent and should be in the children's lives. But she has no right to claim them because there's nothing legally protecting her in this way.
It's almost unbelievable to try to sort all these things out. It really is. And in all these weird cases of insemination, they should award the children to the parents that would stop these insemination things.
What do you mean? What parents?
To the parents of the dead woman.
Well,
only the mother counts.
essentially.
That's what they should do. And because they've got to stop all this. It's just too confusing. Like what I said, that Mary Beth Whitehead, the woman who carried a child for 9 months, and then this Mr. and Mrs. Stern were supposed to be given the baby, and Mary Beth in the middle of the pregnancy said, you know what, I want to keep this baby. Judge should have ruled for her. She said, absolutely, this is your baby. You are the mother.
Well, in this situation, the gay people are saying this is why we need to be able to legally marry.
Yeah, I got no problem with gay people legally married. I got no problem with being
If
gay.
she was legally married to this woman, she would have claim over her children.
Right. But I'm just saying that this artificial insemination is the problem.
So there'd be no children in it.
Right. We got enough children. They're eating fetuses over in China. We got more than enough children. There's too many children.
Oh, this is interesting. I wonder if they're going to enact something like this here. In Thailand, public health ministries over there have decided to teach radio disc jockeys to recognize symptoms of depression and other mental problems.
Oh, gee, those are guys you want handling your problems. Radio disc jockeys. Guys who are into records.
So when you get a caller on the phone, you're supposed to diagnose them.
Yeah. You know what? You'd have better luck just having a disc jockey not answer the phone and let them go to somebody else. Yeah, when I used to play records and stuff, I used to get lots of calls from depressed people.
When do our lessons start?
And I said, you know what? I don't think I'm an expert. Here's the number you can call.
It's amazing.
I'm a disc jockey.
Now, this is going to blow your mind. Do you realize that a man who looks like he works for the city was something called a tenant organizer? I don't know what that means.
I don't know. It's a guy who goes over to a building, and let's say the tenants are all freaked out about the high rent, they're not getting services, he will basically represent them. A lot of them are lawyers, tenant organizers.
No, I don't think so. Rafael Cencion.
Maybe you don't think so. You think I'm giving you...
Bachelor.
No, this guy might not be a lawyer, but...
He made $33,000 a year as a tenant organizer.
Yeah, that's what a tenant organizer is. What do you think it is? If you think I'm wrong. What do you think it is?
I'm sure you're right, but why is there a job like that?
Why did you say I was wrong?
It was I didn't say you were wrong. I'm just saying I don't believe that should be a job.
You don't think there should be a job like that?
No.
Why don't you want that job?
Can't the tenants organize themselves if they got a problem?
No. Who has time for that? Let me see you organize your building.
I don't have a problem.
Right. Yeah, well, your building, there's no problem. I don't have a problem. These are for like poor people and junk.
Larry Wood, on the other hand, he's a tenant organizer as well, and he's married and has a newborn baby daughter.
Yeah.
Or a baby boy and a 3-year-old daughter. The two men worked for the West Side SRO Law Project.
Whatever that is. But go ahead.
Had the same salary.
Go ahead.
And they had worked there for the same amount of time, except that Wood had 2 months less in seniority than Cencion.
Okay.
I guess they were having some kind of budgetary problems over there and were going to have to cut back. So Wood was going to get a pink slip. He was going to lose his job.
The guy with the family was going to lose his job.
That's right. And Cencion stepped forward and said, no, here, I'll volunteer to resign so that this guy can keep his job and support his family.
Jesus. Oh, so stupid.
Oh, stop that.
Good luck. If you have to resign every time someone gets fired because they have a family and you don't, you're going to be out of work a lot.
Well, they said this is the first they've ever heard of somebody sacrificing their job to save for the benefit of someone else.
Yeah, and they're of two different genres, by the way.
Wood is white and Cencion is Dominican.
That's right.
And he says that he credits his Dominican heritage with this big-hearted gesture. That's amazing. I've never heard of anything like that.
I never heard of that either. I'm going to investigate.
Cencion said his motivation stemmed from his instincts as a social worker and his fierce ethnic pride.
Was the guy drunk when he resigned?
Oh, stop it.
Was he? I'm asking you. I'm serious.
When people think of Dominicans, for the most part, they think of drug dealers, undocumented workers, and others.
Right.
Although we've been in the community for 40 years.
Well, he's a nice guy.
No one bothers to look at the good.
I do.
And that Dominicans are truly big-hearted people. Well, he might have to resort to drug dealing if he doesn't find
If you've given up jobs, you're going to have to do something. Well, hey, let's just leave it as a noble act.
Noble act. A brilliant...
He's a better man than I am.
By a big-hearted man.
Right.
So there you have it. I guess the Wood family, Larry Wood is the only tenant organizer left at this office because they had to let everyone else go.
Job with a future.
Sheesh.
Very good, Robin.
And finally this morning, Melanie Griffith and Don Johnson are calling it quits again. They had a momentary reconciliation. You remember earlier this year, it was it became apparent that Don Johnson had fallen off the wagon.
We got a problem.
Number of substance abuse problems over the years. He'd been sober for a few, then started to get into a little trouble again with the booze, wound up back in rehab, lost his wife.
Can't imagine why she got fed up.
And then when he came out and had gotten himself straightened out, I guess they tried to make a go of it again, and it doesn't seem to be working out. So they say in Liz Smith's column today that Melanie is having a very public affair with her current co-star, Antonio Banderas.
See?
Who is also a married man.
Are you with Melanie? You like her cans?
Liz says that Melanie is a very strong woman, despite that baby voice of hers.
Right.
I guess you have to be strong to go take somebody else's husband.
Oh.
I mean, when Liz likes you, she can justify anything.
That's right. When she don't, she don't.
And I said finally, but I wanted to mention here that Mark Harris, a frequent guest on this show, it's a good thing we have him, Howard, because he's suing Geraldo for not having him on.
Oh. Can you do that?
I guess so. Mark's doing it. He claims that Geraldo had called him into town. He was supposed to be doing a show that Geraldo had planned last February that was supposed to feature famous mothers and daughters.
Jackie, you should sue Letterman and Leno.
Melody Condos, of course, was the daughter of Martha Ray, Mark's dead wife.
Yeah.
So they were supposed to go, and they'd done this pre-interview with Mark, according to him, and then when the day came, they just told him that they didn't need him, and he says it became a forum for Melody just to attack him while he was sitting in his hotel room. So he's suing Geraldo for $10 million.
I don't know. Well, we'll have to speak to Mark maybe
I don't know
next
how
week.
he lost $10 million sitting in that hotel room. But
he did.
He's suing nonetheless.
Oh, good for him.
There you have it.
There you go. Sounds pretty wild to me. Yes, Mark Harris, a frequent guest on this show. Heavy accent on the freak. Frequent is very, very appropriate. All right, Robin, a book signing, I believe, tomorrow?
That's right. I'll be in Washington, D.C. at the Crown Books in DuPont Circle.
Crown Books, DuPont Circle.
1:30.
I hope there'll be some first editions there, printing.
There are first editions still available. I have enjoyed meeting people on these lines.
Have you?
Yes, it's been quite a good time. And yesterday when I was in
You
Washington...
said on Conan you didn't like it.
I was joking. Can't you tell a joke?
Well, Conan didn't know what was going on. Why should I? All right, go ahead.
But I was going to say, I got a chance to actually spend some time with people yesterday on the line, and it was a very attractive line, might I add.
Oh, met some guys?
Street area.
You met some guys?
Well, it's a hard way to meet people. I just enjoyed looking at them.
Hello, my newbie indeed. I just got out of prison.
People were saying things like, having a mellifluous time.
Oh, really? What genre were they?
All genres.
Wow.
It was just a beautiful group of people, beautiful gathering.
Bunch of chooches and mamalukes.
And I'm ready to meet some more.
Good for you. And Washington, D.C. will be thrilled to greet you, Robin, I am sure.
Well, I haven't been there since we left, Howard.
Reunion.
I think it'll be a triumphant return to our roots.
Well, that'll be
and
fun.
Looking forward to seeing people there.
What time is that tomorrow?
1:30 at Crown Books.
All right. Will your parents be there?
I doubt it.
All right. Jackie the Joke Man Marlowe to order Jackie's Wild Comedy CD or cassette. $10 plus $3 shipping and handling.
It will certainly be a surprise to me.
Jokeland special, buy two, get one free. Call 1-800-323-KING. By the way, speaking of Washington, Jackie invades Washington as well.
Jackie and I giving it the 1-2 punch.
Tomorrow night, May 13th at Headliners Comedy Club in Bethesda, Maryland. For filthy jokes and Robin excerpts, call 516-922-WINE. Remember, 516-922-WINE is not a pay service. Don't miss Boy Gary this Saturday from noon to 2, representing Prodigy at Software, etc. on 83rd and Broadway in Manhattan, giving away free Prodigy software. And to order a signed copy of Stuttering John CD, call 201-942. Ouch. Gallagher. That's Gallagher 2 tonight and tomorrow night at the Treehouse in Norwalk, Connecticut. If you're planning a wedding or party, you need a disc jockey, call Scott the Engineer's Rocket Entertainment at 718-BAG-5040.
Oh, and look in the Times this weekend. There's supposed to be something about me for Mother's Day.
Good. What does that mean?
A guy interviewed me on the way to my book signing.
Oh.
My book party. About Mother's Day.
All right, very good.
I'm supposed to be in his column tomorrow.
I bet you that'll be interesting.
Or Sunday.
Knowing how you feel about your mother, I'm sure it'll be very heartwarming.
Perfect for Mother's Day.
Yeah. From the crypt. Yeah. I hate my mother. All right, very good, and we'll see you on Monday.